Chapter 1. Survival at the Lighthouse for All. The fisherman has opened a new pond. Families, please choose your favorite pond according to your preferences. Frog pool, frogs. Please enter the pool. Fish pond, fish. Please enter the pond. Mixed frog and fish pond. This is a mixed pond. Enter with caution. Canteen pool. This is the food storage pool, a place for thoughts, and also food for frogs and fish. Note, thoughts may be gnawed away by the frogs and fish, and the fisherman is not responsible. Here is a newly opened restaurant with special dishes. It is with frogs. Please place your order. No one knows who the fish and frogs are. The important thing is not to order yourself. Creak. How noisy. Lin Shan couldn't help but frown, murmuring softly before slowly opening his eyes. Huh? Lin Shan looked at the shabby wooden ceiling in front of him with a dazed expression. The condition was so poor that it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Suddenly, Lin Shan jolted up. Creak. The wooden bedboard beneath Lin Shan creaked. What the hell? Where is this? Lin Shan muttered as he looked around the shabby room. Hiss. Lin Shan scratched his head, then got off the wooden bed and began to examine the room he was in. The room was not large, about 6 square meters, with a wooden bed he had just been lying on, which was also shabby and looked like it could collapse at any moment. There's also a wooden table, similarly worn out, but it looked like it could still be used. Next was a dilapidated wooden door, the kind with a large gap that let in a lot of wind, and there were 2 windows that were the same. Finally, Lin Shan's gaze returned to the wooden table because there were a few items on it. He walked a few steps to the table and looked down at the items, which consisted of 3 items and a piece of yellow parchment. Looking at the blank parchment, Lin Shan was puzzled and reached to pick it up. However, as soon as his hand touched the parchment, it suddenly flew up, and then dense, incomprehensible text appeared on it. The next moment, the parchment transformed into a beam of light and shot into Lin Shan's forehead. What the hell? Lin Shan was startled by this sudden scene, instinctively taking a few steps back and rubbing his forehead. What kind of thing is this? Lin Shan muttered in confusion. Ding! Who? The next second, a projection screen appeared in front of Lin Shan, like a computer screen. Just as Lin Shan was about to sigh, lines of text appeared on the projection screen. Ding! Welcome to Lighthouse Survival. Ding! Please remember the following content, as it concerns your survival. 1. The lighthouse is your shelter. Please upgrade it as much as possible. 2. The island is your base for obtaining various resources. Please upgrade your island as much as possible. 3. The light from the lighthouse will dispel the fog. Please ensure the light is bright at night. Warning: the fog is dangerous. 4. The island will experience tidal phenomena after the tide recedes. Treasure chests, sea beasts, basic resources, and other items will appear. 5. There are 3 newbie benefits on the table: random island, random lighthouse, random talent. 6. The first 3 days are the newbie benefit period. The probability of treasure chests appearing is doubled, and sea beasts will not attack proactively, but the sea beast guarding. The treasure chests will attack anyone trying to approach. 7. During the newbie benefit period, the weather will always be sunny and pleasant. 8. The above are the existing contents. Please remember them. Lighthouse Survival? Survival story? Lin Shan couldn't help but murmured he had read quite a few novels of this type, like Raft Survival, Ocean Survival, Bizarre Survival, etc., but wasn't that just fiction? He didn't expect it to happen to him. Hiss, does that mean everyone from Blue Star has come? Including the old, weak, sick, and disabled? Lin Shan said in surprise. At that moment, the text on the projection screen gradually disappeared, and an attribute panel appeared. Lin Shan looked at it, which included personal attribute panel, lighthouse panel, island panel, backpack, and chat channel. There was also a piece of information at the bottom. Today's weather: sunny and pleasant. Weather effect: rare. After the tide recedes on your island, there is a very small chance of special treasure chests appearing. Note: the weather effect for tower keepers vary. Seeing this, Lin Shan curiously glanced at the weather effects a few times before clicking on the first one, the personal attribute panel. Name: Lin Shan. Strength: ordinary person. Talent: none. Ability: none. Evaluation: an ordinary person will definitely not survive more than 4 days. Such a simple panel. And what does it mean by definitely not surviving more than 4 days? So once my newbie period is over, I'm done for? Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. Then he clicked on the lighthouse panel. Name: Lighthouse. Category: Lighthouse. Rating: White 1. Main effect: white candle flame. Special effect: none. Energy 100. Evaluation, a whiteboard lighthouse. Besides being able to disperse the thin sea fog, it is useless. Of course, at least the lighthouse is still lit. Looking at such a simple panel, Lin Shan clicked on the white candle flame. Name, white candle flame. Category, special item. Rating, white 1. Effect, can dispel sea fog within a radius of 3 meters. Description, the lowest level of lighthouse. Fire can only dispel thin fog, and its effectiveness will be greatly reduced when encountering slightly thicker fog. A radius of 3 meters? Lin Shan looked around the room. This room should be the lighthouse, right? 3 meters is enough coverage. Closing the lighthouse panel, Lin Shan clicked on the island panel to check. Name, ordinary island. Category, island. Rating, white 1. Effect, none. Special effect, none. Area, 1,000 square meters. Evaluation, an ordinary island. Not even a single tree. How can you call an island without even a coconut tree? Lin Shan closed it expressionlessly and then clicked on the last chat channel. Upon opening, there were 2 chat channels, one for world chat and one for regional chat. First, he clicked on the world chat channel. Not activated, which Lin Shan expected. After all, he had read survival type novels. However, looking at the number displayed above, Lin Shan was puzzled. It was not the 8 or 9 billion people from Blue Star, but a staggering several hundred billion people. The number doesn't add up? Could it be that people from more than just Blue Star have been pulled in? Lin Shan murmured in surprise. After taking another look at the number, Lin Shan shook his head and then clicked on the regional channel. As soon as he opened it, it was bustling with activity, with various bullet comments sliding by continuously. Chapter 2. Fourth talent. Looking at the continuously sliding bullet comments, Lin Shan had a sense of watching a live broadcast. Then looking at the number, area 888888888, population 100,000. 100,000 per area? So there are hundreds of billions in the world channel. That means, Lin Shan blinked. It was too many to count, just a whole lot. Then he turned his attention back to the chat channel, glancing at the rapidly sliding bullet comments a few times before closing it, as it was too chaotic and filled with irrelevant nonsense. Looking at this, he might as well check the 3 newbie benefits on the table. Thinking of this, Lin Shan looked at the 3 items on the table and then picked one up to examine. IT name, random island. Category, special item. Rating, non-newcomer welfare item, unrated. Effect, after use, randomly generates 3 islands, for which you can choose 1 island. Description, this is a newcomer welfare item, with a 90 chance of generating a common island, a 9 chance of generating a rare island, and a 1 chance of generating a special island. After reading the description, Lin Shan used it directly to, in an instant, a screen popped up and 3 patterns appeared side by side on the screen, then began to spin rapidly. After a few seconds, they slowly came to a stop, finally displaying images of 3 islands. Lin Shan first looked at the first one. Thankfully, he could see its attributes. Name, Coconut Crab Island. Category, island. Rating, white 1. Effect, a small number of coconut trees, coconut crabs. Special effect, none. Area, 2,000 square meters. Evaluation, a very ordinary island, but it has many coconut trees and coconut crabs. Choosing this will at least ensure you have food and drink in the early stages. Coconut trees and coconut crabs? That's pretty good for a common island, right? Lin Shan said with surprise. After all, coconuts are fruits that can be eaten and provide hydration, which is really cost-effective for survivors. He just didn't know how small the small number was. Not to mention, there were also coconut crabs. Then, Lin Shan clicked on the attributes of the second island. Name, lifeless deserted island. Category, island. Rating, white 1. Effect, none. Special effect, none. Area, 3,000 square meters. Evaluation, an island that has not a single blade of grass. It's a hellish start. You wouldn't choose this, would you? Looking at the image of the island, there was indeed no green at all, mostly just reefs. Only a fool would choose such an island, right? This must be the worst common island, right? Lin Shan complained before looking at the last island. Since he had the Coconut Crab Island as a fallback, he wasn't worried if the last island turned out to be trash. Name, Tidal Island. Category, island. Rating, white 1. Effect, a small amount of tree resources. Special effect, tidal effect doubled. Area, 3,000 square meters. Evaluation, Oh, this is a rare island that can greatly alleviate the time of high tide, giving you more time to gather resources, but correspondingly, tidal island is also more likely to attract marine life. Hmm? Lin Shan looked at the last island with some surprise. This was a special island? After all, it had a special effect. He couldn't help but carefully examine the image of the island from its shape. It looked very ordinary, with a beach on one side and reefs on the other, plus there were a dozen or so trees on the island. After looking at the shape of Tidal Island, Lin Shan directly confirmed his choice. After all, it was a special island, and he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough not to select it, directly confirming the third island. Ding! Do you choose Tidal Island? Lin Shan clicked yes. Ding! Transforming the island. Please wait. Seeing this, Lin Shan no longer paid attention and instead looked at the other two items on the table. Then, Lin Shan picked up the random lighthouse and used it. The next second, 3 lighthouses appeared on the screen, all looking shabby. This time, Lin Shan didn't examine each one carefully, but first looked to see if any had special effects. Unfortunately, all 3 lighthouses were ordinary lighthouses, not to mention special effects. They didn't even have any effects, just identical basic lighthouses, with only the shapes differing. What the heck? All garbage could it be that all my luck is used up on the islands? After all, there's only a 1 chance for a special island. The likelihood is quite high. Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. After randomly choosing 1 lighthouse that looked pleasing to the eye, Lin Shan then looked at the final random talent and checked its attributes. Name, random talent. Category, special item. Rating, none. Effect, after use, gain 3 random talents. Choose 1, but the highest will not exceed green 9. Evaluation. This is a newcomer welfare item. It is said that some people will gain unique talents after use that if you have one, choose it. Use. This time, the projection screen didn't show 3 images instead. It displayed 4 talent pieces of information. 4. Lin Shan immediately became excited. This meant he had a unique talent. However, to understand the differences between the talents, he still chose to check them one by one. Name, great strength. Category, talent. Rating, white 6. Effect, strength increases by 600 pounds. Evaluation, an ordinary talent, but it can give you a significant advantage in the early stages. 600 pounds. Wow, with 1 punch, it must be devastating. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. The first talent made Lin Shan feel astonished. What about the 3 talents below? He eagerly began to check. Name, beachcomber. Category, talent. Rating, green 1. Effect, when beachcombing, there's a 10 chance to double your harvest. Evaluation, beachcomber, beach soul. Beachcombing is the soul of the people. This talent seems pretty good. Although it's only a 10 chance, hitting it once means a profit. However, Lin Shan wouldn't choose this. Picking this would be worse than great strength. At least great strength could ensure his survival rate in the early stages. Continuing to look. Name, fisherman. Category, talent. Rating, white 9. High star level. Effect, summons a talent fishing rod and guarantees a hit once a day. Evaluation, fisherman. Never goes empty-handed. Even if you catch a sea beast, it's still a bonus. Oh. Looking at the fisherman talent, Lin Shan was truly speechless. The fisherman could catch anything. Well, except for. This talent seemed pretty good based on the effect. It should be usable an unlimited number of times, right? As long as the fishing rod doesn't break. Of course, whether or not you catch fish depends on your skill. The most important thing is that there's a possibility of catching sea beasts, so don't get dragged into the sea. Next, it was time for the talent Lin Shan was most looking forward to. Chapter 3, Unique Talent. Gift of Fate. Lin Shan looked forward to the last talent. Name, Gift of Fate. Category, talent. Rating, unknown. Effect, can be used once a day. Evaluation. After use, you can receive a gift from fate, which may be free or may require a little cost. This unknown new talent is hard to rate and evaluate. It is your unique talent and highly recommended. Gift of Fate? It sounds impressive from the name, right? The effect is to use it once a day. After reading, Lin Shan directly chose to confirm. After all, this is his unique talent. As Lin Shan confirmed the talent, in an instant, the talent transformed into a beam of light, bursting out of the projection screen and merging into his body. Suddenly, Lin Shan knew how to use the Gift of Fate. At once, he felt a bit eager to try, but since the Gift of Fate might require a cost, he forced himself to calm down, especially since he had nothing right now. He was wearing just a plain gray linen robe, and he didn't even have underwear. He didn't know who had changed it. Ding. Tidal Island transformation completed. Ding. Lighthouse improvement completed. Looking at the subtitles on the projection screen, Lin Shan couldn't help but turn his head to survey the room. There wasn't much change, but a staircase leading upwards had appeared, likely to the top of the lighthouse. Curiously, Lin Shan walked up. The staircase was a bit narrow, only allowing one person. Once he reached the top, he discovered that the lighthouse had only 2 floors, the first being the room he had just been in. The second floor was the top of the lighthouse where the light source was stored. The surrounding space was small, with a half-meter wide passage, and in the middle was a fire pit, where a flame was burning. It looked like an ordinary flame, probably just a white candle flame, right? After examining the fire pit, Lin Shan turned his attention outside, and he noticed that there was no windbreak glass or anything like that around. Hiss, in this situation, wouldn't the light be blown out by the sea breeze? Then Lin Shan focused his gaze outside, and now he could clearly see the scene outside, a vast and boundless sea, shrouded in thick white mist, even in broad daylight. Unable to discern anything, Lin Shan turned his attention back to his island. From the position, he saw that the lighthouse was located in the middle of the island. After a quick look around, he found that the shape of the island was exactly the same as what he had seen in the pictures. The island was 3,000 square meters, with a part submerged in seawater, making it seem much smaller from his viewpoint. On the left side of the lighthouse, Lin Shan also spotted a small patch of forest with about dozens of trees, but they were not very large, around 2 meters tall, unfortunately not coconut trees. Just as he came down from the second floor of the lighthouse, a projection screen jumped out in front of Lin Shan. Ding! Reminder, in half an hour, the tide will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to look for resources. Huh? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but glance out the window. The 2 shabby windows in the room were not effective against the wind, but the view was still decent. At least he could see the seaside. After a look, he indeed saw that the sea had receded a bit, starting to reveal the beach and rocky piles that had been submerged. However, it was just the beginning, so Lin Shan was not in a hurry. Instead, he went to the wooden bed and summoned the projection panel again. The panel still displayed personal attributes: lighthouse panel, island panel, backpack, and chat channel. Lin Shan looked at the lighthouse and island panels, which had transformed into the restricted panels from before. After exiting, Lin Shan looked at the backpack, which was the only feature he hadn't seen before, as it was self-explanatory. When he opened it, a row of slots appeared on the projection screen, a total of 10 slots. At the same time, the first slot had a gift pack. Huh, what is this? Lin Shan muttered in confusion, then clicked on it, and instantly, the attribute panel popped up. Name, Beginner's Gift Pack. Category, Special Item. Rating, None. Effect, after use, randomly obtain a beginner weapon, 2 black breads, and a 500 milliliters bottle of pure water. Evaluation, a newbie's benefit. After reading, Lin Shan directly used it and smiled. This newbie benefit is pretty good. Instantly, his backpack had an iron hammer, 2 black breads, and a bottle of water. An iron hammer? Lin Shan clicked to take it out, and immediately something heavy appeared in his hand. A large iron hammer about 1.2 meters long. Wow, almost dropped it on my foot. After steadying the large iron hammer in his hand, Lin Shan exclaimed in shock. Checking its attributes. Name, large iron hammer. Category, weapon. Rating, white 1. Effect, none. Evaluation, a heavy-duty large iron hammer, usually seen in blacksmith shops, but as a starting weapon. It's a pretty good start. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but nod. Indeed, the hammer had more utility than other weapons, and it didn't require much proficiency. All he needed was strength to make miracles happen. Glancing out the window, the tide had already receded by 1/3. Seeing this, Lin Shan thought for a moment and directly opened the chat channel to see if anyone was bragging about special islands or lighthouses. Oh, right, and talents. People love to show off. Those who quietly make a fortune are always in the minority. Upon opening, the barrage of messages flowed continuously, but it was not as frantic as before. Lin Shan was a bit puzzled and looked around, quickly discovering that the chat channel had restrictions. Due to frequent messaging, a fee was required, and each person had 30 free speaking opportunities per day, reset at midnight. While waiting for the tide to recede, I'm bored. So I'll just chime in. Squeak, wow, you guys are so bored. Squeak, you guys adapted too quickly, right? Not a single fool doubts this. You called yourself a fool. So is there anyone who admits they are a fool? What era is this? There can't really be idiots still doubting it's fake, right? Damn it, I actually hope it's fake. I just bought a house in full. Huh? Why is no one talking about what kind of island or lighthouse they got? They are all ordinary islands and ordinary lighthouses. What is so special about that? However, my arm that I accidentally severed before actually grew back. Hiss. Suddenly I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Right, my foot can also stand up now. I was preparing for surgery to remove it. Instantly, the barrage below was filled with messages about where people had been injured and how they had recovered. Huh? You guys who were injured have all recovered? What about children and the elderly? Chapter 4. Setting off for the sea, deep sea treasure chest. As soon as the topic of elderly and children came up, the chat channel immediately became fragmented. After a while, a bullet comment appeared. I know about this. I have 2 children at home who are still breastfeeding. Right now, they are sealed, and time is completely paused, but only for 3 months. I'm the same. My grandmother is 89, and she's also paused in time, for 3 months as well. So, does this mean that children and the elderly will have 3 months of safety? You all need to work hard to survive, otherwise. The rest of the sentence was left unspoken, but those who saw it understood the meaning. All right, don't be so gloomy. Let me share some good news. My island is a special island. The heavy topic was swiftly changed. Wow, I envy the big shots. I only have an ordinary island. But there's a coconut crab island with a few coconut trees. So I want lack food and water for now. Wow, I'm so envious. All 3 of mine are ordinary islands, and I don't even have coconut trees. My island is also ordinary, but my lighthouse is a rare one. A tower that can shoot arrows to attack enemies, though it consumes a bit of energy. Various islands and lighthouses appeared one after another, with some boasting about weapons and others showcasing their talents, mentioning only the ratings of their talents. Finally, a bullet comment into the topic. Everyone, the tide is out. Hurry to the sea. During the beginner phase, sea beasts won't actively attack us. As long as we don't touch the treasure chests, we should be able to find some basic resources. Seeing this, Lin Shan immediately turned off the projection screen and looked out at the coastline. The tide had indeed receded significantly. After placing the half-eaten black bread and a whole loaf of black bread, along with water, on the table, Lin Shan took a large iron hammer and headed out. He took out the black bread and water mainly to free up 2 spaces in his backpack. After all, he was the only one here, so there was no need to worry about theft. Creak! The sound of the rickety wooden door was loud, and Lin Shan felt he could kick it down with 1 foot. Shaking his head, he closed the wooden door and quickly walked towards the coast. A 3,000 square meter island is quite small. In just a few minutes, Lin Shan reached the coastline. He went directly to the junction between the rocky area and the beach, intending to make a loop to ensure nothing was missed. Standing on the beach, Lin Shan saw scattered pieces of wood. These should be one of the basic resources, right? Besides wood, he also spotted some stones, not small in size. Bending down, Lin Shan picked up a piece of wood and checked it. The projection screen appeared, starting to introduce the properties of the wood. Name, wood, category, material, rating, effect, none. Evaluation, ordinary wood, a primary material for upgrading the lighthouse in the early stages. And of course, wood has many other uses. After glancing at the properties, Lin Shan continued to bend down to pick up wood and stones, whose properties were similar, just with wood swapped for stone. While picking up, Lin Shan kept observing his surroundings. He hadn't forgotten that his tidal island would attract sea creatures. However, probably due to the beginner phase, Lin Shan smoothly reached the other side of the beach and rocky area along the way. There were only wood and stones on the beach, not even a shell or crab. My back really aches, Lin Shan sighed while rubbing his waist. Opening his backpack, he checked. He had collected a total of 43 pieces of wood and 24 stones. Closing the backpack page, Lin Shan looked at the rocky area. The beach and rocky area of his island were perfectly balanced. It seemed to be not very easy to navigate, and the uneven rocky area could easily hide things. Looking at the rocky area in front of him, Lin Shan felt a bit troubled because the varying sizes of the rocks made it not only difficult to walk, but also hard to find things. He might not even detect sea beasts. However, correspondingly, the probability of good things appearing among the rocks was also high since they wouldn't be washed back into the sea by the tide. After moving around a bit, Lin Shan began to take action. Who knows when the tide will rise again? Although his tidal island had a doubled tide retreat time, it would be better if it could be faster. Lin Shan continued to weave through the rocky area, discovering that many pieces of wood were stuck in the rocks, but there were basically no stones. He wondered how the stones on the beach had been washed up. What is that? A treasure chest? Lin Shan looked excitedly at a dark treasure chest wedged between two rocks not far away. Finding the treasure chest made Lin Shan very happy. But he hadn't forgotten that treasure chests were guarded by sea beasts. However, looking around, there wasn't even a crab in sight. Lin Shan frowned. Could it be hiding around the treasure chest? Perhaps a small sea snake or something. He immediately looked near the treasure chest. Even after careful inspection, there were no signs of any creatures. Could he have stumbled upon an unguarded treasure chest? Suddenly, Lin Shan remembered something and opened the projection screen to check the time and weather. Sure enough, today's weather, sunny, weather effect, rare after the tide recedes on your island. There's a very small chance of a special treasure chest appearing. Note, the weather effects of each guardian vary greatly. This treasure chest is likely a special treasure chest, which is why there are no guarding sea beasts, right? Lin Shan felt a surge of happiness and carefully approached, gripping the large iron hammer tightly. It's always best to be cautious regardless of the presence of guarding sea beasts. When he arrived in front of the treasure chest, Lin Shan still didn't detect any creatures. It seemed to truly be an unguarded treasure chest. After putting away the large iron hammer, Lin Shan directly began to retrieve the treasure chest. To be honest, the treasure chest wedged in the rocks was quite difficult to take out. After shaking it back and forth for over 10 minutes, Lin Shan finally pulled it out. Looking at the treasure chest in his hands, Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. The chest was not very large, about the size of an ordinary suitcase. He couldn't wait to check its properties. Name, Deep Sea Treasure Chest. Category, Special Treasure Chest. Rating, Yellow 9. Item ratings are white, green, blue, yellow. Effect, none. Evaluation. This is a rare special treasure chest that usually only appears on the seabed of the deep sea or inside shipwrecks, and it has a very low probability of being washed ashore. Oh wow. After reading the properties, Lin Shan's smile was so wide that his teeth were showing. After a while, he finally stopped, put the treasure chest into his backpack, and continued to search the sea. There was no rush to open the treasure chest. First, he would explore the remaining half of the rocky area. Chapter 5, Sea Beast. Lin Shan continued his exploration with satisfaction. After searching for a while, he suddenly discovered a wooden box, which was not a treasure chest, but a square wooden box. He quickly walked over to check it out, and to his delight, he found two fruits inside that looked similar to apples. He examined the attributes. Name, water apple. Category, food. Rating, white 1. Effect, none. Evaluation, a common water apple that grows on most islands. It is a very common fruit, juicy but not filling. Lin Shan happily put the water apples into his backpack, then looked at the wooden box and found a decompose option, which could be decomposed into 2 pieces of wood. However, Lin Shan did not want to decompose it. At least the wooden box could be used to store some items, right? After putting the wooden box away, he continued his search. A few minutes later, Lin Shan was pleasantly surprised to find a sea fish still trapped in a rocky pit. Wow, a sea fish? Awesome. Lin Shan watched the fish swimming back and forth in the puddle, unable to hide his smile. This fish looked to weigh about 3 to 4 pounds, enough for his meals for a day. Lin Shan took out the big iron hammer and directly smashed it down at the sea fish. Instantly, after a few flops, the sea fish stopped moving. It was no wonder Lin Shan was cautious. After all, this was a strange world. Who knew if this sea fish had poison spikes or something? Name, spotted sea fish. Category, food. Rating, white 1. Effect, none. Evaluation, spotted sea fish. A type of marine fish that likes to hide among rocks or corals, often seen in rocky areas after the tide goes out, with sweet meat and no poison. Not bad, not bad. Lin Shan smiled happily. He continued searching, as less than half of the rocky area remained, and he estimated he would finish in about half an hour. Suddenly, Lin Shan heard a hissing sound, which made him tense up. Hiss. The hissing sound rang out again, confirming the source of the sound for Lin Shan. He looked at the huge rock ahead, and the sound was coming from there. A sea beast? Lin Shan gripped the handle of the big iron hammer tightly and cautiously circled around to see what the sea beast looked like. Peeking out carefully, Lin Shan could clearly see the appearance of the sea beast. It looked very much like a giant crab, if it weren't for the wooden treasure chest beside it. Lin Shan might have really mistaken it for a giant crab, because it really looked like one. A 1-meter-tall giant crab. You wonder what it would taste like? Lin Shan also realized that the hissing sound was not the sound of the giant crab, but the sound produced by the friction of its joints moving, which sounded a bit strange. Looking at the giant crab in front of him, Lin Shan glanced at the big iron hammer in his hand. Not to mention, it was a perfect match, no other weapon compared to the big iron hammer. Just as Lin Shan was about to think about whether to take action, a loud sound suddenly rang out from the sky. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower defender, Huang Xian, for being the first to kill a sea beast, earning the first kill reward in area 88888888, bronze treasure chest 1, random ability crystal 1, random blueprint 1. Important announcements are traditionally shouted 3 times. Looking at the subtitles displayed in the sky, Lin Shan was momentarily stunned. Someone had already killed a sea beast, and, judging by the name, it was a woman? Seeing the rewards up there made Lin Shan drool. In the next second, Lin Shan's eyes lit up as he looked at the giant crab. His weapon was incredibly targeted against the giant crab. As long as he ambushed it, it would definitely be effective. Moreover, when dealing with crabs, he just needed to circle around it. As everyone knows, crabs cannot attack from behind, and their turning speed is very slow. Lin Shan began to sneak over. As long as he didn't get close to the treasure chest, the sea beast wouldn't attack him, right? With some room for error. Lin Shan was willing to take a gamble. Finally reaching behind the giant crab, Lin Shan decisively raised the big iron hammer and smashed down. Bang! Hiss! Lin Shan felt his hands trembling. It was hard, really hard. Just as Lin Shan was preparing to retreat, he was surprised to find that the rocky pit was too narrow for the giant crab to turn around. This made him excited, ignoring his slightly trembling hands. He raised the big iron hammer and smashed down again. 80, 80, 80. Lin Shan shouted encouragement to himself while smashing. Finally, after dozens of hits, the giant crab fell to the ground. Phew, so tired I'm out of strength. Lin Shan looked at the giant crab he had smashed a hole into and said in shock. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower defender, Lin Shan, for being the second to kill a sea beast, earning the second place reward, black iron treasure chest 1. Random ability crystal 1, random blueprint 1. Looking at the announcement in the sky, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. Although the treasure chest was 1 level lower, the other rewards were the same. System, ding. Would you like to claim your rewards? Lin Shan directly clicked no, then complained. If I want to claim it, I'll wait until I return to the lighthouse. After washing the big iron hammer in the seawater, Lin Shan put it back into his backpack and then looked at the giant crab in front of him. Clap. After patting its shell, Lin Shan finally stored the giant crab. The system did not prompt any decompose function, which was different from the wooden box. After putting away the giant crab, Lin Shan could finally check its attributes. Name, shallow sea crab. Strength, ordinary. Talent, none. Ability, none. Evaluation. This is the corpse of an immature shallow sea crab. You managed to kill it easily, thanks to it being stuck in the rocks. Unable to turn around. Looking at the evaluation, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised. It was already this big, even though it was not yet mature. So what about the adult shallow sea crab? Wouldn't it be bigger than him? Hiss. I hope the parents don't come looking for it. Otherwise, the lighthouse wouldn't be able to withstand a few attacks from its claws. After saying that, Lin Shan walked towards the wooden treasure chest. Name, wooden treasure chest. Category, ordinary chest. Rating, white 3. Effect, none. Evaluation, this is the lowest level treasure chest. With a maximum rating of white 3, you are indeed lucky. Lin Shan, I think so too. I hope it continues like this. After putting away the wooden treasure chest, Lin Shan continued searching. In the next stretch of the journey, he did not see any more treasure chests, but he found 2 wooden boxes which still contained 2 water apples each. In total, Lin Shan collected 6 water apples. Then he found some wood, but didn't see any stones. Splash! Huh? Is the tide coming in? Hearing the sound of the waves approaching, Lin Shan turned to look at the sea and saw the water gradually spreading up. Lin Shan opened his panel and checked the time. It was 12:30. He had also checked himself before going out, around 6 o'clock, meaning it had been 6 hours? No, it should be 3 hours. The special effect of his tidal island is that the tide time is doubled. Chapter 6. Purple Items. Lin Shan took a few glances and then walked toward the lighthouse. As he walked, he opened his backpack to check. Large iron hammer with 75, stone 24, deep sea treasure chest 1, water apple 6, wooden box 1, striped sea fish 1, wooden treasure chest 1, shallow sea crab corpse 1. Out of 10 slots, 9 were already filled. Lin Shan, looks like I've gained a lot, but I wonder how others are doing. Soon, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse. Next up was the part he was looking forward to, opening the treasure chests. However, before opening the chests, he decided to claim his rewards first. Lin Shan took out the wooden treasure chest, deep sea treasure chest, water apples, and wooden box. The treasure chests were a bit large, so he placed them directly on the ground, while the water apples and wooden box were put on the table. Then he opened the projection screen and clicked to claim his rewards. System ding. Obtain black iron treasure chest 1, random ability crystal 1, random blueprint 1. Seeing the 3 new items in his backpack, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. However, he wondered why the 3rd place still hadn't appeared. Was it because of the rising tide? Looking at the rewards in his backpack, Lin Shan murmured in confusion. He first took out the black iron treasure chest and clicked to view it. Name: Black iron treasure chest. Category: ordinary treasure chest. Rating: green 3. Effect: 10 chance to obtain rare items. Evaluation: this is a reward for the brave. You have bravely taken your 2nd step. Green 3? I thought it would be at least white 4 or higher, but it directly increased 1 rating. Moreover, the chest actually has an effect, which is somewhat unexpected. Lin Shan said in surprise. Next, he looked at the random ability crystal and random blueprint. Name: random ability crystal. Category: special item. Rating: blue 9. Effect: after use, randomly obtain 1 ability from green 9 to yellow 1. Evaluation: this is one of the ways for you to gain extraordinary abilities. It looks pretty good. The minimum is green 9. Just thinking about the white giant strength talent that increases strength by 600 pounds, how powerful would a green 9 ability be? Of course, it could also be due to the talent being quite strong. Then he clicked to view the random blueprint. Name: random blueprint. Category: special item. Rating: blue 1. Effect: after use, randomly obtain a blueprint from green 1 to blue 3. Evaluation: this is one of the easiest ways to obtain rare blueprints. TSK. It seems that the random ability crystal and random blueprint rewards for the top 3 places are both rare items. Looking at the ratings of the 2 items, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. After staring for a few seconds, Lin Shan decided to close the backpack and turn his attention to the treasure chests. He would open these 2 random items later. For now, he would open the treasure chest first. First was the wooden treasure chest. System: obtained wood 13, black bread 3, 500 milliliters purified water 2. Looking at the new items in his backpack, Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wow, this wooden treasure chest is really disappointing. This is still a white 3 wooden treasure chest. If it were a white 1 wooden treasure chest, wouldn't it only have wood and black bread? And the quantity is even less. Let's check the chat channel later. With 100,000 people, someone must have obtained a treasure chest. Next was the system-rewarded black iron treasure chest. This one shouldn't give wood and black bread, right? System: obtain black scale pants 1, black iron spear 1, exquisite bread 1, a total of 3 items, and they look pretty good. Lin Shan checked each one. Name: black scale pants. Category: equipment. Rating: green 3. Effect: none. Evaluation: these pants are made from the scales of the black phosphor sea beast, offering decent defense. At least an underage, shallow sea crab can't break through the defense. But the premise is that your legs are tough enough. Lin Shan looked at the large pincers of the shallow sea crab, and the thought of those pincers clamping his leg was terrifying. However, these pants are not bad. At least next time he goes to the reef pile, he won't get scratched painfully by the rocks. Lin Shan directly put on the black scale pants. It's manual. There's no one-click equip feature. Fortunately, once worn, they automatically shrink to the most fitting state. Name: Black Iron Spear. Category: Weapon. Rating: Green 1. Effect: None. Evaluation: This is the weapon used by the guards of Blackstone Town, generally sharp but quite sturdy. It's more than enough to deal with ordinary sea beasts. Lin Shan took it out, and instantly, a 2-meter-long black iron spear appeared in his hand. Wow, it's pretty heavy. At least around 30 pounds, right? Lin Shan said in surprise. This weight is heavier than the large iron hammer. After taking a few glances, Lin Shan put it away for now, thinking he could go out and practice with it later. Next was the exquisite bread. It wasn't anything special, just well-made bread. I wonder how it tastes? After looking at the exquisite bread, Lin Shan turned his attention to the last treasure chest, the deep-sea treasure chest. Although the deep-sea treasure chest had no effect, its impressive yellow 9 rating indicated its extraordinary nature. After all, even the top 3 system rewards didn't have a rating this high. Lin Shan rubbed his hands together and shouted, I am willing to exchange the lifespan of hundreds of billions of tower defenders for a treasure chest explosion. Give me gold. I'm opening it. System: Obtain Deep-Sea Mermaid Pearl 1, Soakbox 1, Gloomy Soil 1, Decayed Wood 1. Looking at the 4 new items in his backpack. Apart from the first one looking like a good item, the names of the other 3 didn't seem impressive. Name: Deep-Sea Mermaid Pearl. Category: Special Item. Rating: Purple, White, Green, Blue, Yellow, Purple. Effect: Underwater Breathing. Water System Extraordinary Attribute 10. Special Effect: Easily attracts the attention of mermaids. Evaluation: This is a mermaid pearl. It can only be obtained from a dead or willingly sacrificed mermaid, but cases of mermaids willingly sacrificing themselves are rare. Therefore, under normal circumstances, those who possess a mermaid pearl are basically enemies of the mermaid clan. Note: blood binding is required to use it. Purple 1? Is this a higher rating than yellow? Also, water system extraordinary attribute. Although Lin Shan didn't fully understand, just from the name, it should be some kind of extraordinary energy related to water, right? After all, mermaids are aquatic creatures. Looking at the deep-sea mermaid pearl in his hand, which emitted a faint glow, Lin Shan was extremely satisfied. Although it would offend the mermaids, who cares right now? Let's survive until we encounter the mermaids first. Chapter 7 Extraordinary Abilities. The Deep-Sea Shark Pearl requires a blood oath for recognition, which is a bit difficult, but since the evaluations say so, it should be correct, right? Lin Shan muttered. In the end, he decided to recognize it as his own, even without the water-type extraordinary attribute. Just the ability to breathe underwater was worth the blood oath. Lin Shan directly focused on the black iron spear, then used the tip of the spear to prick a small cut on his arm, causing blood to flow. Looking at the blood on his arm, Lin Shan placed the deep-sea shark pearl on it. Instantly, the blood was absorbed, and in the next second, Lin Shan felt a subtle connection with the deep-sea shark pearl. Hiss, I feel like I can store the pearl in my body. Lin Shan looked at the deep-sea shark pearl in his hand and murmured. Then, with a thought, the deep-sea shark pearl immediately merged into Lin Shan's body. Huh. Lin Shan felt around. No change at all. Scratching his head, he finally gave up on further exploration and turned his attention to the other 3 items. Name: Soaked Box. Category: Miscellaneous. Rating: White 1. Effect: None. Evaluation: This is a box that has been soaked in water for a long time. No one knows what is inside. Seeing this, Lin Shan took it out directly from his backpack. Bang! The box thudded heavily on the floor, making a muffled sound. Hiss, it's so heavy, what's inside? Lin Shan said in confusion. Oh, their SA lock? Too bad it's all rusted. Lin Shan chuckled, then picked up a large hammer and gently struck it. With a clang, the lock fell off. Creak! Not only was the lock rusted, but the box itself was also covered in rust. However, with a little force, Lin Shan managed to open the box. Wow! 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 Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise 3 times, following his gaze into the box, which was filled to the brim with gold coins. Each coin was shining bright, truly dazzling. However, in the next second, Lin Shan felt a bit uninterested. What use is gold here? Looking at the box full of gold coins, This would be worth at least tens of millions in the previous world, right? Lin Shan picked up a coin and examined it. One side showed a lighthouse, while the other side had some strange script that he couldn't understand. To Lin Shan's surprise, this gold coin had attributes. Name: Lighthouse Gold Coin. Category: Currency. Rating: Blue 1. Effect: None. Evaluation: This is one of the hard currencies of the Lighthouse world, usable to purchase goods from sea traders. Wow, this gold coin is actually Blue 1? Lin Shan said in surprise, then began happily putting the gold coins into his backpack, grabbing them by the handful. The sound of clinking coins was truly pleasant. In the end, Lin Shan obtained a total of 13,285 Lighthouse gold coins. After knowing the exact amount, Lin Shan took all the coins out of his backpack and put them back into the box. However, he first placed the box in the corner by the bed before putting the coins back in, as more than 10,000 coins weigh a lot, at least several hundred pounds. After all, each Lighthouse gold coin is about the size of $1. The treasure chest will disappear after being opened. But this kind of box 1T, and it can be disassembled, similar to the wooden box that contained water apples before. Truly, it's a yellow 9 deep-sea treasure chest. Even inconspicuous items should not be underestimated. Lin Shan smiled in satisfaction after putting away the coins. He then continued to check the other 2 items. Name: Dark Soil. Category: Material. Rating: Green 3. Effect: Nutrient-rich. Evaluation: This is soil found everywhere beneath the deep sea, rich in nutrients, making it a good choice for creating planting pots. This piece of dark soil weighs about 10 pounds. Lin Shan observed and directly tossed it into the wooden box. It fit perfectly. Lin Shan: Nice, this is just a simple planting pot, right? Too bad I don't have seeds, and I don't know if the water apples have seeds. Glancing at the 6 water apples on the table, Lin Shan clicked to check the last item. Name: Decayed wood. Category: Junk. Quality: None. Effect: None. Evaluation: Just a piece of decayed wood, judging by its shape. It's most likely a plank from the deck of a ship. Lin Shan: Junk. Lin Shan angrily threw it out the window. Now that he had checked everything, it was time for the main event. Lin Shan looked at the random ability crystal and the random blueprint on the table. Besides these 2 items, there was also a talent. After thinking about it, Lin Shan decided to use the random blueprint first, then the random ability crystal, and finally the talent. Lin Shan: Perfect. He directly used the random blueprint. System: Obtain toilet paper blueprint 1. Name: Toilet paper blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Rating: Green 1. Effect: Allows the crafting table to learn to make toilet paper. Evaluation: Finally, I don't have to use my hands, branches, or leaves anymore. This is a bit too much, but this thing has a huge market. Lin Shan was speechless at first, then happily said, However, how do I get a crafting table? Lin Shan realized he was missing a crafting table. He didn't have one. Scratching his head, he helplessly set it aside and picked up the random ability crystal. It is so exciting. I'm about to become an extraordinary being. Lin Shan joked a bit. Use. System: Obtained Ice Crystal Shooting Ability Crystal. Name: Ice Crystal Shooting Ability Crystal. Category: Ability Crystal. Rating: Blue 5. Effect: Deals Ice-type damage. Slows down. Learning requirement: Requires at least 1 point in Ice-type or Water-type extraordinary attribute. Evaluation: Extraordinary abilities require corresponding extraordinary attributes. Isn't that normal? Lin Shan's eyes widened. If he hadn't obtained the deep-sea shark pearl, he wouldn't be able to learn this skill, right? But thinking about it, it seems normal. As the evaluation suggested, extraordinary abilities must be driven by corresponding extraordinary attributes. After all, cars need fuel and electricity. Lin Shan directly used it. Crack the ability crystal began to shatter, quickly turning into powder, and then a light shot into Lin Shan's forehead. Instantly, Lin Shan knew how to use ice crystal shooting in his mind. Rubbing his slightly aching forehead, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. This learning method is really violent, but it's also quite reassuring. Now that he had used the ability crystal, only the last item remained. Lin Shan looked at his talent and then used it. Chapter 8: Talent. A gift from fate. Lin Shan looked at his talent, a gift from fate, and wondered what would happen after using it. After acquiring the talent, Lin Shan already knew how to use it. Therefore, with a thought, Lin Shan activated his talent. Gift from fate. Receive a red magic shrimp set. Cost. Any seafood? Lin Shan blinked at the talent prompt in front of him. A red magic shrimp set? Hiss, it looks delicious. Lin Shan murmured. Speaking of seafood, he couldn't help but recall the vibrant sea fish he had just caught. Wasn't that a perfect seafood option? Lin Shan picked up a sea fish and confirmed the exchange. Suddenly, the sea fish disappeared, and in its place appeared a steaming plate of red magic shrimp set. It smells so good, Lin Shan said, inhaling the aroma wafting from the red magic shrimp set. Looking at the red magic shrimp in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but click his tongue. How should he put it? An unprocessed sea fish exchange for a gourmet dish is an incredible deal. Name, red magic shrimp set. Category, food. Rating, blue 1. Effect, after consuming, gain 1 point in fire elemental attribute. Evaluation, a delicacy made from rare red magic shrimp. A rare shrimp that lives in the red magic sea and prefers to dwell near underwater volcanoes. It is a creature rich in strong fire elemental attributes and can only be cooked using special methods. It can actually increase extraordinary attributes. This surprise came too suddenly, right? Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. This red magic shrimp was quite large, weighing about 12 pounds, steaming hot on the plate, waiting for its fortunate patron. Looking at the delicacy before him, Lin Shan's appetite was instantly whetted. He had only eaten half a black bread that morning, and now it was already noon, almost 1 p.m. Looking at the red magic shrimp set, Lin Shan felt an urge to show off. The chat channel allows for screenshots. He planned to eat while checking the chat channel. People still need to communicate to avoid feeling lonely. Although there was nothing much happening now, in 10 days, it will be different. The barrage continued to scroll, and Lin Shan noticed that the 100,000 had now turned into 99,673, a decrease of 327 people. Did several hundred people die in just one morning? Wow. Have you guys noticed that the numbers have dropped? I noticed early on. I almost couldn't come back. That huge crab, I could have smashed it with my head. By the way, how do we upgrade the lighthouse? Does anyone know? Same question. I'm really afraid this rickety lighthouse will be blown down by a storm. The top player's name seems to belong to a girl. What's wrong with that? I don't have time to care about this. Damn, I was so close to killing a sea beast, but then the tide came in. The sea beast was directly washed back into the sea. Tisk damn. The low tide lasts only 3 hours. It's too short. My island's shore is all rocky. It's hard to walk. I have all sand. I finished walking in one go, but only got some wood stones and 2 wooden boxes. Hee. I just picked up a wooden treasure chest for free. I also picked up a heavy wooden treasure chest. It's rated white 5. Why is my wooden treasure chest only white 2? Look closely. Theirs has a prefix. So you're starting to show off, huh? Then I'm also not bad. Just a few mantis shrimp. Here is the picture. Wow, that is a huge mantis shrimp. Big shot, can I have one? TSK, this seafood is really big, so resource rich. Family, the kid is hungry. Please give me food. Get lost. Lin Shan glanced a few times and found that some of the comments were from 3 hours ago. But if someone replies to that comment, it gets pinned to the top. There's such a feature. That is pretty good. This way, if someone posts useful information, it won't be missed. However, from the barrage, Lin Shan noticed that most people picked up wooden boxes. Clearly, the supplies inside were very few. It could be said to be a super low-end version of a treasure chest. Then there were the treasure chests. Above the wooden treasure chest, it wasn't a black iron treasure chest, but rather a heavy wooden treasure chest and an exquisite wooden treasure chest. One has a limit of white 6, and the other white 9, perfectly covering from white 1 to 9. It seems that the black iron treasure chest should be similar. While watching and eating, Lin Shan unknowingly finished the entire red magic shrimp, leaving only the hard shell. Wow, I'm so full. Lin Shan sighed contentedly, casually glancing at the system prompt. Ding! Fire Elemental Attribute 1. This prompt rang out when he had eaten half of it, and when he checked the attributes, the effect of the red magic shrimp had disappeared. It seems that it can't be consumed by multiple people. Lin Shan opened his personal attribute panel to take a look. Name, Lin Shan, Strength, Extraordinary Being, Talent, Gift from Fate, Abilities, Ice Crystal Shot, Underwater Breathing, Extraordinary Attributes, Water 10, Fire 1, Evaluation, a newbie extraordinary being. With one extraordinary attribute just reaching 10 points, Lin Shan saw this and couldn't help but stroke his chin. His strength had jumped from an ordinary person to an extraordinary being, gaining extraordinary attributes, but his physical quality hadn't improved, just the ability to shoot ice crystals. Moreover, from the information on ice crystal shot, he could only fire 10 ice crystal shots before needing to wait for the water elemental attribute to recover. 10 points of water elemental attribute allow for 1 ice crystal shot. Of course, you could increase the amount, which would enhance the power of the ice crystal shot. But correspondingly, the consumption would also increase. It seems that these extraordinary attributes are equivalent to extraordinary energy, right? Just don't know how the recovery speed is. However, even if it's 10 times a day, it's enough for me to use for now. After reviewing his attributes, Lin Shan murmured to himself. After closing the personal attribute panel, Lin Shan began to organize all his gains for the day. First were the items on the table: 3 whole black breads, 1 he had bitten into, a bottle of purified water he had consumed, and 2 unopened 500 milliliters bottles of purified water. Then there was a delicate bread and a blueprint for toilet paper. These are the supplies on the table, mostly food that could be stored for a long time. At least the black bread looked like it could last 3 or 4 days without any problem, while the delicate bread seemed like it couldn't be stored for long. Chapter 9. Organizing Items and the Powerful Extraordinary Ability. After glancing at the exquisite bread, Lin Shan decided to have it for breakfast tomorrow. Then he continued to organize his items. The table was sorted out, and next were the items he had taken out. First was the deep-sea shark pearl, but he could ignore that since it was inside him. Then there were the black scale pants. Wearing them without any underwear felt a bit chilly on his backside. Next was the new weapon, the black iron spear, which could completely replace the big iron hammer. Not only was it long enough, but it was also heavier than the big iron hammer, making it suitable for smashing big crabs. Of course, the proper way to use it was to stab. The lighthouse gold coins at the back were currently useless and were collecting dust. Then there was a simple cultivation trough made of gloomy soil and wooden boxes, but unfortunately, there were no seeds. There were also 6 water apples, but he didn't know how long they could be preserved. Additionally, there was a shallow sea crab in his backpack, and Lin Shan discovered that the backpack couldn't keep things fresh, which he realized when he took out the sea fish. All the moisture on the sea fish had disappeared. So, the shallow sea crab also needed to be consumed immediately, as dead crabs couldn't be eaten after a day. Well, it's decided. I'll have a crab feast tonight, Lin Shan thought as he looked at the shallow sea crab in his backpack, smiling. There weren't many items, so he quickly finished organizing. Lin Shan tidied his backpack, putting away the items he wouldn't use right now in his room. After organizing, 6 out of 10 backpack slots became empty. The current contents of the backpack included wood, stone, the black iron spear, and the shallow sea crab. That's right, although the backpack couldn't preserve freshness, it could still slow down the decay of the shallow sea crab. All right, now that the items are organized, it's time to practice ice crystal shooting. Lin Shan clapped his hands and smiled. There's no way around it. The ice crystal shooting ability is simply shoved into your mind, and the system can let you learn it instantly. But for proficiency, you'll need to practice on your own. With a creak, Lin Shan pushed the door open. It was just past 1 o'clock, and the sun was shining brightly, even thinning the mist over the sea. After glancing at the sun in the sky, Lin Shan walked towards the small forest. On Tidal Island, besides these dozen trees, there were no other resources, not even a large stone. Therefore, the target for practicing ice crystal shooting could only be these trees. Otherwise, would he train with the lighthouse? Soon, Lin Shan reached the edge of the small forest, which wasn't far from the lighthouse, just a few dozen meters away. TSK, the only greenery on the island. I won't chop you down unless absolutely necessary, don't worry. Lin Shan smiled at the unfamiliar trees in front of him. Then, he began practicing ice crystal shooting. This ability involves condensing ice crystals and shooting them at a target, causing ice attribute damage, slowing effects, and penetrating damage. Based on the information about ice crystal shooting, Lin Shan started to use it. Instantly, he felt a cool sensation spreading from his palm, and then an ice crystal gradually appeared about 10 centimeters above his palm. Floating there, Lin Shan could feel that he could control this seemingly sharp ice crystal at any moment. Excited about using his extraordinary ability for the first time, he suddenly thought Does this mean he has a preservation ability? He came out this time to experiment with his extraordinary abilities. So Lin Shan wasn't in a hurry to launch the ice crystal. Instead, he carefully examined it. The ice crystal wasn't very large, about 20 centimeters long, in a slender diamond shape, with both ends very sharp, emitting a faint chill. After examining it, Lin Shan began to wait. He wanted to see how long a water-based extraordinary attribute ice crystal could last. As time passed, finally, after 2 minutes, the ice crystal began to gradually dissipate. Clearly, a bit of water-based extraordinary attribute could only last for 2 minutes. Next was the speed. Lin Shan condensed another ice crystal and shot it towards the seaside. Whoosh! The ice crystal shot out quickly, and although it was fast, after flying over 100 meters, it began to dissipate. Huh? Lin Shan looked at the dissipating ice crystal, deep in thought, then said, when the ice crystal exceeds 10 meters, I can feel that the connection with it is getting weaker. And when it exceeds 100 meters, the connection is completely lost. Is the reason for the ice crystal beginning to dissipate due to the lack of extraordinary energy to maintain it? Nodding, he made a mental note that at this stage, he shouldn't exceed 100 meters. As for speed, Lin Shan checked the time and said, it flew 200 meters in about 1 second, which is fast enough. 1 second for 200 meters is something a normal person would find hard to defend against. With that, Lin Shan had roughly measured the ice crystal's capabilities. Now it was time for the damage. With that thought, he looked at the tree in front of him. Tree, please don't come over. Unfortunately, it couldn't speak. Whoosh! The ice crystal swiftly flew past and then plunged into the ground. Half of the ice crystal embedded itself in the ground, and the next second, it exploded, creating a cloud of icy mist, and a thin layer of ice formed on the surrounding ground within a meter radius. Hiss! Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The power was a bit surprising. Would this power be able to withstand a hit from a shallow sea crab? Lin Shan nodded and decisively took the shallow sea crab's body out of his backpack. Looking at the big crab on the ground, Lin Shan thought for a moment and directly removed the crab claws and legs, leaving the body as a test subject. Soon, Lin Shan had taken off the crab claws and legs, using the black iron spear to pry them off. Looking at the stripped crab body, Lin Shan stepped back 3 meters and condensed another ice crystal, then threw it. A distance of 3 meters would definitely not miss. Crack! The ice crystal easily pierced through the shell, and then it exploded, instantly freezing the entire surface of the crab. Watching the frozen crab in front of him, Lin Shan leaned closer. Wow, that's a bit cold. Lin Shan was surprised and then picked up the black iron spear and gently tapped it. Crack! In an instant, the crab shell shattered. Lin Shan's eyes widened. The power was a bit unbelievable. Before long, the crab had completely disappeared, leaving only some ice fragments. That's right. The entire crab had been frozen into ice fragments, and it shattered with a light touch. Wow, it's a good thing I removed the crab claws and legs first. Otherwise, it would have all turned into ice fragments, right? This power is a bit too much, isn't it? Lin Shan murmured in surprise. Chapter 10. The tide recedes again. Next, Lin Shan began practicing again. Soon, his 10 points of water-type extraordinary attributes were completely consumed. As Lin Shan had expected, extraordinary attributes equate to corresponding extraordinary energy. They are one and the same. After using them up, Lin Shan picked up some dry branches and leaves before heading back to the lighthouse. Next, he would see how long it takes for the extraordinary energy to recover. The dry branches and leaves were prepared for the crab claws and crab legs he planned to eat at night. Now with nothing to do, Lin Shan opened the chat channel and started browsing. Family, does anyone know how to upgrade the lighthouse and the island? I've searched countless times and still haven't found anything. 1. Same question. 1-1. Sorry for breaking the formation, The lighthouse and the island might not be open yet. After all, the lighthouse room is bare. There's nowhere to hide anything. Oh my gosh. Warning. Please do not venture into the sea lightly. It's terrifying. Who would be crazy enough to go into the sea now? I almost thought about going into the sea. After all, there must be a lot of resources underwater. Plus, I grew up by the seaside, so what else underwater? What else could there be? Sea monsters and such. By the way, Do the abilities crystal stones obtained by the first and second bosses differ from talents? Who knows? Speaking of talents, mine is utterly useless. I get a piece of black bread every day. It's horrible. Hey, isn't that the guaranteed food? Aren't you satisfied? I haven't even gotten that yet. Aren't talents randomly selected from 3 options? Why did you choose that? Because the other 2 are even more useless. They're all white. This black bread is the highest tier, white 5. Haha, my talent is better than yours, green 1, after use. I can randomly obtain a type of ordinary food every day. Picture. Lin Shan couldn't help but click to check. Cream bread? Oh wow, cream bread? TSK. I used to ignore cream bread, but now it's a luxury food here. Who would have thought? Also, why are there so many people in the World Channel? There can't be this many people from Blue Star, right? Definitely. Maybe it's not just us Blue Star people, but also people from other planets? Oh wow. Doesn't this indicate that aliens really exist? Come on, in this situation, even deities might exist, let alone aliens. What do you think aliens look like? Middle part? Horse face? Big head and pointy chin? Goodness, I hope what you're saying is really about aliens. With cute big eyes? Damn, my pants got torn by a sea beast while beachcombing, and now with the sea breeze, I'm freezing, especially without underwear. Wind blowing makes my eggs cold. Uft. Ding. Reminder. In half an hour, the sea will begin to recede. Please seize the opportunity to look for resources. The tide is receding again? Yay. This time I must catch a sea beast. 3rd place is mine. Damn. As soon as this bullet screen appeared, many people started cursing. It was supposed to be a stealthy shot, and now everyone knows. It's strange. How can it be low tide at noon? Isn't it normal? We're not on Blue Star anymore. The tidal patterns must be different. Exactly. Still prepare for beachcombing. Looking for powerful items. Private message for sales. Looking for powerful items. Collecting. Many people began to collect items. And for what? Many were clear. To compete for the 3rd place reward in the 88888888 area. According to previous announcements, the rewards for the top 3, aside from the treasure chest, should be the same. In other words, those who can obtain random ability crystal stones and random blueprints. Therefore, many people had already started preparing secretly. A lot of people had already arrived at the beach, searching diligently to be the first to discover and kill a sea beast. Unfortunately, the visibility of the seawater here was relatively low, making it difficult to see what existed beneath the surface. However, despite this, many people were eager to try, and their novice weapons were ready. Lin Shan looked at the time. It was already past 3 o'clock. His water-type extraordinary attributes had recovered by 2 points, which meant 1 point per hour. Ugh. Isn't the recovery speed of extraordinary attributes a bit slow? Lin Shan said with a click of his tongue. This situation is definitely not right. Obviously, there should be a way to quickly recover extraordinary attributes. However, Lin Shan didn't think too much about it. 2 points of water-type extraordinary energy was enough for him to kill 2 shallow water crabs. So, Lin Shan had already arrived at the beach. The probability of finding goods here in the rocky area is clearly much higher than on the beach. As time passed, the seawater quickly receded. During this time, Lin Shan saw many sea fish returning to the ocean with the receding water, but unfortunately, he didn't dare to venture into the sea, even though he now had the ability to breathe underwater. After all, who knows what dangers lurk in the sea? Not to mention, just the shallow water crabs would turn him into a lamb waiting for slaughter. In any case, Lin Shan would not joke with his life, unless he saw a treasure chest being washed away by the sea. As the seawater receded, Lin Shan began searching. Now that he had extraordinary powers, his courage had grown. After walking halfway, Lin Shan hadn't seen a single treasure chest, but he had picked up dozens of pieces of wood. Oh, come on. Didn't they say that during the novice period, the chance of treasure chests appearing doubles? How come I haven't seen a single one? Lin Shan complained while searching. Soon, he finished searching the entire rocky area. Not only were there no treasure chests, but not even a wooden box, just wood everywhere. Lin Shan took a look in his backpack. From the initial 88 pieces of wood, it had turned into 134 pieces. He had picked up a total of 46 pieces of wood. Sighing, Lin Shan prepared to see if there was anything on the beach. What surprised Lin Shan was that as soon as he walked out of the rocky area and onto the beach, he saw a giant mantis shrimp. What the heck? A mantis shrimp over a meter long? Lin Shan exclaimed, staring at the mantis shrimp before him. The mantis shrimp was circling a wooden treasure chest, clearly a guardian sea beast. Lin Shan observed for a moment. The mantis shrimp's speed wasn't fast, but those scythe-like claws looked very sharp. If he got caught, he would definitely end up with his skin torn. Chapter 11: The Birth of the Third Place. The giant mantis shrimp quickly noticed the uninvited guest, Lin Shan. Immediately, it took an offensive stance, its forelimbs poised and ready for action. However, since Lin Shan did not approach the treasure chest, the mantis shrimp merely remained on guard. Crack, crack, crack. Looking at the sharp claws, Lin Shan wasn't confident he could dodge the mantis shrimp's attack, mainly because he had seen on a nature documentary that the mantis shrimp's attack speed was very fast. However, Lin Shan was determined not to give up on the treasure chest. After thinking it over, he decided to finish exploring the rest of the beach first, and then come back with a plan to deal with the mantis shrimp. If that didn't work, he could only use the ice crystal shot, but then he wouldn't be able to eat the mantis shrimp. After glancing at the mantis shrimp, Lin Shan went around it. He then chose to pick up stones and wood. These two materials were the most abundant on the beach, which was completely different from the rocky area. Lin Shan speculated that different environments had different resources, and the beach was undoubtedly the most common terrain. On the coast, there are generally rocky terrains, sandy beaches, gravel beaches, mudflats, as well as some coral and mangrove terrains, etc. Each type of terrain must have different resource focuses, but the beach area was the simplest terrain. However, these were just his speculations. No one knew the real situation. Perhaps he could communicate with people from other terrains to gain a clearer understanding. During the next leg of his journey, Lin Shan didn't find much, still only stones and wooden blocks. In the end, he returned to the vicinity of the mantis shrimp. Crack! The mantis shrimp immediately went on high alert upon seeing him. Judging by the mantis shrimp's speed, it didn't seem fast. How about trying a tug of war? Lin Shan looked at the 2-meter-long black iron spear in his hand, which was completely feasible since the mantis shrimp was only about 4 meters long, leaving him with a 60-centimeter advantage, more than enough to pierce it. However, the mantis shrimp hadn't run away. It had just been circling around the treasure chest. So, how fast could it be when it actually ran? Let's give it a try. If it works, great. If not, he could just go for the treasure chest. After making up his mind, Lin Shan raised the black iron spear and gradually approached. The mantis shrimp reacted immediately, making crackling sounds. Soon, Lin Shan was only 3 meters away from the treasure chest, and at that moment, the mantis shrimp moved, clearly indicating that the 3-meter radius around the treasure chest was within its attack range. Crack! The mantis shrimp charged at Lin Shan at breakneck speed, and then, thud! The black iron spear pierced straight through the mantis shrimp's body. Lin Shan stared at the mantis shrimp in shock, somewhat dazed. Wow, did it just run right onto the spear? Lin Shan twitched his mouth and released his grip. Instantly, the mantis shrimp fell over and began to convulse. The 30-something kilogram black iron spear was quite heavy, and at least now, the severely injured mantis shrimp was unable to do anything. After a few minutes of convulsing, the mantis shrimp finally died. Lin Shan promptly stored the mantis shrimp in his backpack, and then put away the black iron spear before heading toward the treasure chest. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Sigh, there's really no sense of achievement at all. If those who were fighting and killing heard Lin Shan's nonchalant words, they would surely be furious. After all, countless people were competing for third place, but not everyone had encountered a sea creature. Those who hadn't seen a sea creature were left disappointed, searching for resources. Meanwhile, those who had seen a sea creature were doing everything they could to try to kill it, especially since the announcement for third place had not yet appeared, meaning anyone could still take it. Looking at the treasure chest in front of him, Lin Shan suddenly noticed that this chest seemed to be much better than the first one he had found. Name: Sea Salt Wooden Treasure Chest. Category: Ordinary Treasure Chest. Rating: White 5. Effect: 100 chance to yield sea salt. Evaluation: a wooden treasure chest containing sea salt. Lin Shan. A treasure chest with a prefix? This is similar to the heavy wooden treasure chest mentioned in the chat channel. which means that the highest rating for a wooden treasure chest is white 3, and one with a prefix has a higher star rating. After storing the treasure chest, Lin Shan looked at the empty beach and helplessly said, "What should I do now?" There was no way to upgrade the lighthouse or the island, and there was nothing left on the beach or in the rocky area. All the remaining time would be wasted. Looking at the deep blue sea, Lin Shan felt an impulse to dive in and see, as the resources in the ocean must be abundant. However, he ultimately dismissed the thought. After all, he couldn't joke around with his life. Shaking his head, Lin Shan headed back. Checking the time, it was already 5:30. It was getting dark. By the way, why hasn't the third place appeared yet? That shouldn't be the case, right? Lin Shan muttered in confusion as he walked back. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower defender, Chun Jianlin, for being the third to kill a sea creature, earning the third place reward in the 88888888 area. Wooden treasure chest 1, random ability crystal 1, random blueprint 1. With the announcement, many people were instantly filled with regret, especially those who were so close to killing the sea creature. They were furious. Many others also lost focus for a moment and were attacked by the sea creature, getting injured. They really ended up losing both the lady and the soldiers. Many people looked at the name of the third place and muttered through clenched teeth. However, they mostly just cursed under their breath. When it came to actually confronting them, they might just become submissive. Just as I mentioned Chow Chow. Chow Chow has arrived. I wonder what abilities the other party will get. Lin Shan was somewhat curious about this. However, without extraordinary attributes, the other party wouldn't be able to learn anything. He was sure that in this newbie stage, there were very few people with extraordinary attributes. Yet, it seemed that someone had chosen an extraordinary attribute talent, adding 4 points to their extraordinary attributes. That person had been ranting in the chat channel because having extraordinary attributes was of no use. In reality, it wasn't that there was no use. It was just that having hardware without software wouldn't work either. Soon, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse. Then, he opened the chat channel and took a look. Sure enough, there was a group of people wailing and lamenting. However, Lin Shan also noticed that the number of people had decreased again by over 100. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown, but ultimately, he could only sigh helplessly and then took out the sea salt wooden treasure chest. Next, it was the highly anticipated treasure chest opening segment. In this place, this was the only thing that could excite him. Chapter 12. Night falls, fog approaches. With a soft creak, the treasure chest was elegantly opened by Lin Shan. System obtained 500 grams of sea salt, dull low-level energy stone 1. Just 2 items? No. Sea salt is a guaranteed drop, which means there's only 1 item. Hiss, could it be that the mantis shrimp committed suicide, so it has a minimum guarantee? Lin Shan complained. He certainly knew this was impossible. He was just making a joke. Looking at the attributes of the sea salt, just ordinary sea salt, but it is an essential item for everyone. Of course, there is another item, that is even more important at sea. That is vitamins. But there are water apples in the wooden box, so it should be sufficient, right? Name, dull low-level energy stone. Category, energy stone. Rating, white 9. Effect, energy replenishment. Evaluation, this is a low-level energy stone that has consumed half of its energy. One of the energies used to replenish the lighthouse's energy. Of course, it can also be used to restore extraordinary attribute energy. Energy is the hardest currency in the lighthouse world, without exception. Upon seeing the final evaluation, Lin Shan couldn't help but murmur. Energy? Then Lin Shan took out the low-level energy stone and began to examine it, only to find that this energy stone was already covered with numerous cracks. Touching the cracks on the low-level energy stone, Lin Shan speculated. This is likely the result of being used, meaning that after the energy is depleted, this low-level energy stone will also break. But how do you absorb it? Do you have to bite it? Lin Shan realized that since they arrived in this world, they basically knew nothing. It felt like the survival system in this lighthouse was really half-hearted. Shaking his head, Lin Shan put away the low-level energy stone and picked up some dry branches and leaves to head outside the lighthouse. He was going to start a fire. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to rub sticks to create fire. He went straight to the lighthouse to use the flame to ignite it. He directly took out 4 stones and arranged them into a simple pit, then threw in the dry branches and leaves, before taking a dry branch to borrow fire from the top of the lighthouse. Soon, Lin Shan came down with a spark. Crackle, crackle. Watching the fire reach a suitable level, Lin Shan placed the claws and legs of the shallow sea crab one by one, especially those two large claws. So much. It feels like there is too much to eat. Lin Shan chuckled while adding firewood. If only there were any preservation facilities here. Otherwise, Lin Shan wouldn't roast all the crab legs and claws. Since he wouldn't be able to eat it all, he could trade some supplies with others. Even if it was just wood and stone. Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel and took a photo of the roasting crab legs. The crab legs should be cooked once they turn red, but they had just started roasting. It would take a while. As time passed, Lin Shan noticed that the fog over the sea was continuously approaching the island, and at the same time, the sunlight began to dim. It was getting dark. Checking the time, it was 6:30 p.m. It looked like it would be completely dark by 7 p.m. Lin Shan looked at the crab legs and crab claws in the fire pit. They were all already red. They should be fully cooked, right? Looking at the increasingly close fog. Forget it, whether they were cooked or not. It was like this anyway. After saying that, Lin Shan began to pick up the crab legs and claws one by one and toss them into the room. Soon, 6 legs and 2 large claws were all thrown in. Finally, Lin Shan followed in and closed the big door. Although the door was shabby, it was better than leaving it open. When 7 p.m. arrived, the entire world instantly darkened, but the next second, the lights on the lighthouse lit up. Phew! Looking at the dim light, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The completely dark environment had nearly suffocated him. The fear of darkness has existed throughout history. After relaxing, Lin Shan walked directly to the stairs and quickly reached the second floor. Sure enough, the white candle flame in the fire pit had now become quite large, filling the entire fire pit, which had a diameter of a full meter. So big, it seemed that under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be blown out unless in special situations. Then Lin Shan looked outside and found that everything was already covered by fog, and nothing could be seen. After all, the light could only disperse the fog within 3 meters. After looking a few times, Lin Shan went downstairs. There was nothing to see anyway, as long as the fog didn't come in. After all, the system had stated from the beginning that the fog was very dangerous, though it was unclear what kind of danger. After coming down, Lin Shan found that the fire pit outside was also covered by the fog, so that area of fog had a little bit of light and shadow. But the next second, Lin Shan's eyes widened in shock because he saw a shadow flash by, and the next moment the fire pit went out. What the hell? Is there a monster? Lin Shan quickly took out the black iron spear and looked at the door with a wary expression, as the fire pit was just 2 meters in front of the door, and the fog was only 1 meter away from the door. Lin Shan stared intently at the door, his palms sweating, but he didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all. The unknown existence always evokes fear. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Shan finally determined that the unknown existence would not break in. Phew, what was that just now? A sea beast? Or something else? Lin Shan put away the black iron spear and murmured, still feeling a bit shaken. Looking at the wide-open window, Lin Shan hurriedly closed it, feeling a bit more at ease now. Then he couldn't wait to open the chat channel. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? I was scared to death. There are monsters in the fog. The fog is very dangerous. Didn't the system say that from the beginning? My roasted fish. It's gone, all gone. I envy you guys who have meat. I can only gnaw on black bread, sigh. Hey, has anyone been into the fog? That idiot would go in and seek death. It's best not to enter the fog. A friend of mine, his name is dimmed down now. He didn't have time to run back to the lighthouse and was engulfed by the fog. In less than a few seconds, he was gone. So terrifying? No. Didn't he see the fog gradually approaching the island? Why didn't he run back to the lighthouse quickly? Well, his island's shoreline is a mudflat, so he was inevitably a bit slow. Anyway, he has already gone now. Many others from the mudflat were relieved to see this. Fortunately, they returned early, or they would have died outside too. Chapter 13. Popular signs from the Big Boss. Wow. Family, be careful. A sea beast is attacking my door. No way. The sea beast came up? Wait, didn't the system say that sea beasts won't attack during the beginner period? Are you sure it's a sea beast? Hold on. I have one here too, but it doesn't seem to be a sea beast. It's a sea demon. A merman. A merman? A mermaid? Wow, bro. Send a picture. Beautiful, my ass. I have one here too. It's this kind of merman. Picture. Damn, that's eye-searing. Why do you want to hurt me? Lin Shan curiously clicked to view. The angle of the photo was clearly taken from the lighthouse, where a four-limbed merman was preparing to smash through a shabby wooden door. From a photo, the merman was not tall, at most 2 meters, and looked incredibly ugly. Wow, family. Killing this merman gave me a wooden treasure chest? Huh, how did you do that? Very simple. Our wooden door has so many holes. Just poke the weapon through the hole and done, but it has to hit the head. Otherwise the merman will run away. Don't ask me how I know. So easy? They'll try it now. Damn, my weapon is a dagger. What'd I poke with that? Oh dear, my weapon is a bow. But I only have 10 arrows, and now there are only 5 left. I don't even know if I can kill it. Below is a pile of exploded weapons, then preparing to sharpen the knife and go towards the merman. Exploding treasure chests. How tempting. Lin Shan also turned off the chat channel and looked outside the wooden door, secretly anticipating the arrival of the merman. After all, his black iron spear is 2 meters long. Looking outside the door, Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. Could the one who extinguished the bonfire be the merman? No. With the merman's size, it couldn't possibly extinguish the bonfire in an instant. It seems that there are other unknown existences in the mist. Gurgle. Suddenly, Lin Shan's stomach let out a gurgling sound. This made Lin Shan pause for a moment. Then he realized he had forgotten to eat dinner. Looking down at the crab legs and claws on the ground, Lin Shan picked them up one by one. Still warm. The crab meat inside should still be hot. Looking at the 8 crab legs and 2 big claws in front of him, given his appetite, even finishing 1 big claw would be difficult, let alone all of them. So, Lin Shan decided to sell them. After leaving 1 big claw and 1 crab leg behind, Lin Shan took a picture and then opened the chat channel. Lin Shan. Picture, huge crab legs, 10 wood or stones for 1. Crab claws for 20. First come, first served. Wow, cooked. Huh, isn't that the second big boss? Boss, do you need trinkets? I'm both cute and milky. Bro upstairs, something off with you. Shallow sea crab? Boss, awesome, I can't beat that. How do you know the name of the crab? Oh, even though I can't beat it, I led it to foam at the mouth and then successfully killed it. Hee hee, picture. You switched? Smart people have already switched. It's all sold out. Wow, you livestock can't leave some for me. Someone who has tea found food? ISNT, there's still black bread? Actually, merman might not be inedible, right? Picture. Ugh, why don't I have a merman here? This ISNT fair. Lin Shan looked at the 60 extra wood and 30 stones in his backpack, nodding in satisfaction. Now he has 274 pieces of wood and 142 stones, although he still doesn't know how to upgrade the lighthouse and island. Since these are basic materials for upgrading the lighthouse, the more the better. Bang! A huge banging sound suddenly echoed, startling Lin Shan, who was gnawing on a crab leg. He almost threw the crab leg away. Bang, bang, bang. Coming back to his senses, Lin Shan immediately put down the half-eaten crab leg and looked at the wooden door. A merman? Finally here, Lin Shan saw that everyone else was showing off treasure chests, which made him extremely envious. Now it was finally his turn, right? Don't be fooled by the shabby look of the wooden door. Someone tested it. And after the merman smashed it for over 10 minutes, the door remained intact, only using up 1% of the lighthouse's energy. However, the lighthouse's energy stone guarantees the flame's energy, so once everyone learned that the merman attacking the door would consume energy, everyone began to guard the door. As soon as they saw the merman, they would kill. After all, no one knows how to restore the lighthouse's energy, so saving it is key. Bang, bang, bang. Damn, shut up. Are you in such a hurry to die? Lin Shan cursed loudly. Then he took out his black iron spear and walked towards the wooden door, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, aiming to shoot through the door hole. In the chat channel, a big boss had already clearly explained the merman's weaknesses. Yes, it was a forensic big boss. After killing the merman, she directly opened the door and dragged it in, then dissected it. At the same time, she was also the first big boss, Huang Xin. Those dissection pictures of the merman made everyone shiver, especially those who doubted that the first place was a woman. Now they all looked like frightened chicks. Trembling, still haunted by the experience, Lin Shan also looked through all the pictures. The annotations by boss Huang Xin were very detailed. Basically, as long as one isn't stupid, they could understand the merman's weaknesses from it. The popular science clearly stated that from the merman's leg muscle. Their speed wouldn't be fast, but it would be different in water. After all, they are mermen. Their strength isn't very great, but their teeth are very sharp, of the fang type, so it's best not to get bitten. Otherwise, at least a piece of flesh would be lost. Therefore, as long as one is careful on land, they can easily kill a merman. It can be said that with Boss Huang Xian's popular science, even if one encounters a merman outside, the odds of winning are greatly increased. For this, Lin Shan was immensely impressed. There's nothing he could do. He was a poor student, but that doesn't stop him from admiring those top students. You should know, Lin Shan had a physical education teacher teaching math when he was in school. You can imagine how bad that school was. Can you picture a strong man over 1.8 meters holding a math book and rambling? He went on for over 10 minutes, and in the end, a perfectly fine math class turned into a PE class. Shaking his head, not wanting to think about this anymore, Lin Shan approached the wooden door just as he wanted to see the merman's position for a fatal strike. A blood-red eye suddenly appeared in the doorway. Wow! Chapter 14 Blood Eyes. The sudden appearance of the blood-red eyes startled Lin Shan. There was no way to avoid being scared when something suddenly appeared in the doorway of the wooden door. The most important thing was that it wasn't from the lower doorway, but from the upper doorway, and the owner of these eyes was at least 2 meters tall. Lin Shan immediately tightened his grip on the black iron spear, preparing to unleash an ice crystal shot as well. The blood-red eyes stared intently at Lin Shan, filled with malicious intent, making him extremely uncomfortable. Damn, what kind of creature is this? Shouldn't it be a fishman? Lin Shan cursed softly as he looked at the blood-red eyes above the wooden door. However, the blood-red eyes just kept staring at him without any other movements. But being watched like that made Lin Shan involuntarily feel a bit of fear. Wait a minute. Lin Shan suddenly realized that the blood-red eyes were getting closer. No, that's not right. He was slowly moving towards the wooden door. Damn it. Lin Shan discovered that he couldn't look away. Is this the ability of the blood-red eyes? What Lin Shan didn't know was that his own eyes were gradually turning blood-red as well, looking exactly like the blood-red eyes in the doorway. Thud! The tip of the black iron spear pressed against the wooden door, just stopping Lin Shan from getting any closer. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had tightened his grip on the black iron spear earlier. Although his body was being influenced unknowingly, his mind wasn't affected, at least not enough to react. After temporarily achieving safety, Lin Shan calmed down. The owner of the blood-red eyes should also be unable to break through the wooden door. Otherwise, it would have already rushed in and started killing after he was controlled. He was currently staring at the blood-red eyes, and it was clearly forced. As long as he couldn't see those eyes, he should be able to break free from the control, right? Could he use a projection screen to block his line of sight? Deciding to try, Lin Shan focused his thoughts, wanting to open the system panel. System ding. Detected that the Tower Guardian is under mental control and cannot open the system panel. Note, this is a restriction designed to prevent someone from using mental control abilities to manipulate other Tower Guardians for profit. Damn, Lin Shan cursed in his heart. What the hell? I'm about to die. Are you crazy? The mental control of a monster can't be the same as that of others, right? Damn it. Am I really going to die here? The blood-red eyes in the doorway flashed with a hint of confusion, not understanding why the other party wasn't coming closer. Seeing this, Lin Shan began to curse again in his heart. Clearly, the intelligence of the blood-red eyes was severely lacking, as it could see that he was using the black iron spear to block the door. But damn it, he was about to be killed by this stupid blood-red eye. Lin Shan felt his hands starting to lose strength, while his feet were still moving. System ding. You have a private message. Do you want to check it? Lin Shan, who was initially filled with despair, suddenly felt as if he had grasped the last straw and quickly shouted in his heart. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Bang. Hoo. Lin Shan sat on the ground in terror, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on the chat panel in front of him. The information displayed was simple. 11. After a few minutes, Lin Shan finally calmed down, then slowly condensed an ice crystal in his hand. Damn it. Even if the wooden door is gone, he still wanted to kill that blood eye. Go. Whoosh. The ice crystal instantly flew towards the wooden door, hitting the blood eye perfectly, probably because he had been staring at it for so long. so his body instinctively aimed at the blood eye. Roar. Bang. Crack. The ice crystal exploded, and immediately, a layer of ice formed over the entire wooden door. At the same time, Lin Shan heard a strange roar, probably from the owner of the blood eye. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Shan glanced at the wooden door and saw that the doorway was completely dark, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Damn, I have to get something that immunizes against mental control in the future, Lin Shan said fiercely. After the danger was lifted, he finally had the energy to look at his life-saving message. Ding. 11? Another message. The content was exactly the same. Lin Shan, 11? Aren't you clearly insulting my intelligence? Lin Shan immediately typed in an answer and clicked reply. On the other side, the person sending the message smiled softly upon seeing the reply. Hee, it's really you. Finally found you. The reply displayed 11 biceps. After seeing that the other party didn't reply, Lin Shan scratched his head and then ignored it, closing the private chat page and looking back at the frozen wooden door. The entire wooden door was covered in ice, and the opening was blocked by ice. After checking a few times and confirming there was no trace of blood, Lin Shan finally felt at ease. Then, he activated the lighthouse energy and took a look. Hiss, only 40? Did I just use up 40 hours of energy in one go? Lin Shan felt a bit helpless, but if he had to do it again, he would still do the same. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. Lin Shan glanced at the wooden door once more, then went back to pick up the crab claws and started munching on them. To be honest, even though he didn't add anything, the taste was still pretty good. A bit sweet, and the meat wasn't tough. It was quite delicious. He didn't know if it was because of the large energy consumption or being overly frightened. But Lin Shan actually finished the crab legs and claws. To be clear, that was enough for 3 or 4 people. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Shan suddenly felt sleepy, which was due to the severe mental exhaustion he just experienced. The drowsiness came suddenly. Lin Shan yawned and went to the wooden bed, then lay down directly and soon fell asleep. Time quickly reached midnight. The next moment, the fog began to roll within it, and from the area illuminated by the light, strange black shadows could be seen fleetingly within the fog. At the same time, inexplicable and strange sounds echoed. However, Lin Shan, who was in a deep sleep, was completely unaware of it. Meanwhile, on the chat channel, many people were discussing the terrifying scene, clearly indicating that there were indeed terrifying beings within the fog. Fortunately, they wouldn't come out of the fog. Such a scene caused many people to be unable to sleep, living in fear. Time passed slowly, and soon the sky gradually brightened. At the same time, the fog began to recede. As sunlight shone on Lin Shan's face, he groggily opened his eyes, but the next second, he turned over and continued sleeping with his back to the sun. Unfortunately, in the next second, the system's notification woke him up. Chapter 15: The Appearance of the Control Console and Crafting Table. System ding. Congratulations to all tower keepers for surviving to the second day. The control console and crafting table are now being deployed. System ding. Control console. This is the device for managing the lighthouse and the island, which includes upgrades, energy charging, etc. System ding. Crafting table. This is the device for crafting items. Lin Shan immediately opened his eyes and saw 2 devices slowly appearing at the edge of the stairs, against the wall. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but sit up and walk over. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower keeper, Huang Xin, for being the first to upgrade the lighthouse. Receiving the first place reward in area 88888888, bronze chest 1, random candle 1, random blueprint 1. Lin Shan. Wow, that was fast. Lin Shan no longer hesitated and quickly approached the control console, opened the panel, directly clicked on the lighthouse page, and then clicked to upgrade. With his basic materials, there was no reason he shouldn't succeed. Sure enough, system ding. Do you want to consume 100 wood and 100 stone to upgrade the lighthouse? Lin Shan quickly clicked confirm, fearing that in the next second, he would lose his chance at second or third place. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower keeper, Lin Shan, for being the second to upgrade the lighthouse, receiving the second place reward in area 88888888, black iron chest 1, random candle 1, random blueprint 1. System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the tower keeper, Lu Shi, for being the third to upgrade the lighthouse, receiving the third place reward in area 88888888. Wooden chest 1. Random candle 1. Random blueprint 1. Watching the continuous announcements, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he had been just a second slower, he would have become third. Although being second wasn't very satisfying, considering the rewards, he reluctantly accepted it. Looking at himself as second place, Lin Shan muttered to himself, It's definitely not, because he was afraid of that expert named Huang Xian, the ruthless dissector of fishmen. Next, Lin Shan looked at the attributes of the lighthouse, which had now changed. Name, Lighthouse. Category, Lighthouse. Rating, White. Main effect, White candle. Special effect. Energy, 100. Upgrade conditions, Wood 174 to 100. Stone 42 200. Evaluation, a lighthouse that has become slightly sturdier. At least it's not so drafty anymore. Lin Shan. The rating has increased by 1 star, and the energy has returned to 100. It seems that upgrading the lighthouse can restore all energy. Nice, the next level is coming soon, just a little wood short. But the stone requirement is quite large. Lin Shan also took a look around the room. The overall size hadn't changed, still the same spaciousness. However, the holes in the walls, doors, and windows had decreased significantly, looking indeed much sturdier. There were also fewer places for the wind to enter. So it seems that upgrading 1 or 2 more levels should make it completely secure, right? Next, Lin Shan checked the upgrade conditions for the island. Name, Tidal Island. Category, Island. Rating, White 1. Effect, small amount of tree resources. Special effect, tidal effect doubled. Area, 3,000 square meters. Upgrade conditions, Stone 4 to 1,000. Evaluation, oh wow. This is a rare island that can significantly alleviate the timing of high tides, giving you more time to gather from the sea. However, correspondingly, tidal islands are also more likely to attract creatures from the sea. 1,000 stones? So many? That's 10 times the amount needed for the lighthouse. Lin Shan said in surprise. Shaking his head, he closed the page and turned to look at the crafting table. Upon opening the crafting table, he saw 2 options. 1. Basic furniture crafting. 2. Blueprint crafting. Lin Shan first clicked on basic furniture crafting and found that it contained various wooden furniture, such as wooden beds, wooden tables, wooden chairs, etc., all brand new. Much better than the wooden bed and table left over from now. Checking the crafting requirements, he found that they all just needed 1 piece of wood. Looking around the room and thinking for a moment, Lin Shan clicked on the wooden bed and a wooden chair. As for the table, well, he might as well replace that too, consuming 3 pieces of wood. The crafting table started making them. Checking the crafting time, it was half an hour for each. Then Lin Shan exited basic furniture crafting and clicked on blueprint crafting, which was completely empty. Seeing this, Lin Shan took out the toilet paper blueprint. On the crafting table, there was a small slot that seemed to be the right size to hold the blueprint. Placing the toilet paper blueprint into the slot, the crafting table prompted him. Crafting table, blueprint detected. Would you like to record it? Of course, Lin Shan clicked confirm. Crafting table, recording complete. Lin Shan immediately clicked to check. Name, toilet paper. Rating, White 1. Effect, none. Evaluation, clean and hygienic, all natural. Everyone says it's great, silky smooth. Crafting materials, wood 174 1. Lin Shan immediately clicked to craft, using up all his wood. I'll sell all of it for stone later, at a rate of 10 to 1. Upgrading the island, I'm sure I can take first place. Lin Shan said confidently. After all, this is toilet paper. Who doesn't need it? It's clean and all natural, suitable for everyone. Checking the time, it takes 1 second per pack, about 20 sheets in total, and thankfully it's pre-packaged. Although unwrapped ones sell well too, packaged ones are easier to sell. Next was the highlight of the day, the rewards for upgrading the lighthouse. As usual, first open the treasure chest, and then check the random items. Lin Shan smiled as he received the rewards. System, obtain black scales, long sleeve 1, green algae head 1, sharp iron axe 1. 3 items? Not bad. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. Someone in the chat channel had mentioned yesterday that the items obtained from treasure chests are not fixed. Some people get 1, while others get 3 or 4. Name, black scales long sleeve. Category, equipment. Rating, green 3. Effect, none. Evaluation, This long sleeve is made from the scales of the black phosphor sea beast, offering decent defense. At least juvenile shallow sea crabs cannot break through the defense, provided your body is tough enough. Starting off with a set of green 3 equipment. Not bad at all. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. He then took off his linen clothes, which are just beginner gear, and put on the black scales long sleeve. Wow, all black. If it gets dark, who would see me? After inspecting himself, Lin Shan commented. He moved around a bit, feeling great. It didn't affect him at all. Yes, these 2 pieces of equipment adjusted perfectly to fit him. Chapter 16 almost overturned. After finishing his appraisal, Lin Shan looked at the second item. Name, green algae head, category, item, rating, green 1, effect, can attract rare marine creatures, evaluation, green algae head, a type of marine algae, can be used as bait. When the tide goes out, there might be unexpected gains, but of course, there's also a chance of nothing at all. I remember there's a relatively large pit over by the rocky area, right? When the tide goes out, I'll go take a look. If it's suitable, I can use it to set a trap there. Looking at the green algae head, Lin Shan thought for a moment and said, Name, sharp iron axe, category, weapon, rating, white 7, effect, improved tree cutting efficiency, evaluation, a very sharp axe, extremely efficient for cutting ordinary trees. Lin Shan inspected it for a bit, about 1.2 meters long. It was indeed good for cutting trees, but unfortunately, he couldn't use it right now. The few trees on the island were the only green ones, and Lin Shan wouldn't cut them unless absolutely necessary. Okay, I've finished looking at the treasure chest items. Next, it's the random candlelight and random blueprints. Let's use the blueprints first. System, acquired fireplace blueprint. Name, fireplace blueprint, category, blueprint, rating, green 1, effect, allows the crafting table to learn how to make a fireplace, evaluation, a fireplace that can provide warmth and be used for cooking. After glancing at it twice, Lin Shan directly placed it on the crafting table and clicked record. Finally, he looked at the random candlelight. This is the big one. Name, random candlelight, category, special item, rating, blue 6, effect. After use, gain candlelight ranging from green 6 to blue 9, evaluation. This is a reward for the top 3. Lin Shan blinked and then used it directly. System, acquired ethereal blue candlelight. Name, ethereal blue candlelight, category, candlelight, rating, blue 6, effect, dispels sea fog within a 600-meter radius, special effect. Ethereal blue candlelight will attract some special entities. Evaluation, a rare special candlelight. Each type of special candlelight is extremely rare and is coveted by countless tower defenders. Blue 6 candlelight dispels sea fog within 600 meters? Does that mean I can go out at night to gather sea creatures? Lin Shan exclaimed with delight. After saying that, Lin Shan directly opened the control panel, then clicked on the lighthouse panel and clicked to change the candlelight. System ding. Warning, after changing the candlelight, the new candlelight will consume the old one. Do you want to change? Lin Shan was taken aback. If I get a higher rated but ordinary candlelight in the future, won't my special candlelight be gone? Hiss. Although it seems a bit of a scam, at this stage this ethereal blue candlelight is already quite advanced. I'll deal with future matters later. Lin Shan clicked to change. Immediately, the ordinary white candlelight in the torch of the lighthouse was replaced by the ethereal blue candlelight, and the white candlelight was gone. The color of the ethereal blue candlelight was a mix of red and ethereal blue. The light it cast was not ethereal blue. Thankfully, if it were ethereal blue, that would be quite eerie. Looking at the 174 rolls of toilet paper in his backpack, Lin Shan smiled and said, Hee, first place on the island. Here I come. He then opened the chat channel. Since the system hadn't prompted the tide going out yet, there were definitely many people chatting. As there were no other entertainment options here, plus it was just a single player. Only the chat channel could provide a bit of a sense of security. That feeling of not being alone. Lin Shan, selling toilet paper. Pictures, 10 stones for 1 pack. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Toilet paper? What the hell? Why didn't you come earlier? This is great, just when I need to go to the bathroom. Bought it. Huh, aren't you selling toilet paper? Why haven't I seen any? Damn, it's all sold out. So fast. I just clicked. Of course, look at how many people there are. 174 packs are definitely not enough. Big shot. Lin Shan, I urgently need toilet paper. I just got my period. The sister above is so unfortunate. Period? I don't believe it. Unless you send me a picture to prove it. Shrimphead. Sister, I got toilet paper, do you want half? But you have to give me 5 stones. Huh? Really? Okay, thank you, sister. For calling me sister. Hee hee, then I'll be generous. Here you go, toilet paper for you, free. Hey, sister, do you need a brother? One that can call you sister every day. As long as you give me some food every day. Go away. I am envious. Is this the world of the big shots? Just like that, you earned over 1,000 stones. The top 3 all have random blueprint rewards. And I didn't see toilet paper. It must be from Lin Shan's random blueprint. Feels useless. Useless? It clears in a second. Do you understand its value? Don't you use paper when you go to the bathroom? Don't you use paper to wipe your mouth? This thing is in high demand. Sigh. I'm already tired of saying I'm envious. TSK. In our district, there are 2 permanent big shots, Huang Xian and Lin Shan, but with this island upgrade. Lin Shan is going to surpass Huang Xian, right? The forever second is about to rise. Huang Xian, are you collecting stones? What did a 2-1 ratio? Lin Shan was unaware of the discussions in the chat channel. He was also a bit dazed looking at the empty toilet paper. I knew this thing would sell well, but I didn't expect it to sell this well. I underestimated it. Lin Shan said helplessly. Originally, Lin Shan planned to gather up to 1,000 stones before swapping for wood, so he could continue producing toilet paper and selling it. But he didn't expect it to be so popular that it was sold out instantly. Shaking his head, Lin Shan directly opened the control panel, then opened the island panel, and clicked to upgrade. System announcement, ding. Congratulations, Tower Defender Lin Shan, for being the first to upgrade the island, receiving the first place reward for Region 88888888. Bronze Treasure Chest 1, Random Island Special Effect 1, Random Blueprint 1. Lin Shan, seeing this, was about to burst into laughter, but the next second. System announcement, ding. Congratulations, Tower Defender Huang Xian, for being the second to upgrade the island, receiving the second place reward for Region 88888888. Black Iron Treasure Chest 1, Random Island Effect Trait 1, Random Blueprint 1. Lin Shan. What the hell? Is this guy hacking? Chapter 17. Lin Shan surprise. Has I opened it? This guy? Definitely opened it. Lin Shan murmured as he looked at the system announcement. He had obtained stones by selling toilet paper. Not to mention, the manufacturing speed of toilet paper was very fast, and it sold quickly. That's how he managed to gather 1,000 stones in such a short time. However, he hadn't seen Huang Xian send any trading messages or anything. He didn't understand. Could it be her skill? Or perhaps her talent? Lin Shan, after some hesitation, Lin Shan decided to ignore it. At least this time he had one, right? Let's take a look at the rewards. Claim. Name. Bronze Treasure Chest. Category. Normal Chest. Rating. Blue 2. Effect. None evaluation. A normal bronze treasure chest. Nothing much to say. Blue 2. The rating for wooden chests is white, black iron chests are green, and bronze is blue. So from what I understand now, yellow would be the next level of treasure chest, wooden, black iron, bronze, so there will probably be silver and gold later, right? Beyond that, he wasn't sure. Of course, Lin Shan didn't rule out the existence of special treasure chests. Creek, the chest opened directly. System, obtained cream strawberry seed 1. Furniture upgrade card 1. Only 2 items? Lin Shan frowned when he saw this. It was too few. Name, cream strawberry seed. Category, plant. Rating, green 6. Effect, can grow cream strawberries. Evaluation, a truly creamy flavored cream strawberry. Not only does it taste strongly of cream, but its texture is also extremely smooth, making it a very popular fruit. Lin Shan examined the strawberry seed in his hand. To be honest, it was his first time seeing a strawberry seed. However, looking at the seed, which was about the same size as a soybean, was this normal? After some thought, Lin Shan directly planted it in the dark soil, as it was meant for planting. The dark soil was quite moist, so Lin Shan didn't water it. Name, furniture upgrade card. Category, special item. Rating, blue 1. Effect, upgrades furniture. Anything below blue will be upgraded 1 major level, but will not exceed blue 1 evaluation. A rare upgrade item card. A comfortable home environment starts with you. Lin Shan blinked and then placed it directly on the control panel. He didn't have any furniture worth upgrading right now, and putting it in the backpack would take up space, so he left it there. Finally, Lin Shan looked at the new reward, Random Island Trait, which was a special effect that only special islands could have. Name, Random Island Trait, Category, Special Item, Rating, Blue 6 Effect. After use, obtain an island trait ranging from Green 6 to Blue 9. Evaluation, island traits are essential for developing an island. Of course, there can also be conflicts between traits, dangers, etc., which all depend on how the Tower Keeper judges directly use. System, obtained Coral Coast. Name, Coral Coast. Category, Island Trait. Rating, Blue 3. Effect, after loading into the island. A coral area will appear on the coast. Note, the coral area does not experience tidal phenomena. Evaluation, the coral area is a rare coast, rich in resources, and it attracts various marine creatures that like corals. Blue 3, Coral Coast? I wonder what form it will take when loaded into the island. Lin Shan muttered curiously, then loaded it into the island. System ding. The island is being transformed. Please do not leave the lighthouse. After glancing at the system prompt, Lin Shan curiously looked out the window and noticed that the area where the reef and beach met had sunk. Hiss, that should be the place forming the coral area, right? I didn't expect it to be a depression. Lin Shan murmured in surprise. After taking a few curious glances, Lin Shan stopped paying attention and instead looked at the last blueprint. System, obtained Exquisite Single Bed Blueprint. Name, Exquisite Single Bed Blueprint. Category, One-Time Blueprint. Rating, Green 9. Effect, place in requires 20/20 softwood, 10/10 cotton, 1/1 eye spirit silk. After use, obtain an exquisite single bed. Evaluation, congratulations on obtaining a blueprint with materials already gathered. It is a rare one-time blueprint. Lin Shan looked at the blueprint in confusion and then exclaimed in surprise. There's a blueprint with materials already prepared? Although it's one time, it's still quite valuable. Not bad, not bad. Lin Shan directly used it. System, obtained Exquisite Single Bed. Looking at the exquisite single bed in his backpack, just from its appearance, it was countless times better than the wooden bed currently being made in the crafting table. Right? Thinking about the wooden bed in the crafting table, Lin Shan quickly opened it and canceled the wooden bed's crafting. Luckily, he had initially clicked on the chair. Then, Lin Shan checked the attributes of the exquisite single bed. Name, Exquisite Single Bed. Category, Furniture. Rating, Green 9. Effect, slightly improves sleep quality, slightly improves mental recovery. Evaluation, after good sleep. Feeling refreshed is the importance of a good bed. Green 9. This made Lin Shan give up on using the furniture upgrade card. Originally, if this exquisite single bed had a rating below Green 3, he would have planned to use the furniture upgrade card. Lin Shan directly stored the shabby wooden bed that came with the house in his backpack, then took out the exquisite single bed and set it up. Looking at the pure white mattress in front of him, he was extremely satisfied. It felt cool to the touch, a bit soft, and he wondered how comfortable it would be to lie down. With that thought, Lin Shan lay down. Wow, this is so comfortable. Is this what a bed should feel like? Lin Shan closed his eyes, smiling contentedly. After a while, he opened his eyes to see a ceiling that looked somewhat better than yesterday's, and Lin Shan said, Gift of Fate. Activate. Gift of Fate. 10 days of lifespan. Cost. None. Lin Shan. Looking at the talent information in front of him, Lin Shan's eyes widened in surprise. What? Lifespan? It gives me an additional 10 days of lifespan? Hiss, isn't this a bit too against the heavens? Lin Shan was directly shocked and sat up, looking at the gift in front of him, muttering in disbelief. Throughout history, how many people have sought longevity? And now, my talent can actually increase lifespan? Is this real? Looking at the talent information in front of him, Lin Shan muttered, Is it true or false? I'll know when I claim it, right? But 10 days shouldn't feel like anything, right? After all, he was only 23 and still young. Lin Shan claimed. Lin Shan blinked, and sure enough, there was no reaction at all. Chapter 18, Abundant Resources of Coral Coast. Nothing at all? Seriously? Not even a little reaction? Lin Shan muttered to himself. System ding. Reminder. In half an hour, the tide will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. Looking at the system's tide reminder, Lin Shan opened the projection panel to check. Besides checking the time, he also wanted to see today's weather effects. Today's weather. Sunny. Weather effect. Normal. After the tide recedes in your island area, there will be a lot of wood. Lin Shan expressionlessly closed it and then complained, "Garbage." He then stood up and walked towards the door. Slap! Lin Shan almost fell. What? With a puzzled expression, Lin Shan looked down at what blocked his feet and saw a wooden treasure chest elegantly sitting at the entrance. A wooden treasure chest? Where did this come from? Lin Shan said in confusion. But he quickly realized, was it dropped by the blood eye last night? After all, he learned from the chat channel that mermen drop treasure chests, so it makes sense that blood eyes would drop them as well, right? Understanding the source, Lin Shan happily opened the treasure chest. System, obtain coconut cream bread 1. That's it. Lin Shan stared blankly at the disappearing treasure chest, feeling bewildered. Just one bread? Looking at the bread that appeared in his backpack, Lin Shan fell into silence. So this treasure chest just gave him breakfast? The coconut cream bread was just a common food rated white 3, which could fill him up and tasted a bit better, but had no other effects. Chewing, Lin Shan expressionlessly ate the coconut cream bread while watching the gradually receding tide. He was currently standing at the junction of the coral area and the rocky area. And the coral area was a bit deep. Lin Shan estimated it to be at least 4 or 5 meters deep. Watching the fish swimming among the corals, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of the resource-rich coral area, fish appeared so quickly, their islands were all newly emerged, which meant that the sea area was previously empty, so there were no creatures around the islands at all. However, after a day, quite a few common marine creatures had appeared. Lin Shan looked toward the rocky area, noticing many small crabs scurrying around, along with small shrimp and fish. The longer the time passed, the more marine creatures would be attracted to the area around the island. One could imagine that in the future, everyone would surely not lack food. However, in the early stages, there was still a shortage. Not only of food, but also of various trace elements needed by the human body, such as salt and vitamins, etc. Soon, half an hour passed, and the tide officially receded. Lin Shan glanced at the coral area. The current water depth was about 3 meters, then stepped into the rocky area to start searching. After just a couple of steps, he already saw a lot of wood. Thinking of today's weather effect, Lin Shan shrugged helplessly and began to collect it. He collected wood all the way to the beach area without seeing a single sea beast, ending up with 67 pieces of wood and 2 wooden boxes. It was indeed a lot of wood. Then he started heading toward the beach. At a glance, Lin Shan immediately spotted an eye-catching object. Not a treasure chest. Wow, what a huge conch! Looking at the 2-meter-high conch in front of him, Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. After circling around, Lin Shan discovered that this giant conch was an empty shell. Knock knock. It's very thick, but what's the use? Looking at the giant conch shell before him. Although he didn't know its use, Lin Shan still collected it, as it might come in handy later. After putting it in his backpack, Lin Shan was surprised to find that the rating of this giant conch shell was quite high. Name, Falling Star Conch Shell. Category, Material, Rating, Green 4. Effect, None. Evaluation. The old shell of the falling star conch placed by the sea has a chance to attract hermit crabs, and it is also a material for some items. Attract hermit crabs? How big must the hermit crabs be for such a large conch? Lin Shan was slightly surprised, but then thought of the juvenile shallow water crabs and mantis shrimp that were over a meter long, so it wasn't too strange. After collecting the falling star conch shell, Lin Shan continued to look for wood and stones. The wood was indeed abundant, but there were hardly any stones to be seen. However, the most important thing was that he hadn't seen a single treasure chest. Seriously? Is my luck so bad today? Or are they all over in the coral area? Lin Shan said helplessly while looking at the beach area that was about to end. Squatting down, looking at the coral area below the water surface, Lin Shan was considering whether to dive in. Although he could breathe underwater because of the deep-sea shark pearl, the dangers beneath the sea were still unknown. However, this coral area was also part of his island, so it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? But in the sea, if he encountered sea beasts like mantis shrimp, he might not be able to fight back. Humans are always at a disadvantage in water compared to aquatic creatures. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan decided to dive in, mainly because it was now the novice period, and sea beasts wouldn't attack actively, which was a safety guarantee. As for the night merman, perhaps they didn't belong to sea beasts, but were more like sea demons or something. Splash! A sound of falling into the water echoed. The sea surface stirred up a few waves. Lin Shan had already submerged into the water. Feeling the smooth breathing, Lin Shan was amazed and also discovered that he felt incredibly powerful in the water, and it wasn't just an illusion. Whoosh! With a gentle movement, Lin Shan swam out several meters in just a second. Lin Shan thought to himself, could it be that the water elemental extraordinary attribute allows me to become stronger in the water? It's possible. Otherwise, why differentiate attributes? Of course, the deep-sea shark pearl must also play a role. After all, it was one of the darlings of the ocean. Now, his agility in the water was even faster than on land, allowing him to search for resources without worry. Swimming around in the coral area, he admired the colorful corals, which were beautiful, and there were also plenty of resources, but he didn't see any basic resources like wood and stones. During this time, Lin Shan also spotted 2 wooden treasure chests, and there were no sea beasts guarding them, so he directly took them. After leveling up, the tidal island's area increased by 1,000 square meters, bringing it to 4,000 square meters now. However, it was still not large, with a diameter of only about 70 meters. Not to mention that part of it was submerged underwater. Curiously, Lin Shan swam to the edge of the island, looking down. He couldn't see how many meters down, but it was completely dark below. His island was floating above the sea, with no support underneath, which wasn't a traditional island. Looking at the pitch-black seabed, a bunch of images of giant sea beasts lurking below flooded Lin Shan's mind. After a shiver, Lin Shan immediately swam back. Thinking about it was terrifying. Chapter 19 Training. With a whoosh, Lin Shan turned again and, after finding no resources, climbed up from the coral area. After wiping his face, Lin Shan opened his backpack to take a look. Besides 2 wooden treasure chests, there were only a starfall conch shell, some wood and stone, and 2 wooden boxes. If it weren't for the coral area, there wouldn't have been much of a harvest this morning. After sighing, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse. The 2 wooden treasure chests, 1 white 2 and 1 white 1, were both ordinary wooden treasure chests. However, since they were free, Lin Shan had no complaints. He opened the 2 treasure chests directly. What more ritualistic feeling could he want from a white 1 and 2-star wooden treasure chest? 2 chests, 3 items. Lin Shan looked at them. One was a bottle of purified water, 2 black bread, and a white boar dagger, white 1. No wonder there were no sea beasts guarding it. With such little stuff, it wasn't worth it, Lin Shan complained. One of the 2 wooden boxes contained water apples, while the other was empty. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan decided to keep both wooden boxes, as they could serve as containers. One box could hold 10 water apples, and Lin Shan currently had 8, so he directly placed 1 box inside. As for the other one, he decided to put the black bread in it. If the black bread stood upright, 1 box could easily hold dozens. After organizing, the table looked much cleaner. Next, Lin Shan went to the crafting table and chose to make all the wood he picked up today into toilet paper. He had collected a total of 138 pieces of wood, which could be made into 138 packs of toilet paper. He would sell half of it as wood and half as stone. With the 138 pieces of wood put in, the crafting table immediately started to operate. By the way, Lin Shan took out the newly crafted wooden chairs and tables from the crafting table and replaced the old wooden table. Now the room had a delicate single bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair, 3 types of furniture. Did I forget something? Oh right, the green algae head. Lin Shan directly opened his backpack, looked at the attributes of the green algae head, and then walked outside. He needed to place the green algae head, which was bait to attract prey, essential for fishing. Soon, Lin Shan arrived at the rocky area. After reaching a large pit, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Fortunately, this place hasn't turned into a coral area. Otherwise, it would waste such a good pit." Although this pit wasn't very large, with a diameter of about 3 meters and a depth of around 3 meters. It was already the largest in the entire rocky area. There was still some seawater below. The pit wasn't completely closed, as there were small gaps in the rocks, half a meter up, just big enough for small fish to escape while larger ones couldn't. Taking out the green algae head, Lin Shan threw it directly into the pit. All right, let's see what the harvest will be after the tide recedes next time. Hopefully, there will be something. Looking at the green algae head sinking to the bottom, Lin Shan said with slight anticipation, "Next, Lin Shan went to the edge of a small grove and took out the black iron spear to start training. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah! The spearhead continuously jabbed at the tree trunk. The black iron spear was 2 meters long, and Lin Shan stood at about 1.5 meters while practicing thrusting. He didn't seek anything else, just aim for a hit rate that met his expectations. By the way, Lin Shan also needed to get used to the 30-pound black iron spear. This weight was actually quite heavy. It was manageable for a short time, but if held for long, it would be tiring. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Hud! 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 The spearhead kept jabbing at the tree trunk, each thrust leaving a mark. As time passed, soon over an hour had gone by. Phew! I'm really tired. Lin Shan wiped his sweat and sighed. After putting away the black iron spear and moving his somewhat trembling hands, he thought that was enough for today. Being able to persist for over an hour was already quite remarkable. As Lin Shan walked back to the lighthouse, he pondered slowly. Anything takes time, and one cannot rush, especially someone like him with no foundation at all. If it weren't for his regular exercise, he wouldn't have even lasted an hour. Upon returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan sat on a chair, his shaky hands picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank it in one go. Ah, refreshing. Gulp, gulp. Lin Shan checked the time on the panel. It was already 12:30. No wonder he was hungry. It had already reached noon. Lin Shan looked at the mantis shrimp in his backpack. They still looked quite fresh, but he wasn't sure if they were still edible. However, on Blue Star, mantis shrimp that had been dead for more than 4 or 5 hours were not recommended for consumption, as they could cause stomach issues. All right, I can check the attributes. Lin Shan slapped his forehead, chuckling. Then he clicked to check and found that it was indeed inedible. The evaluation explained that slightly rotten mantis shrimp could cause diarrhea if eaten. What a pity. Can't eat it, then I can only use it as bait. Lin Shan said with some disappointment. Looking at the table, there were still 5 pieces of black bread and 1 exquisite bread left. Lin Shan directly picked up the exquisite bread and started munching on it, as it wouldn't last as long as the black bread. After finishing 1 exquisite bread, he felt about 80 full. Not to mention, the bread was indeed quite hefty. After drinking a few sips of water, Lin Shan noticed he only had 2 bottles of purified water left. There wasn't much water, and while he could catch some seafood outside for food, water was a bit troublesome. Lin Shan said helplessly, I wonder if that toilet paper can be exchanged for water? Probably not. After all, toilet paper isn't a necessity, but water is. Arriving at the crafting table, the 138 packs of toilet paper had already been completed. Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel and started selling. Looking around, he noticed that besides small talk, the most common thing in the chat channel was bartering. After all, besides Lin Shan, who had lighthouse coins, others probably didn't have currency, right? Lin Shan began to browse. With over 90,000 people online, surely some lucky ones would have decent items. Unfortunately, after looking around, he found nothing good. Well, it wasn't that there weren't good items, but the prices for the items he was interested in were too high. For example, someone selling coconuts was asking for 50 units of wood or stone for 1 coconut. Why not just go steal it? There are also some selling fish, but unfortunately, Lin Shan was already full. Time quickly passed quietly. Ding! Reminder, in half an hour, the seawater will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. The tide receding reminder popped up. Lin Shan then closed the chat channel. Wow, I didn't realize over an hour had passed. Indeed, chatting and joking easily passed the time, especially in a chat channel with over 90,000 people. Chapter 20, Red Flower Eyefish. Half an hour quickly passed. During this time, Lin Shan used all the wood he obtained from selling toilet paper to continue making more toilet paper. This business could only be done in the early stages, with a profit of 1 to 10. It was quite profitable. He had sold a total of 138 packs of toilet paper, earning 690 wood and 690 stones, which was enough for his lighthouse to upgrade again. However, Lin Shan was not in a hurry to upgrade the lighthouse. At least the white star level lighthouse should no longer have rewards. He just didn't know if the green star level lighthouse had rewards for the top 3 ranks. Time to go out and catch some sea creatures. Lin Shan quickly arrived at the junction of the rocky area and the coral area, where he was most looking forward to exploring 2 spots. One was a rocky pit where green algae were placed, and the other was a rocky pit where mantis shrimp carcasses were thrown. He hoped these bait spots would yield some good results. Lin Shan smiled and began searching. The first thing he noticed was wood. There was no helping it. Today's weather effect was quite ordinary. While picking up wood, he checked the gaps between various rocks to see if there were any fish, shrimp, or crabs hiding. To his surprise, he saw quite a few, but they were all too small. It was evident that the marine life around this island had gradually learned about Lin Shan's activities. Suddenly, Lin Shan spotted something unusual. Was that a ship anchor? Can this thing be brought up? The ship anchor was not very large, about a meter tall. Lin Shan directly put it into his backpack. It was quite heavy, weighing several hundred pounds. Name: Abandoned Ship Anchor. Category: Material. Rating: White 4. Effect: None. Evaluation: An abandoned ship anchor whose time of abandonment is unknown. It can be decomposed into iron blocks at the forge. A forge? Is this a new device? This unexpected discovery revealed a function that would be unlocked tomorrow. It made sense, as today he had unlocked the operation table and the crafting table, so it was normal for some things to be unlocked tomorrow as well. Perhaps after the 3-day beginner period ends, all functions would be unlocked as well. Lin Shan looked at the evaluation in surprise, thought for a moment, and murmured to himself. He then continued searching, quickly arriving at the first bait spot, which was small and made with mantis shrimp. With high hopes, Lin Shan looked into the pit, and the first thing he saw was the mangled carcass of a mantis shrimp that had already been chewed up quite a bit. Lin Shan didn't mind this. After all, it was just bait. He quickly scanned the area around the pit, and, sure enough, it was different because it had been baited. He saw quite a few fish and crabs in the pit. They were all ordinary types, with no sea beasts in sight. However, Lin Shan soon spotted a different fish, as it emitted a faint white glow. This was similar to resources like wood and stone that also emitted a slight glow, which seemed to be an added effect. Lin Shan jumped into the pit, and the crabs and fish that were munching on the mantis shrimp carcass didn't pay him any mind and continued eating. Clearly, for them, feeding was the most important thing. Everything else was secondary. Lin Shan ignored them and approached the glowing fish, aiming accurately. He swiftly caught it. Slap, slap, slap. Fish, I'll hit you, I'll hit you. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Lin Shan examined it. It weighed about 3 or 4 pounds. He then checked its attributes. Lin Shan had just discovered that as long as he touched an item, he could check its attributes, especially for living creatures that couldn't be placed in the backpack. Name: Red Flower Eye Fish. Category: Fish. Rating: Green 1. Effect: Eating it has a very low probability of gaining a random extraordinary attribute. Evaluation: The Red Flower Eye Fish. A type of spirit fish. The higher the rating of the spirit fish, the better the effects after consumption. If cooked by a master chef, the effects will significantly increase. Note: after eating 10 of them, there's a 100 chance to gain an extraordinary attribute. Spirit fish? Increase extraordinary attributes? What a good thing. This fish not only fills you up, but also has a chance to enhance your strength. How wonderful. Lin Shan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the red flower eye fish. Red flower eye fish, I'll slap you in the face. Its tail continuously swayed, but unfortunately, it couldn't hit anyone. Looking at the lively red flower eye fish, Lin Shan smiled and said, Not bad, very energetic. You will be tonight's dinner. Slap, slap, slap. Are you agreeing? Ha ha ha, good. You have a good attitude. I like it. Red flower eye fish, I'm giving you the dead fish stare. Slap, slap, slap. First, this fish needs to be kept alive. Otherwise, if it dies for too long, who knows if the effect will disappear? Lin Shan first placed the red flower eye fish in a smaller pit, then added some seawater and grabbed a crab to smash and feed it to the red flower eye fish. Lin Shan, I'll come back for you after I finish searching. Be good. The red flower eye fish completely ignored Lin Shan and was busy eating its last meal, although it didn't know yet that this was its final meal. After ensuring the red flower eye fish was settled, Lin Shan became even more excited about the large pit baited with green algae. He didn't need anything else. Getting another red flower eye fish would be perfect. While picking up wood, he walked toward the pit and soon arrived at the edge of the large pit. With high hopes, he looked down. Crack. A huge shallow sea crab was making crackling sounds. Their eyes met, and the shallow sea crab looked at Lin Shan with a crackling sound. Seeming a bit restless, Unfortunately, it was still in the beginner phase and couldn't take the initiative to attack. Lin Shan was momentarily stunned but quickly came to his senses. He was already prepared for the sea beasts attracted by the green algae. Once he regained his focus, he began to assess the situation. This shallow sea crab was significantly larger than the first one. It was still a juvenile shallow sea crab and didn't seem to fear him. Next, Lin Shan scanned the pit, and soon he spotted a treasure chest. To his surprise, it was a black iron treasure chest. A black iron treasure chest? This is a jackpot, Lin Shan murmured excitedly. The shallow sea crab in this large pit was like a live target. It had no chance to escape. Even if it could climb up, Lin Shan would use his black iron spear to knock it down. Lin Shan grinned and said, It's time to test the results of my training for over an hour. Let us see how accurate I am. Ding! The black iron spear directly pierced the shell of the shallow sea crab. A light sound was heard, leaving a slight mark. Not enough strength, otherwise. The black iron spear could have pierced through the juvenile shallow sea crab's shell. Chapter 21. Blood Red Coral. Lin Shan shook his hand. The shell of the shallow sea crab still had some hardness to it. After being attacked, the shallow sea crab immediately scuttled towards Lin Shan with a clicking sound. But unfortunately, its position was in a pit, and to attack Lin Shan, it had to climb up. Bang! The black iron spear swept directly across the shallow sea crab's legs, and immediately, the crab, which had just attempted to climb up, fell back into the pit. Click, click! Looking at the crab waving its claws, Lin Shan laughed and said, Don't even think about it. I won't let you up. After saying that, the black iron spear struck again. This time, the shallow sea crab was closer to him. So Lin Shan directly jabbed forward, aiming for its eyes. Uft! Crack, crack, crack! The black iron spear accurately pierced the shallow sea crab's eye, and immediately the crab began to struggle, its massive claws grabbing onto the black iron spear and attempting to pull it out. But how could Lin Shan let the shallow sea crab pull out the black iron spear? He pressed down hard on the spear, and for a moment, the two began to wrestle. Lin Shan could feel himself being pushed back slightly. Clearly, in a pure strength contest, the shallow sea crab was much larger than him. However, sheer strength alone was not enough. Lin Shan looked around and quickly found a suitable rock, then slowly positioned the back end of the black iron spear against it. Now, the shallow sea crab was grappling against the rock, but it was destined to be in vain. If only he had brought the big hammer. Otherwise, with just one hit, he could have taken care of it. Watching the shallow sea crab struggling against the rock, Lin Shan chuckled. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan directly approached the back of the shallow sea crab and jumped down. As everyone knows, crabs can't see behind them and can't pinch from that direction, making it a safe zone. Sneaking up behind the shallow sea crab, Lin Shan rubbed his hands together and then slowly pressed against the crab's shell, starting to push. Here we go. With Lin Shan's kind assistance, the shallow sea crab managed to move forward a few steps, causing the black iron spear to go even deeper. Crack! After a dozen seconds, the black iron spear pierced through the crab's back shell. Wow, that was close, Lin Shan exclaimed as he saw the tip of the spear emerge. Now, the shallow sea crab was as good as dead. Looking at the crab lying in the water, Lin Shan didn't check immediately, but instead walked towards the black iron treasure chest. I wonder how many stars the black iron treasure chest is? Lin Shan murmured with anticipation. Then stored the black iron treasure chest in his backpack and checked it, discovering the name was quite long. Wow, there's a prefix? I'm rich. Lin Shan laughed happily. Name: Black Iron Treasure Chest of Light Water. Category: Ordinary Treasure Chest. Rating: 5. Effect: None. Evaluation: A treasure chest with a prefix has a chance to obtain items related to the prefix. There's this kind of setting? However, the wooden sea salt chest he obtained before did indeed yield sea salt, but that was due to an effect bonus, while this one has no effect. Lin Shan first expressed confusion, then nodded and said, after storing the black iron treasure chest, Lin Shan pulled out the black iron spear, then collected the 2 claws into his backpack, leaving the rest of the shallow sea crab behind for bait. After smashing the crab shell with the black iron spear, Lin Shan left and continued searching. Next, Lin Shan continued to search and soon walked out of the rocky area and onto the beach. I pick. Pick, pick. The resources in the beach area were the most obvious, and with its flat terrain, any dangers were easy to spot. Among all coastal areas, the beach was the safest. However, correspondingly, the resources on the beach were also quite ordinary. Lin Shan quickly picked up all the resources on the beach, which were just some stones and wood, nothing else. Finally, it was the coral area. Looking at the corals under the water, Lin Shan jumped down and started searching. Soon, Lin Shan discovered a shiny shell, even brighter than the red flower eyebrow fish. Immediately, Lin Shan's eyes lit up as he quickly swam over. After picking it up, he checked its properties. Name, pearl shell, category, shellfish, rating, green 1, effect, has a chance of containing pearls. Evaluation, a shellfish that can produce pearls with various types. And the pearls generated have a chance of being of special types. Looking at the palm-sized shell, he wondered how big the pearl would be if there was one. After storing it in his backpack, Lin Shan continued exploring. Half an hour later, Lin Shan finally climbed up from the junction of the coral and rocky areas. Phew! After shaking his hair and wiping the water off his face, Lin Shan walked towards the location where he had released the red flower eyebrow fish. The coral area had quite a lot of rare resources, including 2 pearl shells, 1 wooden treasure chest, 1 sea cucumber, and several other rare resources. However, Lin Shan noticed that most of them were resources that could grow, so he decided not to collect them, but let them continue to develop and expand in scale. One type of coral called blood red coral had a rating of blue 1 star and was still small, thriving in the coral area, and would gradually grow as long as it wasn't eaten by sea urchins or starfish. Name, blood red coral. Category, coral. Rating, blue 1 effect, purifies water quality. Increases spiritual energy, replenishes health. Evaluation, blood red coral, a rare variety among corals, can purify impurities in seawater and increase the energy concentration in the area. Additionally, blood red coral is an extremely rare material with wide applications. This is the property of blood red coral. But the real blood red coral is only about the size of a palm, meaning it's a newly born resource. Moreover, it is a resource that can grow. So Lin Shan didn't pick it, but left it in place to continue growing. After catching the red flower eyebrow fish, Lin Shan headed towards the lighthouse. Along the way, he opened his backpack to check the harvest from this beachcombing trip. Black iron spear, wood 64, stone 927, black iron treasure chest of light water 1. Shallow sea crab claws 2. In addition, there was also 1 red flower eyebrow fish, 1 sea cucumber, and 2 pearl shells. These were the gains from this beachcombing trip, which were actually quite good. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan began to prepare dinner. However, this time Lin Shan did not plan to make a fire outside the lighthouse, but rather inside. He just needed to make a fireplace. Lin Shan checked and found that making a fireplace required 20 stones, which was quite simple. Clicking to craft it, he also collected 790 rolls of toilet paper, planning to sell them all later. After glancing at the fireplace being made, Lin Shan went out to catch fish. As the sky gradually darkened, he looked at the time. It was already past 6. By 7, it would be completely dark. Chapter 22. Light Water, Iron Shield. The fireplace was quickly set up, and Lin Shan had also prepared the fish, skewering them with dry twigs. Under the current conditions, grilling fish was the only option. As for the sea cucumber, Lin Shan planned to grill it along with the crab claws. But this time he would crack open one side of the claws so he could add water and place the sea cucumber inside, along with a bit of sea salt. As the flames began to rise in the fireplace, dinner started to take shape. While waiting for the fish to grill, Lin Shan decided to open the treasure chest and the pearl shell to see what was inside. Well, let us start with the pearl shell. After glancing between the treasure chest and the pearl shell a few times, Lin Shan finally looked at the pearl shell and said, "Let's see what's inside." Looking at the tightly closed shell, Lin Shan picked up a dagger and pried it open. It didn't take long to open one. Lin Shan looked inside and saw only the snow-white flesh of the shell, without any pearls. Feeling a bit disappointed, he noticed a piece of scallop had appeared among the crab claws. He then opened the second one. A pearl? A white pearl about the size of a thumb lay quietly in the shell. Name, white pearl. Category, material. Rating, green 1. Effect, none. Evaluation, An ordinary white pearl, but in excellent condition. Sea traders might be very interested. It looked nice, but unfortunately, it was just an ordinary pearl. After playing with it for a bit, Lin Shan placed it on the table. He then looked at the black iron treasure chest. This was the real highlight of today. System: obtained light water iron shield, iron frame blueprint, just 2 items. Am I just not suited for opening treasure chests today? Or is it because I didn't make any offerings? Lin Shan complained helplessly. However, the light water iron shield? It was clearly part of the light water series of equipment. Name: light water iron shield. Category: shield. Rating: green 7. Effect: lightweight. Sturdy. Evaluation: the light water iron shield is made from light iron ore, making it not only very lightweight, but also quite sturdy. Lin Shan took it out of his backpack. The light water iron shield was small, roughly 50 centimeters in length, 30 centimeters in width, and about 1 centimeter thick, but it was very light, only about 10 kilograms. A shield this size, and it only weighs 10 kilograms? No wonder it's called the light water series. It's indeed very light, Lin Shan said in surprise. A shield of this size, even if made of solid wood, would weigh at least 10 kilograms, let alone iron. Satisfied, he put it back in his backpack and looked at the second item, a blueprint. Can a black iron treasure chest even yield blueprints? Name: iron frame blueprint. Category: blueprint. Rating: green 1. Effect: allows the crafting table to learn to make iron frames. Evaluation: iron frame, a standard defensive structure. After taking a glance at it, Lin Shan walked directly to the crafting table and clicked to record. After a look, he saw that the crafting materials required 1 iron block. He didn't have any iron blocks, but he did have an abandoned ship anchor. He wondered how many iron blocks he could get from that. Boom! A loud explosion of flames erupted. Lin Shan instinctively looked out the window and saw that the sky had completely darkened, revealing a sprinkle of starlight. There are so many stars. Looking at the bright stars in the night sky, Lin Shan sighed. You see, in the city at night, you can hardly see a few stars, let alone the starry sky like this. After a moment of admiration, Lin Shan looked at the island and noticed that under the glow of the blue candlelight, the entire island emitted a soft radiance, making it particularly conspicuous in the dark night. Wow! The area where the sea mist is dispelled is much larger than the island itself. It has exposed the entire island above the surface. Hiss! I hope it doesn't attract the attention of sea creatures. Looking at the pitch-black sea, Lin Shan said with some worry. For the next while, Lin Shan kept checking the progress of the grilled fish while occasionally glancing at the seaside. It was better when there was mist. He could be sure his island wouldn't be completely exposed. Unlike now, he felt no sense of security, fully exposed beneath the sea. Looking at the shimmering surface of the sea in the firelight, Lin Shan couldn't help but imagine unknown giant beasts lurking beneath, watching intently. Damn! Don't scare yourself. After a shiver, Lin Shan exclaimed in frustration. Let's eat fish. The aroma of the grilled fish had wafted out. After a little longer, it should be ready. The crab claws were almost done too, and the seafood soup was ready. After forcibly shifting his attention to the food, Lin Shan indeed stopped feeling inexplicably fearful. Eat, eat. The grilled fish was already emitting a delicious smell. It should be done soon. The crab claws were also about ready, with the seafood soup boiling. Lin Shan accurately picked up a piece of scallop with his dry twig chopsticks. It was quite large, about the size of a ping-pong ball. It's so delicious, Lin Shan said happily. Indeed, when eating, the mood gets better. Soon, Lin Shan, having eaten and drunk enough, was selling toilet paper in the chat channel again, still at the same price. 10 wood for 690 packs of toilet paper. This time he didn't need stones. Selling would allow him to make more toilet paper. As soon as he mentioned it in the chat channel, it was quickly sold out. Lin Shan was not surprised at all. People have urgent needs, and in a sense, it's even more important than food. Therefore, until others start producing toilet paper, he could sell as much as he could make. The crab claws were also successfully traded for tomorrow's breakfast, and the person he traded with was one of those he saw last time with the self-exploding talent, the one who got a random food item every day. His name was Zhang Yi, and they had already added each other as friends, as he was the only one who could consistently obtain food. Wow, 900 wood, all made into toilet paper, could sell for 69, wood. Sure enough, monopolizing the business is profitable. Lin Shan smiled as he approached the crafting table and turned all the wood back into toilet paper. With over 90,000 people, no matter how much he crafted, it was still not enough. He needed at least several times the number of survivors to start seeing a surplus. What Lin Shan didn't he know? While he was at the crafting table, waves were gradually rippling across the sea surface. Chapter 23. The Fishman Invasion. The crafting station takes 1 second to produce a roll of toilet paper, so making 6,900 rolls will take about 2 hours. Click to craft all. With nothing else to do, Lin Shan opened the chat channel to watch others show off and brag, as there are always show-offs everywhere. Sure enough, upon opening, he saw someone hyped up. Do you guys know? That shallow sea crab's huge claw almost pinched me. Luckily, I dodged in time. Damn, after all that talk, you were just running away from shallow sea crab? Why brag so much? Why don't you use the methods from the pros? The shallow sea crab is slower than us. Didn't the pros say we can lure it to the lighthouse and close the door to hit it? The pros method is very effective, but it consumes a lot of lighthouse energy. No need. Haven't other pros already calculated it? Wooden treasure chests have few good items. Not worth it, unless you encounter a chest above black iron. After all that talk, I haven't even seen a shallow sea crab. Damn it, it's been 2 days. And I've only picked up 4 wooden treasure chests, the highest being just 3 stars. By the way, why doesn't the great Huang Xian make a guide for shallow sea crabs? Huh? Up there, have you never caught a crab? A shallow sea crab is just a bigger crab. Its weakness is obvious. You can't attack from behind. Nope. I wonder if the fishmen will come today? Yeah. Fishmen are not only weak, but also drop treasure chests. I hope they come today. Only fishmen can't break wooden doors. Otherwise, you'd all be screaming. The great Huang Xian's guide is always pinned. What are you afraid of? The weaknesses are served right on your plate, and you still won't eat? Seeing the chat channel mention fishmen, Lin Shan couldn't help but pause. So, this morning's treasure chest at the door was dropped by fishmen? It should have been killed by the ice crystal shockwave. But what about the corpse? Was it eaten by something in the mist? And what about Blood Eye? I wonder if he is dead? If he is not dead, will he come again today? Lin Shan looked at the barrage in the chat channel, murmuring, Here they come. The fishmen are here. Everyone get moving. What the hell? The fishmen over here are actually holding a knife? Although it's tattered. Awesome. The fishman here is carrying a treasure chest. Is it here to give me a gift? This fishman really knows how to fish. I like it, hee. Envious. I have no fishmen here. Maybe it's not time yet. Lin Shan, huh? The fishmen are here? Turning off the chat channel, Lin Shan stood up and walked to the window to look at the sea. Under the glow of the blue candlelight, the entire island was clearly visible. Then, Lin Shan's goosebumps stood up. So many, too many. A dense mass of fishmen was constantly swimming from the sea to the island. There were already more than a dozen on the island, and the water was still rippling in the sea. Clearly, there were more fishmen swimming up from the bottom. What the hell? They're really too conspicuous. The group of fishmen didn't rush directly to the lighthouse, but wandered along the shore, obviously waiting for the remaining fishmen to come ashore. After more than half an hour, the sea finally calmed down, replaced by a densely packed group of fishmen on the shore. Lin Shan counted 38 in total, with 13 holding weapons. There were 19 fishmen with nothing, 5 carrying treasure chests, and one that looked like a leader, not only larger than the others, but also holding a better weapon than the tattered ones the others had. And most importantly, it was wearing a crown? Fishman King? Lin Shan looked at the fishman leading the way to the lighthouse, puzzled. Looking at the dark mass of fishmen, Lin Shan couldn't help but open his backpack for the nth time. Inside, the wooden stone had already reached over 3,450. That's right. They had sold all the toilet paper, which gave him confidence because after leveling up, the lighthouse's energy would fully restore. More than 3,400 wood and stone should be enough to upgrade to white 9 stars, right? That means 8 chances to fully charge the energy? That should be enough to get through this crisis, right? Lin Shan silently watched the approaching fishmen, murmuring, although it was dangerous, if he could kill all these fishmen, the rewards would be great. Not to mention, those 5 fishmen carrying treasure chests represent 5 treasure chests. Not to mention fishmen also have a chance to drop treasure chests. That's right, Fishermen do not drop treasure chests 100 of the time. Someone mentioned this in the chat channel. The coast is not very far from the lighthouse in the center of the island, about 20 meters away. It originally was 40 meters, but a third of it has been submerged by the rising tide. A few minutes later, the group of fishermen surrounded the lighthouse. Fortunately, Lin Shan had already closed the window, or he would have been really afraid that the fishermen would jump right in. Quack la yula, woo la wala. The fishermen outside began to make noise, seemingly discussing how to attack. Lin Shan frowned as he looked through the doorway at the nearest fisherman, who was about half a meter away, staring blankly at the wooden door, waiting for the Fisherman King's command. Standing this close, then I'll take you down first. Lin Shan looked at the fisherman with a knife in front of him and whispered. Then, the black iron spear slowly extended out of the doorway and quickly stabbed toward the fisherman's head. Thud! The black iron spear successfully pierced through the fisherman's head. Then it quickly retracted. Bang! The dead fisherman fell to the ground without moving. Instantly, there was silence outside, as all the fishermen stared blankly at the fallen fisherman. After a few seconds, the Fisherman King, who had reacted, shouted in anger, and then a group of fishermen began to attack the wooden door. Tattered weapons kept striking the wooden door, continuously consuming the lighthouse's energy. Lin Shan took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. The drop rate wasn't very fast, only losing 1% of the lighthouse energy after a wave of attacks. Moreover, the fisherman's attack frequency wasn't high, about every 2 to 3 seconds. This means that with 100 lighthouse energy, it could withstand at least 300 seconds. However, Lin Shan noticed that only 4 or 5 fishermen could attack the wooden door. If other fishermen attacked the windows, the lighthouse's energy consumption would double. Therefore, Lin Shan certainly wouldn't sit still. He directly counterattacked with a black iron spear at the doorway. Chapter 24. The Fisherman King Strikes. Watching a group of little dwarf fishermen attacking his wooden door, Lin Shan couldn't hold back any longer. So, he grabbed his black iron spear, stood behind the door, and quietly aimed at the next victim fisherman. Then, phew, accurate, fast, decisive. Another fisherman met a tragic end under his spear. Walla? One of the fishermen, puzzled, pushed the dead fisherman, wondering why it had stopped attacking. After a push, the fisherman fell to the ground and didn't get up. Walla wah. After seeing another companion fall, the fishermen became even angrier. They swung their weapons and crazily chopped at the wooden door. As for the dead fisherman, it was dragged away by the others, so it wouldn't take up space. With their anger fueling them, the fishermen's attack speed and power significantly increased, changing from 2 or 3 seconds per hit to 1 or 2 seconds. Their strength also became heavier. Lin Shan didn't care about the fisherman's anger. His black iron spear moved in and out of the doorframe, leaving behind a trail of blood. One fisherman after another fell. Soon, 7 or 8 fishermen had died under the black iron spear. The dead fishermen were still dragged out, and their weapons were taken by those without, who then joined in attacking the lighthouse door. The energy of the lighthouse was continuously depleting, and it quickly approached empty. At the same time, Lin Shan noticed that when the lighthouse energy dropped below 50, the ghostly blue candlelight dimmed noticeably, and its range shrank from 600 meters to 300 meters. Clearly, the strength of the candlelight was related to the energy. Thinking about it made sense, but now wasn't the time for that. Lin Shan went straight to the control panel, opened the lighthouse page, and immediately clicked to upgrade. Instantly, the lighthouse upgraded from a white 2-star to a white 3-star, and the energy was restored to 100. However, a serious problem arose. Lin Shan looked at the intact wooden door and couldn't help but rub his chin. Goodness, there was no doorframe left. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shan discovered that the door wasn't completely intact. The doorframe was gone, leaving only a gap the size of a finger, just 3 or 4 small openings. Unfortunately, it was too narrow for the black iron spear to fit through. This was troublesome. He had only killed 16 fishermen, and there were still 22 left, including one Fisherman King. If he left them unchecked, no amount of energy would be enough. Lin Shan looked at the wooden door and said solemnly, "Bang, bang, bang." The sound of chopping at the door never ceased. The fishermen were quite industrious. After much consideration, Lin Shan decided to use ice crystals to attack the fishmen. Now that they were clustered attacking the wooden door, one ice crystal dropped down could explode and take out at least 3 or 4 fishmen, especially if enough water-based extraordinary attributes were infused. The power of the ice crystal would also significantly increase. However, it wasn't necessary. After all, being so close to the door. If the power was too great and depleted the lighthouse energy in one go, Lin Shan would have nowhere to cry. Remember, the last ice crystal formed from a little water-based extraordinary attribute had already exploded 40 of the energy. Although he wasn't sure if the white 3-star lighthouse would be more resilient, for safety's sake, it was best not to take unnecessary risks. Unfortunately, the door and window weren't aligned, or he could have used the window for a sneak attack. After thinking it over, Lin Shan ran directly to the top of the lighthouse on the 2nd floor. Upon looking down from the 2nd floor, he could indeed see the fishmen clustered at the door. Although the ones closest to the door were out of sight, it was enough. Lin Shan immediately condensed an ice crystal in his hand, and then, the ice crystal shot down, directly embedding itself into one of the fishmen in the pile. Instantly, as the fishman died, the ice crystal exploded. Boom! The ice crystal detonated, cold mist spreading, and the surrounding fishmen turned into frozen fish covered in a hard, icy layer. The fishman hit by the ice crystal was reduced to ice shards. Wow! The ice crystal condensed from 2 points of extraordinary attributes had such great power. Out of 21 fishmen, half were instantly killed. Lin Shan couldn't help but click his tongue. This time, the fishmen were frightened. They weren't afraid of normal attacks, but extraordinary attacks were different. The remaining fishmen hurriedly ran back to the Fishman King, chattering loudly. Chirping and chattering, the Fishman King, filled with rage, was about to push through the fish horde when it noticed an ice crystal flying towards them. Of course, with the fishmen gathered around the Fishman King, how could Lin Shan miss such a great opportunity? Lin Shan thought, heaven is helping me. This time, they be completely wiped out? This is a 2-point extraordinary attribute, ice crystal. But the next second, Lin Shan's pupils constricted. A fireball directly hit the ice crystal. Upon collision, they exploded. What the heck? Lin Shan stared in shock at everything happening before him. Soon, the steam created by the collision of ice mist and flames was blown away by the sea breeze, and the Fishman horde came back into view. Lin Shan was astonished to find that the Fishman King had somehow acquired a staff. Is the Fishman King an extraordinary being, or is it because of that staff? Lin Shan murmured as he looked at the staff in the Fishman King's hands. Walla walla! The Fishman King began to shout at Lin Shan upstairs. Unfortunately, the species was different, let alone the language. Lin Shan, what are you shouting about? I can't understand. After saying that, he casually fired another ice crystal down. Voila! Seeing the ice crystal reappear, the Fishman King angrily waved the staff in its hand, which emitted a blazing light, and then a fireball shot directly from the staff. Seeing this, Lin Shan squinted. Now he could confirm that the fireball was cast using the staff in the Fishman King's hand, meaning that staff was an extraordinary weapon. Lin Shan glanced at his water-based extraordinary attributes, which still had 6 points left, enough for him to launch 6 more ice crystal shots. Time to test it again. Another ice crystal shot down. The Fishman King was shocked. Its large fish eyes were filled with astonishment. Why could the opponent's staff be used so many times? It was surprising for the Fishman King to think this way. Since it had a staff, it naturally assumed that all extraordinary abilities were fired from it. Although shocked, the Fishman King used the staff again, and a fireball shot into the sky, colliding with the ice crystal once more. But the next second, another ice crystal broke through the steam and, in the Fishman King's incredulous gaze, struck its chest directly. Then, boom, the ice crystal exploded, and the Fishman King was turned into ice shards while the staff fell to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Chapter 25, The World Announcement. With the death of the Fishman King, the remaining fishmen panicked. After a flurry of commotion, they ran towards the sea, seeing the fishmen fleeing in disarray. How could Lin Shan let them escape? He quickly went downstairs, opened the door, and chased after them. Fortunately, the fishmen weren't very fast on land, their flippers making it difficult to run quickly. Hello, it's hunting time. Lin Shan said with a cold smile, holding his black iron spear, turning his back to the enemy. Those who are stronger than oneself will only die faster. Soon, the first fisherman was shot in the back of the head by Lin Shan. Pulling out the black iron spear, Lin Shan continued the pursuit. 1, 2, 3, and soon only 2 fishermen were left, just a few meters away from the sea. Victory was in sight, and the big eyes of the 2 fishermen sparkled. Clap, clap, clap. They had already stepped into the seawater. Crack. The last fisherman was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture at the shore. Lin Shan flicked the black iron spear and laughed. How could I let you escape? Thus, 38 fishermen met a tragic end on Tidal Island, and the culprit behind it was happily walking towards the sea. As for the fishmen by the sea, not all of them dropped treasure chests. Out of the 38 fishmen, only half yielded wooden treasure chests, not counting the chests on the backs of the fishmen. However, the Fisherman King dropped a black iron chest. Just as Lin Shan arrived at the shore to pick up the wooden chest, golden subtitles suddenly appeared in the dark sky. World System Announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the 88,888,888th Tower Guardian, Lin Shan, for being the first to annihilate the Sea Demon race. Rewards for all Tower Guardians in the 88888888 region. Bronze Chest 1, Black Iron Chest 1, Wooden Chest 1, Identification Ability Crystal 1 in the night sky. The World System Announcement echoed 3 times, and golden subtitles sparkled above. Even the sea mist couldn't block it. As soon as this world announcement was made, whether people were sleeping or fighting sea demons behind wooden doors, they all erupted in excitement. Everyone was discussing Lin Shan, and many were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards the people of the 88888888 region, especially those from the 8888888 and 88888888 regions. One wished for one more 8, the other wished for one less 8. And the people of the 88888888 region were the most excited. In the chat channel, as soon as the first Lin Shan boss's awesomeness appeared, a flood of messages followed, totaling over 90,000 repeating Lin Shan boss is awesome. Unfortunately, Lin Shan was too busy to open the chat channel. Otherwise, he would have at least faked some modesty. After collecting all the treasure chests dropped by the fishmen, he began to collect the corpses. The fishermen's bodies couldn't just be left lying on the island, right? After thinking for a moment, he decided to throw them into the rocky area to attract fish. Fortunately, the fishmen weren't very heavy, weighing about 40 to 50 pounds. There were about 26 fishermen's corpses remaining. The rest had turned to ice shards. For those, Lin Shan simply swept them into a pile, then used crab shells to pack them up before disposing of them. After over an hour of work, he finally cleaned everything up. Phew, that was exhausting. But now he could finally take a good look at today's harvest. Back at the lighthouse, Lin Shan took a few sips of water before starting to tally up. First, the treasure chests dropped by the fishmen. A total of 13 wooden chests rated from 1 to 3 stars, 1 black iron chest, a pile of broken weapons to be discarded outside the lighthouse, and 1 staff from the Fisherman King. This was the harvest from today's cleanup of the fishmen. Next were the system rewards. First, the shared rewards for the 88888888 region. Bronze Chest 1, Black Iron Chest 1, Wooden Chest 1, Identification Ability Crystal 1. Then came his personal exclusive rewards. System. Congratulations, Tower Guardian Lin Shan. You have received an exclusive reward. Extraordinary Attribute Chest 1. Random Purple 1 to 9 Star Ability Crystal 1. Random Special Equipment 1. Legend Level 1. Lin Shan claimed the rewards directly and gazed at the numerous treasure chests before him, murmuring to himself, I hit the jackpot, what a windfall. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile broadly. After a few minutes, he slowly calmed his excited heart and began to organize everything. First, he stacked the 1-star wooden treasure chest together, then the 2-star ones, followed by the 3-star ones, then the black iron chest, the bronze chest, and the extraordinary attribute chest. Finally, he placed the identification crystals, random purple ability crystals, random special equipment, and the staff on the wooden table. Once sorted, Lin Shan immediately started opening the 1-star wooden chests. The 1-star wooden chests were all dropped by the fishmen, totaling 7. Soon, he finished opening them, gaining black bread 8, pure water 5, with 68, and stone 41. Lin Shan wasn't surprised by this. Wooden chests really didn't have much good stuff. Basically, aside from black bread and pure water, they contained only basic resources. Next, he opened the 2-star and 3-star wooden chests one by one. He obtained black bread 9, pure water 11, wood 142, stone 71, a white 3-star iron pot 1, water apples 3, and a set of white 1-star cotton clothes. The iron pot and cotton clothes came from the 3-star wooden chest. After sorting out the materials obtained from the wooden chests, Linshan turned his attention to the black iron chests. What good stuff could he get from the black iron chests? There were 2 black iron chests, both rated green 3-star. However, the black iron chests awarded by the system had effects, with a 10 chance of yielding high-rated items. Crack. System. Obtained smokeless charcoal blueprint 1. Fishman gills 1 huh? What did he see? Fishman gills? What is this used for? Name. Smokeless charcoal blueprint. Category. Blueprint. Rating. Green 1. Effect. Allows the crafting table to learn to make smokeless charcoal. Evaluation. Smokeless charcoal not only does not emit irritating smoke, but also burns longer and at higher temperatures. He directly let the crafting table record and learn it. Then he looked at the fishman gills. Name. Fishman gills. Category. Special item. Rating. Green 5. Effect. Underwater breathing. Evaluation. The gills of a fishman, when placed behind the ears, allow for brief breathing underwater. Linshan was a bit surprised. The fishman gills turn out to be unexpectedly good, especially for those who possess the coral coast. It was a true treasure. Good. Linshan satisfactorily placed it on the wooden table and then looked at the black iron chest from the system reward. Crack. System. Obtained. Chapter 26. Developed. System. Obtained good farmland blueprint 1. Bronze crossbow 1 2 items. Not bad. Linshan immediately began to check. Name. Good farmland blueprint. Category. One-time blueprint. Rating. Green 6. Effect. After use, obtain 1 to 9 plots of good farmland. Evaluation. A one-time blueprint that requires no materials. Just use it, and that's it. Oh wow, Linshan's eyes brighten a bit. Farming. This thing has great significance on the island. You know, if you don't eat fruits and vegetables for a long time, you could get scurvy. After thinking this, Linshan directly clicked to use. System. Obtain good farmland 1 aim. Good farmland. Category. Building. Rating. Green 6. Effect. Has 6 planting plots. Evaluation. Good farmland can shorten the growth time of crops. A favorite of farmers. Note. 1 plot of good farmland can only plant 1 type of crop. 6 plots? Not bad, it's quite good. Linshan was very satisfied. He planned to set it up near the grove. As for why not near the lighthouse? That's easy to think about. It could easily be destroyed by invaders. Then Linshan eagerly looked at the second item. Name. Bronze crossbow. Category. Weapon. Rating. Blue and effect. Penetration. Evaluation. Shooting with arrows. The arrows will have a certain penetration power, easily piercing the shells of shallow sea crabs. A blue 1-star ranged weapon? This will make defending the tower easier. Just shoot down from the 2nd floor. Linshan was extremely pleased, but unfortunately, he didn't have arrows. He would check the chat channel later to see if anyone had drawn arrows or arrow blueprints. Very good. Next is the bronze treasure chest. Be good. Don't let the black iron treasure chest outshine you. No need for yellow. A blue 9 would be fine. Linshan looked at the bronze treasure chest and murmured. Then, he clasped his hands together and began to whisper, "Oh heavens, I am willing to sacrifice 1 day's lifespan of everyone in the world channel to exchange for a big explosion from the bronze treasure chest." Then he opened it. Creak. System. Obtain bronze arrow rain 1 huh? What the heck? Just 1 item? Linshan looked at the prompt in disbelief, then reluctantly opened his backpack, looking at the newly appeared item, his brows furrowing. After opening so many treasure chests, Linshan had guessed that the fewer items in a treasure chest, the higher their rating would be. However, in the early game, it's better to have more items, but since it's already reality, Linshan couldn't complain, so he clicked to check. Name. Bronze arrow rain. Category. Special equipment. Rating. Blue 7. Effect. Triple shot bronze arrows. Evaluation. This is special equipment for the special lighthouse. Can only be equipped on the arrow tower. Linshan suddenly remembered that there seemed to be someone in his area who had obtained a special lighthouse. An arrow tower? He could ask about it later. This thing is undoubtedly very powerful, but unfortunately, It's exclusive equipment. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly, then looked at the last treasure chest, the random extraordinary attribute treasure chest. Name, random extraordinary attribute treasure chest. Category, special treasure chest. Rating, black 9. Effect, upon opening, will definitely appear one of the extraordinary fruits, extraordinary items, extraordinary abilities, or extraordinary techniques. Special effect, 50 increase in the probability of extraordinary techniques. Note, this is a reward for the brave. Evaluation, a special treasure chest of extraordinary attributes. One of the treasures coveted by any extraordinary person. Black? What level is this? Lin Shan looked at the black rating in confusion, murmuring in disbelief. As far as he knew, the current ratings were white, green, blue, yellow, purple. Could it be that black is a color above purple? It didn't seem to be the case. He remembered that the last deep-sea treasure chest he obtained was yellow 9 stars. It displayed the deep-sea shark pearl, which was purple and also showed its level. However, the black rating hadn't shown the corresponding color, so purple must not be above black, but rather another color. Lin Shan speculated. There were still a few rating colors left, and after hesitating for a moment, Lin Shan shifted his attention back to the treasure chest. Lin Shan walked to the fireplace, picked up 3 dry twigs, and lit them in the fire pit. Then he adjusted his clothes, coughed twice, and began to pray. Guanyin Bodhisattva, Buddha, Jade Emperor, 3 pure ones above, please bless me with a big explosion from the treasure chest. After completing the ritual, he threw the dry twigs into the fire as incense, then eagerly approached the treasure chest and opened it directly. Creek, system, obtained extraordinary fruit 1, extraordinary fruit 1. Extraordinary fruit 1, extraordinary technique 1. It really exploded? Lin Shan murmured in disbelief, and in the next second, he checked with shining eyes. Name, extraordinary fruit. Category, rare material. Rating, green 1. Effect, after eating, randomly increases 1 point of extraordinary attribute. Evaluation, the lowest level extraordinary fruit, but also a treasure coveted by countless people. Then Lin Shan looked at the other 2 extraordinary fruits. One was green 3 stars, which could increase 3 points of random extraordinary attributes after eating, and the other was blue 1 star, which could increase 10 points of random extraordinary attributes after eating. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan said, a total of 14 points of random extraordinary attributes. I hope most of them are added to the water system extraordinary attributes. After all, Lin Shan's highest extraordinary attribute now was the water system extraordinary attribute. The 3 extraordinary fruits were different in shape and color, clearly not of the same type. They were not very large. The smallest was about the size of strawberry, and the largest was about the size of a water apple. Lin Shan directly ate the 3 extraordinary attribute fruits. There was no need to keep such things. He would have to eat them sooner or later. Huh? Lin Shan suddenly felt his body heat up, but it quickly returned to normal. What the heck? Is this because of the extraordinary fruit? But there was no such effect before, right? Lin Shan said, with some confusion. He opened his personal panel to take a look. Name, Lin Shan, strength, extraordinary person, talent, gift of fate, ability, ice crystal shooting, underwater breathing, extraordinary attributes, water system 14, fire system 3, wood system 2, mysterious 5. Physique 1, evaluation, a newbie extraordinary person, with 1 extraordinary attribute, just exceeding 10 points, extra wood, mysterious, and physique extraordinary attributes? Lin Shan was puzzled. If physique has extraordinary attributes, then what about strength and agility? Shouldn't they have them too? Chapter 27, The Key of Destiny? It seems that the recent heat in my body must be due to the extraordinary physique, right? I wonder what effect it has. But it should be related to the body. Could it be that he has become stronger? Lin Shan seemed to examine his arm up and down, feeling that his muscles had become a bit harder. Was it just an illusion? After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan directly took out the black iron spear. Wow, it's so light. Lin Shan was a bit surprised as he weighed the black iron spear in his hand. The spear, which was around 30 pounds, felt heavy before, but now it seemed much lighter, at least 1/3 lighter. It seems that the extraordinary physique indeed enhances the body, and my strength has increased a lot, Lin Shan said with a smile, feeling excited. After the excitement, Lin Shan's gaze turned to the cultivation method in his backpack. This is the most important thing. Name, extraordinary cultivation method. Category, cultivation method. Rating, Black 9 effect. After use, it will form the most suitable cultivation method for the user, special effect, along with forming the cultivation method. It will also create an exclusive profession. This is a reward for the brave. Evaluation. This is the beginning of an extraordinary family. Another black rating? Could it be that black is a special rating? Lin Shan said with confusion. But this effect is quite impressive. Not only do I get a cultivation method, but I also get a legacy profession. I wonder if the second or third place gets this treatment too. While murmuring to himself, Lin Shan directly used it. System, forming cultivation method, please wait. System, forming profession, please wait. After reading the system prompts, Lin Shan no longer paid attention to it, but instead looked at the items on the table. He glanced at the 4 items on the table. After thinking for a moment, let's check the staff first. Name, Fireball Staff. Category, Extraordinary Weapon. Rating, Green 6. Effect, Fireball 03. Evaluation, low-level Extraordinary Weapon. Can cast a fireball spell with fire attributes 3 times a day. As expected, too bad it's useless for me. I can sell it. At this stage, it should sell well. After saying that, Lin Shan looked at the other 3 items, thought for a while, and picked up the identification crystal. Name, Identification Crystal. Category, Ability Crystal. Rating, Blue 9. Effect, Identification. Learning requirement, none. Evaluation. From my identification experience, this is a piece of junk. He learned it directly. In an instant, the identification crystal turned into a beam of light and rushed into Lin Shan's forehead. Having gone through this experience once, Lin Shan was not panicked. As the identification technique merged into his forehead, a large amount of information about the identification technique quickly flooded into his mind. After a while, Lin Shan finally came back to his senses. Rubbing his forehead, could it be that every time I learn an ability, I have to go through this? If that's the case, then I must learn in a safe place in the future, like inside the lighthouse. With the identification technique, I will be able to check the attributes of sea beasts and sea monsters in the future. However, from the information of the identification technique, the identification results depend on the mental power of both sides. This means that if the opponent's mental power is relatively high, I might not be able to obtain any information, but conversely, if the opponent's mental power is lower than mine, the identification information will be very detailed. Also, mysterious extraordinary attributes can resist the identification of the identification technique, and their priority is higher than extraordinary mental power. How should I put it? My 5 points of mysterious extraordinary attributes can at least offset 5 points of the opponent's mental power? Not bad. I didn't expect to discover a function of the mysterious attribute so quickly. After checking the information of the identification technique, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. Finally, Lin Shan looked at the random purple ability crystal and random special equipment on the table. Name, Random Purple Ability Crystal 1 to 9. Category, Special Item. Rating, Purple 1 to 9. Effect, after use, randomly obtain a purple ability crystal from 1 to 9. Special effect, guaranteed for. This is a reward for the brave. Evaluation, the color purple. Isn't it quite flavorful? High-level abilities, extraordinary attributes below 100 points don't even qualify for use. Just a little chicken. Lin Shan glanced at the evaluation and then clicked to use it. System, obtain Starlight Technique Crystal. Lin Shan directly clicked to check. Name, Starlight Technique Crystal. Category, Ability Crystal. Rating, Purple 7. Effect, Starlight Attack, Starlight Defense. Starlight Healing. Learning requirement, at least 10 points of mysterious extraordinary attributes. Evaluation, a perfect ability that combines attack, defense, and healing, but the usage requirements are harsh. If the mysterious extraordinary attributes are below 300 points, it is not recommended for use. Of course, if the mysterious extraordinary attributes are below 100 points, you don't even qualify to use it. Looking at the Starlight Technique crystal before him, Lin Shan had a premonition that if he learned it now, there would be a loud bang, and his entire head would explode. This premonition came inexplicably, but it made Lin Shan a bit frightened. Lin Shan looked at the learning requirements, and then complained. 10 points of mysterious extraordinary attributes? I can't believe it. Even if I don't die, I'll become an idiot. Shouldn't it be a guaranteed 100 points of mysterious attributes? Since I can't learn it at this stage, I was put in my backpack to gather dust. The last item, name, random special equipment, category, special item, rating, purple 6, effect. After use, obtain a piece of special equipment ranging from purple 1 to red 1. Evaluation, special equipment has uniqueness and special effect attributes. Purple followed by red? Indeed, black is special. Lin Shan looked at the red one and couldn't help but murmur. Then he directly used it. Come on, give me something great. System, obtain the key of destiny. Name, key of destiny unique. Category, special equipment. Rating, red 1 can grow. Effect, mysterious 10. Mental power 10, special effect. Door of destiny. Evaluation, destiny is everywhere. No one knows what lies behind the door of destiny. Hint, a rare unique growth equipment. Requires a soul contract to bind. Use. Lin Shan blinked, absorbed it, then shouted excitedly. Oh yeah, I got a great item. It's so red. Wait a minute. Lin Shan suddenly stopped, then looked at the golden key in his hand with a puzzled expression and wondered. Soul contract? How do I make a contract? Blood recognition is known to use blood. But this soul, how do I do it? Just as Lin Shan was feeling puzzled, the key of destiny in his hand suddenly emitted a faint golden light, and at the same time, the gift of destiny twinkled, as if responding, resonating. Then, Lin Shan inexplicably formed a contract with the key of destiny. Chapter 28, Trade Time. Lin Shan looked at the key of destiny in his hand with a bewildered expression. How did he suddenly make a contract? However, after the contract, Lin Shan also learned about the specific effects of the Door of Destiny. To put it simply, it is to summon a door and then open it with the key of destiny, but what lies behind the door is completely unknown. However, what is behind the Door of Destiny will basically be something the user urgently needs. To summon the Door of Destiny, a large amount of mysterious extraordinary attributes is required, and the key of destiny must also be charged with energy. Rubbing his head, unable to make sense of it, Lin Shan directly stored the key of destiny in his mind. That's right, after the contract, the key of destiny stayed in his mind. And he didn't know how such a large key could fit in his head. Or was the mind just a vague concept? After reading everything, it could be said that it was a great harvest. Lin Shan looked at the items on the table and the ground with satisfaction. His backpack had only 10 slots, so most items were stored in the lighthouse. The backpack only held the items he needed. After glancing at the extraordinary techniques and professions, and seeing that they were still forming, he ignored them. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel. He wanted to make a trade. Now that everyone had a bronze treasure chest, he wondered if there were any good items available. Lin Shan said with some anticipation. Also, his bronze light crossbow still didn't have feather arrows. He wanted to see if anyone had opened the blueprint for feather arrows. This is going to be great. Brothers and sisters, I opened a blue-rated item, thanks to Lin Shan, the boss. Indeed, it's a big deal. Other regions must be envious and jealous, right? Hey, upstairs. It's exhilarating. Not a big deal. What do you mean? Folks, I opened a piece of equipment with extraordinary attributes. Do you know what it's for? Extraordinary attributes? It should be for abilities, right? The one upstairs, I know this. I opened an extraordinary weapon. It can unleash wind blades, showing the power of a bit of wind-type extraordinary attributes. Extraordinary weapon? Whoa, I'm envious. Nothing to be envious of. I also opened an extraordinary weapon, but I can only use it once a day. Upstairs, I can use it twice? What the hell? Why? By the way, what rating do you have? Green 4-star. I have a green 3-star. Damn, just 1-star difference. The chat channel was lively. After all, everyone had a bronze treasure chest now. And if they opened good items, they had to show off. After Lin Shan dipped into the chat for a while, he started doing business. Lin Shan, everyone, I'm offering an extraordinary weapon. Fireball staff attribute image. Fishman gills attribute image. Bronze arrow rain attribute image. Wow. Everyone look, I caught a wild big shot. Get out of my way. That's a big leg. Don't block me from hugging it. Big shots are big shots. All good stuff. Big shot. What's the price for that bronze arrow rain? I want it. Upstairs. I remember your lighthouse seems to be a special lighthouse, an arrow tower, right? Damn, I want the fisherman gills. Half of my seaside is coral area, but I haven't searched much. Isn't the coral area a rare sea area? Yeah, my island is Coral Coast Island. Half or two-thirds of the area is Coral Coast. I just happen to have half. Wow, the fireball staff is gone. Are you still chatting? Smart people have already made secret bids. What? Damn, you guys are stealing? Idiots. There's not enough porridge for too many people. Those who are quick get the goods. Lin Shan looked at the overwhelming transaction information and couldn't help but blink. Isn't this a bit too much? In an instant, there were over 10,000 messages. However, most people were looking for sponsorship, so Lin Shan directly filtered those out. Fortunately, the chat channel had this feature. Otherwise, it would have been a nightmare to open them one by one. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the 3 items he had were all above green quality, and the bronze arrow rain was even blue 7-star. So the minimum requirement for trading had to be at least green or above. After filtering out all items rated below green, he was left with just over 20 transaction messages. He clicked on the first one to take a look. Big shot, big shot. I want the fireball staff. Please. Image. He directly clicked the image to view it. So why, Doug? No, it was a green 3-star dagger, photographed on a snow-white thigh. Lin Shan widened his eyes in disbelief, and then complained. Do I look like a shallow person? Humph. Silently saving the image, Lin Shan ruthlessly closed the transaction information. Then he clicked on the second, third, and went through them one by one. Soon, Lin Shan finished looking through a total of over 100 genuine transaction offers, among which a few looked quite good. With over 90,000 people, there must be quite a few who obtain good items. After all, bronze treasure chests can yield blue items. But unfortunately, apart from one person, the rest had no blue items to trade. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan clicked on one of the transaction messages. Big shot, big shot. I want the bronze arrow tower. This is all my resources. Please take a look. Image. The items were not many. The other party clearly displayed all their green items and a few blues, which should have come from opening a bronze treasure chest. Lin Shan, your lighthouse is a special lighthouse, an arrow tower. Bailey, big shot, you know me? Hee. That's right, my lighthouse is an arrow tower. Lin Shan, I'm quite curious about the attributes of the arrow tower. Can you send them to me to have a look? Bailey, sure, there's no problem. Just wait a moment, big shot. Bailey, big shot done. Take a look. Image. Lin Shan click to see. Name. Lighthouse. Category. Lighthouse. Rating. White 4. Main effect. Green candlelight. Special effect. Arrow tower. Energy. 73. Evaluation. This is a lighthouse capable of launching arrow rain. Each time it launches arrow rain, it consumes 1 of energy. The lighthouse is still a lighthouse, but it has a special effect. It seems that all subsequent lighthouses can become special lighthouses, but those who obtained them at the start simply got a step ahead. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan murmured, Lin Shan, thank you, then I'll trade this blue-rated item for this green item, okay? Bailey, trade. Thank you, big shot. Lin Shan nodded and then clicked to confirm the trade. He wasn't worried about being cheated at all. The system would ensure that both parties completed the trade. So there was no need to worry that the other party would suddenly withdraw their items after clicking confirm. Chapter 29, Trade Down. The quick transaction was soon completed. The backpack immediately lost a bronze arrow rain and gained 2 new items. Name, mixed bait. Category, item, rating, green 4. Effect, can attract marine creatures. Evaluation, you are unsure what will be attracted. Sea fish, sea beasts, or sea sirens. Because the green algae head attracted shallow sea crabs, and they came with a black iron treasure chest, Lin Shan was quite interested in the bait. Name, incomplete sunken iron spear. Category, weapon, rating, blue 3. Effect, penetration heavy. Evaluation, an incomplete sunken iron spear. In perfect condition would at least reach a blue 8 rating. This spear was intended to replace the black iron spear. Next, Lin Shan clicked on another trade message, which was for exchanging a fireball staff. The other party's asking price was a green 8-star item, but it was unclear whether it came from a bronze treasure chest or a black iron treasure chest. Although an 8-star item is 2 stars higher than the 6-star fireball staff, it doesn't work that way. The fireball staff can be used as a trump card. The price is definitely inflated. Lin Shan, brother, are you sure you want to trade for the fireball staff? It's a good item. Chen Jianlin, that's right, big shot. 1 for 1. Lin Shan, why call me big shot? Aren't you a big shot yourself? By the way, do you have any arrow feathers? Chen Jianlin, just joking, big shot. How could I compare to you? As for arrow feathers, I don't have any. But a friend of mine did get a black iron arrow blueprint. But it requires iron blocks, so I can't make it. Lin Shan, I see then fine. Let's trade first, and when iron blocks appear, I'll contact you again. Let's add each other as friends. Chen Jianlin, no problem, for sure. The trade was quickly completed. Name, green yun scarf. Category, extraordinary equipment. Rating, green 8. Effect, mental power 4. Evaluation, extraordinary equipment made from the tail feathers of a green bird, containing a small amount of extraordinary mental power. In the long run, this trade was beneficial for Lin Shan, but for now, it seemed to favor the other party. However, as long as both sides were satisfied, that's what trading is all about, right? If you're good, I'm good, then everyone is good. Once the fireball staff was sold, the trading information instantly decreased by 70 to 80%, clearly indicating that most people were there for the fireball staff. Unfortunately, the other offers were not impressive, not even a single green 5-star item. It was all just a joke. Are they kidding? The fireball staff itself is already 6 stars. Ultimately, the value of the fisherman gills, like the bronze arrow rain, depends on personal needs. Those who need it can sell it for a good price, while those who don't need it think it's just okay. After all, it's a special 5-star item, not worth trading for anything below 6 stars. Lin Shan muttered as he opened the remaining trade messages to check. Soon, he filtered out 90% of the trade messages, leaving 3 trade offers. One of the 3 was for a green 6-star weapon, a long knife. Lin Shan took a look and ultimately dismissed it, as he was currently using a spear. One cannot be greedy. Since he was initially focusing on the spear, he should practice with it well. Then for the second one. The information was similar to that of Chen Jianlin, offering all items rated green and above for him to choose from. Lin Shan hadn't examined this one closely yet. The last one presented a green 7-star item, a ship lantern, which could dispel sea mist within a 3-meter radius. Lin Shan was somewhat tempted by this item, but decided to check the second person's offerings first. He would hold onto the ship lantern for now, and if the second person didn't have anything good, he would trade for the ship lantern. He closed the trade information and reopened the second person's trade information to start checking. The items offered were clearly more than what Chen Bailey had. After all, this person was from a special island, the Coral Island, where even a short dive for search was much better than an ordinary coast. There were a total of 6 items, 4 of which were green and 2 blue. When trading, it's always best to start with the better items, Lin Shan said with a grin. He then clicked to view. Name, Siren's Call Shell. Category, special item. Rating, blue 3. Effect, enchantment. Evaluation, a shell recording the enchanting voice of a low-level mermaid, capable of releasing an enchanting sound that charms all life within a 10-meter radius. Huh. Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback, and then said with some surprise, does it not distinguish between friend and foe? Rubbing his chin, he thought this item would be quite nice for Chen Bailey, as the lighthouse would not be affected. He looked at the second blue item. Name, purple coral. Category, coral. Rating, blue 2. Effect, purifies water quality, absorbs toxins. Evaluation, purple coral is a relatively rare quality among corals, capable of absorbing toxins in the water to purify it. Huh, purple coral? Did they just pick it? Lin Shan said with confusion, knowing that he was still nurturing his blood-red coral, while the other party just harvested it directly. Looking at the coral in front of him, he wasn't sure if it could still survive, but he decided to take it, mainly because the ship lantern wasn't very useful right now. The mist was too dangerous for beginners like them to explore. Lin Shan, are you there? Wang Feng. I'm here, big shot. I've finally been waiting for you. Lin Shan, do you want to trade for the purple coral? Wang Feng, yes. Big shot, you don't know. I have plenty of purple coral in my coral area, but unfortunately, they're all in the depths, and I don't dare to go down. Upon seeing this, Lin Shan raised an eyebrow and then joked. I see. So this is the benefit of obtaining the coral area at the beginning? I'm a bit envious. How did you do it? The trade was completed, and the purple coral was in hand. Lin Shan looked around and then murmured, Seems like there's nothing else to do. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered, oh right, toilet paper. Lin Shan opened his backpack to check. Due to the recent invasion of the fisherman group, he had exchanged toilet paper for wood and stone. Now his backpack contained wood 2470, stone 3289. He checked the chat channel and found that no one had obtained the toilet paper blueprint yet. Lin Shan then made all the remaining wood into toilet paper, and after that, he could go to sleep. After all, it was already past 10 p.m. He had to get up early tomorrow. With so many fishmen baiting, who knows how many sea beasts would be attracted. Then he lay on the bed, preparing to sleep, even though he felt a bit unaccustomed without a pillow and blanket. Finally, Lin Shan remembered he had a set of cotton clothes and directly used it as a pillow, mainly because it wasn't very cold yet, probably due to the sunny weather in the first 3 days. Chapter 30, the third day. After a dreamless night, when Lin Shan opened his eyes, sunlight had already streamed in. It's bright outside. After yawning, Lin Shan sat up straight. He picked up a bottle of purified water, rinsed his mouth, and washed his face, instantly feeling completely awake. He opened the panel to check the time. It's 6:30. Then he looked at today as weather effects. Today's weather, sunny and windy. Weather effect, rare. After the tide recedes on your island, there's a chance to upgrade the treasure chest you obtain. Oh, the effect today is pretty good, huh? Treasure chests can be upgraded? Nice. I like it, Lin Shan said with a grin. Before long, it was 7 o'clock. Ding. Reminder. In half an hour, the seawater will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. System announcement. Ding. Congratulations to all tower defenders for successfully holding out until the third day. The following new features are now unlocked. System ding. The forge station has started to be deployed. System ding. Deployment successful. System ding. The trading system is now open. System ding. Port facilities have started to be deployed. System ding. Deployment successful. After reading the system announcements, Lin Shan murmured, as expected, the forge station is unlocked today. Does this mean Chun Jianlin's black iron arrows can be crafted now? After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait until the tide came in to ask. Looking at the control panel, the crafting table, and the forge station lined up together, Lin Shan shrugged helplessly. The room had become narrower again. Oh right, toilet paper. Seeing the crafting table reminded Lin Shan that he had made all the wood into toilet paper last night. 700 packs of toilet paper. After putting away the toilet paper, Lin Shan opened the trading system to take a look. The trading system has 2 pages, one for regional trading and one for world trading. The difference between the two is clear at a glance. The world trading is gray, indicating it hasn't been opened yet. Lin Shan opened the regional trading and began to look. The instructions were quite simple. Every tower defender has their own small shop. Currently, there are only 10 selling slots, meaning each person can list a maximum of 10 items per day. However, items can stack infinitely. After listing items, you just need to set a price, then click confirm to list them, and it's done. Since everyone has an independent small shop, clicking on personal information in the chat channel also allows access to their small shop. The most important thing is there are no middleman markups. Lin Shan really liked this. He listed all the toilet paper at a price of 10 wood each. In a short while, the trading platform was filled with numerous goods, selling a wide variety of items. After glancing at it a few times, Lin Shan closed it and opened the chat channel to promote a bit. Finally, he looked at the port. On the system page, a port page appeared, and Lin Shan clicked to view it directly. Name, port, category, island building, rating, White 1, effect, none evaluation, a dilapidated port, no one is willing to come for trading. Upgrade requirements, with 0-100, system reminder. The port is one of the important buildings, please upgrade it as much as possible. The port will attract sea traders and is also a facility for tower defenders to explore outside the island. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan picked up his breakfast, a piece of black bread and half a bottle of purified water, and walked out of the lighthouse room. He then saw the port situated to the left of the lighthouse, along with a dirt road leading from the lighthouse to the port. Lin Shan looked and found that the window just happened to provide a view of the port. The tide hadn't receded yet, so he decided to check out the port first. After saying that, Lin Shan walked towards the port while eating his breakfast. Looking at the dilapidated wooden bridge in front of him, This was the port, located in the beach area. It really is quite shabby. The wooden bridge is about 10 meters long, extending about 2 meters beyond the island's length, probably to prevent ships from colliding with the island. Lin Shan cautiously walked onto it, and the wooden bridge immediately creaked. Damn, it really is quite worn out. However, even though it was very dilapidated, it was still safe for one person to walk on. Soon, the seawater receded. Lin Shan stopped inspecting the port's wooden bridge and prepared to go foraging. Now on the beach, Lin Shan didn't bother to run to the boundary between the coral area and the rocky area. He decided to start from the port and make a loop. Lin Shan muttered to himself as he looked at the beach after the tide receded. The first thing that caught his eye was some domineering little creatures, crabs. Then came the wood, stones, and other basic resources. It seems that as time goes on, an ecosystem is gradually forming around the island. Watching the crabs scuttling around on the beach, Lin Shan stroked his chin and speculated. Then, Lin Shan began his foraging for the day. The beach was just as usual, filled with wood and stones, so he quickly arrived at the coral area. What the heck? Colorful mantis shrimp? Just at the boundary between the beach area and the coral area, Lin Shan saw a giant mantis shrimp, about 2 meters long, and it was colorful. Watching the colorful mantis shrimp underwater, Lin Shan was somewhat astonished. Moreover, he noticed that this colorful mantis shrimp was happily munching on the corpse of shallow water crab. Looking at the colorful mantis shrimp in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but click his tongue. Being in the water is completely different from being on land. At least he definitely couldn't beat the colorful mantis shrimp in the water, of course, unless he used the ice crystal shot. Right? Didn't the system reward him with identification skills? Let me take a look at the attributes of this colorful mantis shrimp first. Ding. Starting identification. Detecting the extraordinary attributes of the identification target. None. Identification successful. Obtaining a 200 identification effect. Name. Colorful mantis shrimp. Strength. Ordinary. Talent. Rapid strike. Ability. Hard shell. Ambush. Extraordinary attributes. Water 4. Gold 7. Evaluation. A newly matured sea beast, the colorful mantis shrimp, although its strength is only ordinary. One punch from it could send you to meet your great-grandmother. Excessive identification evaluation. The shell of the colorful mantis shrimp has a hard shell attribute, making it a good material for crafting light armor. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but be surprised, then murmured, although its strength is ordinary, one punch could send me to meet my great-grandmother? Is it really that powerful? However, Lin Shan thought about it and remembered that colorful mantis shrimps on Blue Star can break shells, glass, etc., so he understood. Just look at that shallow water crab being held and munched on. It dares to underestimate the colorful mantis shrimp, and this is the consequence. Chapter 31. The reef area swarming with sea beasts. The colorful mantis shrimp in the coral area were still munching on crabs, completely motionless. Lin Shan felt that the ice crystal shot could deal with them in one go, but first he needed to check if there were any treasure chests around. Soon, Lin Shan discovered a treasure chest, a black iron chest, located about 2 meters in front of the mantis shrimp on the coral. A black iron chest? There's no way I can avoid attacking now, Lin Shan murmured as he looked at the colorful mantis shrimp. Slowly, Lin Shan descended. He wasn't sure if it was due to his overwhelming water affinity or the deep sea shark pearl, but he moved underwater with incredible speed without creating much disturbance. Before long, he found himself about 3 meters behind the colorful mantis shrimp and came to a stop. Going any higher would be risky. The ice crystal began to form in his hand, and instantly, the surrounding seawater started to turn cold. Lin Shan felt something was off. Sure enough, the mantis shrimp sensed the change in the water and began to turn around. Lin Shan quickly concentrated to form the ice crystal. In no time, an ice crystal charged with 5 points of water affinity energy was formed, and he threw it. Whoosh! It shot towards the colorful mantis shrimp. As the ice crystal flew, Lin Shan noticed that ice shards formed along its path in the seawater. Crack! The sound of freezing echoed, and Lin Shan focused to see that the colorful mantis shrimp was completely encased in ice, slowly floating up to the surface. Wow! The power of 5 points of affinity energy is quite significant. Wait, it's still alive? Lin Shan stared in surprise at the mantis shrimp inside the ice block, which was slowly rotating its eyes. He murmured in astonishment. This wasn't just a point or two. It was a whole 5 points. Suddenly, Lin Shan opened the identification results for the colorful mantis shrimp and looked at its affinity attributes. 4 points of water affinity. Could it be that same type attributes can resist each other? There is a possibility that even if it doesn't completely negate the attack, it can reduce the damage and effects of the same attribute, right? Thinking this way, it didn't seem so surprising anymore, Lin Shan thought to himself. Then, watching the mantis shrimp gradually adapting, Lin Shan didn't use the ice crystal shot again, but instead quickly swam up and pushed the frozen mantis shrimp towards the shore. BRR, it's a bit cold. Lin Shan shivered involuntarily, then looked at the slowly moving, colorful mantis shrimp inside the ice block and realized that the ice block wasn't completely frozen. There was still some water inside, which explained why the mantis shrimp could still move. Before long, Lin Shan pushed the large ice block onto the shore. Thankfully, it was in the sea. He took out his heavy iron spear and smiled at the mantis shrimp in the ice block. This is a blue 3-star weapon. You should feel honored to die under this spear. With a flick of the spear, Lin Shan aimed at the mantis shrimp's head, preparing for a lethal strike. Then, he thrust it hard. Crack! The heavy iron spear broke through the ice layer with ease and accurately hit the mantis shrimp's head. Breaking through the other side of the ice, Lin Shan clicked his tongue, saying, "Just a bit of extraordinary physique attribute, and at least doubled our strength." Of course, the heavy iron spear was able to pierce through the ice so smoothly because it was sharp, pointed, and heavy. After all, it was a blue-rated weapon. Once he confirmed that the colorful mantis shrimp was dead, Lin Shan tossed it aside for later processing and focused on retrieving the treasure chest first. Splash! With a sound, Lin Shan quickly swam back to the black iron chest guarded by the colorful mantis shrimp and collected it. Glancing at the remains of the shallow sea crab, he noticed that without the mantis shrimp's deterrence, many small fish, crabs, and shrimp came over to feast on it. Next, Lin Shan began to search. By the way, where should the purple coral be placed? When he traded, he discovered that the purple coral was alive, so it could be placed in the coral area to reproduce. After some thought, Lin Shan glanced at the blood-colored coral area. Although he didn't know if the two would compete for resources, it would be better to separate them for breeding. Sea urchins? Suddenly, Lin Shan stopped, looking at the sea urchins on the coral, and quickly swam down. Sea urchins generally eat algae on corals, right? Thankfully, they weren't starfish. Some starfish seem to eat coral polyps. Rubbing his chin, he thought, whatever. It's hard to understand. As long as there is no human interference, the island's ecosystem is gradually improving, and the ecological balance is generally maintained. After all, on Blue Star, humans were the biggest destroyers. After taking a couple of glances, Lin Shan continued his search. Besides the black iron chest guarded by the colorful mantis shrimp, he found 3 pearl shells and a green 3-star sea fish in the coral area, but unfortunately, he couldn't catch it in the water. Although Lin Shan was agile enough in the water, he still couldn't compare to the sea fish. Of course, if he used the spear to poke, it would be much easier to hit the fish. Splash! Water cascaded off Lin Shan as he emerged. I think I've figured out. The resources in the coral area, aside from treasure chests, consist of sea products. Lin Shan wiped the water off his face and said, "Next, it was time for the key area, the reef area. I wonder how many sea beasts the many fishermen corpses from yesterday will attract. Let us find a higher reef to take a look." After scanning around, he quickly found a relatively high reef. Lin Shan jogged over and climbed up. Once on top, Lin Shan discovered several sea beasts, from shallow sea crabs to mantis shrimp, and even spotted a new type of sea beast. 1, 2, 5, 6, 8 sea beasts. That is a good number. My efforts moving the fishermen corpses yesterday weren't in vain, Lin Shan said with satisfaction. 8 sea beasts should yield 5 or 6 treasure chests, right? Not all sea beasts that appear will have treasure chests, just as not all treasure chests are guarded by sea beasts. Among the 8 sea beasts, 3 shallow sea crabs were gathered in a reef pit, seemingly eating something. 2 other crabs were hiding alone under a rock. There were also 2 mantis shrimp together. And finally, one new sea beast that appeared to be a type of sea fish. Of course, these were just the visible sea beasts. It remained to be seen if there were any hidden in the dark. So many large seafood items. Too bad there's no storage fridge. Lin Shan muttered regretfully. Chapter 32, Sword-Nosed Fish cautiously weaving between the reefs. While searching for supplies, Lin Shan carefully checked the dark corners for any hidden sea beasts. With 20 fishmen corpses, even if some had been washed away by the sea, at least half would remain, right? So the sea beasts he had just seen were definitely not all there were. There must be more hiding in unseen places. Looking at the small pool ahead, Lin Shan avoided stepping into the water. What's that? Lin Shan suddenly noticed something, glanced around warily, and after confirming there were no signs of sea beasts, he slowly approached. A golden sea conch? Lin Shan examined the sea conch in front of him, surprised. Picking it up and inspecting it, he found it to be an empty shell, quite heavy, and its texture and feel were similar to gold. Let me see what this really is. Name, golden conch. Category, special item. Rating, blue 3. Effect, summon ships. Evaluation, the conch can summon ships. But no one knows what kind of ship will be summoned. It could be a merchant vessel, a pirate ship, or even a ghost ship. The highest rating of the summoned ship is double that of the conch's rating. It really is gold? A golden conch, and it's a special item? What a blood profit. Lin Shan happily stowed it in his backpack. Then, Lin Shan continued exploring, but this time he was more meticulous. After all, the golden conch isn't large, just about the size of a palm. If it got stuck in a crack in the rocks, it would be hard to see. Soon, Lin Shan encountered his first sea beast. Seeing the large fish stranded at the bottom of the pool, he couldn't help but chuckle. TSK, stranded, huh? Let me help you out. This fish appeared to be about 3 meters long, especially with its nose, which was incredibly long, at least half a meter. Faced with this new sea beast, Lin Shan had to identify it. Otherwise, what was the point of learning identification skills? Name, sword-nosed fish. Strength, ordinary. Talent, an ability dash. Endurance burst, extraordinary attributes. Water 6, sword 3, gold 1. Evaluation. The sword-nosed fish, with its nose shaped like a sword, is extremely fast in water, and with its sword nose, it has considerable lethality. XS identification evaluation. The sword nose of the sword-nosed fish can be used to create extraordinary weapons. The water sword is one of the most favored weapons among novice water-type extraordinary beings. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan raised an eyebrow and then smiled. So, I actually got a bargain? Who told you to be greedy? Lin Shan took out his heavy iron spear and poked the sword-nosed fish's head. Puff! The heavy iron spear easily pierced through the fish's head, and in an instant, the sword-nosed fish began to struggle. Bang, bang, bang. Its tail was making loud noises, and seeing this, Lin Shan nervously looked around, afraid of attracting other sea beasts. Sure enough, a shallow water crab was drawn over. Creak, creak. Watching the shallow water crab approach, Lin Shan helplessly pouted, then condensed an ice crystal and shot it directly at the crab as it got closer. Crunch! In an instant, the entire shallow water crab was frozen into an ice crab. Lin Shan noticed that as his water-type extraordinary attributes exceeded 10 points, the power of his ice crystal shot had also increased a bit. This should be a sign that his strength has risen. A person with 100 points in extraordinary attributes and another with 10 points using the same ability, both investing 1 point of extraordinary attributes, would definitely yield different results. The struggling of the sword-nosed fish below gradually diminished, and soon it stopped moving. This was mainly because the heavy iron spear was still lodged in its head, causing it to die so quickly. Jumping down, Lin Shan directly chopped off the sword nose of the sword-nosed fish with the spear tip. Surprisingly, there was a sword handle bone inside the flesh. No wonder it could be made into a water sword. Lin Shan examined the sword nose in his hand, marveling. Next, Lin Shan stowed the nearby wooden treasure chest in his backpack, took the sword nose, and left. As for the fish meat, he would save it for bait. After all, he couldn't carry it all. His backpack was already full. With 10 slots, he had already occupied 6, leaving only 4 remaining slots. This was after he had stored the bronze crossbow and mixed bait in the lighthouse room, freeing up 2 more slots. Lin Shan planned to throw the fish sword onto the island later. With his current strength, throwing a fish sword weighing around 10 pounds was still more than enough. He could pick it up again after finishing the search. Continuing to explore, he occasionally picked up some wood. Soon, Lin Shan arrived at the largest reef depression, where 3 shallow water crabs were squeezed together. They were so tightly packed that they couldn't escape. "What the heck? What are you all doing? Squeezing like this?" Lin Shan remarked as he looked at the crabs below. Glancing at the depression, he didn't find anything. Perhaps it was buried beneath the shallow water crabs. Knock, knock. Lin Shan poked with his heavy iron spear. The shallow water crab he touched began to struggle, but unfortunately, the 3 shallow water crabs were stuck tightly and could not move at all. After circling around, Lin Shan still didn't see any treasure chests below. Cursing, he decided to turn them into ice shrapnel. Lin Shan directly used ice crystal shot, with 2 points of water-type extraordinary attributes, aiming at the 2 shallow water crabs that were closer together, and shot down. Bang! Crunched. The last remaining shallow water crab exerted some force, and the other 2 shallow water crabs were instantly turned into ice shrapnel, while it itself had half of its claws turned into ice shrapnel. Now, Lin Shan finally saw what was below. "What the heck? Such a huge loss. A massive loss," Lin Shan exclaimed, because below there were 4 red flower eyebrow fish, which could increase extraordinary attributes. Moreover, judging by the scraps nearby, it was clear that there were more than just 4 at first. No wonder so many shallow water crabs were attracted here. If the reef depression hadn't been so small, there might have been more than 3 shallow water crabs. Among the remaining 4 red flower eyebrow fish, 2 had already lost chunks of flesh, while the 2 in the middle were intact. Lin Shan quickly jumped down and casually stabbed one of the culprits, a shallow water crab, to death. "Did you see that? I've avenged you in the spirit world. Make sure to inform your other companions to come play with me." After saying that, Lin Shan used the heavy iron spear to pry open the crab's shell, then filled it with seawater and placed the still-living 2 red flower eyebrow fish inside, heading towards the inner island. These are fish that can increase extraordinary attributes. They deserve serious attention. Chapter 33. Preparing to upgrade the lighthouse, island, and port. Seeing 2 red flower sea bass happily munching on crab meat inside the shell of a shallow sea crab, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction and smiled. As long as you have an appetite, eat well, and try to get a bit fatter. After placing them on the inner island, Lin Shan continued his search. Returning to the rock crevice, he looked at the 2 other injured red flower sea bass to see if their meat could increase his extraordinary attributes. The result was obvious. It couldn't. Disappointed, Lin Shan kicked the nearby shallow sea crab and set off again. He had already killed 5 sea beasts, and, on the surface, there were at least 3 more. Lin Shan carefully explored with his heavy iron spear, and thanks to the tidal island, he could extend the low tide time by double. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to search so patiently. The chat channel already had someone compiling statistics, and everyone's low tide time varied, but not by much, mostly hovering between 2 to 4 hours. Crack! Crack! Hearing the sound coming from the rocks ahead, Lin Shan immediately crept over. The first thing that caught his eye was a wooden treasure chest, followed by a creaking shallow sea crab, although it was missing 1 claw. "Oh, you're missing a claw? Did you lose it fighting with other shallow sea crabs for food last night?" Lin Shan teased. Then, he stepped out with his heavy iron spear. It would be a joke if he couldn't even defeat a half-damaged shallow sea crab. Humans only fear the unknown. And of course, known weapons, hot weapons, are also feared. As long as they know something can be killed, there's no psychological fear left. When adrenaline kicks in, even a dog can be killed. Crack! The shallow sea crab waved its remaining large claw, and just as Lin Shan got into an attack position, it actually ran away. Looking at the quickly fleeing shallow sea crab, Lin Shan was momentarily stunned. "It ran away?" he muttered. Then he glanced at the treasure chest. Could it be that the guardian beast of the treasure chest doesn't necessarily have to guard the chest? Or perhaps it can abandon the chest and escape if it feels outmatched. Scratching his head, Lin Shan didn't want to think too much about it. After putting away the wooden treasure chest, he continued his search. "Just be reckless," and that's it, Lin Shan mumbled. In the next rocky area, Lin Shan discovered 2 sea beasts hiding under the rocks. A large mantis shrimp and, surprisingly, a giant shell. Looking at the giant shell in front of him, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Good stuff. Let us identify it. Name, giant carnivorous shell. Strength, ordinary. Talent, none. Ability, stone. Extraordinary attributes, stone 5. Water 3. Evaluation, an ordinary giant carnivorous shell. It lurks in some rocky or coral areas, then opens its shell to attract prey. Excessive identification evaluation. The shell of the giant carnivorous shell is very hard. Even green-rated weapons cannot break through its defense. However, using acidic liquid can soften it, allowing for easy processing afterward. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan looked at the giant carnivorous shell with its wide-open mouth. He thought for a moment and decided to use ice crystal shooting to kill it, mainly because he was afraid that if the heavy iron spear pierced it, he might get caught, and prying it open would be troublesome, since even green weapons could defend against it. Then 1 point of extraordinary attribute from ice crystal shooting should be just right? With the ice crystals coalescing, Lin Shan shot at the giant carnivorous shell waiting for food. Crack! Instantly, the flesh of the giant carnivorous shell was frozen into a lump, and its shell was also frozen, preventing it from closing. Lin Shan walked over, knocked on it, and smiled. Not bad, nice and hard. These 2 shells can serve as temporary water storage. After putting the entire giant carnivorous shell into his backpack, Lin Shan continued out of the rocky area. In total, he discovered 14 sea beasts and collected 5 treasure chests, 4 wooden treasure chests and 1 black iron treasure chest, combined with the treasure chests collected from the coral area. Today's haul included 2 black iron treasure chests, 4 wooden treasure chests, 3 pearl shells, 83 pieces of wood, 27 stones, 1 giant carnivorous shell, 1 swordfish bill, and 2 red flower sea bass, and 1 high-value special item, a golden conch. After finding the swordfish bill, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse with a red flower sea bass happily swimming in the crab shell. One of the red flower sea bass had already been processed by Lin Shan and was ready for lunch. The island is still a bit too small. It's time to upgrade the island, Lin Shan murmured as he walked towards the lighthouse. Back in the lighthouse room, Lin Shan first placed the processed red flower sea bass by the fireplace to roast. The fireplace still had wood from last night as burning, so the flames quickly rose. After placing the fish, Lin Shan went to the crafting table and turned the wood traded for toilet paper back into toilet paper, totaling 843 pieces of wood. Looking at such a large amount of wood, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is quite a profit. I hope others take longer to find the toilet paper blueprint so I can sell more." Then, he returned to the fireplace to begin tallying today as harvest. First, Lin Shan placed the shell of the giant carnivorous shell and the swordfish bill outside, as the room was small and took up space. As for the red flower sea bass, well, its treatment was much better. The shallow sea crab shell it was and was placed under the table. Next, Lin Shan looked at the 3 pearl shells and thought for a moment before placing them in the shallow sea crab shell to keep them alive. He planned to open the shells when making fish soup at night. That left only the treasure chests. He decided to open the 4 wooden treasure chests first. Lin Shan checked the ratings of the treasure chests since today's weather effect could enhance the star ratings of the chests. 1 3-star, 2 5-star, and 1 8-star? Let us start with the 3-star one. System: wood 23, stone 12, purified water 3. Next was the 5-star treasure chests, and those over 3 stars had prefixes. The 2 5-star wooden treasure chests included one with an iron prefix and another that he had obtained before, a sea salt wooden treasure chest. After opening them, he received 10 iron blocks and 1,000 G of sea salt. Finally, the last 8-star wooden treasure chest had a rather impressive prefix, called the Blueprint Wooden Treasure Chest. Name: Blueprint Wooden Treasure Chest. Category: Ordinary Treasure Chest. Rating: White 8. Effect: 100 chance to produce blueprints. Evaluation: a treasure chest containing blueprints, but will not produce blueprints higher than green 8. Just that simple and straightforward, definitely a good item. Chapter 34. Beginner's Guide to Extraordinary Beings. After checking the attributes of the Blueprint Treasure Chest, Lin Shan opened it directly. System: obtain Moon Healing Potion Blueprint. 10 Moonlight Herbs. Huh? Wow. It seems I've gotten something amazing. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim. Then Lin Shan went directly to the crafting table, clicked on the record, and opened the crafting panel to check. Name: Moon Healing Potion. Category: Potion. Rating: Green 3. Effect: Heals injuries and minor ailments. Evaluation: A moon healing potion crafted by an outstanding alchemist. Not only are the materials used very common, but it also comes in a convenient portable pill form. The efficacy is surprisingly good, being able to heal injuries and slightly alleviate symptoms of colds and fevers. Crafting materials: moonlight herb, moonlight flower, moon mushroom. Any one material, one good stuff? A great substitute for toilet paper has appeared. Luckily, the treasure chest also contained 10 moonlight herbs, which allows for the crafting of 10 pills. Should I give it a try? Lin Shan clicked on crafting while checking the attributes of the moonlight herb. Name: Moonlight herb. Category: Herb. Rating: White 3. Effect: Slight healing effect. Rating: Moonlight herb, a very common herb. If it weren't for the appearance of the moon healing potion, it wouldn't even be listed among herbs. Common? That's great. I was worried the moonlight herb would be rare. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. Unfortunately, the 10 moonlight herbs in his hand had no roots. Otherwise, he would have wanted to see if he could plant them. His fertile land currently only had milky strawberries planted, with 5 empty slots remaining. All right, I've opened the wooden treasure chest. Next is the black iron treasure chest. Let me see if there are any prefixes. Lin Shan looked at the 2 black iron treasure chests on the ground and said with a smile. Name: Ship's black iron treasure chest. Category: Ordinary treasure chest. Rating: Green 9. Effect: 100 chance of obtaining a ship. Description: A ship. An essential item for guardians to explore the seas. When the port reaches White 9, ship manufacturing will be unlocked, but only the lowest level white ships can be crafted. A ship? Let's open it and see. System: Obtain light water iron fast ship. Name: Light water iron fast ship. Category: Ship. Rating: Blue 6. Effect: Light and fast sailing. Evaluation: A ship made from light water iron. Not only is it very sturdy, but also extremely light, allowing for very fast sailing speeds in the sea. It is a highly popular ship. System: Ding. Ship detected. Beginning transfer to port. Huh. Just as Lin Shan finished looking at the attributes, he had yet to react when the system prompted him. System: Ding. Transfer successful. Seeing this, Lin Shan hurriedly looked out the window towards the port, and then he saw a large ship. Wow, such a big ship? Can I operate alone? Lin Shan murmured in surprise while looking at the ship docked in the port. It looked to be at least 10 meters long, approximately 2 meters from the water surface to the ship's body, and about 3 meters if you include below the water. The overall color was a blue iron hue, which is also the color of the light water iron, or just like the light water iron shield in his hand. After inspecting it for a while, Lin Shan shifted his gaze back. There was still one last treasure chest to open. He looked at the final treasure chest. Unfortunately, this chest was a green 3-star, so there was no prefix. He opened it directly. System: Obtained iron guard longsword. Lin Shan glanced at the attributes. A green 3-star weapon, average. But it could be paired with the light water iron shield, which is still nice. The morning's haul has been checked, and now it's time to enjoy lunch. Lin Shan picked up the already grilled red flower eyebrow fish, sprinkled a bit of sea salt on it, and happily started eating. The taste was quite good, with no fishy smell, and with the sea salt, the faint salty flavor made it delicious. Soon, a 3 to 4 pound red flower eyebrow fish was down the hatch, but unfortunately, the effect still didn't trigger. After downing a bottle of water, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain, "My appetite has increased quite a bit after gaining extraordinary physique." After eating and drinking enough, Lin Shan suddenly remembered that he hadn't used his talent for today yet. Remembering this, Lin Shan immediately used it. Gift of Fate, Beginner's Guide to Extraordinary Beings. Cost: None. Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he accepted it immediately. Huh, it's so thin, just a few pages? Looking at the book in his hand, Lin Shan said in surprise. Then he opened it to take a look. Beginner's Guide to Extraordinary Beings, compiled from the Extraordinary Path and Scholar Path 1. First, let me explain the prerequisite elements to become an extraordinary being. To become an extraordinary being, you must possess some extraordinary attributes. Only then do you meet the necessary conditions to use extraordinary abilities, extraordinary attributes. 2. Once you possess extraordinary attributes, you can start accumulating them. As long as one extraordinary attribute reaches 10 points, congratulations, you have officially entered the ranks of beginner extraordinary beings. Of course, just having extraordinary attributes is not enough to be called an extraordinary being, which is why the term beginner appears. 3. To become a true extraordinary being, you must possess an extraordinary ability. Thus, you officially step into the realm of the extraordinary. The above is the basic knowledge of becoming an extraordinary being. Below is the introduction to extraordinary attributes. 1. As we all know, extraordinary attributes consist of 5 common coefficients: fire, water, earth, metal, and wood. These 5 are the fundamental elemental extraordinary attributes. In addition, there are also abnormal elemental attributes such as wind, ice, dark, light, thunder, etc. But there is no hierarchy between the two. However, extraordinary abilities of abnormal elemental attributes are usually quite powerful. 2. Besides elemental extraordinary attributes, there are also extraordinary strength, extraordinary physique, and extraordinary agility, 3 body attributes. Such extraordinary beings are usually referred to as extraordinary brutes. Scholars typically look down on these physical cultivators because it doesn't make sense. 3. In addition to the above extraordinary attributes, there are some more special and rare extraordinary attributes, including mystery, spirit, space, time, knowledge, etc. This type of extraordinary attribute is extremely rare. Therefore, extraordinary beings with this type are much scarcer in number compared to the above 2 types. This is all the content on the first page. It's indeed simple and easy to understand. So, does this mean I am already a qualified extraordinary being? Lin Shan stroked his chin and smiled. Chapter 35, Striking It Rich. After laughing, Lin Shan turned to the next page. After reading the first page, everyone must be curious about how extraordinary beings can enhance their strength and acquire extraordinary abilities. The following content provides guidance on how extraordinary beings can improve. 1. One of the simplest ways to enhance strength is to improve extraordinary attributes. But how can extraordinary attributes be obtained? Surely, before becoming extraordinary beings, everyone has eaten some food that can increase extraordinary attributes, right? In addition to these extraordinary creatures that can provide extraordinary attributes, there are also some rare treasures that can significantly enhance extraordinary attributes. Another simple way is to use equipment that increases extraordinary attributes. But these increases are temporary unless they are special equipment that can recognize a master. 2. How can extraordinary abilities be obtained? This is probably what many novice extraordinary beings are most concerned about, right? Well, there are several ways to acquire extraordinary abilities. 1. The simplest way is to buy them. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. So purchasing extraordinary ability crystals is straightforward, but it comes at a high price. 2. Picking up what previous generations have left behind, whether it's from a roadside stall, a family heirloom, or obtained from ruins, all is acceptable. 3. Extraordinary Academy. This is the simplest yet most challenging method. It's easy for those with talent, and relatively simple for those without talent, but with money. However, for those who lack both talent and money, this method is the hardest. Entering the Extraordinary Academy will not only teach you how to properly enhance and use extraordinary abilities, but also impart knowledge along the way. Note, I, Luo Lin Xian, am one of the mentors at Lihua Academy. If you take this manual to Lihua Academy and successfully enroll, you can come to me with any questions. Upon reading this, Lin Shan twitched his lips and complained, "Is this an advertisement?" Honestly, it is quite tempting. But does successfully enrolling with this manual mean that the person is recommended by this mentor? So, is there a referral reward system? TSK indeed. The phenomenon of top students exists in every world. This is the second piece of content, flipping the page. After reading the first 2 pages, I believe all the novice readers have gained some understanding of extraordinary beings, right? So the next content can be unlocked by purchasing the Extraordinary Being Advancement Manual. Oh my goodness. Isn't this just ridiculous? Lin Shan glanced at the last page and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Goodness, it feels like you said something, but at the same time, you said nothing at all. So how do I purchase it? I got this for free. Ugh, is it really like this? Half understood. It's frustrating. Lin Shan lamented helplessly. Flipping through, that was it. Just 3 pages, with 2 pages of information and 1 page of nonsense. Since there's no way out, I can only accept it. Besides, having this little information is already quite good. Patting the extraordinary being beginner manual in his hands, Lin Shan pondered whether he should share it. This world has hundreds of billions of tower guardians, and each region has around 100,000 people, totaling several 100,000 regions. Lin Shan suddenly noticed something interesting. The region he was in was the 888th region, which has already exceeded hundreds of thousands, right? After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan gave up. Who cares about that? Perhaps regional rankings don't start from 1? Or maybe they aren't the first batch of Tower Guardians. Returning to the original topic, since there are divisions, it indicates that the people in the region should have some significance, although currently, there's a lack of information and I know nothing at all. Therefore, sharing this extraordinary being beginner manual should be beneficial, right? After all, there isn't any genuinely significant information in it. It could be considered general information. Lin Shan also thought it should be so. Well, since no one is discussing it with him, he'll just rely on his personal viewpoint. However, free things can't be truly free. Although I got it for free, you all can't just get it for free too, right? Lin Shan muttered. Then he opened his personal trading shop, listed the extraordinary being manual, and set a limit. Checking the current number of people, 93,218? No way. Over 6,000 people have died in 3 days. Lin Shan murmured in surprise, not thinking deeply about it. But when he did, it became somewhat terrifying. That's equivalent to over 2,000 deaths a day. And if counting all regions, that would be over 100 million. Oh my goodness. Thinking about it this way is quite horrifying. No wonder it's called Lighthouse Survival. Watching the number of people decrease again, Lin Shan was speechless. After all, this isn't something he can change alone. In the end, he's just an ordinary person. Why think so much? Shaking his head to dispel the negative emotions, Lin Shan started setting the price. He decided that everyone should contribute 10 wood or stone, and once everyone contributes, it will be open for all to see. Lin Shan murmured. Fortunately, this personal shop can be set up this way. Otherwise, it would be quite hard to sell just one manual. The main thing is that this thing can be shared. After sorting out, Lin Shan quickly opened the chat channel and began to speak. Lin Shan, family, I've listed something good in my personal shop. Check out the image extraordinary being beginner manual. Come take a look. Wow. Look what I found. It's a wild big shot. A wild big shot is a type of food that you can't get even if you remove your head. Hey, are you sure your head isn't the one that got removed? Extraordinary being beginner manual? No wonder you were a big shot. You have this kind of thing? Huh? Everyone needs to contribute 10 wood and stone? Is the big shot afraid someone will buy it and not share it? Hurry up and contribute. I can't wait to see the extraordinary beings. Exactly, this is extraordinary ability. Do you still have time to chat? Hurry up. I've already contributed. 1, 2, 3, 14. 785, I'm done. All right, let us see it. I finished reading it. Wow, can it be that fast? Just kidding. Lin Shan glanced at his backpack, and suddenly he had 674, 110 wood, and 257, 940 stone. I've struck it rich. In an instant, I have all the basic materials I need. Chapter 36, Major Upgrade. Ship Spirit. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of basic materials in his backpack, Lin Shan's mouth almost split into a grin. He had become the Dragon King. Sure enough, it was necessary to mobilize the power of the masses. Just look, in just a few minutes, I am free from basic materials. Lin Shan was incredibly pleased. With so many basic materials, wouldn't it be a waste not to use them to upgrade the lighthouse, the island, and the port? Let's get upgrading. Lin Shan murmured to himself as he walked towards the control panel. After upgrading the lighthouse, energy would be fully restored. Should he wait until he finds an energy source before upgrading? Lin Shan looked at the lighthouse panel, where the energy was at 78, and murmured to himself. Right now, he only had one low-level energy stone, and it was a dim one at that. He didn't know how much energy it could replenish. Just in case, he decided to wait and see later. With that thought, Lin Shan opened the island panel which he could upgrade without worries. The current title island was a white 2-star, and the upgrade materials required 2,000 stones, which was no big deal. Lin Shan smiled and clicked on upgrade. Instantly, the island transformed into a white 3-star, and glancing at the materials, it increased by 1,000, becoming 3,000. There's no competition at all. Upgrade. 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 9 stars. A total of 35,000 stones were consumed. Name, Title Island. Category, Island. Rating, White 9. Effect, a small amount of tree resources. Special effect, Tidal effect doubles. Coral Coast. Area, 12,000 square meters. Upgrade requirement, Heart of the Island. Evaluation. Wow, this is a rare island that can greatly alleviate the tide time, giving you more time to gather resources, but correspondingly, the tidal island is also more likely to attract marine creatures. Wow, the area has become 12,000 square meters. Resources will greatly increase now. However, what is the heart of the island? Looking at the island's latest panel, Lin Shan first expressed excitement, then confusion. After pondering for a while, Lin Shan decided to ignore it. He would find out later. Then he clicked on the port and began upgrading. The same operation, directly upgrading from white 1-star to white 9-star. Name, port, category, island building, rating, white 9, effect, this ship's owned, light water iron fast ship. Evaluation, an ordinary port. Perhaps ordinary traders would be willing to come for trading. Upgrade requirement, 10,000 wood, 1,000 stones. Island reaches green 1, system prompt. The port is one of the important buildings. Please upgrade the port as much as possible. The port will attract marine traders and is also a facility for guardians to explore outside the island. Lin Shan turned to look out the window and found that the port had completely transformed. It was no longer a lonely, dilapidated wooden bridge, but a row of 9 positions, 9 wooden bridges. And the light water iron fast ship was docked in the first row. Not bad. This looks like a real port, Lin Shan said with satisfaction. In the following time, Lin Shan went out to practice his shooting skills, although it was just a few simple actions like thrusting, sweeping, and smashing. As time passed, soon 2 hours had gone by. Lin Shan had returned to his room to drink water and rest. According to the previous days, the tide would recede around 3 o'clock. Checking the time, it was just after 3 o'clock. The extraordinary physique seems to have the effect of restoring stamina. Lin Shan twisted his arm and said. His stamina recovery speed was obviously abnormal. Although he didn't exert much force while training with the spear, the dozens of pounds of iron spear were not light. If this were back in Blue Star, his arm would at least be weak for a day or two. Ding! Reminder, in half an hour, the sea will begin to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. After glancing at the prompt, Lin Shan walked outside. After upgrading the island to 9 stars, the area had increased to 12,000 square meters, which was quite large, so Lin Shan set out early. Just a casual look at the ships in the port. What is going on? After stepping out, he casually closed the door and walked toward the port. Not bad. It looks like something now. Let's check out the ships. Arriving at the port, Lin Shan was satisfied as he looked at the wooden bridge walkway, which had transformed from a dilapidated little wooden bridge to a new 2-meter wide plank bridge. Thump, thump, thump. Stepping on it no longer made creaking sounds. Lin Shan went straight to the light water iron fast ship. Looking at the 10-meter long and over 2-meter high ship, he wondered if he could really operate it alone. After boarding, Lin Shan began to inspect. The light water iron fast ship looked a bit like a speedboat. Looking at the cockpit in front of him, Lin Shan curiously examined it. The cockpit was very simple. Besides the necessary steering wheel and other equipment, there were also 2 buttons and a display screen, but it was black now. Lin Shan looked at the 2 buttons. One was labeled Autopilot, and the other Start Ship. Seeing this, Lin Shan directly clicked on Start Ship. Instantly, the previously black display screen lit up, and then a voice sounded. Captain, hello. I am the ship spirit of the light water iron fast ship. Honored to serve you. Captain. Lin Shan was surprised upon hearing this. It was even more advanced than Blue Star. Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, Ship spirit? What does that mean? Ship spirit. Report, Captain, the ship spirit is the spirit of every ship, a being that is born when shipbuilders successfully create a ship. Ships without a ship spirit cannot sail in the misty sea because the ship spirit records the ports, thus preventing getting lost in the misty sea. Ships without a ship spirit can only rely on the captain's skills. Hearing this, Lin Shan instinctively looked towards the mist on the sea, even in broad daylight. The mist was still thick to the point where one couldn't see their hand in front of them. Looking at the mist on the distant sea, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, "Ship spirit, is this called the misty sea? Does this mist exist throughout the entire misty sea? Also, is there some kind of creature in the mist?" Ship spirit. Report, Captain, the original name of the misty sea is unknown to anyone. Perhaps it wasn't called the misty sea before. The reason it is called the misty sea is due to the mist that permeates the surface of the sea. This mist can only be dispelled through special means. And as for what exists in the mist, I'm sorry, Captain, because I have just been born, so I do not have knowledge in this area. Lin Shan, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Then how do you know about the misty sea?" Ship spirit. Report, Captain. That is knowledge inherent to the ship spirit at the moment of its birth. Chapter 37. World System Announcement Reborn. Upon hearing the words of the ship's spirit, Lin Shan nodded. Indeed, the ship did look freshly built. However, since the ship was constructed by shipbuilders, and it could give rise to a being like a ship spirit, then shipbuilders should be, like scholars, a path of the extraordinary, right? Lin Shan, ship spirit, can you take me out to explore the sea now? Ship spirit, Captain, you are not prepared with a ship lantern. If you enter the misty sea like this, you will be enveloped by the fog. Hearing this, Lin Shan was taken aback and said, "All right, the ship lantern. But ship spirit, I've seen the attributes of a ship lantern. It can only dispel fog within 3 meters at sea." 3 meters? That's even shorter than your ship's length. Ship spirit, Captain, the ship lantern is equipped to the ship. And when equipped to me, it will dispel fog within 3 meters centered around my ship. Lin Shan nodded in agreement, making sense. After all, it's called a ship lantern. It wouldn't be equipped to a person, would it? Lin Shan continued to chat with the ship spirit until the tide fully receded before leaving the ship. By the way, Lin Shan also gave the ship's spirit a name. After all, he couldn't keep calling it ship spirit, could he? After getting off the ship, Lin Shan began to forage along the coast. The island had expanded, so he decided not to collect wood and stones, as it would be a waste of time. Selling toilet paper would be faster. Besides, he wasn't lacking in wood and stone. Since he was off the ship, Lin Shan simply started foraging from the beach. Although the island had grown, the beach still looked the same, filled with stones and wood. Looking at the scattered wood and stones, Lin Shan helplessly said. The beach area was quickly passed, and next was the coral area. Splash! Lin Shan jumped directly into the water and began to search. Oh, a pearl shell? There sure are plenty of these in the coral area. I wonder what effects those rare pearls have. After collecting the pearl shells, Lin Shan continued searching. The marine life in the coral area was clearly more abundant. He saw lobsters, crabs, mantis shrimp, and so on. It seemed the ecosystem was gradually improving. After swimming for a while, Lin Shan discovered a black iron treasure chest, and luckily, there was no guardian beast. After swiftly collecting the treasure chest, he continued searching. What is that? A bronze treasure chest? Looking at the items near the edge of the island, Lin Shan couldn't help but be a bit surprised. The next second, Lin Shan's face lit up, and he began to swim over. There were no sea beasts around. It seemed to be another treasure chest without a guardian beast. Click! Suddenly, a light sound reached his ears, leaving Lin Shan a bit puzzled. Could it be a shallow water crab? He immediately stopped, turned around, but still didn't see any sea creatures. Strange? Where did that click sound come from? Lin Shan murmured. Unable to figure it out, he turned his gaze back to the bronze treasure chest. Just as he was about to reach for it, the sky suddenly made a sound. World System Announcement, ding. Congratulations to the Tower Guardian from Area 765-4329, Gerald Frong, for annihilating the second Sea Monster Clan, rewarding all Tower Guardians in Area 765-4329. Black Iron Treasure Chest 1, Wooden Treasure Chest 1. Identification Crystal 1. The World System announcement echoed 3 times, causing a commotion in the regional chat channel. In Area 765-4329, Gerald Frong looked at the last dead merman before him and the announcement in the sky mentioning his name. letting out a sigh of relief. Then he exclaimed in amazement, "I really don't know how that guy Lin Shan from Area 88888888 managed to annihilate the entire merman clan by the second night. The 20 or so mermen in front of him would have been impossible to kill today if he hadn't opened a yellow 3-star bomb from the talent treasure chest." Gerald glanced at his own talent. Name, talent treasure chest. Category, talent. Rating, unknown. Effect, can point to one chest each day to become a talent treasure chest. Evaluation, I think this chest is good stuff. So it's you. This morning, he pointed to a black iron treasure chest, and after it transformed into a talent treasure chest, he opened a powerful yellow-rated bomb. The moment he saw the bomb, Gerald decided to take out the merman. However, when he decided to use this item, Gerald also posted a message in the chat channel, stating that each person needed to pay him 10 wood or 10 stone. After all, the second-place reward was quite decent. Normal people wouldn't refuse this, as even just the identification crystal was worth that small price. Not to mention Gerald was the big shot in their Area 765-4329. First to kill a sea beast. First to upgrade the lighthouse, the island, all of it was Gerald's doing. Lin Shan was surprised to glance at the system announcement in the sky, not expecting a second place to appear. Now, they just needed a third place. Click. Lin Shan looked around again. This was the third time he heard the click sound. The first 2 times could have been a coincidence, but 3 times felt suspicious. However, after looking around, apart from the coral, he still found nothing. Truly strange. If there was something, it could only be this bronze treasure chest. Lin Shan remembered a young brat saying that Sherlock Holmes once said, "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." So there could only be one truth. The click sound came from this bronze treasure chest. Click. This time, Lin Shan saw and heard clearly. What the heck? This treasure chest can actually move? Did it just open its lid and then close it again? No wonder it was making that clicking sound. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. Then he used an identification skill. Lin Shan thought that this bronze treasure chest might be a treasure chest monster that often appears in games. Name, bronze treasure chest monster. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, treasure space. Abilities disguised by extraordinary attributes. Wood 4, gold 13. Evaluation, look, what do I see? A bronze treasure chest? No, this is a bronze treasure chest monster, a creature that resides within the chest. Defeating the treasure chest monster yields better rewards than an ordinary treasure chest. Excessive identification evaluation. The bronze treasure chest monster is very unadapted to the underwater environment. It feels like it can't breathe, so you can take the chance to stab it when it opens its mouth. Looking at the identified attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It really was a treasure chest monster. Chapter 38. Let's go, Mantis Shrimp. Lin Shan took out the heavy iron spear and began to wait patiently. Based on the frequency of the earlier cracking sounds, it seemed that the treasure chest monster would exhale every few minutes. Well, it should be exhaling, right? One could say that if they were on land, the treasure chest monster might have already attacked from this close distance. But unfortunately, this was underwater, which was its home turf. After all, Lin Shan could breathe underwater, which was a significant advantage. Finally, after 2 minutes of waiting, Lin Shan saw the treasure chest monster open its mouth. Then, with a thrust, the heavy iron spear pierced straight into the monster's throat, getting lodged there and preventing it from closing its mouth. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately, the treasure chest monster shed its disguise, revealing sharp teeth and a bloody tongue. The tongue quickly wrapped around the heavy iron spear, trying to pull it out. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't let the treasure chest monster succeed. He grabbed the tail of the spear and thrust it down forcefully. Clearly, in the water, the treasure chest monster was already at a disadvantage, especially since Lin Shan had the water-related extraordinary attribute, making him move effortlessly underwater. Watching the treasure chest monster with its mouth open, Lin Shan began to spin in place while holding the heavy iron spear. Instantly, the monster's insides were shredded by the spearhead. Indeed, any flashy maneuvers were much easier to pull off underwater. Lin Shan looked at the dying bronze treasure chest monster with satisfaction and smiled. As the bronze treasure chest monster died, blood flowed from its mouth, quickly attracting a number of fish. Seeing this, Lin Shan hurriedly stored the monster's corpse in his backpack. He almost forgot that the smell of blood would attract predators, After all, this wasn't a real land island, but rather an island floating on the sea. Who knows what giant sea creatures lurked in the dark depths below? After putting away the treasure chest monster, Lin Shan continued his search. Soon he arrived at the location of the purple coral. After checking the purple coral and confirming it was adapting well, he felt relieved. He then looked at the blood-red coral, finding that it had grown a bit. Indeed, such small corals should be nurtured. After all, this island was his own, and it wouldn't run away, so why not keep it? Next, Lin Shan found a wooden treasure chest, but a mantis shrimp was guarding it. Now aware that sea creatures could flee, he immediately condensed an ice crystal and charged at the mantis shrimp. Sure enough, the mantis shrimp took off. Diving away from the island, Lin Shan effortlessly obtained the wooden treasure chest. Finally, Lin Shan spotted 2 small pearl oysters, but they were much smaller than the first one he had found, looking like they were not yet mature, so he decided not to take them and let them grow. Splash! Seawater cascaded down for the black-scaled long sleeves. Lin Shan wiped the water off his face and looked towards the reef area, which had grown much larger. He suddenly realized that one of the 3 areas was surprisingly the most dangerous reef area. This was a bit unexpected. Lin Shan smiled as he looked at the reef area in front of him. Originally, the coral area should have been more dangerous. But since he had started with a deep-sea shark pearl, he had gained the ability to breathe underwater, significantly reducing the difficulty. The difference between being able to breathe underwater and not being able to breathe is like heaven and earth. After shaking off the water on his body, Lin Shan set off. With the heavy iron spear in hand, he cautiously began to explore the reef area, which was the most time-consuming of the 3 areas. The various rocks obstructed his view, unlike the coral area, where although the corals could also obstruct vision, looking from above still allowed a clear view of the bottom. Soon, Lin Shan discovered 2 shallow sea crabs fighting. Why are they fighting? Lin Shan curiously looked at the shallow sea crabs not far away and wondered aloud. After identifying them, he found out that they were fighting for mating rights. Lin Shan suddenly looked confused. Wait, aren't you 2 still underage? What rights to mate are you fighting for? Or can shallow sea crabs give birth even when they are not mature? Feeling bewildered, he looked around and quickly spotted a smaller shallow sea crab hiding under a rock, which was lighter in color than the 2 above. After checking and finding no treasure chests or other items, Lin Shan decided not to disturb the 2 crabs fighting for love and continued exploring. He navigated swiftly between the rocks, and fortunately, there were not too many crevices in this reef area. Otherwise, he would have to crouch down to check everywhere, which would be very taxing on his waist and feet. Bang! Love at the corner. A mantis shrimp suddenly jumped out, and Lin Shan had just jumped down. Then Lin Shan ended up with a mantis shrimp mount. Looking at the mantis shrimp in front of him, Lin Shan was a bit stunned. The most ridiculous part was that this mantis shrimp seemed not to notice that a person had suddenly appeared on its back, continuing to crawl along. Where on earth is this silly mantis shrimp going? Lin Shan, sitting on the mantis shrimp, curiously asked. Moreover, through the mantis shrimp's shell, he could see the delicious meat inside. Slurp! Lin Shan suddenly felt a bit greedy. It was filled with meat, and he wondered how delicious it would be to eat. Soon, the mantis shrimp arrived at its destination, and Lin Shan also saw a black iron treasure chest. Oh, I didn't expect it to be a guardian beast mantis shrimp. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. After the mantis shrimp reached the area around the black iron treasure chest, it spun around and stopped after finding nothing. Up until now, it had not realized that there was someone on its back. Lin Shan was a bit speechless and almost let go of this temporary Mount Mantis shrimp, but unfortunately, who could resist its delicious meat? Greedily, Lin Shan took out the heavy iron spear and decisively pierced through the mantis shrimp's head. One strike, and the mantis shrimp didn't even get a chance to struggle. TSK. What a pity. If it weren't for the meat, I wouldn't have the heart to do it. Slurp. Lin Shan sighed, and then stored the mantis shrimp away. After that, he packed the black iron treasure chest and continued searching. Today's haul was quite good. 1 bronze treasure chest monster, 1 wooden treasure chest, and now with the addition of a black iron treasure chest, that made 3. Mainly, he was curious about what good items were inside the corpse of the bronze treasure chest monster. Now, Lin Shan headed towards the large reef pit. knowing that there were still the remains of 2 red flower eyebrow fish from the morning there, which should attract quite a few sea beasts. Chapter 39, Shallow Sea Eel. Soon, Lin Shan arrived near the large reef pit. Due to the island's upgrade, the area had doubled in size, and the layout of all the reefs had changed significantly. Nothing here. Lin Shan looked at the empty pit, puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. This is a prime spot. It's really strange. Lin Shan walked over and looked down. Good grief, it was empty. Nothing at all. Not even the carcass of the shallow sea crab from the morning or the remains of the red flower eyebrow fish. It was clean, too damn clean. What's this? Suddenly, Lin Shan noticed some slime on the reef, seemingly secreted by some kind of creature. Slime? It seems a new sea beast has appeared. Lin Shan muttered softly. Looking at the slime trail, about 10 centimeters long, it was a bit exaggerated, since if this slime was secreted by a body, it would mean that the creature was at least 8 or 9 centimeters wide. Therefore, its length must be at least 8 meters or more. Lin Shan stroked his chin, pondering what kind of creature in the sea secretes slime. A blind eel? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other creatures. Of course, this is the Lighthouse world. Who knows what strange creatures exist in the misty sea? Not to mention, have you ever seen a meter-tall juvenile crab or a 1.5-meter-long mantis shrimp? Forget it. No need to think too much. Let's just follow the trail and see. After making his decision, Lin Shan set off in the direction of the slime. Along the way, Lin Shan was surprised to find 2 wooden treasure chests. Looking at the slime near the chests, it was clear that there must have been guardian beasts initially. He just didn't know if they were eaten by this unknown sea beast or chased away. Damn, what does this unknown sea beast want? Does it intend to make this place its nest? That a bit bold. Lin Shan continued to follow the slime trail while complaining. Just then, a strange roar caught Lin Shan's attention. Looks like I found it. That call is quite unpleasant. Lin Shan quietly approached and peeked over, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. Big, long, thick. So big, long, and thick. Wow, what a massive creature. It should be some kind of sea eel, just a bit larger. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. This sea eel was the largest creature Lin Shan had seen since arriving here. If encountered in the sea, he would surely be dead. Identification is a must. Name: Shallow Sea Eel. Strength: extraordinary. Talent: none. Ability: slime secretion, wave sensing, extraordinary attributes. Water 11. Constitution 2. Strength 1. Evaluation: a common shallow sea eel in the shallow sea. Its body secretes extremely viscous slime that not only helps the shallow sea eel catch prey, but also defends against predators. Exceeding identification evaluation: adult shallow sea eels can move on land for a short time, mainly relying on slime secretion to move. However, if they do not come into contact with water for a long time, the slime will gradually deplete. Additionally, the slime is extremely afraid of cold. Frozen slime becomes completely non-sticky. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, secretly thinking, 11 points in water extraordinary attributes? That's a bit high, and there's extraordinary constitution and strength? Damn, if this eel hits me, I might just get flattened. Luckily, it fears cold, which is just my advantage. It's fortunate that Ice Crystal Shot can be activated with water extraordinary attributes. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to deal with this eel. You see, just a bit of extraordinary constitution attribute significantly boosts my strength, endurance, etc. Not to mention it has 2 points in that, plus extraordinary strength, which clearly indicates a specialization in power, meaning the enhancement must be even higher. Crack! Lin Shan's eyes widened. This strength could easily snap the shell of a shallow sea crab. Indeed, even if the shallow sea eel isn't treating this place as a nest, it's treating it as a hunting ground. No wonder he only saw treasure chests and no guardian beasts along the way. In other words, they've all been eaten. After the shallow sea crabs died, the shallow sea eel began to feast on them. He wondered if adult shallow sea crabs could fight the shallow sea eel. The juvenile crabs were already over a meter tall. Surely, the adults would be several times bigger, right? Stroking his chin, Lin Shan planned to kill this shallow sea eel. Although leaving it alive could help him clear out shallow sea crabs and similar sea beasts, this thing could come ashore. Who knows if it would sneak up to the lighthouse in the dead of night? This creature is a hidden danger. it's better to kill it. The water extraordinary attribute of the eel has 11 points, so I need to invest at least 12 points in water extraordinary attributes for ice crystal shot. How should I put it? I only have one chance. Lin Shan looked at the eel eating the crab, muttering to himself. From a shallow sea eel's attributes, it relied mainly on slime to entangle enemies and then used brute force to kill them. As for the wave sensing ability, it should sense waves in the water, which should be very useful on land. After confirming this, Lin Shan began to gather ice crystals in his hand, investing 12 points of extraordinary attributes. The chilling aura of the ice crystals was frightening, and a few snowflakes appeared around him. Meanwhile, the shallow sea eel was still focused on its meal, completely unaware that a sneaky attacker was preparing to ambush it from behind. As the ice crystals formed, Lin Shan glanced at the shallow sea eel, waiting for the perfect moment. Finally, when he saw the shallow sea eel stick its head into the shell of a shallow sea crab, Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he instantly projected the ice crystals. In fact, with the extraordinary attributes and mental energy, Lin Shan had a vague sense that he could control the direction of the ice crystals with his mental power. He had practiced this a few times. Although it wasn't very obvious, he could faintly feel a mysterious pulling force, greatly improving his projection accuracy. Whoosh! The ice crystal shot towards the shallow sea eel, and the biting cold immediately made the eel's skin and bones shiver. Instinctively, the shallow sea eel secreted a large amount of slime. The next second, the ice crystal hit the shallow sea eel directly, and suddenly the sound of cracking ice echoed. Not the sound of the eel eating, but the sound of freezing. The secreted slime froze into ice, completely immobilizing the shallow sea eel, while the massive body was also pierced by the ice crystal. However, the shallow sea eel wasn't dead yet, as it hadn't hit a vital spot. But the outcome was already decided. Lin Shan stepped out from behind the reef, holding a heavy iron spear. Chapter 40. Extraordinary Profession Generation Completed. Lin Shan dared to step out because after the shallow sea dark eel was frozen, he had a sudden idea to identify it again, and then discovered that among its evaluations, there was an additional note of serious injury and the negative effect of freezing. Thus, he dared to come out openly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold. Bang bang! The heavy iron spear lightly tapped the frozen head of the shallow sea dark eel, producing a soft sound. Lin Shan, hey, did you think you could come to my territory without a care? Now you've lost your life, haven't you? After saying that, Lin Shan aimed at the eel's head and poked it. Crack! Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. It was a bit hard. Not only was the ice block hard, but the head of the shallow sea dark eel was also very hard, or rather, very resilient. Looking at the small hole he had poked, Lin Shan frowned. But the next second he regained his composure. It was normal to think about it. After all, it was ice crystals formed from 13 points of extraordinary attributes. So being hard was expected. Ugh, you've suffered, but you'll be free soon. I'll poke again, Lin Shan said to the shallow sea dark eel. Then poked again. Without the ice block as a barrier, this time it easily penetrated the entire head. The shallow sea dark eel's pupils suddenly dilated, and after a while, they dimmed and it died. It didn't even have the chance to struggle, as it was already frozen. Looking at the dead shallow sea dark eel, Lin Shan then put away the heavy iron spear and seriously examined the massive creature before him. Logically speaking, sea beasts should have usable parts, right? Like the shell of a colorful mantis shrimp or the bill of a swordfish. But the shallow sea dark eel had nothing identified. It should have no usable parts, right? Lin Shan looked at the ice lump in front of him and muttered. Looking around, Lin Shan began to explore again. As for this shallow sea dark eel, it would be left in the reef area as bait. Perhaps because of the shallow sea dark eel, Lin Shan did not encounter another sea beast during the next search. But he found a wooden treasure chest. After all, the shallow sea dark eel came from this direction. Or else Lin Shan wouldn't have encountered the shallow sea crab and the full-gut mantis shrimp. So far, Lin Shan's beachcombing had yielded a total of 4 wooden treasure chests, 1 black iron treasure chest, and a bronze treasure chest monster. Adding to the morning's haul, today's gains were quite good. Today's task is thus completed, and tomorrow the novice period will end. I wonder what changes will occur. Lin Shan muttered as he walked towards the lighthouse. Back at the lighthouse, Lin Shan took out all the treasure chests at once. A total of 4 wooden treasure chests, 1 black iron treasure chest, 1 bronze treasure chest monster with its tongue sticking out, and a pearl shell. A mantis shrimp full of roe. Lin Shan suddenly looked at the iron pot, and after measuring it, found that if he curled the mantis shrimp into a ball, it could still fit. However, there was one problem. He didn't have enough fresh water, so in the end, he had to toss it into the fire pit to roast. Lin Shan had already replaced all the wood in the fireplace with smokeless charcoal. This type of charcoal could be made from 1 piece of wood into 10 pieces, and it burned quite well, producing high temperatures. Most importantly, it was smokeless. Watching the charcoal ignite, Lin Shan thought, if the weather gets cold, the sales of this charcoal should be pretty good. After observing the charcoal burning down, Lin Shan first placed a mantis shrimp on it, then looked at the red flower eyebrow fish still resting on the crab shell, finding it still lively and cheerful. So he decided to keep it for later, perhaps for a midnight snack. All right, next comes the much-anticipated treasure chest opening segment. Lin Shan looked at the treasure chests and smiled happily. However, when he saw the treasure chest monster, Lin Shan couldn't help but pause, and then, after thinking for a moment, opened the chat channel, just in time for everyone to return. At this time, people were either showing off their dinner or chatting, as it was when the most people were online. Lin Shan directly posted the attributes of the treasure chest monster and its appearance in the chat channel, and then closed it. He completely missed the group of repeaters below in the chat channel, either praising the big boss or commenting on how large the treasure chest monster stone was. Just as Lin Shan rubbed his hands, ready to open the treasure chest, a system prompt sounded. What the heck? Are you not going to let me open the treasure chest? Lin Shan said irritably. Then he looked at the system prompt. System ding. Congratulations, Tower Guardian. Your exclusive profession has been generated. Please check your panel. System ding. Congratulations, Tower Guardian. Your exclusive ability has been generated. Please check your panel. Lin Shan, oh, so it's the profession and ability that have been generated? Huh? I admit, I was a bit loud just now. System, you wouldn't have any suggestions? Would you? No response? Then I'll take that as a default agreement. After saying that, Lin Shan excitedly opened the panel to check. The profession and ability could be viewed in the character attribute panel. Thus, Lin Shan directly clicked to check his panel. Name, Lin Shan, Strength, Extraordinary Destiny, Magic Female, Talent, Gift of Fate, Ability, Ice Crystal Shooting, Underwater Breathing, Identification Technique, Gun Breaker, Extraordinary Attributes, Water 14, Fire 3, Wood 2, Mysterious 5, Constitution 1, Spirit 4. Evaluation, a newbie extraordinary being with 1 extraordinary attribute, just exceeding 10 points. Huh, why is everything gray? And what else with the hidden? Lin Shan looked at his panel in confusion. Just then, the talent, Gift of Fate, and Key of Destiny suddenly emitted a glow. Then, Lin Shan saw his path, and that new ability gradually turned into garbled text. Huh, what the heck? Did it malfunction? Or is there a virus in the system? Lin Shan was even more confused now. Under the interference of Gift of Fate and Key of Destiny, Lin Shan's original path and ability began to reset. And this reset bypassed the system. Watching the continuously garbled path and ability, Lin Shan felt completely lost, then complained. It wouldn't just erase everything, would it? It shouldn't, right? After staring for a few minutes without any improvement, Lin Shan had no choice but to close the personal panel and then turned his attention to the treasure chest. He then began to open the wooden treasure chests. Overall, he appeared somewhat out of sorts, clearly still preoccupied with the profession and ability. What a joke! That I say profession. How could these broken treasure chests compare? Chapter 41, Space Crystal. Crack, System. Obtain Coconut 3. A 3-star wooden treasure chest was opened by the distracted Lin Shan, who glanced at the items before looking at another chest. Clearly, Lin Shan's mind was still on his profession and abilities. Crack, another wooden treasure chest was opened. This time a 6-star one with a prefix. Blacksmith's wooden treasure chest. System. Obtain Blacksmith Hammer 1. Iron Block 10. Lin Shan glanced again and continued to open treasure chests. System. Obtain Purified Water 3. System. Obtain Crab Meat Stick 1. The last 2 wooden treasure chests were both 3-star, with no prefix. After opening all 4 wooden treasure chests, Lin Shan eagerly opened his personal attribute panel, then expressionlessly closed it. Still garbled. MOMO coins. The system can't really be malfunctioning, right? It can't be. Lin Shan complained speechlessly. Sighing helplessly, Lin Shan looked at the black iron treasure chest, discovering that it was a 5-star black iron treasure chest called Wheat's Black Iron Chest. Huh? Wheat? Lin Shan was momentarily stunned. Is it the wheat he was thinking of? Crack. Lin Shan couldn't wait to open the chest. System, obtain water spirit rice wheat seeds 10, fertilizer 1. What the heck? It really is wheat. And its seeds? Pretty fertilisé? Quite complete. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. Then he clicked to check its attributes. Name, water spirit rice wheat seeds. Category, crop. Rating, green 3. Effect, can be planted. Evaluation, water spirit rice wheat is a type of low-yield spirit rice. The produced water spirit rice is not only plump, but also increases water system extraordinary attributes slightly when consumed in large quantities. Note, you can only gain a little, but no one knows how much water spirit rice you need to eat to gain it. Lin Shan looked at the 10 yellow bean-sized water spirit rice seeds in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Good stuff, let's plant it first. After saying that, Lin Shan glanced at the mantis shrimp grilling and noticed it hadn't turned red yet, then directly walked towards the small grove. The fertile land was set up at the edge of the small grove, and Lin Shan had even surrounded it with stones. There were 6 plots of fertile land, one of which had already been planted with creamy strawberries, which were now starting to sprout quite fast. Taking out the water spirit rice wheat seeds, Lin Shan planted them directly. Huh? Looking at the plots that still showed they could be planted, Lin Shan was a bit surprised. Didn't it say that one plot could only plant one type of plant? Or is it because the seeds in hand are all water spirit rice wheat? Seeing this, Lin Shan repeated the planting, 1 seed, 2 seeds, and soon planted 5 seeds, filling up the plot. 5 seeds? I wonder if other plants are like this too. Soon, all 10 water spirit rice wheat seeds were planted. Then Lin Shan took out the fertilizer. From the description, it could accelerate crop growth and slightly increase yield. After all, it was a pack of green 3-star quality fertilizer. It showed that it could be used 5 times, and Lin Shan directly applied it to both the wheat and strawberries. As the fertilizer entered the soil, the creamy strawberry sprouts began to grow rapidly, quickly developing leaves, although they were still quite small. Back at the lighthouse, Lin Shan finally turned his attention to the bronze treasure chest monster. I wonder what good things it can open. Pushing open the lid of the treasure chest monster and looking at the sharp teeth around the edge and the bloody, flesh-filled interior, Lin Shan hesitated momentarily. However, all the treasures of the treasure chest monster were stored in its belly. Damn, how disgusting. It would be great to have a disposable glove right now. Lin Shan said speechlessly. The treasure chest monster's size was similar to that of a treasure chest, but that didn't mean its stomach space was small. After all, it had a treasure space. No matter what, it was a bronze treasure chest monster. Lin Shan couldn't let a little disgust stop him. He had to adapt sooner or later. In the end, Lin Shan slowly extended his wicked right hand and gently reached into the treasure chest monster's mouth. After some rummaging, he finally touched something. A piece of item was pulled out by Lin Shan. Looking at the item in his hand, it was a crystal. Lin Shan, huh? A crystal? Could it be an ability crystal? Immediately, he eagerly clicked to check. Name, space crystal, category, item, rating, blue 3. Effect, can expand the system backpack. Evaluation, the lowest level space crystal can expand 3 backpack slots. Usage method, click to use in the backpack slots. Space crystal, increase backpack slots. Good stuff. I didn't expect the treasure chest monsters collection to be so good. Lin Shan happily put it into his backpack and then clicked to use it, with the space crystal leading the way. Lin Shan no longer looked down on the treasure chest monster, but instead looked at it with shining eyes. Without hesitation, his little hand reached in, smash, smash, and soon another item was pulled out. Then he continued, pulling out another item, and then again. Ultimately, the treasure chest monster yielded 4 items before its body slowly dissipated. Just like the treasure chest. Looking at the 3 items on the ground, one of them was also a space crystal, but it was a blue 2-star, only able to increase 2 slots, so he used it directly. Now, Lin Shan's backpack slots had 15 in total. Then Lin Shan looked at the 2 items left on the ground. Name, Treasure Chest Monster Crystal Core. Category, Material, Rating, Blue 9. Effect, can be used to manufacture space equipment. Evaluation, a rare treasure chest Monster Crystal Core. Can be used to manufacture space equipment. The Blue 9 Crystal Core can create a piece of space equipment with a volume of 10 cubic meters. Of course, the premise is that you need to find a master who can forge space equipment. Treasure Chest Monster Crystal Core? Good stuff is good, but unfortunately, it's not useful right now, Lin Shan said with some regret. Perhaps it would come in handy when he later obtained the blueprints for space equipment. Otherwise, as the evaluation said, he would have to find a master who could forge space equipment to craft it. After placing the crystal core on the table, Lin Shan looked at the last item. Name, Water Gliding Boots. Category, Extraordinary Equipment. Rating, Blue 3. Effect, Water Gliding. Water System Extraordinary Attribute 1. Evaluation, shoes made from sea beast and round fish skin with the ability to glide on water. When the gliding effect is activated, it allows the user to slide across the water surface, requiring consumption of water system extraordinary energy. Water gliding boots? Gliding on water? Lin Shan couldn't help but murmur. A scene of himself gliding over the sea flashed in his mind. Chapter 42. The Night Thunderstorm. Lin Shan quickly shook his head, trying to clear the strange images from his mind. However, the shoes were quite nice, so he immediately replaced his burlap boots. Great! He finally got rid of the beginner's 3-piece set, but unfortunately, he still didn't have any underwear. Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. The beginner's 3-piece set consisted of burlap clothing, burlap pants, and burlap shoes. Now, all the treasure chests had been opened. Of course, there was still a pearl shell, but Lin Shan had thrown it in with the shallow sea crab shells, along with the 2 pearl shells and the red flower eyebrow fish from the morning. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, and Lin Shan looked at the mantis shrimp, which had turned bright red. It's done. Lin Shan picked up the black iron spear and took the mantis shrimp out of the fireplace. With a heavy iron spear in hand, the black iron spear had now become a fireplace rack. Black iron spear, alas, ultimately I was abandoned. Holding the black iron spear, Lin Shan walked directly toward the lighthouse. It was still not even 5:30, and the sky hadn't darkened yet. As he watched the weather begin to dim, Lin Shan started to peel. Crack, crack. Soon, the mantis shrimp shell was peeled off by Lin Shan, and instantly, the fragrance of shrimp meat filled the air, especially the shrimp roe, which smelled heavenly. It smells so good. Just smelling it makes me drool. Lin Shan looked at the huge shrimp roe in front of him and couldn't help but swallow, then began to dig in. His mouth was full of oil. So late, Lin Shan mumbled. In just a few bites, he had finished the entire shrimp roe. Even the shrimp meat had been gnawed down to half. Burp. Lin Shan let out a satisfied burp and took out a piece of tissue to wipe his mouth, then said contentedly, "Eating a lot really has its benefits. I can eat to my heart's content." As he looked at the sky, which had officially darkened, the mist over the sea quickly spread toward the island with the darkening sky. But in the next second, the lighthouse's eerie blue candlelight lit up, pushing the sea mist back 600 meters. Looking at the boats in the port by the coast, Lin Shan had already learned from the boat spirit that sea beasts and sirens wouldn't attack boats, so there was no need to worry about their safety. Of course, this was referring to uncrewed boats. If someone was found on board, the sea beasts and sirens would not be polite. However, it would be different in the port, especially since sea beasts or sea monsters might cause destruction. But it could be repaired with materials, so it wasn't a big deal. After glancing at the seaside a few times, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse, then threw the tissue in the fireplace, which ignited instantly. Watching the paper burn away, Lin Shan murmured, "Tomorrow, the beginner period will end. I wonder what changes will occur." Lin Shan opened the chat channel to check the number of participants. It hadn't decreased. It seemed that after acquiring the identification skill, everyone's survival capability had greatly increased. With the identification skill, one could compare the differences between both sides. This way, one could gauge whether or not they had the confidence to fight. Then he opened the chat channel and found everyone was still chatting and joking, speculating what changes would occur tomorrow. Clearly, everyone's mood had brightened a lot. Meanwhile, his treasure chest monster's message was pinned at the top. Below, people were shouting Big Boss 666. Some even said that in the future, when they see a treasure chest, they must identify it first to see if it was a disguised treasure chest monster. Others asked if the items from the treasure chest monster were good. After watching for a while, Lin Shan closed the chat channel page and turned to his personal panel, staring at his garbled fate and abilities. "I want to see when you'll recover," Lin Shan said fiercely. Lin Shan lay on the bed, his wide-open eyes fixated on the personal panel. Half an hour passed, still garbled. An hour and a half passed, still garbled. Then, 3 hours passed, still garbled. After that, well, Lin Shan had already closed his eyes, not knowing when he fell asleep. Time slowly passed, and perhaps due to it being the last day of the beginner period, there were no sea monsters on the island tonight. Of course, it might also be because Lin Shan had killed all the fishmen. But what about the blood-red eyes? Perhaps they were monsters in the mist. After all, the lighthouse's candlelight could at least dispel the sea mist. But who knew if it had any effect on the monsters within? Who knows if the monsters in the mist could leave the mist to move around for a short time? As time trickled away, it quickly reached 11:59. And in 1 minute, it would be the 4th day. Boom! Lin Shan was suddenly awakened. Boom! The loud noise rang out again, and Lin Shan couldn't help but open the window. Is it raining? Boom! The thunder sounded again. Looking up at the dark clouds in the sky, lightning flashed from time to time, signaling an impending storm. Wow! Just after the beginner period, and it's already coming with a crisis? Lin Shan felt somewhat speechless. If a storm really came, would the island be submerged? More importantly, there could be a tsunami. Listening to the thunder and rain, Lin Shan frowned and opened the chat channel to see everyone discussing the thunderstorm. Although the rain was still light, it was obvious that it would only get heavier. After closing the window, Lin Shan walked up to the top of the lighthouse on the 2nd floor. Once he confirmed that the rainwater couldn't get in, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the candlelight was extinguished by the rain, that would be a disaster. However, while rainwater couldn't come in, the wind could blow in, but clearly, it couldn't reach the candlelight. After watching for a while and confirming everything was fine, he returned to his room. The thunder and rain sounds constantly reached his ears, and Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. Today, it seems destined for many people to have a bad night's sleep, especially those who hadn't upgraded their lighthouses. However, once the lighthouse reached 3 stars, there shouldn't be any gaps. It should be impossible for anyone's lighthouse to not reach a white 3-star, right? What Lin Shan didn't know was that many people were hurriedly upgrading their lighthouses. Most people, like Lin Shan, chose to slow down their lighthouse upgrade speed. After all, who knew how to obtain energy? Therefore, some people's lighthouses were still at white 1-star. Lin Shan lay back on the bed, and after checking his personal panel to find it still garbled, he felt somewhat speechless. Out of sight, out of mind. He closed his eyes and went to sleep. After a while, wow, it's cold after the rain. Lin Shan reluctantly opened his eyes, then went to the fireplace and threw in a dozen pieces of charcoal. With a whoosh, the flames flared up and the whole room slowly began to warm up. Estimating it would last until tomorrow morning, Lin Shan finally returned to sleep with peace of mind. Chapter 43, The Path of Destiny. The Witch of Destiny. Boom! The thunder echoed in the air, exceptionally loud, as there were no buildings in the sea to muffle the sound. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for many. However, Lin Shan was peacefully asleep under the warm glow of the fireplace. The sound of rain outside grew louder, continuing until 6 o'clock the next morning. Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes, awakened by the thunder outside. Listening to the heavy rain, he couldn't help but yawn and mutter, "Has it been raining all night?" He opened the window, and instantly, rainwater splashed in his face. Damn! Lin Shan quickly closed the window. Was it really that exaggerated? He wiped the rain off his face and instantly felt more awake. Then he approached another window and cautiously opened it. This time, no rainwater blew in because the wind was not coming from that direction. Damn, this rain is really heavy, isn't it? It was pouring, and visibility was less than 10 meters. Lin Shan muttered in amazement. However, with so much rainwater, could he take a nice hot shower? Lin Shan turned to look at the pot by the fireplace, which could hold about 50 liters of water, enough for a good hot bath. Deciding to go for it, Lin Shan immediately picked up the iron pot and started filling it with water. After filling it 2/3 full, he placed it on the fireplace to heat. Glancing at the boiling water, Lin Shan blinked. Had he forgotten something? Oh right, my profession and abilities. He suddenly remembered the jumbled profession and ability from yesterday, and quickly opened his personal panel to check. Please don't be jumbled again, he thought. Fortunately, it was fine, but the abilities were gone, and a talent had increased by 1, meaning his abilities had been converted into talents? Wow, was this jumbled text that powerful? Lin Shan looked at his personal attribute panel in surprise. Name, Lin Shan, Strength, Extraordinary Being, Path of Destiny, Harbinger, Talent, Gift of Fate, Witch of Destiny, Ability, Ice Crystal Shot, Underwater Breathing, Appraisal, Extraordinary Attributes, Water 15, Fire 3, Wood 2, Mystery 5, Physique 1, Spirit 4, Evaluation, a newbie extraordinary being. Certain extraordinary attributes just surpassed 10 points. What does Witch of Destiny mean? Aren't witches supposed to be female? Lin Shan instinctively flexed his muscles. Huh, oh wow, the bad habit left by the PE teacher is still here. Lin Shan said awkwardly as he came back to his senses. Then, he clicked on the Path of Destiny's Harbinger. Name, Harbinger. Category, Path of Destiny. Rating, Unknown. Path ability, Mysterious Perception. Path enhancement, Mystery 10, Spirit 10 evaluation. Harbinger. Name of the 9th stage of the Path of Destiny. The abilities of a Harbinger can only be known by the individual. Among all paths, besides the common ones. The remaining path abilities vary from person to person. Often, 2 individuals on the same path will have completely different abilities. However, the general direction will not differ much. The Path of Destiny is extremely rare, with basically no prior experience to reference. Everything relies on personal exploration. Harbinger? Lin Shan said in confusion. The next moment, he received a flood of information regarding the Harbinger's abilities. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Shan organized the information in his mind. So just one path ability? Mysterious Perception, which allows me to sense all unknown information. Lin Shan pondered, this path ability doesn't seem that impressive. However, from the information, each stage of the path grants 3 abilities. Hopefully, the other 2 path abilities are more powerful. But looking at the name of the 9th stage of the Path of Destiny, Harbinger, it doesn't seem to align with output at all. It doesn't feel very powerful, but the name of the Path of Destiny is quite impressive. I wonder if my passive talent influenced that? Otherwise, it's strange that both are related to fate, Lin Shan speculated. However, the path enhancement is quite high, directly giving 10 to mystery and 10 to spirit. And this is just after gaining the path. It should grow further, right? After closing the Destiny panel, Lin Shan clicked to check the new talent. Let me see what this Witch of Destiny is all about, Lin Shan murmured as he opened it. Name, Witch of Destiny. Category, Talent. Rating, Unknown. Effect, Witch of Destiny. Evaluation, Witch. A powerful synonym. Every witch is a unique existence. Their presence signifies a qualification. A qualification to step into the... By the way, witch is just a synonym and does not necessarily represent a female, although the vast majority of witches are female. There are also male witches, and even non-human ones. As mentioned, witch is merely a synonym because the first generation of witches were all female. Lin Shan stared at the talent in front of him, feeling completely bewildered. He couldn't understand anything. Damn! It was only now that I fully realized the importance of knowledge, Lin Shan said with some resentment. It's a pity that the PE teacher misled me in my childhood, making me think that understanding muscles was everything. Now that I think about it, I really want to press that PE teacher to the ground. But when I recall that PE teacher's towering 9-meter frame and biceps as big as his head, I just can't. Staring intently at the effect of the Witch of Destiny for a while, Lin Shan still didn't receive any information. It was truly strange. Scratching his head, Lin Shan said helplessly, "Forget it, I'll research it later. I'm hungry, time to eat." Lin Shan went to the table, squatted down, and looked at the red flower eyebrow fish still swimming in the shell of the shallow sea crab. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Still alive, nice." Yesterday, due to the jumbled profession and abilities, Lin Shan had completely forgotten about the red flower eyebrow fish. He picked up a dagger and placed it inside the shell. then carried the shell to the window and began to process it. Wow, with such heavy rain, it's just right for a wash, Lin Shan said while killing the red flower eyebrow fish. Soon, a clean red flower eyebrow fish was ready. Now that there's so much fresh water, should I make a fish soup to warm my stomach? Lin Shan looked at the pouring rain and said, to be honest, in this kind of thunderstorm weather, it was clearly getting a bit cold, especially with the window open. Even though it wasn't windy, a chill still crept in from outside. Chapter 44. Tsunami approaches. Slurp delicious, Lin Shan said happily while holding the fish soup. That's right. In the end, Lin Shan decided to make fish soup, and after adding some salt, it tasted amazing. Sipping the fish soup and then having some fish meat and scallops, it was incredibly delightful, especially in this thunderstorm weather, feeling quite relaxed. However, will the sea recede in this weather? Lin Shan looked out the window at the rain and mist and couldn't help but murmur. Indeed, the thunderstorm had intensified a bit just now, and the visibility was now just a blur 5 meters away. It's hard to imagine. It feels like not only won't the tide recede, but it's a blessing if the island doesn't get submerged. But since the island is floating on the sea, it shouldn't be submerged, right? After all, as the water level rises, the island should rise too, right? After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel. Wow, family, has the rain actually gotten heavier again? Damn it, I got soaked yesterday, and now I feel like I have slight cold. Does anyone have cold medicine? I'm looking to buy. The Lighthouse didn't get upgraded yesterday, and as a result, rainwater blew in through the gaps. My room is still damp. It's uncomfortable. The only good thing about the rain is that I can finally take a nice shower. It's been 3 days since I last showered, and I feel like I'm starting to smell. Anyone upstairs, please send a picture. 1, 2, 3, wow. The building is starting to lean again, right? Who can make barrels or wooden basins? Since it's raining now, I want to stock up. If I can stock up, I should. After all, the newbie period is over. Who knows what changes will happen next? Collecting barrels and basins. Then why not just dig a hole directly with wood? Anyone upstairs, it's clear you haven't tried. That wood is incredibly hard. My green short sword can barely dig a hole. It is indeed, but with an axe, it's very simple. A few strikes will do. It should be about specialized effects, right? After all, axes are for chopping wood. Just kidding, my big axe is already itching to go. With one strike, I could split a shallow sea crab in half. It's almost 8 o'clock. Do you think the tide will recede today? Just kidding, in this weather. Even if the tide recedes, would you dare to go out? Exactly, I'd rather stay in the lighthouse. Going out in this weather is too dangerous. Wow. Everyone, do you know what I just saw? What? Damn it. A tsunami. A tsunami? Wow. Right, in this weather, it's very easy to trigger a tsunami. Huh? Can our lighthouse withstand the tsunami? Normally, our wooden lighthouse wouldn't stand a chance, but our lighthouse is clearly not normal. So I don't know. No need to guess. My lighthouse got hit by the tsunami and lost 30 of its energy. Damn, this is a white 3-star lighthouse. How can it not withstand 3 tsunamis? Wow, my white 2-star lighthouse lost 50 of its energy in one hit. Luckily, I still have supplies. Upgrade quickly. Huh, why is there no tsunami here? I don't have one either. If it's a whole day of thunderstorms, then basically, none of US can escape the fate of facing a tsunami. Has anyone encountered a tsunami? Lin Shan, who was drinking fish soup, was momentarily stunned, but then thought, given this weather, it seemed normal. Omen, you sense unusual fluctuations in the air. A tsunami will strike in 10 minutes. Huh? Lin Shan looked at the information in front of him in confusion. This seems to be the ability of his omen predictor. Mysterious perception? Why did it suddenly trigger? A tsunami will strike in 10 minutes? Lin Shan couldn't help but murmur. After quickly finishing the fish soup, Lin Shan closed the window and ran up to the 2nd floor of the lighthouse. He wasn't afraid of the tsunami. Based on the chat channel, it would only take away 30 of the lighthouse's energy, but he had plenty of basic materials and didn't care. However, the candlelight was a bit precarious. So Lin Shan had to ensure that the candlelight was not affected to feel at ease. Soon, the 10 minutes passed. Whoosh! An unusual sound entered Lin Shan's ears. The tsunami is here? Lin Shan moved slowly at the stairway, looking outside, but unfortunately, the rain and mist made it impossible to see anything. Bang! A massive tremor struck without warning. The tsunami crashed onto the island. Wow, that must be at least 10 meters high. The huge tsunami temporarily blocked the rain, allowing Lin Shan to see clearly. Lin Shan anxiously watched the approaching tsunami. As long as it didn't extinguish the candlelight, everything would be fine. Bang! The lighthouse began to shake violently. Lin Shan stared intently at the surrounding windows and found that the seawater seemed unable to enter. A faint energy shield blocked the invasion of the seawater. Lin Shan watched as the tsunami passed directly through the lighthouse and the island, gradually moving away. He even saw a large number of sea creatures, sea monsters, sea fish, and even treasure chests mixed in with the seawater. They slid past his eyes so clearly. Wow, this is terrifying. If this were Blue Star, a 10-meter tsunami would have completely shattered this wooden lighthouse. Lin Shan murmured to himself while opening the panel to check, finding that the energy was only at 20. Wow, it took away 50 of the lighthouse's energy in one go. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. Scared, Lin Shan hurriedly ran downstairs and clicked to upgrade the lighthouse. After a while, the lighthouse was renewed, becoming a white 4-star lighthouse, and its energy was restored to 100. Seeing this, Lin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because some tsunamis come in waves, and those are the most deadly. If the lighthouse isn't upgraded in time, it would run out of energy and be reduced to rubble. Lin Shan opened his personal panel and looked at the weather for today. He hadn't checked before, so now he wanted to see how long this weather would last. Today's weather: thunderstorm, weather effect, disaster. A tsunami will occur. Lin Shan couldn't help but smirk. A whole day? Damn it. After checking the chat channel, he found that someone had already posted about today's weather effects. So Lin Shan didn't need to repeat the information. Time slowly approached 8 o'clock amidst everyone's fear. Normally, by now, the tide would be receding, and now a prompt appeared, but it wasn't a tide receding prompt. It was a new rule. This also meant that the newbie period had officially ended. Chapter 45. The end of the novice period. Lin Shan, along with all the tower defenders, couldn't help but look at the system prompt, their faces full of seriousness. System ding. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully passing the 3-day novice period. Next, you will face true challenges. System ding. The restriction on sea beasts not actively attacking tower defenders has been lifted. System ding. The permanent weather has been canceled. It will be sunny and beautiful. From now on, the weather will be unpredictable every day. System ding. The ban on going out to sea has been lifted. Tower defenders can now venture out to sea by navigating ships from the port. System ding. The ban on sea merchants has been lifted. Sea merchants will now visit your islands. System ding. The ban on pirates has been lifted. Your islands will also attract pirate invasions. System ding. The introduction of silver chests, golden chests, special chests, and other high-level chests. System ding. The countdown for island shielding removal is 30 days. Note, after the island shielding is lifted, your islands will be truly exposed in the misty sea. System ding. The above is the content for this update. There will be another update in 30 days. System ding. It has been detected that today's weather disaster is too powerful. And since all tower defenders are not yet prepared, the system has reduced the tsunami's power by 80. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Shan scratched his head and said, "No wonder I couldn't find any chests above bronze. It turns out they weren't introduced yet. That means the deep-sea chest I obtained at the beginning was indeed thanks to the weather effect. Wow, I seem to be quite lucky. Going out to sea? Sea merchants? Pirates? Does this mean these existed already? At least during the novice period, the system had kept them out of reach?" Lin Shan frowned at the word unlocked. If it were just a lifting of a ban or an introduction, he wouldn't think much of it, but the term unlock felt different, especially. Lin Shan looked at the last piece of information. A 30-day countdown to island shielding removal? That means after 30 days, they will face the true nature of the Misty Sea, right? From what he learned from the ship spirit, Lin Shan knew that there were locals in the Misty Sea, or they could be previous tower defenders, or even original residents. In any case, after 30 days, they hundreds of billions of tower defenders will be truly exposed to all forces. After reading the system prompts a few more times, Lin Shan closed the system prompt. There was no need to overthink it. Given the current situation, pirates should be the most dangerous presence, along with sea beasts, so he needed to be careful of sea beasts launching the first attack. Lin Shan sat in a chair, watching the flames in the fireplace, murmuring to himself. As for the subsequent prompt, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised, but then again, the power of the tsunami was no joke. Suddenly, premonition. You sense a massive energy fluctuation in the air. In 12 minutes, 3 consecutive tsunamis will strike. Premonition. You sense that in the third tsunami, there's a sunken ship mixed in with the waves. You might be able to do something. Looking at the 2 premonitions before him, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows. 3 consecutive tsunamis? A sunken ship? Lin Shan threw a piece of charcoal into the fireplace, looked at the first day's premonition, and then said in surprise, mystical perception can sense even this? Looks like I underestimated this ability. Although it was passive, it seemed unexpectedly powerful now. Time quickly passed, and after 11 minutes, Lin Shan was already at the control panel, gripping it tightly. Fortunately, the control panel was fixed in place. Soon, the last minute passed, and the tsunami came as expected. Bang! The entire island shook, followed by the lighthouse. Bang, bang, bang! The lighthouse shook continuously, and Lin Shan held onto the control panel tightly, watching the energy on the lighthouse page drop from 100 to 60. Seeing this, Lin Shan's heart sank. What the heck? It dropped 40 just like that? Bang! The first wave hadn't even passed 10 seconds when the second wave of the tsunami hit. The lighthouse shook again, and the energy plummeted from 60 to 40. The power was halved? Would the third wave be even smaller? Lin Shan looked at the energy consumption in surprise. However, after several seconds, Lin Shan still didn't feel any tremors, and his brows furrowed tightly. Something was wrong. The interval was too long. Lin Shan thought for a moment and decisively clicked to upgrade the lighthouse. In an instant, materials were consumed, and the lighthouse upgraded from white 4-star to white 5-star. Half a minute later, rumble. A massive tremor erupted. This wave was even more powerful than the first. What the heck? Does it have to be like this? Lin Shan tightly gripped the control panel and complained. Bang! Crash! Another tremor sounded as the tsunami hit the lighthouse. Lin Shan stared intently at the energy, and in an instant, it rapidly fell from 100, quickly breaking through the 50 mark, continuing to plummet at a fast speed. In the end, the lighthouse was left with only 10 energy, emitting a red emergency signal. What the heck? This isn't right. How could so much energy be consumed? 90? Lin Shan murmured in shock. After a while, coming back to his senses, Lin Shan clicked to upgrade again. Instantly, the lighthouse upgraded from white 5-star to white 6-star. Watching the energy restore, Lin Shan finally relaxed and ran upstairs. He had a certain guess he wanted to confirm. Damn! Sure enough, as soon as he got up, Lin Shan saw a sunken ship crashed into the lighthouse, now stuck there. I knew it. A tsunami alone couldn't possibly drop 90 of the energy. It wasn't a complete tsunami. Plus, there were those crashing sounds. Lin Shan looked at the sunken ship before him and immediately decided to go inside. After all, deep-sea chests are often found in the deep sea, especially within sunken ships. Puff! Lin Shan jumped from the second floor into the sunken ship and began searching quickly. Who knew when the next wave of tsunami would come? It was chaotic. Looking at the situation inside the sunken ship, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. After all, being swept by the tsunami, it was normal for things to be all over the place. Lin Shan searched quickly and soon discovered chest. Yes, just an ordinary chest. Not a system chest. The chest was being crushed under a pile of wood. After approaching, Lin Shan smashed the lock violently and opened it to check. Lighthouse gold coins? I'll take it. Then he searched through the pile of wood again and quickly found 3 more chests filled with lighthouse gold coins. All about the same size. Chapter 46. The tide is out. Lin Shan continued to search, as the inside of the ship was a complete mess, making it quite troublesome to find anything. After rummaging for a few minutes, Lin Shan finally spotted a treasure chest. Yes, a system treasure chest. Looking at the golden chest in front of him, Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Golden treasure chest? Jackpot!" He decisively put it in his backpack and continued searching. Unfortunately, this sunken ship had holes everywhere, and many items had surely been washed away by the tsunami. Soon, Lin Shan had searched the entire sunken ship thoroughly. After all, A sunken ship could be considered a high-level resource point. Finally, Lin Shan ran up to the deck and searched around, and unexpectedly, he found something. What kind of fish is this? Looking at the fish in front of him, Lin Shan said with some confusion. The fish wasn't big, only about half a meter long, but it was entirely blue and emitted a faint glow. As for its appearance, it was decent, at least looking edible. Let's identify it. Name, deep-sea cold fish. Category, sea fish. Rating, blue 3. Effect, eating it increases 1 to 3 points of ice-type extraordinary attributes. Evaluation, an extraordinary fish living in the deep sea. Eating it can enhance ice-type extraordinary attributes. Rarely swims to the surface. Excessive identification evaluation. Deep-sea cold fish will melt when exposed to heat. So the best way to eat it is as sashimi. If paired with cold lemon fruit, the effect will be even better. Wow, what good thing. Give it to me. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan said excitedly. He then grabbed the deep-sea cold fish and returned to the lighthouse room. A warning had appeared again. Another tsunami would occur in just over an hour. Beer art's so cold. Lin Shan couldn't help but shiver. Then looked at the deep-sea cold fish in his hand. Once back in a room, he immediately felt warmer, but he was still wet, so he went to the fireplace to dry off. As for the deep-sea cold fish, well, Lin Shan was currently preparing it, as it was sashimi, and the fresher, the better. Soon, 2 bowls of fish meat were ready. How did he get the bowls? They were made from coconuts found in the earlier treasure chest. Looking at the fish meat in front of him, Lin Shan frowned. To be honest, he had never eaten raw food before, so he was a bit hesitant to take a bite. However, since it was food that could increase extraordinary attributes by 100, he couldn't let it go. In the end, he picked up a slice of fish meat that was emitting a cold aura and put it in his mouth. Then he chewed hard. Oh, the taste seems pretty good. Lin Shan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the fish meat to be so good. It's chewy, crispy, slightly sweet, with no fishy smell, and a refreshing coolness. Overall, it was somewhat unexpected. Since it tasted good, Lin Shan began to eat it bite by bite. After finishing, Lin Shan opened his character panel and checked. He found that he had gained 2 points in ice-type extraordinary attributes. An average increase? That's acceptable. Next, Lin Shan turned to look at the other bowl of fish meat, then rubbed his belly with the safflower eyebrow fish soup for breakfast, plus half a portion of the deep-sea cold fish meat. He was almost full. Speaking of which, I've already gained extraordinary attributes, and I've only eaten half. Can this other half of the fish meat also increase my extraordinary attributes? Lin Shan stroked his chin and said with some confusion. After thinking for a moment, he decided to check the identification. When in doubt, identify it. Name, processed low-quality deep-sea cold fish fillet. Category, food. Rating, blue 1. Effect, eating it increases 1 to 2 points of ice-type extraordinary attributes. Evaluation, why waste such a good extraordinary ingredient like this? Excessive identification evaluation, the same deep-sea cold fish cannot take effect a second time. The corners of Lin Shan's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he complained, I processed it with a dagger. That's already pretty good, okay. However, since it could still increase attributes, it could be sold. Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel, just as he was about to start looking. He then saw that the number of players had decreased by over 100, and he suddenly fell silent. Looking at the chat channel, the comments were indeed very disheartened and scared. The power of this tsunami was too great and frequent. Once or twice was fine, but more than that, no one could handle it. Over 100 people seemed like a lot, but keep in mind it was still not even 9 o'clock. In less than an hour, over 100 people had died. Damn, I wonder if other regions are also experiencing thunderstorm weather? Lin Shan said with some frustration. Then he opened the character list in the chat channel and quickly spotted his target, whose name was right below his, in second place. He directly clicked to send a private message. Lin Shan, hey, Huang Xin. Do you want some fish meat? Image, on the other side, Huang Xian, who was looking at the campfire, was surprised when the chat message suddenly rang. Upon seeing who it was, she exclaimed excitedly, could it be that idiot finally remembered me? Eagerly opening the message, her previously smiling face instantly turned cold. Huang Xian muttered through gritted teeth, bastard, when will you remember me? How infuriating. Then, puffing out her cheeks, she angrily clicked on the image to look. Food that increases extraordinary attributes? Huang Xian blinked her big eyes, then huffed softly, muttering, At least you have some conscience, knowing to trade with me first. But the next second, Huang Xan bit her teeth in anger again. Lin Shan, I need something of the same quality to trade. Do you want to? If not, I'll look for third place. Huang Xian, angrily clicking on the trade. She then offered a blueprint and clicked confirm. Arriving at the bedside, Huang Xian started hitting the quilt on the bed. Damn you, Lin Shan. You stinky Lin Shan. Have you still not remembered me? How can you forget your big sister so quickly? It's only been 5 years. How could you forget so soon? You have such a bad memory. I'll give you 3 more days. If you still haven't remembered, I'll make you recall the fear of being controlled by me. Quilt, first of all, I haven't offended you. Bed, neither have I. Lin Shan was somewhat surprised and then laughed. I didn't expect Huang Xian to be so generous. She actually offered a blueprint for a trade? A bit foolish. Just like the big sister Huang. It's worth noting that Lin Shan chose to trade with Huang Xian not just because she was in first place, but also because she had saved his life. Thinking of that big sister, Lin Shan couldn't help but pause for a moment and then sighed. I wonder where that big sister is now. I hope she can survive. Just as he was about to look at the blueprint, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Ding! Reminder. In half an hour, the tide will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Shan slowly typed out a question mark. What the heck? The moment I type this question mark, it means there's nothing wrong with me. This weather. And you tell me to go out and catch fish? Lin Shan helplessly complained. Chapter 47, Golden Treasure Chest. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Shan's mouth twitched. In this kind of weather, even with underwater breathing, he wouldn't dare to go out to fish, let alone anyone else. One misstep, and he could be swept away by a tsunami, ending up as a corpse at the bottom of the sea. However, Lin Shan suddenly remembered his premonition and murmured, I can know the arrival time of the next tsunami. If that's the case, I can make use of the time difference. Should I take the opportunity to fish? Under such weather, the sea beasts shouldn't be hunting, right? They should all choose to stay in their nests and not go out. It seems like I might actually have a chance. Lin Shan nodded and said, decided, after this wave of tsunami, I'll go out to fish. As long as I get the treasure chest, I won't care about anything else. After all, I can't just stay in my room all day doing nothing, right? Next, Lin Shan began to sort out the Lighthouse gold treasure chests and golden treasure chests he brought back from the sunken ship. First, there were 4 boxes filled with Lighthouse gold. Lin Shan smashed the locks off the remaining 3 boxes and looked at the gold inside, collecting it handful by handful into his backpack. So much. It's even more than I got from the deep-sea treasure chest at the beginning. Lin Shan sighed as he grabbed the gold and put it into his backpack. After spending 10 minutes, Lin Shan finally emptied the first gold treasure chest and then opened his backpack to take a look. Lighthouse gold 29753. Wow. Almost 30,000 Lighthouse gold. According to Blue Star's current gold price, over 700 per gram. Wow. How much is this worth? Lin Shan exclaimed, then put all the Lighthouse gold back. Knowing the amount of gold was enough, no need to occupy valuable backpack space. Then he started to grab the other 3 gold treasure chests one by one. Half an hour later, all 4 Lighthouse gold chests had new numbers. First gold chest, 29,753. Second, 27,971. Third, 31,297. Fourth, 28,987. Combined, the 4 Lighthouse gold chests totaled over 100,000, plus the first chest 13,000 more gold. Wow, suddenly I'm rich. After placing all 4 Lighthouse gold chests in front of the bed, Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter, I wonder how the purchasing power of Lighthouse gold is? Sea traders should be able to use Lighthouse gold, right? Shaking his head and no longer thinking about these distant matters, Lin Shan turned his attention to the golden treasure chest, which was a high-level chest that just appeared today. Lin Shan eagerly clicked to check and murmured, I don't ask for much, just give me a 5-star one. Name, Confused Golden Treasure Chest. Category, Ordinary Treasure Chest. Rating, purple 4 white green blue, yellow purple. Effect, Confusion. Reduces treasure items by 1, but not less than 1. Evaluation. Obviously, it's confused. After all, did it just ride the wind and waves upon appearing? The corners of Lin Shan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Then he complained, Goodness, not only are you confused, I'm confused too. What the heck? Why are you a treasure chest confused? Lin Shan scratched his head and cursed. Damn it, I didn't know the prefix could have negatives. If I had known, I would have preferred a 3-star one. What's the use of this star rating? Although he was very speechless, what could Lin Shan do? He could only accept it. At least with a 4-star rating, the items produced would be of higher quality, right? Creak. Wow. As expected of a golden treasure chest, the lid is quite heavy. After opening the chest, Lin Shan unexpectedly said, System, obtained Golden Fruit 1, Random Defense Construction Blueprint. Looking at the 2 new items in his backpack, Lin Shan couldn't help but look up at the ceiling, to prevent the tears from falling. Damn it, so that means I originally had 3 items. So frustrating. After shouting for a while, Lin Shan finally lowered his head to start checking. The outcome was already set. Complaining was useless. Besides, this golden treasure chest was essentially free. Name, Golden Fruit. Category, Extraordinary Fruit. Rating, Purple 1. Effect, after use, you can freely choose to increase existing extraordinary attributes by 20 points. Evaluation, the legendary golden fruit. Grown from the extraordinary plant, golden tree. Each one can cause a blood rain and is the dream fruit of countless extraordinary beings. Mainly, the golden fruit has no drug resistance, meaning if you have an endless supply of golden fruits, theoretically, you can infinitely increase your extraordinary attributes. Of course, the premise is that you can handle the rapid increase in extraordinary attributes, and the golden fruit is also incredibly rare and scarce. The golden tree blooms once every 100 years and bears fruit once every 100 years, with less than 20 fruits per harvest. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but stroke his chin. These attributes are very powerful. They allow for a free increase of 20 points in extraordinary attributes. But if you remember correctly, green extraordinary fruits add 1 point for 1 star. Blue 1 star adds 10 points. Theoretically, yellow 1 star should add 100 points, and then purple 1 star should add 1,000 points, right? Or is it because of this drug resistance? Lin Shan looked at the drug resistance in the evaluation and couldn't help but murmur. Thinking of the deep-sea cold fish from earlier, which could only be used once, perhaps eating too much would also produce resistance. Lin Shan rubbed his hair and said helplessly, Forget it, why overthink? Lack of understanding will only lead to wild guesses. Just enjoy it. Looking at the fruit in front of him that looked like it was made of gold, Lin Shan couldn't help but grind his teeth. Then said, It won't break my teeth, right? It looks pretty hard. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan cautiously took a bite. Crunch. It was surprisingly easy to bite off. Looking at the golden fruit flesh, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows and then ate it all bit by bit. The golden fruit wasn't big, about the size of an apple. It seemed to have no taste. Also, there was no seed. Disappointed. System, obtained 20 points of free attributes. After seeing the prompt, Lin Shan directly opened the character panel. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan added 15 points to the mysterious, extraordinary attribute. Although his main attack was ice crystal shooting, his fate relied mainly on mystery. So it definitely had to focus on the main attribute. After adding 15 points, the mysterious attribute directly became 33 points, of which 3 points were from the percentage bonus of the Key of Fate. As for the last 5 points of free attributes, adding them to extraordinary physique for now, and keeping the rest for later. Chapter 48. Catching Sea Creatures in the Storm. TSK. The mysterious extraordinary attribute at 15 points doesn't feel like much, but even a little extraordinary physique makes my body feel warm. Lin Shan chuckled. The improvement from a little extraordinary physique is quite obvious, probably related to his currently weak physique. Once his extraordinary physique increases in the future, it might not be so noticeable. Then, Lin Shan looked at the second item that came from a golden treasure chest, a random defense construction blueprint. Name, Random Defense Construction Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Rating, Purple 5. Effect, after use. Randomly obtain a defense construction blueprint ranging from Purple 1 to Red 3. Evaluation. Defense construction blueprints are used to arm the facilities on the island. After glancing at the attributes, Lin Shan directly clicked to use it. System, obtained Extraordinary Energy Cannon Blueprint. Name, Extraordinary Energy Cannon Blueprint. Category, One-Time Blueprint. Evaluation. Purple 6. Effect. Build an extraordinary energy cannon. Evaluation. Extraordinary energy cannons are commonly found on the walls of coastal cities and large ships, mainly used for defending against the invasion of sea beasts and sea monsters. One shot has immense power, but the consumption is also enormous. Looking at the blueprint in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but click his tongue. A cannon? An energy cannon? That's so impressive. TSK, TSK. With this energy cannon, who needs to fear pirates? Just one shot will send them packing. Lin Shan said confidently. After putting away the blueprint, Lin Shan began to prepare. Going out to catch sea creatures in a thunderstorm is a first for me. It feels a bit thrilling, Lin Shan murmured while looking at the heavy rain outside. Soon, an hour passed, and the tsunami arrived on schedule. Lin Shan hurriedly closed the window. Bang! The tsunami crashed directly onto the lighthouse, causing its energy to plummet, but it still stood firm. However, the sunken ship next to the lighthouse was swept away by the tsunami. The candlelight on the second floor was surrounded by a translucent energy shield for defense. But in the room below, if you opened the window, the seawater would not be polite. It rushed in directly. Of course, Lin Shan didn't discover this. It was mentioned by a reckless netizen in the chat channel. In thunderstorm weather, the energy consumption of the lighthouse is much faster than in normal weather. Plus, with the tsunami crashing down from time to time, the energy consumption drops sharply. Fortunately, everyone has enough basic resources to level up their lighthouse by 1 or 2 levels. Now, various basic materials are being traded in the trading channel. Lin Shan also found that everyone collecting materials that could level up their lighthouse would prioritize giving the leftovers to those who were short on materials. People in my area are just too damn gentle, Sai. You guys are so damn kind. It makes me want to cry, Lin Shan sighed. And then he listed his basic materials, keeping 50,000 wood and stone for himself, and putting the remaining hundreds of thousands of wood and stone up for sale. Then, Lin Shan silently sent a message in the chat channel. Lin Shan, you guys are really too damn kind. I put up wood and stone for sale. Over 100,000, all on loan. After you survive today, remember to pay me back. There are too many people. Don't borrow randomly if it's not urgent. Wow wow, the big shot has appeared. Wow wow, the big shot has come with supplies. Wow wow, good job big shot. Wow wow, is the big shot a firefighter? Wow wow, I don't know what to say. I can only say wow. Wow wow, big shot, you saved my life. My lighthouse was about to be smashed to bits by the tsunami. Thank goodness for the timely loan. Wow wow, up there big shot this ISNTA loan. It's borrowing, and there's no interest. A loan comes with interest. Wow wow, up there, borrowing also comes with interest. I borrowed 1,000 from my best friend, and she wanted me to pay back 1,100? I called the police right then and there. Screw paying back 1,100. Wow wow. Up there, sister, how are you doing? A bunch of wow comments followed, making Lin Shan unable to bear it, so he closed the chat channel. In the personal trading shop, Lin Shan was surprised to see that he had lost only a few thousand wood and stone. He thought it would all be gone, but it turned out he only lost half. Indeed, people in my area are really too damn kind. Next time, I'll sell toilet paper a bit cheaper. To sell it for 9 wood. Lin Shan said with a touched expression. Lin Shan looked at the lighthouse panel and found that the energy had decreased by 14. Clearly, 10 was due to the recent tsunami, and 4 was due to the consumption from the thunderstorm. It seems that after reaching white 6 stars, I have gained resistance against these tsunamis that are weakened by 80. At least it's no longer collapsing after just 2 or 3 hits. Lin Shan opened his backpack to take a look. Backpack, 15 slots, Starlight Crystal Stone 1, wood 50,000, stone 50,000, flawed, sunken iron long spear. Golden Law Shell 1, 10 slots should be enough, right? After all, this time catching sea creatures needs to be quick and decisive, just a treasure chest. And the rest depends on the situation. Lin Shan looked at his backpack, stroked his chin, and murmured. Suddenly, a premonition popped up. Premonition. You sense unusual fluctuations in the air. A tsunami will strike in 180 minutes. Lin Shan, the tsunami will arrive in 3 hours? What a great opportunity. Lin Shan immediately stood up and walked to the door. Just as he was about to open the front door, he suddenly remembered something, stopped, turned around, and walked to the window, opening a small gap to take a look. After confirming the wind wasn't blowing towards the door, He reassuredly closed the window and walked toward the front door. Opening the door, he stepped outside. Splash! As soon as he stepped out, the sound of heavy rain echoed in the sky. Wow, it was that loud inside the room, but outside the noise is really loud. Birar, it's a bit cold. Lin Shan held the sunken iron long spear and walked toward the seaside through the thunderstorm. The storm was severe, which was why Lin Shan was holding the sunken iron long spear. The extra weight of over 30 pounds helped him stand firm. Ugh, the visibility is quite low, isn't it? Lin Shan said helplessly. Forget it. Let us go see how the port is doing. Following a small path, Lin Shan walked for over 10 minutes before finally reaching the port. Looking at the port that only had a few wooden pillars left, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wow, this is really too tragic. Then Lin Shan began to search for the lightwater iron swift boat and soon saw that the boat was still floating safely on the sea, even though the port was gone. Chapter 49. Seeking Wealth and Danger. Lin Shan hurried to the side of the lightwater iron-fast ship and called out, "Xiao AI, how are you?" The name of the ship spirit Lin Shan had given it last time is Xiao AI. There's no way around it. He was used to calling it that on his phone. Xiao AI, Captain, I'm fine. Ships with a ship spirit are protected by the sea, so the tsunami can't harm me. Hearing this, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief and said, I see, then I can relax. Xiao AI, Captain, how can you be out in this weather? You should be resting at home. Lin Shan chuckled and replied, Haha, thank you for your concern, Xiao AI, but I'm fine. My water elemental attribute is over 10 points, so this thunderstorm doesn't affect me much. Except for a slight obstruction of my line of sight. Xiao AI, Captain, those who drown know how to swim. Lin Shan, that makes me even less afraid. I can breathe underwater. Xiao Ai, Lin Shan, all right, Xiao Ai. That's enough chatting. I need to go beachcombing. After saying that, Lin Shan began searching along the beach. After a while, he was surprised to find that the beach was littered with all sorts of wood, stones, corals, and seaweed. Clearly, they had all been washed up by the tsunami. Wow, could this be the legendary seeking wealth amid danger? Lin Shan murmured in surprise. So chaotic, too chaotic. After sighing for a while, Lin Shan started searching quickly, mainly focusing on treasure chests. Of course, if he saw something special, he would take it as well. Deep sea stones? Trash, seaweed? Wood? No. Black iron treasure chest? No. Wait, a black iron treasure chest? I'll take it. Lin Shan was somewhat surprised that he could find a black iron treasure chest on the beach. How rare. During this time, he also saw quite a few dead sea fish and sea beasts. After identifying them and finding they were of no use, he ignored them. Hiss! What a pity. Lin Shan looked at the dead fish in front of him and lamented, because this dead fish had a rating of yellow 3 stars. If it had been alive, it would have definitely added to his extraordinary attributes. But unfortunately, it was a dead fish, and it only had a head left. Continuing. Searching. Lin Shan looked here and there, his speed not fast, but not slow either. Soon, the beach area was fully explored. He had collected 2 black iron treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. Lin Shan smacked his lips and then spat out the rainwater at his mouth, secretly pondering. Even the beach has bronze treasure chests. These resources are really abundant, and there are no guarding sea beasts. It's like getting something for nothing. When he reached the coral area, Lin Shan looked at the splashing water surface and couldn't see what was below at all. He jumped straight down and instantly, it became quiet. Although there was still the sound of splashing rain, it was not as loud. Wow, did I just see a treasure chest? Lin Shan quickly swam over, and upon seeing it clearly, couldn't he help but smile. Another bronze treasure chest? Not bad, I'll take it. Because of the existence of treasure chest monsters, Lin Shan would first identify every treasure chest. As long as there was no attribute panel appearing, then it was a real treasure chest. After collecting the treasure chests, Lin Shan looked at the chaotic corals in the coral area that had been battered by the tsunami, feeling somewhat helpless, hoping that the blood red and purple corals were okay. Having thought of this, Lin Shan continued his exploration. Fortunately, most of the corals at the back were relatively intact. It seemed that the blood red and purple corals should be fine. After swimming for half a day, Lin Shan found that there were many sea creatures under the corals, lobsters, crabs, and fish, but they were all ordinary marine life. Lin Shan did not disturb them, but continued to explore. Soon, Lin Shan discovered another treasure chest. Wow, underwater visibility is better than above. Lin Shan silently complained as he looked at the treasure chest 10 meters away. When he reached the treasure chest, Lin Shan was surprised to find that it was actually a stone treasure chest. It was completely made of stone. Is this a special treasure chest? Wow, how lucky. Lin Shan thought to himself, then couldn't help but check its attributes. Name, Ruins Treasure Chest. Category, Special Treasure Chest. Rating, Yellow 7. Effect, has a chance to yield relic items. Evaluation, Ruins Treasure Chests usually only appear in ruins. And the Ruins Treasure Chest in front of you was washed ashore by the tsunami. Yellow 7 stars? Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh out loud, then gulp down a few mouthfuls of seawater. Ugh! Lin Shan couldn't help but vomit, then swallowed another mouthful of seawater. Damn! Lin Shan quickly closed his mouth. Serves you right for getting carried away. After putting away the Ruins Treasure Chest, Lin Shan continued searching. Soon, he arrived at the blood-red coral area and was surprised to find that the blood-red coral was surrounded by ordinary corals. Hiss! Are these ordinary corals protecting the blood-red coral? Lin Shan was somewhat astonished. Can ordinary corals actually move? This amazed him, and after curiously observing, he finally realized that many marine creatures were hiding beneath these corals. It seems that it's not the ordinary corals protecting the blood-red coral, but the marine creatures. Thinking about it, the effect of blood-red coral is beneficial to them, so they instinctively choose to protect it, right? After giving a thumbs up to the marine creatures, Lin Shan left, as he only had 3 hours. And now more than an hour had passed. There was still the rocky area to search. Later, Lin Shan found that the purple coral was also protected. But the purple coral did not have the same treatment as the blood-red coral. Instead, it was directly brought to the corals below by the sea fish. This way, it could prevent being washed away by the tsunami. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, outsiders can't compare to one's own kind. Then, Lin Shan continued searching and soon discovered another treasure chest. But unfortunately, it was a wooden treasure chest. Immediately, Lin Shan felt a bit disdainful. It was getting stale. After putting away the wooden treasure chest, he was almost done with the coral area. Splash! As soon as he surfaced, he was bombarded by raindrops. Don't underestimate these raindrops. Each one stings when it hits a person. After rubbing his hair and rinsing off the seawater, Lin Shan headed toward the rocky area. Looking at the rocky pits filled with rainwater, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. The rocky area was the only place that might hide sea beasts because there were some gaps in the rocks where sea beasts could take refuge. Therefore, exploring the rocky area required utmost vigilance. Chapter 50. Tiger Set. Slap. Slap. Crash. The raindrops hit the rocks and puddles, making a slapping or crashing sound. The sound of the rain could drown out his movements, but it also masked the movements of sea beasts, so there wasn't much of a difference. Carefully weaving between the rocks, the state of the rocky area was even worse than that of the beach area. The crevices between the rocks made it easy for things to get stuck. Damn, after today, I'm not going to have to clean this up, am I? How long is this going to take? Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. However, he quickly realized that while these things might not look like much now, after the thunderstorm passes, it might be the moment for a big harvest. After all, Lin Shan was just taking a quick glance, picking up treasure chests when he saw them, and not searching too thoroughly. He had to return to the lighthouse before the tsunami arrived. Although he wouldn't die, he could breathe underwater. Who knows where he might end up? Whether he could return to the island was a different story. Damn, there are too many things. It's a hassle. Looking at the messy items, Lin Shan felt a bit helpless. This not only hindered his search for treasure chests, but also slowed him down significantly. He opened the panel to check the time. 2 hours and 21 minutes had passed, and with 15 minutes left to return to the lighthouse. He only had a little over 10 minutes left for searching. Helpless, Lin Shan had to make a quick decision. He decided not to waste time and quickly walked through the rocky area. At this moment, the advantage of his 2-point extraordinary physique came into play. If this were before, he would have already lost body heat. How could he be so lively now, after over 2 hours spent weaving through the icy thunderstorm? Time was tight, and Lin Shan began to move quickly, not bothering to check corners but following the route. He picked up treasure chests when he saw them and ignored the rest. Soon, Lin Shan found the first treasure chest in the rocky area. It was a bronze chest, not bad. After collecting a treasure chest, Lin Shan's mood noticeably improved. Before long, he arrived at a large rock depression, which often had sea beasts, so treasure chests were more common here and less likely to be swept away by a tsunami. Turning the corner, Lin Shan suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck? Where's my dragon pit? It's gone." He instinctively complained, and when he regained his composure, he began to examine the area. This is a shell? It's huge, bigger than a fallen star sea snail shell. Lin Shan approached and knocked on it. A muffled sound came back. It's quite thick. Let's identify it. Name, Deep Sea Nurturing Shell. Category, Special Item. Rating, Purple 7. Effect, Nurturing, Protection, Breath Shielding. Excellent growth. Evaluation. The Deep Sea Nurturing Shell is specially crafted by the Deep Sea merfolk for their young. The little merfolk living inside the nurturing shell are not only protected, but will also greatly enhance their potential. Did the tsunami steal the home of the Deep Sea merfolk? It even brought me the Deep Sea Nurturing Shell? Lin Shan clicked his tongue and decisively put it in his backpack. Then, he looked at the rocky depression. Sure enough, there was nothing else, which was normal since it was just filled by the nurturing shell. Having obtained a good purple item, Lin Shan's mood became even better, and he walked with a spring in his step. However, on the rest of his journey, he didn't find another treasure chest. Lin Shan was very generous about this and expressed understanding. Soon, he returned to the port and greeted Xiao Ai before heading back to the lighthouse. He opened the door, quickly entered, and shut the door. The sound of the rain instantly diminished. Drip, drip. Water from Lin Shan's clothes continued to drip down, making a ticking sound. Damn, this rainwater is really cold. Lin Shan shivered and complained. While searching for treasure chests in the rain, he felt a bit cold. But since his attention was focused on finding treasure, he didn't notice much. Now that he was back in the lighthouse room, the contrast made him feel the chill. Luckily, he hadn't mentioned in the chat channel that resources in the thunderstorm were good. Just this cold rainwater could guarantee a cold for an ordinary person after being soaked for half an hour. As he added charcoal to the fireplace, Lin Shan muttered to himself. Then, he took off his black scale pants and black scale long sleeves and placed them by the fireplace to dry. He sat on the chair in his underwear and opened his backpack to check the harvest from today's storm. The total haul included 2 black iron treasure chests, 3 bronze treasure chests, 1 relic treasure chest, 1 wooden treasure chest, and 1 deep sea nurturing shell. This was the harvest from a sea excursion. If there hadn't been a tsunami, Lin Shan felt his haul could have doubled. 6 ordinary treasure chests and 1 special treasure chest. He really hit the jackpot. Lin Shan grinned foolishly. Let us start with the wooden treasure chest. The special treasure chest is a guaranteed win. Lin Shan rubbed his chin and smiled. He arranged the 7 treasure chests in a line and immediately began to open the first wooden treasure chest in his underwear. Crack. System. Obtained with 30 stone 30. Lin Shan immediately pouted in disdain and looked at the second black iron treasure chest, which was 2 stars. Crack. System. Obtained cute tiger set 1. Broken iron broadsword 1. Tiger. No, cute tiger set. The black iron treasure chest can yield set equipment? That's impressive. Lin Shan murmured in surprise. Looking at his backpack, there was a set of tiger pattern clothing, and Lin Shan clicked to check. Name, cute tiger set. Category, ordinary clothing. Rating, white 3. Effect, none. Evaluation. This is a recently popular animal series sleepwear. Not only is it very soft, but is also very warm. Oh, sleepwear? Lin Shan was somewhat speechless. I said, how could a black iron treasure chest possibly yield set equipment? After taking out the cute tiger sleepwear, Lin Shan felt even more speechless, as this sleepwear was clearly meant for girls and was too small for him. Despite looking a bit like a slender dog, he still had biceps and abs. Damn, I can only sell it. This is good stuff for others. At least they won't feel cold while sleeping. Lin Shan thought for a moment and decided to list it in his personal shop. For the price. Let us auction it off. Whoever bids higher, I'll sell it to them. No basic resources needed. Then, he glanced at the broken iron broadsword. A normal green 1-star weapon. Garbage, to be dealt with later. Next, Lin Shan looked at the 3rd black iron treasure chest, which was 3 stars. System, obtained iron block 10. Water bucket 1. A water bucket? Good stuff. Lin Shan directly took the water bucket out of his backpack and looked. Good heavens. It was one of those huge water buckets, made of iron, and it seemed to hold at least 50 L of water. Chapter 51. You think you are the Kirilenko rabbit. Not bad. Good stuff. Not only can it hold seawater, but also hot water. After opening the treasure chest, let's fill it with hot water. Lin Shan looked at the treasure chest again, and there were still 3 bronze treasure chests, 1 relic treasure chest, and 1 deep-sea nurturing shell. As usual, starting from the lowest rated. The first bronze treasure chest is 3 stars. That's right, 3 bronze treasure chests. The lowest is 3 stars, and the highest is 7 stars. Crack. System. Obtain purple bamboo shoot 1, bronze dumbbell 1 bamboo shoot. Lin Shan curiously opened his backpack to check. Name. Purple bamboo shoot. Category. Plant. Rating. Green 5. Effect. Edible medicinal. Evaluation. Plant a bamboo shoot today, and you can harvest a bunch of bamboo shoots next month. I think bamboo grows quite fast, right? If I plant it, won't the whole island be filled with bamboo later? Lin Shan looked at the panel of the purple bamboo shoot and couldn't help but say, but medicinal? Can bamboo shoots also be used as medicine? Looking at the medicinal effect, Lin Shan was somewhat confused. He knew it could be eaten since he had eaten pickled bamboo shoots, but medicinal use. He really didn't know about that. Let's set it aside for now. Then he looked at the bronze dumbbell. Name, bronze dumbbell. Category, item. Rating, blue 1. Effect, weight adjustment from 10 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms. Evaluation, when I can lift 1,000 kilograms. My fist will be bigger than a sand pot. Oh, a dumbbell? This is good. 1,000 kilograms? It can be adjusted freely? I wonder how much I can lift now? Lin Shan said with some excitement. The heavy iron spear weighs over 30 pounds. And although it felt a bit heavy at first, it's already quite light for him now. After his extraordinary physique reached 2 points, his strength has clearly increased a bit. He took out the bronze dumbbell, took a look, and found it was in the initial state of 10 kilograms. On the left side of the bronze dumbbell, there was an adjustment setting currently showing 10 kilograms. Lin Shan directly started adjusting it. The heavy iron spear felt light now. So doubling should be no problem, right? Let's try 70 kilograms. After adjusting, Lin Shan grasped the handle and lifted it. 70 kilograms seems quite easy. Looking at the bronze dumbbell in his hand, Lin Shan said in surprise. Lin Shan tried to extend his arm, and it was okay lifting it high. No problem. He put it down and adjusted it to 100 kilograms to see. Although it's not as easy as 70 kilograms, it's still manageable. I feel like maintaining it for an hour is not a problem. Lin Shan said with some surprise. The boost from 2 points of extraordinary physique is quite high. After all, Lin Shan, in the past, often exercised and lifted dumbbells, but they were only around 30 to 50 pounds. Moreover, it was all for training, which is different from now. Lin Shan became interested. He wanted to see where his limit was. 100 kilograms. It felt a bit heavy, but swinging it for a few minutes was still no problem. 150 kilogram. Heavy, switched to 110 kilograms. That's about my limit. Being able to lift a 220-pound dumbbell. How much power would my punch have? At least 200 pounds, right? Lin Shan said, slightly out of breath and excited. Bang! Breakthrough. Lin Shan felt a tremor. He didn't care about it. Just a tsunami, right? Used to it. He put down the dumbbell, walked to the control panel, and quietly waited. A few seconds later, bang, the lighthouse shook. However, it quickly returned to calm. Lin Shan opened the control panel to check the energy, and found that there was still 68 left. It seemed that the tsunami just now took away about 15. It can hold on for a bit longer, so no upgrades for now. Returning to the fireplace, Lin Shan continued to open treasure chests. Now he was opening a blue 4-star bronze treasure chest. The prefix was Agile bronze treasure chest. And the other one was a 7-star with the prefix Violent bronze treasure chest. System, obtained Agile monkey claw 1, lightweight gloves 1, green grapefruit 1, 3 items. Not bad. First, let us check the Agile monkey claw. A claw-type weapon, blue 1-star. After taking a look, he set it aside to sell later. Then he looked at the lightweight gloves. Name, lightweight gloves. Category, extraordinary equipment. Rating, blue 3. Effect, lightweight. Agile, evaluation. A low-level extraordinary equipment with the flavor of lightness and agility runes, allowing the wearer to increase their attack speed slightly. Not bad, just right. I don't have any glove-type equipment, so let us wear it. Looking at the gloves on his hands, Lin Shan moved them around. They indeed felt much more agile. Good. Then he looked at the last fruit. Name, green grapefruit. Category, extraordinary fruit. Rating, green 1. Effect, after consumption, it increases a bit of wood or wind. Extraordinary attributes. Evaluation, an extraordinary plant growing on cliff faces, the fruit of the green grape tree, due to its environment, has not only wood attributes but also wind attributes. Extraordinary fruit? Hiss, does this count as hitting the jackpot? Lin Shan said somewhat unexpectedly. Then he opened his personal attribute panel to check. He had 2 points in wood extraordinary attributes, but none in wind. After pondering for a while, Lin Shan put away the green grapefruit and planned to ask others in the chat channel later if there were any water or ice attributes. The harvest from this treasure chest was considered a huge gain, so Lin Shan looked towards the next treasure chest, suddenly filled with anticipation. The crackling sound rang out again. System, obtain violent rabbit ears 1. Oh my. Lin Shan looked at the pink rabbit ears in his backpack and couldn't help but exclaim. 1 item? I can understand that, but what is up with the rabbit ears? And they're pink? Do you think you're the Kirilenko rabbit or something? Lin Shan looked at the pink rabbit ear decoration and couldn't help but complain. But it was already opened. What could he do? He could only check the attributes. After all, it did have the word violent in it. Name, violent rabbit ears. Category, extraordinary equipment. Rating, blue 9. Effect, extraordinary strength 3. Violent strike. Evaluation, extraordinary equipment made from the ears of the violent rabbit leader. It said that the extraordinary blacksmith who crafted this equipment has now joined the Muscle Man Club. Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes. This effect seems a bit impressive. Not to mention the violent strike. Just the 3 points of extraordinary strength would place this equipment at the top among blue ratings, right? It's just that, damn this girly pink. Any white rabbit ear would have been fine. Chapter 52. Goliath number 1. Experimental body. Looking at the girl in front of him with pink violent rabbit ears, Lin Shan hesitated for 3 seconds before decisively putting them on. Come on, he was the only one on the entire island. Would he be afraid of being seen? Besides, with such a high bonus, what if someone saw him? If others knew his attributes, they wouldn't even have time to snatch it away, right? Laughing at him? That's impossible. The rabbit ears moved slightly, and Lin Shan said in surprise, Wow, this is interesting. It really feels like I have rabbit ears, and I can control them. Under Lin Shan's control, the rabbit ears kept moving around from initial disdain to now being addicted. Indeed, even tough guys have a pink heart. After a while of indulgence, Lin Shan turned his attention to the bronze dumbbell on the ground. Let's see, with 3 points of extraordinary strength attribute, how much strength can it increase? Lin Shan said curiously as he picked up the bronze dumbbell. Light too light, Lin Shan said in surprise. To know, the current weight of the bronze dumbbell is 220 pounds, yet he lifted it effortlessly. Lin Shan tested again, doubling the weight of the bronze dumbbell. 400 pounds. Lifted. Easy. Still easy. Then let's add more. 600 pounds. 800 pounds. Finally, when the bronze dumbbell reached 820 pounds, Lin Shan finally felt it was a bit strenuous. Hiss. It provided a full 600 pounds of strength, which means 1 point of extraordinary strength increases at least an adult strength. Lin Shan was a bit shocked. The normal arm strength of an adult male is around 100 to 200 pounds, yet 1 point of extraordinary strength increases it by 200 pounds. With such power, if someone becomes extraordinary with extraordinary strength, their strength should be at least over 2,000 pounds? Lin Shan clicked his tongue. This kind of strength seems to make extraordinary physique, extraordinary strength, and extraordinary agility the best extraordinary attributes for them in the early stages. Excited, the pink rabbit ears on Lin Shan's head kept shaking. It felt like having an external organ. Although it had no hearing, it could still move. After finishing the test, Lin Shan no longer disliked the pink rabbit ears of a girl. So what if it's pink? Tough guys like pink. Finally, Lin Shan looked at the last treasure chest, the relic treasure chest. This is a yellow special treasure chest. A muffled sound, with a dull noise. The relic treasure chest was opened by Lin Shan. System, Obtain Goliath number 1, experimental body 1, energy supplement warehouse 1, forbidden experiment body blueprint 1, 3 items. Did the violent bronze treasure chest give me a bottom line? Or did the hundreds of billions of tower guardians have their lifespan sacrificed for a day by me? Lin Shan murmured in surprise. But I didn't pray to any gods. How strange. Forget it. It doesn't matter. It's a good thing anyway. Let me see what these things are first. Lin Shan opened his backpack to check. Hoof. Lin Shan looked in surprise at the doll in his backpack. Surprised, he exclaimed, "What the heck? This is a doll, right? So realistic. It looks just like a real person." Lin Shan curiously clicked to view it. Name, Goliath number 1, experimental body. Category, relic. Rating, purple 3 effect. Acknowledge master. Combat. Evaluation. Goliath number 1, experimental body is a product of a certain super empire, created with extinct technology belonging to an unfinished product. After acknowledging the master, it will fight for the master for life. Acknowledge master. Can use blood drop or soul to acknowledge. Note, Goliath number 1, experimental body is an unfinished product. If perfected, it will greatly enhance its rating. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but be shocked. This technological content is definitely a sci-fi reflection of reality. It's not a doll, it's a mech girl. Does it still need to acknowledge a master? Then let's acknowledge it first. Lin Shan directly took out the Goliath number 1. Bang. This sound, one can tell it's very heavy, at least over 1,000 pounds, right? Looking at Goliath collapsed on the ground. Lin Shan directly decided on the name Goliath for her. Lin Shan couldn't help but examine her. She looked no different from a young girl. With short white hair and a delicate face, super cute and good-looking. Lin Shan couldn't help but pinch Goliath's cheek. Hiss, it feels just like real. The clothes she wore looked a bit like a high-tech bodysuit, completely accentuating Goliath's figure. Let's acknowledge the master first. Lin Shan murmured. He didn't understand soul acknowledgement, so he could only use blood drop acknowledgement. However, looking at Goliath in front of him, Lin Shan was a bit confused. Where should he drop the blood? After thinking for a moment, he directly tapped on Goliath's forehead. Then, under Lin Shan's gaze, the drop of blood was directly absorbed by her snow-white skin. And Lin Shan was surprised to find that her originally colorless skin began to show a hint of color. In other words, it became a bit rosy, no longer just pure pale. Then, to Lin Shan's astonished gaze, Goliath slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes began to move slowly. At first, she seemed a bit dazed, but quickly became lively. Subsequently, Goliath instantly locked her gaze on Lin Shan, then sat up, knelt on one knee, one hand behind her back, and one hand in front of her chest, and then a cold voice sounded. "Goliath, Goliath, fighting for you, master." Lin Shan was shocked. She looked no different from a real person. After the shock, Lin Shan came back to his senses. Mainly, having a high-tech ship spirit like Xiao AI in front of him made it easier for Lin Shan to accept this. Lin Shan, so your name is Goliath, right? Stand up. Goliath, yes. Then she slowly stood up. Lin Shan gestured. Her height is about 1.68 meters, a bit shorter than him. But for a woman, that's considered tall. Lin Shan, Goliath, what is your main ability? Goliath, replying to master. Goliath is a combat type, designed for battle. Therefore, my main purpose is combat. Lin Shan nodded and said, I understand. What I want to know is, how strong is your power? Upon hearing this, Goliath paused, then looked at Lin Shan, blinked, and said, replying to master, if using you as a unit, Goliath can defeat 100 of you, and it would be easy, I won't mention that part. Lin Shan, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Lin Shan suddenly didn't know what to say. His current strength shouldn't be considered weak, right? However, Goliath's strength seemed extremely terrifying. Being able to defeat 100 should just be a saying. In reality, how many could he defeat Goliath? Unless he exhausts Goliath's energy. Chapter 53. Gloria. Is that so? Master. Gloria understands. Looking at Lin Shan, who remained motionless, Gloria couldn't help but speak up. Master. Did Gloria say something wrong? Lin Shan heard this, waved his hand, and said, No, how could that be? Gloria, Master. Is there anything Gloria can do? Lin Shan. Not right now, Gloria. You can sit on the chair for now. Gloria. Yes. Master. Gloria obediently went to sit on the chair, and to her surprise, The chair completely supported Gloria's weight. It should be known that Gloria's weight starts at least over 1,000 pounds. Suddenly, Lin Shan seemed to remember something. Then, he slowly lowered his head. Slap! Lin Shan covered his eyes in disbelief. He forgot that he was wearing nothing. In other words, he was completely exposed in front of Gloria just now. This is even more outrageous than walking a dog under the moonlight. Damn, would he be seen as an exhibitionist? Stealing a glance at Gloria, she was sitting obediently on the chair, her hands on her thighs, looking like a good child. It seemed that Gloria noticed Lin Shan looking at her, blinked, and then asked, Master, do you have any instructions? Lin Shan waved his hand and then picked up the black-scaled pants and black-scaled long sleeves, preparing to put them on. But the next second, Gloria's voice came over. Gloria, Master, your clothes are already wet. Gloria doesn't recommend you wear them, as wet clothes are not good for your body and are uncomfortable to wear. Lin Shan stiffened at her words. It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything. But now that she did, he felt embarrassed. Lin Shan, I can't just be naked, can I? Gloria, Master, you can sit in front of the fireplace so you won't catch a chill. Lin Shan, huh? That's not what I meant. It's you. I can't just be naked in front of you, Gloria. Hearing Lin Shan's words, Gloria widened her eyes in surprise, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. But the next second, upon seeing her combat suit, she suddenly realized that since the Master was naked, how could Gloria wear clothes? That would be such a disrespectful act towards the Master. Gloria should reflect on this. Gloria, is that so? Master, Gloria understands. Lin Shan was immediately confused. You understand? Understand what? I don't quite get it. It felt somewhat inexplicable. Lin Shan ignored Gloria and looked at the other two items in his backpack, which were clearly meant to go with Gloria. Name, Energy Replenishment Chamber. Category, Special Equipment. Rating, Purple 3. Effect, replenishes energy, optimizes, upgrades the body. Energy, 100. Evaluation, an energy replenishment chamber specially designed for the Gloria prototype by a certain super empire. It can not only replenish the energy of the Gloria prototype, but also optimize and upgrade the body. Optimization and upgrading are specifically prepared for the Gloria prototype, and corresponding blueprints are required to optimize and upgrade the body. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan nodded. In simple terms, it was Gloria's bed, used for resting and replenishing energy. Since this one was a bed, then the next blueprint shouldn't be the complete form blueprint for Gloria, right? Lin Shan looked at the second item, a blueprint, and its name was the Forbidden Experiment Body Blueprint. Name, Forbidden Experiment Body Blueprint. Category, one-time blueprint. Rating, Purple. Effect, exclusive to the Gloria prototype. Can be used within the Energy Replenishment Chamber. Evaluation, exclusive blueprint for the Gloria prototype. The Forbidden Experiment Body is a mature technology that is impossible to estimate in value, with the rating being that of the blueprint itself. Lin Shan couldn't help but click his tongue. Just the rating of a single piece of paper reached Purple 1 star? Then what would the value of this technology itself be? Red? Or even higher? Looking at the attributes of the items in front of him, Lin Shan felt puzzled. Whether it was Gloria, the Energy Chamber, or the Forbidden Experiment Body Blueprint, it all felt like they shouldn't be items that could come from a yellow-rated treasure chest. A yellow 7-star treasure chest yielding 3 items that form a set is one thing, but they are all purple-rated, which feels strange. In fact, what Lin Shan didn't know was that relic treasure chests are unique and irreplaceable, belonging to a limited edition. Therefore, the items within relic treasure chests are filled with uncertainty. But generally, they aren't too exaggerated. A relic, if it has not been explored by anyone, will have the highest value, and if it has been explored, one can only hope that some small corners haven't been searched. All right, the treasure chest is opened, and now only the deep-sea nurturing shell remains. And today's talent hasn't been used yet. However, the deep-sea nurturing shell is a bit large, so I won't take it out for now. Let's see what surprise today's talent will bring me. Lin Shan looked at the deep-sea nurturing shell in his backpack and muttered. Then he clicked to use the talent. Gift of Fate. Gift of Fate. Today's good luck is doubled. Cost. After good luck, 3 days of bad luck. Lin Shan. Slap. Lin Shan regrettably slapped his forehead. If he had used this from the start, who knows how much he would have gained? But what was his good luck amount again? Regardless, Doubling good luck is a tool for opening treasure chests and finding treasure, right? Damn it. Lin Shan yelled in frustration. Hearing this, Gloria tilted her head in confusion. Looking at Lin Shan with a puzzled expression, could it be that she did something wrong? Looking down, nothing was there. Her combat suit was already off. Or did she need to learn from the master and squat in front of the fireplace? It must be so. Otherwise, why would the master shout in frustration? Clearly, he was angry at Gloria. After thinking this, Gloria stood up directly from the chair and walked towards the fireplace. Just a few steps away. Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps came, and Lin Shan instinctively turned to look. Hiss. His eyes widened in shock. Goodness, what did he just see? Lin Shan stared intently at Gloria as she approached, until she squatted down beside him. Suddenly, it felt like an elephant stretching its trunk, a turtle poking its head out, ready to hunt. Oh. Lin Shan couldn't help but squeeze his thighs tightly. Goodness, it felt like he couldn't hold back anymore. Gee, Gloria, where are your clothes? Lin Shan asked in a muffled voice. Hearing this, Gloria blinked her eyes, then pointed to the chair and said, Master, there on the chair, look. Chapter 54. The Lin Shan of the Plankboard. Lin Shan forcibly redirected his gaze back to today as gift of fate. However, his eyes were hollow, clearly indicating that his mind was not on this matter, and his eyes kept drifting uncontrollably towards Golia. Golia, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. She blankly imitated Lin Shan's posture, squatting down to look at the campfire. One was distracted, while the other looked at the fire, feeling that her actions were correct. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel the wild power within him rising. After all, he was a hot-blooded young man, and it was hard to control himself. The gift of fate was directly rejected. If it were in the morning, that would be fine, but now it was better to let it go. It wasn't tea worth it. Hiss. Golia, you should put on your clothes, or it feels like something bad is going to happen. Lin Shan said with a somewhat hoarse voice. Hearing this, Golia blinked in confusion, then nodded. The master's words must be obeyed. She then stood up. Immediately, Lin Shan turned his head away. The spring scenery was fully revealed. Wow, this sudden welfare made it impossible for Lin Shan to control himself anymore. He wanted to pounce directly. Suddenly, among Golia's white hair, a particularly special Ahog stood up straight. Golia immediately spoke, detected that the master has lewd thoughts. Affection level insufficient. Cannot engage in lewd activities. The next second, Golia appeared behind Lin Shan and struck down with a hand chop. Slap! With a light sound, Lin Shan fainted. Seeing this, Golia hurriedly caught him. Looking at the unconscious Lin Shan, Golia blinked in confusion. Did she just trigger the alarm system? After a moment of confusion, Golia picked up Lin Shan and gently placed him on the bed, then walked to the chair and put on her clothes, as it was the master's command. She then returned to the bedside to guard him. Hiss, why did my neck hurt so much? Lin Shan groaned softly. Master, you're awake. A melodious voice rang out, and Lin Shan was momentarily stunned, then quickly opened his eyes. What the heck? Why is there someone else in his lighthouse room? Startled, Lin Shan jumped up and became alert. Golia looked at the master's series of actions with a confused expression. What was going on with the master? Upon seeing the girl, Lin Shan blinked and quickly recalled what happened. Slap! How embarrassing! Lin Shan slapped his face with one hand, thinking awkwardly. Suddenly, Lin Shan remembered something and looked down. Still empty. This one tea do. I need to put on some clothes. Clothes are protection. Are binding. Well, forget it. Can't think of anything else. Walking to the fireplace, he picked up the already dried black-scaled long sleeves and black-scaled pants, and Lin Shan asked curiously, Golia, how long have I been asleep? Golia, replying to the master, you have been asleep for 42 minutes and 53 seconds. Lin Shan was surprised. Has it been almost an hour? Thankfully, there was no tsunami. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Lin Shan suddenly noticed that the sound of rain outside seemed to have diminished. Confused, he walked to the window and opened it. Splash! The sound of rain came rushing in. Omen, you feel a certain fluctuation. The rain will begin to diminish in 3 hours and stop in 5 hours. It's going to stop raining? Does that mean there won't be a whole day of thunderstorm? Looking at the omen, Lin Shan muttered to himself. Then, he directly opened the panel and checked the weather forecast. Today's weather, thunderstorm, weather effect, Normal. Rain is gradually diminishing, seeing the weather effect. Lin Shan let out a sigh of relief. If the tsunami really lasted all day, who knows how many people would die? Lin Shan pondered for a moment, opened a photo, and looked at it. Indeed, it was the third one. System ding. Canceling permanent weather, sunny and beautiful. From now on, the weather will be unpredictable. This is the one. The future weather will be unpredictable. This means that it could be sunny 1 second and then suddenly stormy the next? Lin Shan speculated. Yes. Indeed, the weather at sea is rather unpredictable and can change easily. Just as he was about to close the window, he suddenly turned his head to look at the water bucket. Right? He hadn't filled it with water yet. With that thought, he picked up the bucket and started collecting rainwater. Golia. Master, do you need Golia's help? Lin Shan smiled and replied. No need, just collecting some rainwater. It'll be quick. By the way, Golia, why did you suddenly knock me out? This was something Lin Shan needed to clarify, as it was related to his own safety. Can a recognized machine still attack the master? Was this completely reversing the natural order? Golia replied, Master, you trigger the affection level alarm system. Without sufficient affection, lewd activities are not allowed. This was designed by Father for Golia. Lin Shan, your father? Is he your creator? Golia. Yes, according to Father, Golia was modified from his daughter and is a unique machine, but Golia no longer has Father's memories. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. So Golia is actually an artificial human? A being similar to Android 18? If that's the case, then the technology of that super empire is quite impressive, or perhaps it's just that Golia's dad is impressive. However, Lin Shan then thought, if the affection level is sufficient, can he engage in lewd activities with Golia? Thinking about this, he felt full of motivation. What was going on? Golia's ahogue stood up again sneakily, but after swaying a few times, it lay back down. It was obvious that Lin Shan's lewd thoughts had just flashed by. Once the iron bucket was filled with rainwater, Lin Shan brought it to the fireplace to boil. After all, rainwater cannot be drunk directly, and boiled water feels more reassuring. After all, he grew up drinking boiled water. What to do next? Right. Lin Shan opened the chat channel and checked. No one had mentioned the change in weather. He directly took a screenshot of the weather change and posted it. Instantly, the chat group erupted. After looking at it, Lin Shan stopped paying attention. Glancing at the number of people, it had decreased by more than 10,000. Now there were 84,739 people. Natural disasters are unavoidable. The tsunami's power that others face must be much stronger than his, because other people's islands are not as large as his. So there was no mitigation, and the power would only be greater, and energy consumption would be even more. This was still because Lin Shan took his wood and stone alone. Otherwise, the number would be even more. Sigh. I hope that when the next tsunami weather comes, everyone's islands are incredibly large. Large enough to no longer fear the impact of the tsunami. Lin Shan sighed. Chapter 55. Insufficient information. Can't make assumptions. In a lighthouse room, Lin Shan sat on the bed while Golia sat in a chair. Lin Shan. Golia, how much do you remember about yourself now? Golia blinked at the question and replied, Master, besides combat skills and the use of superpowers, Golia has very little memory left. Golia only remembers that after my father created me, I was sealed away, and the master is the second person Golia has met besides my father. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan stroked his chin. So, Golia was sealed away right after she was created, and for some unknown reason, she turned into a relic treasure chest? This means Golia has no understanding of the Misty Seether. Lin Shan, what combat skills do you have? And what are superpowers? Golia responded, Master, the combat skills are from the Empire's highest combat. Master, it seems Golia can't say it. Lin Shan, puzzled, asked, what is going on? Golia, Master, whenever I mention key words, I forget them. Now I remember. Master, my combat skills are the Empire's most. 3, it's so frustrating. I just can't say it. This feeling is so uncomfortable. Seeing Golia puffing up her cheeks, Lin Shan shook his head and smiled. All right, Golia, no need to say more. It must be restricted. After all, it was the Empire's highest skills back then. It's normal for there to be limitations. Golia, I'm sorry, Master. It's Golia who is useless. Lin Shan smiled helplessly It's okay. This isn't your fault. Why apologize? You probably can't explain superpowers either, right? Galia nodded dejectedly after trying to say something. Lin Shan pondered for a moment. The superpowers Galia mentioned should mean extraordinary attributes. Perhaps it's just a different way of saying it. Lin Shan. So, Galia, even if you can't say it, you can use it, right? Galia nodded, then shook her head, saying, Master, Galia can only use those low-level combat skills for now, and the advanced combat skills seem to be not fully unlocked yet. The same goes for superpowers. Galia can only use lightning-type and metal-type superpowers. Lin Shan, feeling helpless, said, What kind of limitation is this? Limiting strength? It doesn't seem necessary, right? Galia vaguely remembers that it seems to be a restriction set by my father, probably because he didn't want Galia to completely turn into a machine, allowing Galia to have her own personality. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but speculate. Piecing together the fragmented information, 1. Galia is likely a humanoid created from a real person, and the father she mentioned might really be her dad. 2. Galia's dad may have a very glitch story where he transformed Galia into a humanoid to revive or restore her. 3. While modifying Galia, her dad might have recorded the Empire's highest skills and superpowers onto her, possibly doing it secretly. This could explain why Galia was sealed away, perhaps because it was discovered. To be safe, he sealed her himself? For the restrictions on Galia were all set by her father to prevent her from becoming a war machine developed by the Empire, allowing her to have her own independent personality, or it could be related to Galia's own will or soul. 5. Insufficient data. Can't make assumptions anymore. Lin Shan, Galia, can you train me? Galia blinked and then said, Train? Master, I don't know how. I can fight, but training? I don't understand. Lin Shan, it's simple. Whenever you're free, you can go with me to the seaside for combat training. Galia, Master, if I punch, you'll just lie flat. Lin Shan, winky face Lin Shan. Can't you control your strength a bit? Galia, Master, I can. Lin Shan, then that's fine. When training with me, you just need to suppress your strength to be similar to mine. The focus is on skills, even if you have limitations and can't say them. But using them in practice should be fine, right? Galia blinked again and happily nodded, saying, No problem, Master. You're so smart. Galia, oh, of course, Lin Shan initially felt awkward, then shamelessly laughed. Why does it feel like I'm tricking a child? Must be my illusion. After that, there wasn't much to do. Lin Shan looked around the somewhat messy room and started tidying up. After all, the tsunami had caused quite a bit of chaos. Seeing this, Galia also began to clean up. With a male and female pairing, the work went quickly, and soon the lighthouse room was tidied up. Everything was back to how it was before, either on the table or under it, making full use of the limited space to store items. Outside the lighthouse, there was still an anchor and a starfall conch shell. Lin Shan wasn't worried about the anchor being swept away by the tsunami, but what about the starfall conch shell? Is it still there? Thinking of this, Lin Shan opened the window to take a look. It was empty. Looks like it got swept away. Fortunately, it was just a green 4-star material. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. How would the lighthouse room get bigger? Upgrade to a green rating? Lin Shan first felt helpless, then puzzled, saying sigh. Bang! After closing the window to prevent raindrops from splashing in, Lin Shan returned to the bed and waited. After all, it was neither low tide, nor was it a good time with the rain. A few days ago, he had practiced shooting in the small forest. Little tree, all right. Why didn't I take the tsunami train? Now, he could only chat with Galia, so he opened the chat channel to chit-chat with everyone. Also, regarding the green grapefruit, Lin Shan asked in the chat channel and found that no one had other attribute fruits, so he had to consume it himself. Mainly, Lin Shan didn't know how long the shelf life of this extraordinary fruit was. However, from previous novels, such rare fruits usually don't have a long shelf life. So he ate it. Crunch, crunch, it tasted pretty good, very similar to the taste of green fruit. It was juicy and sweet. After eating, there were still no seeds. Lin Shan was used to it and opened the character panel to take a look. The wood attribute has increased to 3 points. Nice, adding to the extraordinary attributes. Chapter 56. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and we're off again. Time passed quickly as we chatted, and soon 3 hours had gone by. The rain had lessened significantly. What was once a downpour was now just an ordinary rain. Glancing at the time, it was almost 2 o'clock, and the next low tide was about to begin. Ding! Reminder, in half an hour, the tide will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. Just as I was thinking about the tide receding, you popped up right away. Quite proactive, huh? Lin Shan looked at the prompt in front of him and couldn't help but complain. The rain wouldn't stop for another 2 hours, so this time, we had to search for sea resources while enduring the rain. With half an hour left, Lin Shan opened the chat channel out of boredom. Woohoo! Family, we could go out to gather resources in half an hour. But the rain hasn't stopped yet? Yeah, what if we catch a cold? Just kidding. This little rain is nothing compared to the downpour this morning. The sky has cleared. The rain has stopped. We're off again. Hey, 3 lively ones. This is too funny. But the rain hasn't stopped yet. Hey, when adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt. Let us just get to work. I still owe Lin Shan 300 wood and 300 stone. Yeah, me too. Indeed, the tsunami weather effect has passed. It's time to pay up. Family, my island is stuck with a sunken ship. What should I do? Half of the island is gone. Doesn't that mean I've lost half of my search area? What the heck? A sunken ship? Doesn't that make you rich? Rich? Is there anything good in a sunken ship? I don't know. Then why are you so excited? I used to be a sailor, so seeing a sunken ship is a bit thrilling. In the midst of chatting, half an hour passed in a flash. Top, top, top. After opening the door, I heard the sound of rain hitting the ground. It was much lighter than the previous torrential rain. The visibility had returned to normal. At least there was no rain mist. Lin Shan, Galia, I'm going to gather resources. Do you want to come along? Galia quickly replied, Master, Galia will guard you closely. Lin Shan chuckled and said, No need, but if you want to come, just keep up. With that, Lin Shan stepped directly into the rainwater. Oh, right, Galia. Don't forget to close the door. Galia nodded and replied, Got it, Master. Bang. The lighthouse energy immediately decreased by 1. Oh. Galia blinked. Did I do it too hard? That was really gentle, though. Galia, what are you doing? Hurry up and catch up. Lin Shan called out. Galia, Oh, Master, Galia is coming. With that, she jogged over, covering the dozen meters in under a second. Arriving behind Lin Shan didn't notice Galia's speed. He was currently walking along the path toward the port. Lin Shan and Galia quickly reached the port. Looking at the port that only had pillars left, Lin Shan shrugged helplessly, wondering how many materials it would take to repair such a port. Then Lin Shan looked at Xiao AI and found her still quietly sitting at the port. Lin Shan, Xiao AI, how do you feel? Xiao Wei, Captain, I'm Fine. Just a bit bored. Captain, when will you go to sea? Lin Shan scratched his head and said, Well, I'm not sure. We'll see. Although the new rules state that we can go out to sea for adventures, there's fog everywhere outside. How can we search? At the very least, we need a ship's lantern or something to dispel the fog, right? What if pirates come when he sets out to sea? What if merchant ships show up? So until those issues are resolved, it's hard to go on adventures at sea. However, Lin Shan turned to look at the curious Galia. He had her with him, and someone was staying behind. Xiao AI. Oh, okay, then Xiao AI is always ready for the captain to use. Lin Shan. All right, Xiao AI. I'm going to gather resources. Xiao AI. I wish the captain a bountiful harvest. Galia blinked, staring curiously at the ship in front of her. This thing doesn't have a mouth. How does it open? Lin Shan. Galia, let us go. Galia, coming. Looking at the messy beach, Lin Shan felt a headache. As expected, that irresponsible jerk from the tsunami had his fun and then ran off, leaving me to clean up the mess. Lin Shan sighed. By the way, Galia has recognized me as her master, so could she use my backpack? Let me ask. Lin Shan turned to Galia and said, Galia, can you use my backpack? Galia looked confused. What backpack? Seeing Galia's bewildered expression, Lin Shan instantly understood. All right, it's not possible. Lin Shan, okay, never mind. Galia, have you seen all this trash? Just throw everything that doesn't emit a faint glow into the sea. Galia nodded. She could do that. Then Galia started working, picking up various debris as if they weighed nothing and tossing them into the sea. Lin Shan nodded and began collecting wood and stone, occasionally checking the dead fish to see if there were any recent ones. Unfortunately, it was just a thought. After all, the tsunami had passed several hours ago. Before long, Lin Shan discovered a treasure chest hidden among some unknown weeds, entangled by seaweed. If it weren't for the faint glow, it would have been easily overlooked. A black iron treasure chest? Not bad, a good start. After clearing away the seaweed, Lin Shan smiled at the chest that revealed its true form. Galia looked at the black iron treasure chest, pondering whether the master really liked this type of chest. Next, on the beach, Lin Shan searched for resources while Galia tossed trash. Luckily, it was still raining, so the sound of trash hitting the sea was covered by the rain. Otherwise, it might attract curious sea beasts or sirens. The thunderstorm had passed, and many sea beasts were out hunting. Below the island, in the deep sea, countless colossal creatures occasionally swam past beneath the island. Of this, Lin Shan was, of course, unaware. He was happily looking at the second treasure chest, although it was a wooden one. Sure enough, those who survive great calamities must have good fortune. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Lin Shan smiled, although the morning's haul from taking risks was even better. Chapter 57. Who is showing their teeth and claws? Splash. Golia threw some trash into the sea behind Lin Shan. Although it was called trash to be precise, it was not exactly that. It was mostly dead corals, decayed wood, and so on. There were also some dead fish and shrimp. These things could actually provide habitats for small creatures and food, such as crabs, shellfish, mantis shrimp, and small octopuses. Lin Shan asked Golia to clean it up mainly to make it easier to look for supplies when the tide receded. Of course, he didn't ask Golia to clean up the dead fish and shrimp. These could be left to attract marine creatures. The search on the beach was always quick, as usual. There were mostly wood and stones, and only 2 treasure chests, 1 black iron chest and 1 wooden chest. Soon, Lin Shan and Golia arrived at the coral area. Looking at the corals underwater, Lin Shan turned to Golia and asked, "Golia, can you swim?" Golia instinctively nodded, but quickly reacted. Master, I should be able to, but I've never been in the water." Lin Shan said, "I see. Then let's go down together and have a look. If it doesn't work, Golia, you can just stay on the shore and follow me." Golia nodded and replied, "Okay." Splash. Lin Shan jumped directly into the coral area. Splash. Seeing this, Golia jumped in too, but the splash she made was much larger than Lin Shan's. As soon as Golia hit the water, she sank straight down. On the way down, seeing Lin Shan's swimming posture, she began to imitate him. Soon, Golia was able to swim around in place smoothly. It seems the seawater can't carry Golia. Golia blinked and then started searching. She thought she should be able to do it, right? The Empire's techniques also included water combat. It wouldn't be possible to just sink to the bottom immediately, right? Soon, Golia figured out how to move in the water. However, it was a bit energy-consuming. Even without engaging in combat, the energy consumption of moving in water was about 3 times higher than on land. Lin Shan watched Golia, who was motionless, and couldn't help but murmur, "Weren't you just moving? Why are you suddenly still? Did you take in water?" Just as Lin Shan was about to go down to check, he saw Golia quietly floating up. This doesn't look like swimming. It looks more like flying." Watching Golia approach, Lin Shan pointed to the water surface and then swam up. Splash. After breaking the surface, Lin Shan looked at Golia and asked, "How does it feel?" Golia replied, "Master." Golia found the water combat mode. After switching, I can move freely in the water, but the energy consumption has increased a lot. Lin Shan asked, "In terms of consumption, right? By the way, Golia, can you self-replenish energy?" Golia replied, "Master, under normal circumstances, Golia can maintain balance, and in a dormant state, can recover 1 of energy per hour." Lin Shan said, "So, in the water, it will increase energy consumption?" Golia nodded. Lin Shan said, "I see, then Golia, you could just stay on the shore and watch me. If there's any danger, you can come down to help me." Golia hesitated for a moment, but after seeing that the coral was only a few meters deep, she nodded. The master's words are the truth. Then Golia flew directly to the shore and started watching Lin Shan. Lin Shan thought, "It really is the flying mode. I'm envious." Shaking his head, Lin Shan dived into the water again and began searching. The coral area was not greatly affected by the tsunami, aside from some more debris and many dead corals. There were no other changes. Soon, Lin Shan saw a sparkling pearl shell. Previously, he had obtained a white ordinary pearl from a pearl shell, but that was it. After putting away the pearl shell, Lin Shan continued swimming. Before long, he spotted the first treasure chest in the coral area, which was clearly placed on a huge coral and was emitting a faint white glow. Lin Shan looked around and did not see any signs of sea beasts. However, he noticed something unusual about the coral next to the treasure chest. Its shape was somewhat rounded. After examining it carefully, Lin Shan was sure that it was definitely not coral, but a disguise created by a sea beast. The only creature capable of achieving this level of disguise was an octopus. Let's identify it. Lin Shan activated his identification skill, and instantly, the identification was successful. As expected. Name: Coral Octopus. Strength: Extraordinary. Talent: Environmental Camouflage. Color change: Ability: Binding Touch, Whip, Tentacle Shedding, Regeneration. Extraordinary attributes: Water 13, Spirit 2, Physique 3, Extraordinary Power 2. Evaluation: On land, it is not your opponent. But in the sea, you are not its opponent. Excessive identification evaluation. The coral octopus has a bad habit of continuously camouflaging until the prey is within half a meter before it attacks. Therefore, experienced fishermen often exploit this trait to easily catch coral octopuses. Oh, the weakness is exposed. Evaluation: You have the ability. How do you see this? Lin Shan laughed in his heart. Then, the heavy iron spear appeared in his hand. Next, Lin Shan quietly approached the coral octopus from above, about a meter away, then raised the heavy iron spear and directly stabbed it towards the coral octopus's head. Although the coral octopus had 3 points of extraordinary physique as a soft-bodied creature, it couldn't withstand the piercing of the heavy iron spear and was directly pinned to the coral. After being attacked, how could the coral octopus continue to camouflage? It instantly began to thrash about. Its 8 tentacles waved wildly. After failing to hit the enemy, they quickly wrapped around the heavy iron spear, trying to pull it out. Lin Shan would never allow that to happen. Gripping the spear tightly, he pressed down hard. Although his extraordinary physique was not as high as that of the coral octopus, his extraordinary power was higher, right? So the advantage in this struggle was on Lin Shan's side. Not to mention, he was attacking from above, which gave him even more of an advantage. His feet continuously swam, holding steady. After 3 or 4 minutes, the coral octopus finally ran out of strength, and its tentacles drooped down. However, Lin Shan did not let his guard down. Instead, he identified it again. Sure enough, the coral octopus was playing dead. Oh, so clever. Huh. Unfortunately, you didn't expect that I have a cheat. Lin Shan thought with a grin, then began to spin his hands. Immediately, the coral octopus struggled again, but was already too late. Chapter 58, Island Route. As the coral octopus completely died, Lin Shan directly stored the corpse in his backpack. From the excessive appraisal, since the old fisherman could catch it, it meant it was edible. After putting away the coral octopus, Lin Shan turned his attention to the treasure chest. Huh, a silver treasure chest? Not bad. Lin Shan happily put the treasure chest in his backpack. The coral octopus was indeed worth the price of a silver treasure chest. After all, without the excessive appraisal, just relying on identification would require a battle to be fought. Given the attributes of the coral octopus, Lin Shan guessed that even if he could win, it would waste a lot of time. By then, the tide would have risen. On the other side, on the shore, Galia relaxed her tightly clenched hands after seeing her master easily deal with the sea beast, almost jumping in to assist. However, Galia remembered her master's instructions to only provide support when there was danger. The previous scene clearly showed that her master had the upper hand the entire time. Huh. Seeing her master start to move, Galia quickly followed along the shore. Lin Shan found a few more pearl shells in the water. There were indeed quite a few of them, but the probability of opening pearls seemed very low. Still, he collected them since his dinner only consisted of a large octopus. Although that octopus was enough for both him and Galia. That's right, Galia could eat. After all, she was an artificial human, not a robot. Soon, Lin Shan arrived at the boundary between the coral area and the rocky area. Splash! After climbing onto the shore, Lin Shan wiped the water from his face and said, "Next time we go shell collecting, we should bring a net bag or something. Otherwise, I have to wrap these pearl shells in my clothes, which is very inconvenient." Galia responded, "Master, Galia can help carry them." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan waved his hand and said, "No need. This rocky area will be left to you, Galia. I'll watch from behind." Galia's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she smiled. "Okay, master, leave it to Galia." Galia patted her chest, causing a slight shake, and Lin Shan couldn't help but be captivated. After all, Galia's combat suit was a tight-fitting type that showcased her figure perfectly. Lin Shan stroked his chin, thinking that the cute tiger outfit inside the lighthouse could be given to Galia. Lin Shan said, "All right, Galia, it's all yours." Galia nodded excitedly and then strode toward the rocky area. She looked a bit silly and adorable, Lin Shan thought to himself. Soon, they encountered the first sea beast, a shallow sea crab, and it was an adult. Looking at the 3-meter-tall shallow sea crab before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Was the difference between adult and juvenile really that big? He began to appraise it. Oh, it was an elderly shallow sea crab, over 100 years old, with its golden extraordinary attributes exceeding 30 points, and its abilities reached 5, with 2 talents. The outer shell was covered with a thick layer of coral, but it did not affect the movements of the elderly shallow sea crab at all. From the excessive appraisal, he could tell he was not its opponent. Lin Shan didn't even need to check the evaluation to know he wasn't a match. Unless he had some mysterious ability. After all, his mysterious extraordinary attribute exceeded 30 points, but unfortunately, he didn't. Lin Shan turned to look at Galia. He then saw that Galia had already switched to combat mode. Her expression became very serious. In the next second, Galia charged forward with incredible speed, so fast that Lin Shan could only see a fleeting shadow. Then he heard a loud bang and was astonished to find that the elderly shallow crab had fallen over and split in half. Wow! Looking at the deceased elderly shallow crab, Lin Shan instinctively shouted. The next second, Galia appeared before him. Galia said, "Master, Galia has completed the extermination task." Looking at Galia's eager expression for praise, Lin Shan was momentarily stunned. It was quite a contrast, and of course, it was also because he was Galia's master. Lin Shan smiled and said, "Galia is amazing. You killed that big crab in one go." Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Galia couldn't help but squint her eyes and grin. Receiving praise from her master made her extremely happy. Watching Galia's silly smile, Lin Shan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Then he looked around. With such a large crab here, surely there would be a silver treasure chest for him? After searching for a while, Lin Shan saw a treasure chest under the large crab's claw, but unfortunately, it was a bronze treasure chest. After storing the treasure chest, Lin Shan looked at the large crab and muttered, "With such a big crab, will the meat quality be poor?" However, looking at the body split in half and the exposed crab meat, it still seemed somewhat translucent. Lin Shan said, "Galia, wait, with such large claws, there doesn't seem to be a place to roast them. The fireplace isn't big enough." In the end, Lin Shan had to let go of the large claws. But Galia could still take off 2 crab legs, which would fit. On the journey ahead, Galia was unstoppable. All the sea beasts that appeared in sight didn't last 3 seconds. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. TSK, this damned sense of security is really off the charts. Thanks to Galia, the search speed in the rocky area greatly increased. So the two had now completed their shell-collecting task and returned to the lighthouse. Lin Shan opened his backpack to check the afternoon harvest. In total, he had collected 2 wooden treasure chests, 2 black iron treasure chests, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 large octopus, 2 legs of the elderly crab, 1 full shrimp, paste mantis shrimp, and 8 pearl shells. The mantis shrimp was what Galia wanted to eat. Upon returning to the lighthouse, the rain had lessened significantly, and in 2 hours, it would completely stop. Lin Shan checked the time. It was still early before 6 o'clock. Since that was the case, he decided to open the treasure chests first. Lin Shan took out all the treasure chests. There were only 6. Galia looked at the scene before her with curiosity. Honestly, she didn't understand why her master cared so much about these chests. They didn't seem that special at all. Lin Shan didn't notice Galia's puzzled gaze. He looked at the 6 treasure chests, pondered for a moment, and decided to start with the silver treasure chest. The minority obeys the majority, perfect to the extreme. The silver treasure chest was 3 stars. With a click, the chest opened under Galia's curious gaze, and, as the treasure chest slowly dissipated, Galia was left dumbfounded. System. Obtained Island Route 1, Silver Oil Lamp 1, Energy Stone 3, Chapter 59, Essential Items for Sea Adventures. Island Route? Could it be? Lin Shan murmured as he looked at the items that came out of the silver treasure chest. He then clicked to check. After glancing at the bewildered Jaliyah, Lin Shan chose to reveal the item attributes so that Jaliyah could see them too. As Jaliyah blinked at the suddenly appeared page, she curiously reached out, only to pass right through it. Huh, can't touch it, Jaliyah said in confusion. Lin Shan, all right, Jaliyah, stop playing around and look at the attributes properly. Oh, Jaliyah reluctantly withdrew her hand and looked at the attribute panel. Name, Island Route, Category, Item, Rating, Yellow 3, Effect. After use, it provides a route to an unknown island. Note, it should be used by the ship spirit. Evaluation. The island route is an essential item for guardians going on sea adventures, allowing clear progress through the foggy sea without losing direction. Note, the islands indicated by the island route are all unknown, but a higher rating means greater rewards, which also implies higher risks. Looking at the attributes of the island route, Lin Shan murmured, as expected, it's a tool for sea exploration. I can let Xiao AI use it later to see how far it is. Then, Lin Shan clicked on the second item. Name, Silver Oil Lamp, Category, Ship Lamp, Rating, Yellow 4, Effect, dispels fog within a 40-meter radius. Evaluation, Ship Lamp, a must-have for sea travel. Its sole effect is to dispel fog, making it a specially developed item. Lin Shan nodded. This effect is much better than the previous lamp. A distance of 40 meters is enough for Xiao AI to evade. This is the role of the ship spirit. As a spirit of the ship, it achieves 100 control over the vessel. Finally, there are the energy stones, only 3. Lin Shan frowned at this and said, is it that difficult to obtain energy stones? A silver treasure chest only yielded 3? Name, Energy Stone, Category, Energy Stone, Rating, Blue 9, Effect, restores energy. Evaluation, this is a normal level energy stone, one of the sources for replenishing lighthouse energy, and can also be used to restore extraordinary attribute energy. Energy is the hardest currency in the lighthouse world, without exception. The effect is just as dull as the low-level energy stones he obtained, but then again, they are all energy stones. Lin Shan took out one energy stone and handed it to Jaliyah, asking, Jaliyah, how much energy can this energy stone replenish in your energy storage? Jaliyah took the energy stone, examined it, and said, Master, if used in the energy storage, it can restore 2 of energy. Lin Shan was a bit surprised. Is the consumption of the energy storage that high? No, it should be that the energy capacity of the storage is that high. At least 50 energy stones are needed to fill it. Lin Shan clicked his tongue. Fortunately, the energy storage was initially full, which means he saved 50 energy stones, right? After a moment of reflection, Lin Shan turned his attention to the bronze treasure chest and opened it. System. Obtained shark bait 1, huh? Lin Shan looked at the item in front of him helplessly. Just one? Although one could easily yield a good item, it was clear what the shark bait was. Despite his reluctance, Lin Shan clicked to check. Name, shark bait, category, rating, yellow and effect, attract sharks. Evaluation, oh my gosh. Look, we did it. It's a silver shark. Too bad it's not a golden shark. Huh? Lin Shan looked at the evaluation in confusion. Silver shark? Golden shark? Special sharks? It seems this shark bait has some use after all, Lin Shan murmured. Next, Lin Shan looked at the remaining treasure chests, 2 black iron chests and 2 wooden chests. He opened them all at once. System, obtained wood 20, stone 30. System, obtained stone 10, black bread 2. Purified water 1. System, obtained iron block 10. System, obtained black iron crossbow bolt blueprint 1, huh? Upon seeing the black iron crossbow bolt blueprint, Lin Shan suddenly remembered that he originally wanted Chun Jianlin to help, but he didn't expect to open the blueprint himself. Lin Shan glanced at the blueprint. The black iron crossbow bolt is for crossbows with a quality rating of white 3. He immediately went to the crafting table and clicked to record, then checked the crafting. 1 iron block can make 10 crossbow bolts? That's decent. The bronze crossbow isn't automatic, so Lin Shan planned to use it for home defense. Especially during the last merman invasion, Having a crossbow would have been a massacre. Of course, his ice crystal shot is even more powerful. Lin Shan, Jalea, how's the fire doing? Hearing this, Jalea blinked and turned to look at the fireplace. The coal inside was still quietly burning, but not very vigorously. Lin Shan, seeing this, shook his head helplessly and tossed a pile of charcoal in. Jalea felt a bit down, having forgotten what her master instructed her to do. Lin Shan didn't notice Jalea's dejected mood. He was currently dealing with the coral octopus. The coral octopus was a bit large, so he decided to discard the body and just eat the tentacles. After cutting off the tentacles, Lin Shan threw the huge body into the trash can, which was now the shallow sea crab shell, serving as a garbage bin. Next, Lin Shan picked up the black iron spear to skewer the octopus tentacles. Then there was the mantis shrimp, which was easy to handle. He removed the shrimp line and tossed it into the fire. Lin Shan then started roasting the octopus tentacles using the black iron spear. To cook them faster, he specifically cut them into slices, now piled into a small mountain. Besides roasting, he also boiled some using an iron pot. Fortunately, the temperature of the charcoal was high enough. The octopus tentacle meat quickly released a delicious aroma, and Lin Shan added a bit of salt. Lin Shan, Jalea, bring over that wooden table we just made. Hearing this, Jalea quickly nodded and grabbed the wooden table, placing it behind Lin Shan. Jalea, Master, the wooden table is here. Lin Shan nodded and began to take the roasted octopus meat slices off the black iron spear, placing them on the wooden table, and then skewered more to roast. After a busy period, dinner was finally ready. Lin Shan and Jalea could finally enjoy their meal. Chapter 60 Omen. They are coming. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Shan walked out of the lighthouse room with the food scraps. The rain had stopped, and night had quietly fallen. Jalea followed closely behind him. With the flickering candlelight, Lin Shan could see the path clearly. He first went to the reef area and threw the food scraps into it, treating it as bait. Looking at the submerged reef area, Lin Shan glanced around. But he didn't know what the scene would look like if he went down now. However, he quickly dismissed the thought of doing something reckless. Lin Shan, all right, let's go check on Xiao AI. Jalea nodded in response. When they arrived at the port, it had been completely transformed. Lin Shan had repaired the port at the control panel, and fortunately, the repair cost wasn't high. It only took 1,000 wood. Lin Shan directly brought Jalea onto Xiao AI's deck. Xiao AI, Captain, why are you here so late? Hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, Xiao AI, I got an island route, so I came to let you use it. Xiao AI, an island route? I didn't expect you to obtain such a good thing so quickly. Captain, Lin Shan just lucky. By the way, Xiao AI, how do you use this island route? Xiao AI, Captain, just throw the island route onto the ship, and then Xiao AI can use it. Lin Shan nodded, took out the island route, and threw it onto the deck. The next second, the island route slowly vanished. After a few seconds, Xiao AI's voice rang out. Xiao AI, Captain, I already know the location of the island. It's about 13,000 meters from the port. 13,000 meters? That's not too far, right? Xiao AI, how long will it take you to make a round trip at your speed? Lin Shan asked upon hearing the distance. Xiao AI, Captain, it will only take about 30 minutes for Xiao AI to make a round trip in a straight line. Lin Shan nodded in response. That time is quite short, so he could take Jalea out to sea for an adventure tomorrow. Even if something went wrong on the island, they should be able to return in time. Of course, if Jalea knew the way back, it would only take a few minutes. Lin Shan took out the ship's lantern and hung it on the designated hook in the cockpit before leaving. Back in the lighthouse room, Lin Shan stretched. He was quite tired today and could finally have a good rest. It wasn't just Lin Shan. Other tower guards also felt mentally exhausted, with some already asleep. There was no way around it. During the thunderstorm, the tsunami kept everyone's nerves on edge, and after relaxing, they had to catch fish. So they hadn't had much rest and were definitely tired. Lin Shan yawned and then looked at the cute tiger outfit on the bed. All right, this is for Jalea to wear. He picked up the cute tiger outfit and handed it to Jalea, saying, Jalea, wear this outfit so you don't have to keep wearing your battle clothes. Jalea's eyes brightened at the sight. After all, no girl dislikes pretty clothes. The cute tiger outfit was not only very cute, but also fluffy, and many women like this type of sleepwear. Yes, indeed. Lin Shan thought that this cute tiger outfit was only suitable as sleepwear. If worn outside and got a little wet, it would be ruined. Lin Shan, Golia, do you want to rest? But the energy replenishment chamber can't fit right now. The room is a bit small. Looking at the somewhat crowded room, Lin Shan rubbed his chin, wondering if he should upgrade the lighthouse to a white 9-star. However, from 1 star to the current 6-star, the size of the room hadn't changed. So upgrading to 9-star probably wouldn't change it either. It was likely that the room would only get bigger at the green rating, right? While thinking, Lin Shan directly fell onto the bed and fell asleep. Seeing this, Golia carefully adjusted Lin Shan's position, then covered him with a blanket and sat on the bed, starting to daydream. She could also rest, but she didn't want to sleep right now. After all, she had been asleep for who knows how many years, and now that her master had woken her up, Golia didn't want to fall into darkness again. After all, sleeping requires closing one's eyes. Looking at the cute tiger outfit in her hands, Golia's hair tuft shook slightly, then she tucked it back in. If Lin Shan could see the affection points, he would notice that they were continuously popping up above Golia's head. Affection level 1, affection level 1. After glancing back at Lin Shan and staring for a while, Golia turned her gaze back to the cute tiger outfit in her hands, stood up, and began to take off her battle clothes. As the battle clothes were removed, a beautiful silhouette was seen dressing against the wall in the firelight. Aha! Lin Shan yawned, smacked his lips, and sat up. When he was about to get out of bed, he suddenly noticed something was off. Lin Shan looked around the room and found it much cleaner and tidier. No longer a mess. This. Golia, did you do this? Huh? You've put on the cute tiger pajamas? Golia, wearing the cute tiger pajamas, was sitting on a chair. In response to Lin Shan's inquiry, she nodded and replied, Golia, master, seeing you sleeping at night felt a bit boring, so I tidied up a little. Lin Shan smiled. Not bad. Tidying up has really cleared up a lot of space. And Golia, you look very cute in the cute tiger pajamas. Hearing this, Golia looked down at the cute tiger pajamas she was wearing. They are fluffy, very soft, and smooth. Indeed, much more comfortable than the battle clothes. The main point is that wearing the battle clothes feels like not wearing anything at all, as they were designed to perfectly fit Golia's figure. After rinsing his mouth with seawater, Lin Shan scooped a bowl of cold boiled water from the bucket, rinsed his mouth, and washed his face. Seeing this, Golia tilted her head slightly and began to wash up too, following the same steps as Lin Shan. Breakfast was dark bread. Lin Shan picked up a piece of dark bread and handed one to Golia, then started to munch on it. With his extraordinary physique increasing his body strength, Lin Shan found it quite easy to eat the dark bread, though the taste wasn't great. After simply finishing the breakfast of dark bread, Lin Shan directly used his talent. The effect of yesterday's talent was one that was better used the earlier it was, so Lin Shan had already decided to use his talent every day after getting up. Omen, you feel an inexplicable language. In 8 hours, a sea merchant will arrive at the port. Just as Lin Shan was about to use his talent, he saw the omen. Chapter 61, Heart of the Island. Looking at the sudden omen, Lin Shan couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He didn't expect the omen to feel something like this. It felt like a low-end version of predicting the future, although the omen only revealed one result. Everything else was unknown. It was like a tsunami. The omen would show that a tsunami would occur in 3 hours, but it wouldn't indicate how big or how powerful that tsunami would be. It felt like being told, hey, a friend is coming to visit you, but not knowing how the friend is arriving, by car, walking, or some other way. Also, you wouldn't know what the friend was coming for. The omen just provides one result, and that's it. However, even so, it was completely sufficient for Lin Shan. 8 hours, It's around 7:50 p.m. now, so by about 4 p.m., the sea traders would reach the port. Well, that gives him enough time for an adventure at sea. Then Lin Shan looked at his talent and used it. Gift of Fate, Heart of the Island, cost. Randomly reduce 1 point of extraordinary attributes. Lin Shan was a bit surprised. The Heart of the Island? It's available already? Lin Shan rubbed his eyes and looked again. The talent was still the same. Is there even a need to think about it? Lin Shan directly chose to accept it. He acquired a Heart of the Island, and at the same time, 1 point of extraordinary attributes was reduced. Lin Shan checked and found that his wit attribute had decreased by 1 point. Oh, looks like I got a freebie. Lin Shan smiled. Then Lin Shan examined the Heart of the Island in front of him. It looked a bit like a small model of an island. Next, he checked the attributes of the heart of the island, as it was the key to upgrading the island, which might be needed later, and the quantity could potentially increase. Name, Heart of the Island. Category, Special Item. Rating, Black 9 stars. Effect, Upgrade the island, increase island area. Form an initial island. Evaluation, the heart of the island is a special item needed for island advancement. Origin unknown, but can be obtained from treasure chests of gold grade or higher. Additionally, there is a high probability of finding treasure chests with the island prefix among islands in the island route. Special treasure chests can also yield the heart of the island. Of course, if it is a chest with the island prefix, the heart of the island will likely appear, regardless of the type of chest. Besides advancing the island, the heart of the island can also increase the island area and form a new initial island. Note, some fools might think that the heart of the island is formed after the island shatters, but who knows what they are thinking. After looking at the attributes of the heart of the island, Lin Shan scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, he was one of those fools. Because Lin Shan initially thought the heart of the island was obtained from other islands, but it turned out it wasn't. But then again, who among the Guardians has the ability to destroy an island now? Even unupgraded initial island is not something they can destroy. Tossing the heart of the island in his hand, Lin Shan directly went to the control panel and opened the island attribute panel, looking at the upgrade requirements, which was just one heart of the island. Lin Shan clicked to upgrade. In an instant, the heart of the island in his hand transformed into a beam of light and entered the control panel. Then a system prompt appeared. System ding. Upgrading the island. Please do not step out of the lighthouse, Guardian. Seeing this, Lin Shan went straight to the window, opened it, and looked out. Golia also leaned over. Then, in the shocked gazes of the two, the island began to expand rapidly, and at a fast pace, the entire island's terrain underwent significant changes. Lin Shan quickly looked towards the port and found it was protected by a translucent white light, with no damage occurring, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he had just repaired it not long ago. As for Xiao AI, she was pushed along, but she also had a faint white light around her, so there was no need to worry about damage. After a full 3 minutes of expansion, the island finally returned to calm. System ding. Island upgrade completed. Seeing this, Lin Shan quickly opened the island attribute panel to check. Name, Tide Island. Category, Island. Rating, Green 1 star. Effect, Tree resources. Unknown small mineral resources not discovered. Special effect, Tide effect doubled. Coral coast. Area, 22,000 square meters. Upgrade requirement, Stone 10,000. Evaluation. Finally took the first step. Congratulations. Looking at the rating changing to Green 1 star and the area increasing by 10,000 square meters, Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. It has become a Green 1 star, and the area has nearly doubled. Then, Lin Shan looked at the unknown small mineral vein. This unknown status should be because I haven't discovered it yet, right? If it turns out to be iron, or will it then become a small iron or resource? After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan said. But, Lin Shan wondered, there's no reward for the first upgraded island? The next second, the system prompt popped up. World system announcement, ding. Congratulations to the 88,888,888th Guardian, Lin Shan, for being the first to upgrade an island to Green 1. Rewards for all Guardians in the 88888888 area. Silver Treasure Chest 1. Energy Stone Treasure Chest 1. The world system announcement repeated 3 times, waking even the lazy ones. And upon seeing it wasn't from their own area, they immediately began to curse, clearly still having a bad mood from waking up. Lin Shan looked at the system announcement in confusion. He thought it would be a regional system announcement reward, but unexpectedly, it was a world system announcement. Although it was a bit strange, it was fine as long as the reward was received. The rewards from the world system announcement are available to every Guardian in the 88888888 area, so he also got them. Lin Shan then looked at his personal rewards. System ding. Congratulations, Guardian, you have received personal rewards. Golden Treasure Chest 1, Small Low-Level Energy Stone Mine 1, Random Island Special Effect 1. All 3 rewards were quite good, especially the Small Low-Level Energy Stone Mine. Now, Lin Shan's lighthouse could be fully upgraded. On the other side, Huang Xan looked at the heart of the island she had just traded for, puffing her cheeks unhappily. While clicking to upgrade her island, she grumbled angrily. Damn it. I used to be ahead of them, but after coming here, it's all reversed? That bastard Lin Shan actually dared to surpass me? Impossible. Oomph. The number one in the lighthouse must be mine. After saying that, Huang Xian directly opened the trading city and began to search. Chapter 62. The 8th District Under the Spotlight. World System Announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the Guardian from District 88888888, Huang Xian, for being the second to upgrade an island to Green 1, rewarding all Guardians in District 88888888 with 1 bronze treasure chest and 1 energy stone chest. The World System announcement rang out again. This time, the already much-discussed District 88 became even more eye-catching, especially for people from other districts who looked at the World System announcement in the sky with greedy eyes. Unfortunately, they could only watch. One morning, as 2 people appeared on the world announcement, the residents of District 88888888 felt incredibly proud and pleased. If the World Chat channel were open, they would definitely show off. They haven't even reseeded from the tide yet, and have already received 4 treasure chests? That's just absurd. In the chat channel of the entire District 88888888, the echoing phrases praising Lin Shan and Huang Xian reappeared. Not only that, they also began discussing whether they should give back to the big shots who fought for these rewards for them. Once this was mentioned, everyone agreed. After some discussion, they all reached a consensus. Lin Shan looked up at the system announcement in the sky with a surprised expression. Wow, he hadn't been up there for long before it was revealed. He suddenly felt a phantom pain in his chrysanthemum. Sigh, Lin Shan complained. But how did Huang Xian manage to do it? Could it be that she also has a unique talent? After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan gave up. After all, they were all big shots from the same district, so it didn't matter much. It was more important to look at the rewards. Currently, the rewards included 1 gold treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 bronze treasure chest, 2 energy stone chests, 1 small low-level energy stone vein, and 1 random island special effect. It could be said to be quite generous. Golia looked at the treasure chests on the ground, her face full of confusion. Where did the master get these treasure chests from without even going out? Lin Shan ignored Golia and focused on the treasure chests in front of him, deciding to start with the bronze treasure chest. After all, yesterday he started with the highest-rated silver treasure chest. So today, he should go in reverse, right? With a click, the bronze treasure chest opened. System. Obtained sharpening stone 1, bright flame candle 1, Lin Shan looked unexpectedly at the second item, the candle. First, he checked the sharpening stone. Its effect was to maintain weapons and could be used 10 times. Then, Lin Shan looked at the bright flame candle. Name, bright flame candle. Category, candle. Rating, blue 1. Effect, dispel sea fog within a radius of 20 meters. Evaluation. The bright flame candle is a common type of candle that is quite popular among fishermen from various places due to its cost-effectiveness. Not bad. At least it's much better than a regular white candle and can sell for a good price. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. After all, it came from a bronze treasure chest, which is already quite good. The system reward treasure chests are rated from 1 to 3 stars. With the gold treasure chest being 3 stars, the silver treasure chest being 2 stars, and the bronze treasure chest being 1 star. Then Lin Shan looked at the silver treasure chest. Since he had already opened the bronze treasure chest, this indicated that his luck today was quite good. With another click, the silver treasure chest opened. System. Obtain space shelf 1, Lin Shan clicked to view it directly. Name, space shelf. Category, space item. Rating, yellow 6. Effect, contains 100 space slots that can stop time. Evaluation. The space shelf made from a large amount of space stones by a high-level alchemy master is the best place to prevent theft. This is a good item. It came just in time. Now, those equipment and materials no longer need to take up space. Lin Shan looked at the space shelf in front of him, feeling extremely satisfied. This shelf is not large, just 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide, which is much better than having items scattered everywhere. Although Golia tidied up last night, it still took up a lot of space. After taking out the space shelf, Lin Shan directly instructed Golia to put the items inside the space shelf. Golia turned to look at the space shelf in front of her, and after figuring out how to use it, she nodded and began to prepare to tidy up. However, after taking a couple of steps, She glanced at her cute tiger pajamas and blinked. Cleaning while wearing cute tiger pajamas would easily get them dirty, so she decided to change back in her combat outfit. Meanwhile, Lin Shan was excitedly looking at the gold treasure chest, completely missing the perfect opportunity to feast his eyes. Gold treasure chest. Are you kidding? How can a girl be more fragrant than me? Lin Shan. Yes, yes, yes. You're the most fragrant. So should I expect a big explosion? Gold treasure chest. Oh, then I'm not fragrant anymore. Lin Shan directly opened the gold treasure chest. System. Obtained Heart of Gold. Fear Technique Crystal. Purple Evolution Scroll. 3 items? Not bad, not bad. Lin Shan nodded and smiled. Isn't this better than the confusing gold treasure chest? However, the confusing gold treasure chest did give some good items. Name. Heart of Gold. Category. Special item. Rating. Purple 5. Effect. Transformation. Replacement. Evaluation. The Heart of Gold is a special item made from the heart of a golden shark, which can be transformed into an extraordinary organ, replacing the heart to obtain powerful physical attributes and special abilities. Note, if the extraordinary physique is below 100 points, it is best not to attempt lightly. Looking at the properties of the Heart of Gold, Lin Shan was quite surprised. Changing a heart? Wow, what kind of black technology is this? After pondering for a while, Lin Shan said, how should I put it? If this is used when one's heart is transparent, can it save a life? It feels a bit promising. I should keep it for now, mainly because 100 points of extraordinary physique, how long would that take? Name, Fear Technique Crystal, Category, Ability Crystal, Rating, Yellow 9, Effect, After Use, Learn Fear Technique, Evaluation, Fear Technique when used on a target. Will evoke the target's most feared thing, causing negative effects such as form collapse. Note that the Fear Technique is a mentally based ability. If the target's spirit is higher than yours, the Fear Technique will not take effect. If the opponent's spirit is double yours, the Fear Technique may backfire. A spirit-based ability? Not bad. This ability is great. I'll learn it. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. After all, his fate is based on mystery and spirit attributes. Looking at his abilities with the addition of the Fear Technique, Lin Shan couldn't be more satisfied. Chapter 63. No place to complain. Next, Lin Shan turned his attention to the last item, the Purple Advancement Scroll. Just by looking at the name, one could roughly guess its function. It should be used to upgrade items. Name, Purple Advancement Scroll. Category, Special Item. Rating, Purple 6. Effect, when used on purple-rated items. It upgrades them from 1 star to 6 stars. When used on yellow-rated items, it upgrades them to purple rating, but will not exceed purple 6 stars. Description. So, should I upgrade a purple 3 star to 9 stars? Or should I advance a yellow 6 star item to purple 6 stars? Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This item is quite good. Whether upgrading a purple item or advancing a yellow 6 star item is an excellent choice. Moreover, looking at this item, Lin Shan turned his head to look at Jaliyah, who had already changed back into her combat outfit. What did she change clothes? Why didn't she call me? A thought flashed through Lin Shan's mind. It's worth noting that Jaliyah's rating is only purple 3 stars. Although this rating is due to her incomplete form, using this to upgrade her star level should enhance her strength, right? The main point is that Lin Shan doesn't have anything more useful than Jaliyah right now, so why not directly strengthen her? After all, the materials recorded on that forbidden experiment body blueprint, well, Lin Shan took a glance and put it away. It's not something he can access at this stage anyway. Therefore, Jaliyah will maintain her combat power at the current level for a long time. Of course, with the opening of the Empire's combat techniques, Jaliyah's combat power will still improve, but the foundation remains unchanged. Thus, the best use for this Purple Advancement Scroll is on Jaliyah. After all, other items will eventually be eliminated as his strength increases, but Jaliyah 1T. Her potential is extremely high, especially after successfully upgrading to the Forbidden Experiment body. After making up his mind, Lin Shan directly called out, Jaliyah, come here for a moment. Jaliyah, who was tidying up her items, looked at Lin Shan with confusion, then put down what she was holding and walked over. Jaliyah, Master, is there something wrong? Lin Shan took out the Purple Advancement Scroll and directly used it on Jaliyah. Instantly, in Jaliyah's somewhat dazed gaze, The purple scroll in Lin Shan's hand transformed into a beam of purple energy that entered her chest and disappeared, evidently entering her body. Immediately, Jalea lowered her head to look at her chest. All intact. Jalea looked up at Lin Shan in confusion, blinked, and asked, "Master, what was that just now?" Before she finished speaking, Jalea closed her eyes and then fell down. "Damn!" Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise and instinctively reached out to catch her. But as expected, he was directly knocked to the ground by Jalea. "Ugh, I forgot Jalea is heavy." Lin Shan groaned. "It's really strange. Jalea's body is clearly soft. But why is her weight so unscientific?" Sitting up, Lin Shan looked at Jalea, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and had no choice but to lift her with all his strength and walk to the bed. Using too much force, the pink rabbit ears on his head kept swaying. Fortunately, he had these rabbit ears. Otherwise, Lin Shan wouldn't have been able to carry Jalea at all. Crack! After placing Jalea on the single bed, it made a cracking sound, but since it was green 9-star furniture, it could still hold up. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. After Jalea wakes up, he would use the furniture upgrade card on the bed. Shaking his arms, Lin Shan returned to the treasure chest and looked at the last 2 treasure chests. The Energy Stone chests. Name: Energy Stone Chest. Category: Special Chest. Rating: Purple 3. Effect: 100 chance to obtain energy stones upon opening. Description: Energy Stone Chest. A special chest containing energy stones. Aside from energy stones, it only contains energy stones. Upon opening, a large quantity of energy stones can be obtained, and there is a chance to acquire high-grade energy stones. Lin Shan directly opened both energy stone chests together, since they would only contain energy stones anyway. System: obtained energy stones 78, high-grade energy stones 22. System: obtained energy stones 89, high-grade energy stones 8. Looking at the energy stones in his backpack, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile broadly. Now he could finally upgrade the lighthouse without any worries. Next, Lin Shan looked at the last 2 items. Ding! Reminder: in half an hour, the seawater will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to gather resources. The system prompt popped up on time. Lin Shan paid no attention to it. After all, there was still half an hour left. Then he looked at the small low-grade energy stone vein. Name: Small low-grade energy stone vein. Category: Island resource. Rating: Yellow 9. Description: the small low-grade energy stone vein is a strategic level resource that is contested by various forces as soon as it appears. The capacity of a small vein can at least yield 3 million low-grade energy stones, with a chance of producing ordinary level energy stones. Lin Shan nodded. As expected, he had previously obtained a dull low-grade energy stone. Clicking to use it, the system prompt appeared. System: ding. Use failed. Island area insufficient. Seeing this, Lin Shan directly put it into the space rack. The capacity cannot be used in the short term. Next, Lin Shan turned his attention to the last item. Random Island Special Effect. It's different from the coral coast he opened before. Lin Shan couldn't help but be surprised. Name: Random Island Special Effect. Category: Special Item. Rating: Purple 9. Effect: after use, randomly obtain an island special effect ranging from purple 1 star to red 1 star. Description: a high-quality island special effect. This is a special item that can start extremely rare island effects, and it can even unlock unique island special effects. After reading, Lin Shan couldn't help but curl his lips and began to complain. Lin Shan, if this had been yesterday, he would have directly accepted the good luck, but unfortunately, he missed it. So should he use it now, or wait until tomorrow to use the gift of fate to see if he can obtain good luck again? Lin Shan is more inclined to use it now. After all, the gift of fate is full of uncertainties. Not to mention, his extraordinary cultivation method has directly turned into the Fate Witch, and he has no place to complain about it. It's worth noting that up until now, Lin Shan still hasn't figured out what the role of this Fate Witch is. Chapter 64 Affinity? After thinking it over, Lin Shan ultimately chose to use it directly. Rather than gamble on a gift of fate for tomorrow, it was better to use it now. The earlier you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. System: gained affinity. Name: Affinity Unique. Category: Island Trait. Rating: Purple 9 can grow. Effect: easily attracts visitors from various races. Special effect: synchronization effect for the island owner. Evaluation, Affinity. A rare, unique island special effect grants you an island that is seen as full of affinity by various races, and they will be eager to visit. Affinity not only applies to the island, but also to the island owner. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. Affinity? There's such a special effect. How should he put it? Is this effect good or bad? Lin Shan muttered. Although it was unique and could grow, the effect and special effect made Lin Shan feel a bit conflicted. It was easy to understand. But what Lin Shan feared was that he had just added the island trait to the island 1 second, and the next second, his island would be sunk by a giant sea beast. Who knows if there's a leviathan among the sea races? After some thought, Lin Shan decided to load it in. After all, it had already been obtained, so why not use it? The integration of affinity was quiet and seamless, unlike Coral Coast, which required some modification. All right, having read everything, now it's time to wait for the tide to recede. After stretching, Lin Shan said. Lin Shan glanced at the window and noticed the sea water had begun to slowly recede. The tide is out. Time to gather some sea treasures. Lin Shan smiled. As for Golia, she was still not awake. Anyway, there was no rush to go out on an adventure, so it didn't matter if Golia woke up a bit later. Bang! After closing the door, Lin Shan set off for the beach. Upon arriving at the beach, Lin Shan greeted Xiao AI first. Lin Shan, good morning, Xiao AI. Xiao AI, good morning, Captain. Captain, why do I feel like you look much more handsome today? Hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean I look more handsome today? Haven't I always been handsome? Xiao AI, well, that's true, but I still think the captain is more attractive to the elves today. Lin Shan smiled and didn't respond, instead saying, Xiao AI, I'm going to gather sea treasures now. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI immediately replied, I wish the captain a bountiful harvest. Walking on the beach, Lin Shan secretly thought that Xiao AI's reaction must be due to the effect of affinity, right? I didn't expect it to make me look more handsome. Not bad. I like it. In a good mood, Lin Shan found even the wood and stones on the beach looked much more pleasing, and he intentionally bent down to pick up some. Then, he reached the coral area. Although Lin Shan didn't see a single treasure chest in the beach area, his mood was still great since he had become more handsome. Looking at the fish swimming underwater, Lin Shan nodded and smiled. It seems the ecosystem is gradually becoming complete. In the future, food will definitely be sufficient, not to mention anything else. Splash! A huge splash echoed, startling the nearby fish away. Lin Shan didn't pay attention and began searching underwater. The coral area was not as clear as the beach area, with many gaps among the corals. Moreover, the island had expanded almost twice its size, and the landscape of the coral area had changed a lot, so Lin Shan needed to readjust. Soon, Lin Shan spotted his first sea beast of the day, along with a black iron treasure chest behind it. Wow, the shallow sea eel looks much scarier in the water, Lin Shan thought. Indeed, the sea beast that appeared before Lin Shan was the shallow sea eel, and it was longer than the last one he had seen. This shallow sea eel was estimated to be 10 meters long. Really, the difference between underwater and on land was striking. Lin Shan assessed it, and its attributes were similar, just with one more point in water type extraordinary attributes and one more point in extraordinary strength. Looking at the shallow sea eel circling around the black iron treasure chest, attempting to kill it underwater felt unrealistic, so he could only try to scare it away. With this thought, Lin Shan looked at his newly acquired ability, Fear Technique. The shallow sea eel had no extraordinary mental power, so the effect of his fear technique would be maximized. He wondered how effective it would be. Let's wait and see. Saying that, Lin Shan cast Fear Technique at the happily swimming shallow sea eel. A dark beam shot out from between his eyebrows, quickly embedding itself into the eel's head. Seeing this, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows. This fear technique was hard to defend against. It seemed that mental type abilities had some characteristics that made them difficult to counter. Whoosh! The shallow sea eel, which was originally swimming happily, began to dart around in panic, as if something was chasing it. Its slime was secreted in large quantities, and soon, the nearby seawater was filled with the expanding slime, making Lin Shan frown in dismay. Fortunately, the shallow sea eel quickly dashed out of the coral area and swam toward the deep sea, Otherwise, if it continued to run around, the entire coral area would be covered in slime. However, looking at the surrounding slime, the fish trapped in it could barely move. This wouldn't he do? Lin Shan took out his heavy iron spear and started guiding it. Fortunately, it was easier to maneuver underwater. The slime masses were all connected, so hooking one would suffice. Upon reaching the boundary, Lin Shan took out a stone, then stored the heavy iron spear in his backpack. Otherwise, it would be difficult to retrieve it. He then pressed the stone against the slime, and immediately, under the stone's influence, all the slime slid down into the deep sea. Phew! Now the coral area was much cleaner. The remaining slime didn't need to be bothered with. It would gradually fade away anyway. Lin Shan swam back, then collected the black iron treasure chest covered in slime before continuing his search. While searching, he thought, it seems the effect of fear technique is quite powerful. Not bad. It truly deserves its yellow 9-star status, which makes me even more curious about the starlight technique. Unfortunately, the prerequisite for starlight technique requires 300 points of mysterious attributes. Going from yellow to purple is a threshold. No guardian beast's bronze treasure chest? Nice, I'll take it. Pearl shell? Taking it. Lobster? Taking it. Next. Lin Shan just kept collecting. Chapter 65. Crispy skin shark? Why not call it exploding shark? Lin Shan was now collecting everything he saw. Soon, the entire coral area was searched, and he had harvested a total of 8 pearl clams, 2 black iron treasure chests, 1 bronze treasure chest, and 1 wooden treasure chest. That's right, he didn't see any silver treasure chests today, which was a bit of a regret. Splash! Lin Shan was in the water, looking at the rocks, and couldn't help but have an idea to leap quickly from the sea to the surface, break out of the water, and then strike a cool pose on the rocks. The result? Well, he almost fell flat on his face. Damn, his balance wasn't good enough. He had to step up his training. After steadying himself, Lin Shan said, shaking his hair flamboyantly, he set off towards the rocky area. The heavy iron spear was already in his hand, and he wore a look that said everyone present was a joke. His expression was quite arrogant, and once he moved, he became a bit sneaky, almost like a thief. While moving, Lin Shan paid attention to the surroundings. After all, the terrain had changed quite a bit, so it was better to be cautious. Crack, crack. Huh? Lin Shan turned his head to the left side of the rocks. Was there sound just now? Crack. Upon hearing that, Lin Shan's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was something. He quietly walked over. When he reached the edge of the rocks, the muscular Lin Shan did a cat-like peek. The pink rabbit ears on his head kept swaying. What is this? Lin Shan looked at the source of the noise, confused. The creature in front of him looked quite strange, but overall, it resembled a shark. However, its big nose, big lips, and big head were a bit hard to look at. What to do when encountering an unknown creature? Let's use the identification skill. Lin Shan cast the identification skill on the unidentified creature. Name, crispy skin shark. Strength, normal. Talent, none. Ability, explodes at a whim. Poisonous blood. Extraordinary attributes, water 3. Poison 3. Evaluation. Crispy skin shark, the foolish shark among sharks, not very temperamental, likes to explode for no reason. A foolish shark that brings misfortune to itself. And for some reason, it likes to gather around places with ships and then explode. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan was instantly dumbfounded. Crispy skin shark? Explodes for no reason? What kind of foolish shark is this? It seemed that Lin Shan's voice startled the crispy skin shark, and the next second, it exploded. Boom! Holy crap! Lin Shan's pupil shrank, and he quickly retreated. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding rocks were suddenly covered in dark blood. Oh my, it stinks. After sniffing the foul smell in the air, Lin Shan immediately covered his nose and complained. Fila. The black blood clinging to the rocks not only emitted a terrible stench, but also appeared to have a strong corrosive effect. Lin Shan twitched his lips, looked around cautiously, and after finding no treasure chests, he quickly withdrew. It was just too smelly. After leaving the foul-smelling area, Lin Shan gasped for air while complaining. This really is a foolish shark. It didn't explode before I came. As soon as I arrive, it explodes? So there must be other creatures nearby for it to explode? It needs company even in death. No wonder it's so annoying. Ugh, damn it. Next time I encounter this, I'll definitely use ice crystals first and freeze it into an ice sculpture. Let's see how it explodes then. Also, why is it called crispy skin shark instead of exploding shark? If any old fisherman heard Lin Shan's words, they would explain it's called crispy skin shark because its skin is really fragile. Generally, most sharks have thick and tough skin, but the crispy skin shark is an exception. Its skin can break with just a little pressure, and then its poisonous blood spills out. The crispy skin shark relies on this to hunt. Crispy skin shark, come and rub against me. Other fish, don't come near me. Lin Shan's good mood quickly turned sour. Holding the heavy iron spear, he continued searching, but after the explosion of the crispy skin shark, he became even more cautious. After searching for a while, Lin Shan finally spotted the first treasure chest among the rocks, and it was a bronze treasure chest. However, glancing at the large lobster nearby, Lin Shan couldn't help but nod and smile. Finally, the lobster sea beast has appeared. I said it, the crab sea beast and the mantis shrimp sea beast have appeared. So it makes no sense for the lobster sea beast not to show up. Looking at the large lobster in front of him, Lin Shan first used the identification skill, as knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. It's of normal strength, so there's no need to be afraid. Besides, lobsters on land are much weaker than crabs and mantis shrimps. This lobster sea beast had large pincers, which posed a greater threat than lobsters without pincers, but on land. It was not much different. With a large lobster in front of him, Lin Shan immediately felt that the normal lobsters he had caught in the coral area were instantly less appealing. The lobster sea beast lay motionless on the ground. From its extraordinary attributes, it couldn't match Lin Shan's strength, so he decided to sneak attack. It was a joke. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If he got caught by those large pincers, it wouldn't be funny. If he could sneak attack, why not? He wasn't reckless. Even with Lin Shan's current strength, he could break free, but he would still get hurt, right? Not to mention that there was a protruding rock behind the lobster sea beast, from which Lin Shan could leap down and pierce the lobster sea beast's head. With his current strength, it was completely feasible. After all, this lobster had no gold-type extraordinary attributes, meaning its defense was relatively average. Just as Lin Shan snuck up to the protruding rock, he was surprised to find a black iron treasure chest wedged between the rock crevices. Nice, this came without effort. I'll take it. Lin Shan smiled happily, and after collecting the treasure chest, he carefully climbed up the rocks. Looking at the large lobster sea beast below, Lin Shan raised his heavy iron spear and prepared for a leap of faith. During the identification earlier, the excessive evaluation indicated that the lobster sea beast could not attack from behind, so he could attack freely from its back. Lin Shan, take this. A strike of Mount Tai pressing down. Bang! Crack! The heavy iron spear, aided by gravity, directly pierced through the lobster sea beast's head, while Lin Shan himself heavily crashed down onto the back of the lobster sea beast. Instantly, the lobster sea beast was knocked down. Clearly, Lin Shan had underestimated his own weight. Although the lobster sea beast was large, weighing over 100 pounds, and with the added weight of a falling force, it only made it heavier. Chapter 66. Wow. Who wouldn't love such a family? Hey, stop pretending, get up. Lin Shan kicked the lobster sea beast and shouted. Unfortunately, the lobster sea beast ignored him and just lay there. Could it be? Did it get crushed to death? Lin Shan said in confusion. Heavy iron spear. Did I penetrate its head? Lobster sea beast. Yes. There's an iron stick stuck in my head. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shan stopped dwelling on it and directly stored the lobster sea beast in his backpack, along with a bronze treasure chest. Then he continued searching. Next, he unexpectedly discovered a few juvenile shallow water crabs and mantis shrimp. At the same time, Lin Shan found another bronze treasure chest by the rocky pit. After that, there were no special items, so Lin Shan went back. The haul wasn't small either. 8 pearl clams, 3 black iron treasure chests, 3 bronze treasure chests, 1 wooden treasure chest, 1 lobster sea beast, and 1 lobster. Even though silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and special treasure chests have been unlocked, they didn't seem to appear easily. Soon, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse room. He first glanced at the bed where Golia was, noticing she was still not awake. After confirming there were no issues, he turned and walked toward the control panel. He was ready to upgrade the lighthouse. As he now had enough energy stones, and didn't need to rely on the lighthouse upgrades for energy recovery. Name: Lighthouse. Category: Lighthouse. Rating: White 9. Main effect: ghostly blue candlelight. Special effect: None. Energy 100. Upgrade requirement: Lighthouse Fire Core. Evaluation: a barebones lighthouse. Useless except for dispelling thin sea fog. Lighthouse Fire Core? As expected, it's something I don't recognize. Most likely, I'll have to go out to sea and search other islands. Maybe I can find an abandoned lighthouse or something. Lin Shan looked at the upgrade requirement and sighed. Shaking his head, he closed the lighthouse panel and directly opened the island panel, then started the upgrade. Spending 50,000 stones, he upgraded to green 4-star. And at the same time, the area increased by 30,000 square meters, becoming 42,000 square meters. No stones left. Let's check the trading system to see how much they returned. Looking at the nearly depleted stones, Lin Shan said, picking a random crafting table, and then made 50,000 packs of toilet paper. Toilet paper always sells well. Even if someone else produces it, there's still a profit. Opening his personal trading shop, Lin Shan was surprised to find that the stones and what he lent out not only all returned, but also had about a third more. At the same time, Lin Shan noticed a red dot for system rewards in the mail. There was currently a red dot. Why is there still a red dot? Didn't I claim all the rewards already? Lin Shan said in confusion. Puzzled, he clicked to open it, and instantly, a bunch of prompt messages popped up one after another. System ding. Chun Si Xin gifted you 3 energy stones. System ding. Lin Dali gifted you 2 energy stones. System ding. Chun Laoda gifted you 2 energy stones. System ding. Lin Shan was dumbfounded. Huang Xin was also stunned, confused by the over 90,000 messages. That's right. Huang Xin also received energy stones gifted by everyone. Lin Shan looked at the accumulated energy stones in the mail, totaling 249,472, and couldn't help but gasp. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Did everyone from area 88888888 give me 2 to 3 energy stones?" Lin Shan did not choose to accept, but opened the chat channel to look. At the same time, Huang Xin, like Lin Shan, did not choose to accept and turned to open the chat channel. Lin Shan. Image a bunch of message prompts. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Huang Xin. Image. Same question. It's the wild big shots. I got to the 2nd floor. So happy. The big shots actually appear together. Rare. Took a screenshot. Hee big shots. This is our heartfelt thanks. After all, you brought us energy stone treasure chests. Free stuff makes me happy. And sending 2 or 3 to the big shots makes me even happier. That's right. 1111. No, I want to break the formation. I want to shout out loud. Big shots are awesome. High pitch. Big shots, you can scroll up. There's our collective discussion result. The one's upstairs. It's gone. I deleted it. We just wanted to repay Lin Shan and Huang Xin. What's the point of keeping that discussion post? That makes sense. I support it. Mom, did you see I'm also a lay phone? Hee little brat. 2 big shots. Don't feel embarrassed. Even though a lot gathered, it spreads to all of us. It's just 3 or 4 each. Right. We each open hundreds, enough to use. Looking at the barrage in the chat channel, Lin Shan was immediately gratified. Indeed, they were very loving family members. His efforts not only didn't result in a loss, but also earned him a great profit. Lin Shan. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. From now on, toilet paper will be 10 off. A big shot, we don't need this piece of wood. Ha. No way, the big shot is too funny. Indeed, so cute. The sister upstairs. I'm cute too. Hee. Little brat, go play somewhere else. Bastard. I won't let you go. I'm not a little brat. Huang Xin. Since Lin Shan accepted, then I won't be polite either. All right. Big shots, don't be polite. After closing the chat channel with a gratified expression, Lin Shan clicked accept this time. Instantly, the energy stones in his backpack soared by over 249,000. Then, Lin Shan took out 100,000 wood and 250,000 stones from his personal shop to upgrade the island and port. He first maxed out the island, consuming 210,000 stones, upgrading the island directly to green 9-star. Name, Tidal Island. Category, Island. Rating, green 9. Effect, Tree resources, unknown small mineral vein resources not discovered. Special effect, tidal effect doubled, coral coast, affinity, area, 102,000 square meters. Upgrade requirement, island heart 5. No way, it directly multiplied by 5? I thought it would take 2 island hearts. Lin Shan said in surprise. Chapter 67, The Invisible Hand. Turning off the island panel, Lin Shan opened the port panel and began the upgrade. Name, port, category, island building, rating, green 9 effect, then existing ships, light iron fast ship, ship sprite, already recorded island route 1. 13 kilometers, evaluation, a port that is taking shape, easily attracting sea travelers. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone. Island must reach blue 1. System prompt. The port is one of the important buildings. Please upgrade it as much as possible. The port will attract sea merchants. And it is also a facility for guardians to explore the island. Upgrading from white 9 stars to green 9 stars consumed 80,000 wood and 30,000 stone. Huh. Is a requirement for blue also 10,000 wood? Looking at the upgrade requirements, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim. Then, Lin Shan went to the window, opened it, and looked at the port, finding that the entire port was enveloped in a layer of light, apparently undergoing transformation. Having used 80,000 wood and 30,000 stone, it should be quite sturdy now, right? After glancing a few times, Lin Shan ignored it and prepared to open the treasure chest while getting ready for lunch, which would be big lobsters and lobsters, along with pearl clams. This was simple to handle. Just put the shrimp in salt water, wash them, and throw them directly into the fire pit. All right, the big lobster sea beast would be roasted in the fireplace, while the lobster would be boiled with the meat of the pearl clams. After preparing lunch, Lin Shan finally turned his attention to the treasure chests. 7 chests were lined up in a row. Lin Shan first opened the wooden chest. System, obtained wood 20, black bread 1. After taking the black bread out of his backpack and placing it on the table, Lin Shan looked at the black iron chest, thinking it would be better to open 3 at once. System, stone 50, black iron spear 1. System, with 70, stone 30, purified water 1. White bread 1. System, iron block 10, net bag 1. Huh? Black iron spear? Too bad it's of no use to me anymore. A net bag? This is great. It will make beachcombing much easier, especially in the coral area, whether for collecting pearl clams, big lobsters, or sea fish. Lin Shan looked at the net bag and said with satisfaction. As for the other items, they were all stored in the space cabinet. With the space cabinet, Lin Shan no longer needed to keep wood and stone in his backpack, freeing up 2 backpack slots. As for the black iron spear, Lin Shan directly listed it for sale in his personal shop, matching it with items of the same rating. However, since it was a weapon, he had to do a 2-for-1 trade. Next, Lin Shan turned his attention to the bronze chest, and, as before, he opened all of them. System, obtain milk white strawberry seeds, 3, excellent fertilizer 3, system, obtain bedding set 1, toiletries set 1, bathing set 1, system, invisible hand crystal 1. Upon seeing the milk white strawberry seeds, Lin Shan couldn't help but roll his eyes and complained. The previous milk-flavored strawberry seeds and water spirit rice were washed away by the tsunami, and now I have to replant them, right? Luckily, the good farmland is fine. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. Then he looked at the various daily necessities. These items were quite nice. Lin Shan took them out one by one. The bedding set consisted of a quilt, pillow, sheet, and mattress cover. But it was a double quilt, which wouldn't fit well on his small single bed. Next, the toiletry set included a toothbrush, towel, wash cup, and razor. Then the bathing set included shower gel, shampoo, bathing towel, and a large bathtub. Looking at the large bathtub in front of him, Lin Shan was momentarily confused. But the next second he reacted. Wow, isn't this just a large water storage tank? Not bad, I can use this. Lin Shan smiled. He then placed the toiletry set and bathing set into the bathtub and set it aside. Finally, the main event. Lin Shan's eyes lit up as he clicked on the invisible hand crystal to check. Name, invisible hand crystal. Category, ability, rating, blue 9. Effect, conjures a semi-transparent hand that can be controlled until the energy is exhausted. Evaluation, an invisible hand formed by extraordinary mental attributes. The higher the mental power, the stronger the conjured hand. It is said that the inventor of this ability was an extraordinary librarian who could release hundreds of invisible hands at once to organize books. An ability related to mental attributes? Not bad, I'll learn it. Lin Shan directly learned it. The invisible hand crystal instantly transformed into a beam of light and entered Lin Shan's forehead. Rubbing his slightly sore forehead, Lin Shan laughed happily. This invisible hand is impressive. According to the information of the invisible hand, 10 points of extraordinary attribute points could conjure an additional invisible hand, and Lin Shan currently had 15 points of mental attributes, allowing him to conjure 2 invisible hands. Moreover, the effect of the invisible hand was quite good. It was a dual attribute ability, capable of interacting with physical objects and spiritual entities. With a thought, a massive semi-transparent hand appeared in front of him. In its normal state, it stood 2 meters tall. Impressive. And as long as I don't disperse it, it can exist indefinitely. However, it will continuously consume mental power. Moreover, by increasing the input of mental power, the invisible hand can also grow larger, and its power will be even more formidable. Lin Shan was extremely satisfied, and then tried to see how the invisible hand performed in its normal state. He turned to look at the bronze dumbbell under the table and controlled the invisible hand to pick it up. Wow, that was effortless. Impressive. The bronze dumbbell weighs around 800 pounds. Satisfied, Lin Shan began testing the limits of the invisible hand in its normal form. He increased the weight of the dumbbell to 900 pounds. No problem. 1,000 pounds. Still the same. Feeling no additional consumption, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised and directly adjusted the bronze dumbbell to the maximum limit, 1,000 kilograms. Oh, now the consumption finally increased a bit, meaning that the invisible hand in its normal state has a strength of 2,000 pounds? Wow, even an adult shallow water crab couldn't handle that, right? Lin Shan said with shining eyes. Powerful, formidable. Lin Shan was extremely satisfied. This was the ability he should learn. After all, his fate was primarily based on mystery and spirit. A fragrant aroma slowly wafted up, and Lin Shan sniffed and immediately turned to look at the fireplace. Oh, lunch is ready. Then, Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to take the steaming big lobster sea beast out of the fire pit. Hey, that was easy. The invisible hand truly is a blessing for lazy people. Chapter 68. The Arrival of the Sea Merchants. Soon, the giant lobster sea beast was cleaned by Lin Shan using the invisible hand. Not bad, not bad. It's so convenient. It's simply, Lin Shan said with a satisfied smile. Then he picked up a piece of lobster meat and started eating it. The taste is good, and the texture is very chewy. A low murmur sounded. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned his head to look at the single bed where Galia was, and saw her slowly opening her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "You're awake? Just in time, we can have lunch." Galia, still in a daze, immediately sat up. The single bed creaked, but it seemed to say, "I can hold on." Galia quickly got down, then sat on a chair and started eating. Grabbing the lobster meat, she began to munch on it, and soon her cheeks were puffed up. Meanwhile, Lin Shan was eating and checking Galia's attributes, wondering how many stars she had upgraded. 9 stars. Fully maxed out? Lin Shan couldn't help but blink, somewhat incredulous. A 1/6 chance, and it happened? What Lin Shan didn't know was that this type of scroll had hidden bonuses, meaning that if the potential of the upgraded item was significant enough, the enhancement effect would also be maximized. Without a doubt, Galia had great potential, so it wasn't too surprising that it was fully maxed out. Of course, Lin Shan, unaware of this, was just lamenting how incredibly lucky he was. He felt like he was on top of the world. After using the invisible hand to take out the lobster coral, the two continued to eat. The main thing was that now that Galia was awake, training could be arranged. Although the presence of the invisible hand had changed his methods, combat experience still had to be gained through actual combat, right? Galia couldn't disclose the Empire's combat skills and abilities, but she could utilize them. Therefore, Lin Shan's training plan was essentially a battle. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Shan said, "Galia, let us go for a walk, digest a bit, and then we can start training." Galia nodded in response. The The two then walked out of the lighthouse room, one in front and the other behind. Lin Shan turned his head to take a look, then walked towards the farmland. The small grove that used to be on the island had now only a few stumps left, all broken, but due to the resources from upgrading the island. Many new trees had sprouted. Looking at the bare farmland, Lin Shan helplessly curled his lips, then planted the new strawberry seeds, along with higher quality fertilizer. Suddenly, they sprouted. After surrounding them with stones again, Lin Shan started to wander around. It's worth noting that the current area of the island was 102,000 square meters, with a diameter of over 300 meters. While wandering, he also looked for what kind of small mine it was. After about half an hour of searching, Lin Shan finally found the small mine, but it was still forming, indicating that the island's area was insufficient, so it couldn't be materialized. After curiously glancing a few times, Lin Shan walked towards the beach. With Galia. Although it was high tide now, the beach wasn't completely submerged, and there was still about 2 meters of beach left, which was enough to serve as a training ground. Upon reaching the beach, Lin Shan looked at Galia and said, "Galia, let us train, combat training." Galia nodded and said, "Understood, master." Lin Shan glanced at Galia's sparkling eyes and thought, "I hope you really understand." Lin Shan, "Then I'll go first." Galia, Lin Shan took out the heavy iron spear and executed his self-created move. Left and right poking. Slap. Galia lightly dodged this full of flaws spear technique, then came in front of Lin Shan and gently pushed. She then forgot she had been upgraded, so Lin Shan was directly slammed into the beach, creating a pit. Hiss, Lin Shan gasped. Galia's strength is quite impressive now, but he could see that she had already held back quite a bit, yet it was still exaggerated. After a moment, Lin Shan stood up and said to Galia, "Galia, continue." Galia nodded again. Then, you meity. In less than 2 hours, the surrounding beach was filled with numerous pits of varying sizes, all created by Lin Shan's body. For this, Lin Shan had to use a bottle of moon healing pills. Lying on the beach, Lin Shan weakly waved his hand to Galia and said, "Galia, I'm tired. I have no energy left." Galia blinked and said, "Master, shall we continue tomorrow?" Lin Shan, "Yes, but we still have the invisible hand." Galia, "Take a look at it." After saying this, Lin Shan conjured an invisible hand and sent it flying towards Galia, then gently patted her. Galia turned her head to take a look, then threw a punch. With a loud bang, the invisible hand exploded. It got blown up. Wow, it got blown up just like that? Hiss, Galia. "How much strength did you use just now?" Lin Shan exclaimed as he looked at the exploded invisible hand. Galia replied calmly, "Master, probably around 3,000 pounds of strength." Lin Shan, hearing this, conjured another ordinary invisible hand. Galia, "Try using 2,000 pounds of strength." Lin Shan said. Galia nodded and aimed at the invisible hand, throwing a punch. This time, the invisible hand was not blown up, but had a hole punched through it. This level of damage, Lin Shan could repair using his mental power. Lin Shan nodded and said, "Galia, try 1,500 pounds." Galia nodded and threw another punch. This time, the invisible hand held up, meaning that under normal conditions, the strength limit of the invisible hand was 2,000 pounds, and the endurance limit was also around 2,000 pounds. "Impressive," Lin Shan exclaimed. Next, it was time to train the agility of the invisible hand. Lin Shan conjured an invisible hand and started playing with pebbles, only this time using larger stones. Just as Lin Shan was training the invisible hand, the fog on the distant sea suddenly parted. Subsequently, a ship similar in size to Xiao AI slowly emerged. The fog is gone. Have I reached someone else's territory? Qing Yun's voice sounded, clearly a bit surprised. Since I'm here, I must do business after all. This is a good area, and doing business here, one doesn't have to worry about being cheated. Chapter 69, What did you say your name is? Lin Shan manipulated 2 invisible hands and started playing rock, paper, scissors. Galia stood by, watching intently. Suddenly, Galia turned her head towards the direction of the port and saw an unfamiliar ship slowly approaching. Blinking, Galia turned back to Lin Shan and said, "Master, an outsider ship is approaching the port." Hearing this, Lin Shan, who was controlling the invisible hands, turned to look at the port and indeed saw a ship approaching. It should be a merchant ship from a sea. Let us go. Golia. Let us first grab the lighthouse gold coins. After taking a look, Lin Shan stood up, brushed off the sand from his pants, and said. Golia nodded in response and followed Lin Shan towards the lighthouse. Huh? The merchant ship that had already docked at the port looked at the two, leaving with a puzzled expression. What is going on? Did they mistake me for a pirate? Just as the merchant ship was wondering whether to go down and explain, the two came out from the lighthouse. Huh? Are they going to get the money? The merchant ship looked in surprise at the 4 treasure chests behind Lin Shan and exclaimed. The 4 chests filled with lighthouse gold coins contained over 100,000 coins, weighing more than 2 tons, but with the invisible hands, it was easy to carry, just a bit tiring. After all, the invisible hands could normally handle up to 2,000 pounds, which is exactly 1 ton. Lin Shan quickly brought the treasure chests of lighthouse gold coins with Golia to the port. Looking at the 4 floating chests behind Lin Shan, the merchant ship was somewhat surprised. Invisible hands? That's a rare ability, and there are 2. The island owner has strength, isn't bad. The merchant ship thought in surprise. After Lin Shan placed the treasure chest down, he shouted towards the ship. Are you a merchant from the sea? I am Lin Shan, the owner of this island. Welcome. Clap. The ship's gangplank dropped down onto the port. Then a figure walked down. Huh. Seeing someone come down, Lin Shan looked over and immediately noticed the other person's long ears. An elf. Lin Shan thought in surprise. The elf walked directly to a meter in front of Lin Shan and introduced herself. Hello, island owner Lin Shan. My name is Celia. As you can see, I'm a sea merchant. Celia introduced herself. Huh, wait a minute. What did you say your name is? Lin Shan said in surprise. Hearing this, Celia blinked in confusion and then said, Island owner Lin Shan. My name is Celia. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Shan? Celia? Celia. Yes. Lin Shan. Celia, can I ask you a question? Upon hearing this, Celia looked at Lin Shan with curiosity. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, Sure, but I want to answer personal questions. Lin Shan waved his hand and smiled. It's not a big deal, I'm just a bit curious, Celia. Can you beat a goblin? Celia was taken aback upon hearing this. After a moment, she finally spoke. Although I don't know why you, island owner Lin Shan, would ask such a strange question, it's really not a big deal. I can easily kill goblins. After all, they're just low-level monsters. Even a goblin king wouldn't be my opponent. Lin Shan nodded and then asked, By the way, do you accept Q coins? Upon hearing this, Celia immediately shook her head and said, Island owner Lin Shan, I only accept lighthouse gold coins. I don't accept any other currency. Lin Shan nodded again and laughed. Oh, all right, it's nothing. You're not the Celia I know. Huh, not the Celia you know? Could there be another elf named Celia? Celia asked curiously. Lin Shan, yes, there is indeed another elf with the same name as you. You don't know. She deceived 1,000,000 heroes and caused a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Celia was somewhat surprised. Deceived 1,000,000 heroes? Really? What did she deceive them about? Lin Shan, nothing much, just deceived some Q coins, but most of the heroes were willing participants. Celia's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She suddenly felt admiration for another elf with the same name. Q coins are probably like gold coins, right? To trick 1,000,000 heroes is impressive. That person must be a predecessor of wealth, right? Lin Shan. Okay, let us not mention that 1,000,000 hero Celia anymore. Celia, what products do you have for sale here? Hearing about business, Celia immediately came back to her senses. After all, her path was wealth. And how does wealth come? Of course, through business. In fact, the merchant path would have been more suitable for her, but Celia didn't like the levels behind being a merchant. So she switched to the path of wealth. Celia, I have a lot of things here, island owner Lin Shan. Would you like to come aboard and take a look? Upon hearing this, Lin Shan replied, Sure. Celia immediately began to lead the way. Celia, island owner Lin Shan, I have a lot of items here. At least over 1,000 types. If you want to see them all, it will be very chaotic. So if you have any specific items you need, you can mention them. This way, I can see if I have them based on your description. Lin Shan nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, Celia's ship was filled with various items, and it was a bit dazzling. Celia, do you sell Allen hearts here? Lin Shan asked. Nothing is more important than an island heart. Oh yes, I have Lighthouse Fire course. Celia nodded and smiled. Of course, this is our best-selling product. However, because it's so popular, I only have 5 pieces available, and the price is relatively expensive. Lin Shan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and then asked, "How much for each?" Celia hesitated for a moment, and then said somewhat dejectedly, "Oh, I forgot that you're a newcomer in the good district, so you have a newcomer discount." Lin Shan, huh? So generous? And what is the good district? Celia directly called out. Lily, manifest the discount wheel. Lily, okay, Sister Celia. Hearing this, Lin Shan curiously looked around. The voice just now should be that of a ship spirit, right? Celia, huh? Oh, by the way, island owner Lin Shan, what did you just say? Chapter 70, Good Zone, Evil Zone, Ordinary Zone Lin Shan. Celia, what do you mean by good zone? Celia replied, the good zone is the area where you, Island Master Lin Shan, are located. Lin Shan asked in confusion, my area is the good zone? Then what does the good zone mean? Celia explained, the good zone, well, let me introduce it to you. Firstly, for the new guardians who joined this time, there will be a division into zones during allocation. This division is not numbered, but rather categorized as good zone, evil zone, and ordinary zone. Lin Shan responded with surprise, good zone, evil zone, ordinary zone? Is there really a difference in treatment? Celia nodded and said, yes, there is indeed some difference in treatment. Don't interrupt me, let me finish. The 3 zones can be inferred from their names. Your area, Island Master Lin Shan, is the good zone where most of the people are relatively kind-hearted. The resources allocated in this area are also richer and more diverse. The evil zone, on the other hand, is completely the opposite of the good zone. The people in the evil zone include both extremely vicious individuals and swindlers. In short, they're all bad people. Therefore, the environmental conditions in the evil zone are quite poor. However, correspondingly, the chances of obtaining extraordinary resources in the evil zone are much higher than in the good zone, but the dangers are also significantly greater. Lastly, there's the ordinary zone, which is the area for ordinary people. The resources in the ordinary zone are relatively average, nothing much to say. Lin Shan exclaimed, so, does this mean that strong individuals are likely to emerge from the evil zone, while teams are likely to form in the good zone? And the ordinary zone could have anything? Celia shook her head and said, not necessarily. The division of zones also has a time limit. Once the time is up, you will face all the forces of the entire Misty Sea. You must understand that they won't easily allow new forces to emerge. But the Misty Sea is vast, and with the fog obscuring visibility, it's uncertain whether they can find you. Lin Shan recalled what the system said about unlocking, meaning 1 month later, or even longer. Celia said, all right, I've clarified the distinctions between the zones for you. Now you can draw a discount. I hope you get 10 discount. Lin Shan, with a bit of a dark expression, said, why can't it be a 10 discount? Celia widened her eyes and said, of course not. Wouldn't that mean I'd be at a loss? No way, absolutely not. Especially since you, Island Master Lin Shan, are carrying 4 boxes? Who knows how many lighthouse coins you have? If it's really a 10 discount, I'd just run away. Lin Shan rolled his eyes. If he really drew a 10 discount, would she still want to run? That's not happening. Celia, somewhat reluctantly, muttered, fine, just draw. A 10 discount would be best, and 20 discount would be okay, and a 30 discount would be acceptable. Lin Shan looked at the wheel in front of him and said, Celia, you're not secretly manipulating it, are you? Celia rolled her eyes and retorted, how is that possible? My character is quite good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be assigned to the good zone. Ugh, hurry up and draw. I just love coins, is that wrong? No, right? Who says elves can't like coins? Do they have to be dragons? Celia thought angrily. In a certain dungeon, Celia nodded and said, exactly. What is wrong with letting the heroes recharge some Q coins? Don't heroes get any benefits? Doesn't the warehouse need to be upgraded? Aren't there more slots? Aren't the outfits ugly? Aren't the resurrection coins useful? Lin Shan looked at the spinning wheel, which had options for 10, 30, 50, 70, 80, and 90 discounts. After looking at it, he gave a spin, and the wheel began to spin rapidly. Celia watched the wheel nervously. As it slowed down, her tension increased. Go, go, phew, phew. Lin Shan rolled his eyes. Blowing air into your cheeks really doesn't help it spin. Finally, the wheel came to a complete stop, and Celia, looking at the 50 discount sign, nearly closed her eyes and fainted. Celia, 5. 50 off? Whoa, this is too tragic. I'm going to suffer a huge loss this time. Lin Shan, then I'll be happy. Celia, how much is the heart of the island now? Celia covered her face and replied painfully. The auction price for the heart of the island is very high, starting at 100,000, but the market price is 50,000. So now, after the discount, it's 25,000 each. Lin Shan gasped. The market price is 50,000 lighthouse coins each, starting at 100,000 for the auction. The heart of the island is worth that much. It seems he needs to visit the islands provided by his island route soon. Lin Shan calculated his lighthouse coins, which were about 130,000. It seemed he could just buy all 5 of Celia's hearts of the island. Lin Shan, Celia, do you have any lighthouse fire cores here? Celia shook her head and said weakly, no, those are even rarer than the hearts of the island. Lin Shan nodded regretfully and said, do you have any island routes here? Celia, island routes? Yes, there are 2, but they're expensive. Lin Shan, how expensive? Celia, the lowest level is the green 1-star route, which costs 1,000 lighthouse coins. Each additional star increases the cost by 1,000 coins. So, a green 9-star route costs 10,000 lighthouse coins, and the blue ones are even more expensive, with 1 star costing 20,000 coins. Lin Shan frowned and asked, are island routes that expensive? Celia replied, of course. After all, the islands guided by island routes are unique, meaning that besides the user, no one else can find them. Moreover, both the heart of the island and the lighthouse fire cores can be found on the islands guided by these routes. Don't you think they're valuable? Lin Shan nodded and asked, what rating are your island routes? Celia, 1 green 5-star and 1 blue 1-star. Lin Shan, Celia, wait a moment. I'll go back and check how many lighthouse coins I have first. Celia waved her hand and said, you can authorize me to check your coin balance. It's a right given by the system. Don't worry, I can only see the coin amount, nothing else, and I need your permission. Lin Shan glanced at Celia and nodded. System ding. Merchant at sea. Celia requests to check lighthouse coin balance. Chapter 71. Recycling. Lin Shan glanced at the system prompt and directly clicked confirm. Celia. It passed. Thank you, Island Master Lin Shan, for your trust. Hee. Let me see how many lighthouse coins you have. After saying that, Celia began to check. Let me see. 131, 293 lighthouse coins. Celia's voice involuntarily rose in pitch, and it trembled a bit. Lin Shan nodded in response. He could just buy 5 island hearts now. The market price is 50,000 each, and with the discount, it's 25,000 each, totaling 125,000. Celia said a bit dejectedly. Wait, Island Master Lin Shan, aren't you a newbie? Where did you get so many lighthouse coins? Lin Shan smiled and said, I'm quite lucky. I found them from a sunken ship. Celia, a sunken ship? Hiss. Island Master Lin Shan, did you go deep into the sea? Lin Shan shook his head and said, no, it was brought up by a tsunami. Upon hearing this, Celia immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, you scared me. I thought you had become strong enough to explore the sea. After patting her chest, Celia helplessly said, well, Island Master Lin Shan, you really are lucky. So what do you want to buy? Lin Shan replied with a smile. 5 island hearts. Celia frowned and mumbled, I knew it. Oh no, I'm losing out. However, Celia still resignedly went to get the 5 island hearts because merchants should be honest, especially in a good area. In a bad area, one could back out as there are many swindlers. Watching Celia search for the island hearts, Lin Shan suddenly remembered something and asked her, by the way, Celia, do you recycle items here? Just as Celia picked up the box containing the island hearts, she replied, of course. Why wouldn't we? After all, we sea traders can make a profit from the price difference. What is up? Island Master Lin Shan, do you have something to sell? Lin Shan nodded. He indeed had some useless items, like ordinary pearls. He had opened 4 from the pearl oysters, but he didn't know their price. Celia walked over with the box and said, Island Master Lin Shan, once the transaction is confirmed, I can directly collect 125,000 lighthouse coins. Lin Shan took the box opened it, took a look, and then stored everything in his backpack. After seeing the 5 island hearts in the slots, he nodded. After confirming everything was fine, Celia manipulated something in the air, and it was done. System ding. Guardian Lin Shan, you have consumed 125,000 lighthouse coins to purchase 5 island hearts. The transaction is completed. Celia, the transaction is complete. Island Master Lin Shan, do you want to buy anything else? Lin Shan, I also want those 2 island routes. Celia, the green 5-star island route is 500 lighthouse coins, and the blue 1-star one is 10,000 lighthouse coins, totaling 500 lighthouse coins. Island Master Lin Shan, you don't have enough. Lin Shan nodded and said, right, that's why I asked if you recycle items. Celia, oh, what do you have? I can give you a price estimate. Don't worry, it will definitely be fair. But the purchase price will be lower than the market price. Please understand this. Lin Shan nodded and smiled. Understood, I'll go back and get it. Seeing this, Celia blinked and quickly said, Island Master Lin Shan, do you have a lot of items to sell? If you do, I can go with you, which will make it easier for on-the-spot purchases. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan nodded and said, that works. I'll trouble you to make a trip, Celia. Upon hearing this, Celia waved her hand and smiled. Aren't I just trying to earn a bit more? Shall we go now? Lin Shan nodded and smiled. Please. Celia, ahem, then I won't be polite. Lin Shan couldn't help but chuckle, then began to lead the way since the island was his territory. As the owner, he should definitely treat her well. After all, having the island owner Lin Shan personally lead the way, isn't that enough hospitality? These ordinary pearls would be quite valuable inland, but we are overseas now, so my friend, I can only offer 200 lighthouse coins for each. Celia examined the pearls in her hand and quoted a price. Lin Shan, 4 pieces, let's say 250 each to make it an even number. Celia, deal. Lin Shan. Celia, oh, Island Master Lin Shan, please don't misunderstand. My quick agreement is because I often return to the clan, and at that time, I can sell them for a good price. Lin Shan, okay, I believe you. Now how about this? What is it worth? A spirit monkey claw, a light water iron shield, and 2 black iron spears. Celia, these are all low-rated weapons, not very valuable. The black iron spear is 50 lighthouse coins each. The light water iron shield is good, 500 lighthouse coins, and the spirit monkey claw? 300 lighthouse coins. Altogether, that's 900. Lin Shan, that's still not enough. I need 500 lighthouse coins. Celia looked at the coin balance and said, Island Master Lin Shan, you currently have 193 lighthouse coins. So you still need 307 more. Lin Shan stroked his chin, looking at the items on the shelf. He didn't want to sell the good items, and the bad ones had low prices. Finally, Lin Shan's gaze landed on the energy stones, which are not only good but also the most numerous. Lin Shan, Celia, how much is 1 energy stone worth in lighthouse coins? Celia was taken aback and then said, Energy stones? Those are precious energy currency. Are you sure you want to exchange energy stones for lighthouse coins? Lin Shan, well, I have no choice. I don't have enough lighthouse coins. How many coins can I get for 1 energy stone? Celia scratched her cheek and said, that's a bit tricky. Island Master Lin Shan, if you were trading on a mainland, 1 energy stone could be exchanged for 10,000 lighthouse coins, but here, it doesn't work that way. We, the sea traders, have a system-imposed limit, so 1 energy stone can only be exchanged for 1,000 lighthouse coins. Lin Shan nodded and said, then I'll exchange for stones for now. Chapter 72, Farming Must Farm. Upon hearing this, Celia nodded and happily said, sure, this is definitely a profitable project. Lin Shan rolled his eyes at this, but thought it was worth it for the 2 island routes. After all, the island routes could lead to finding the lighthouse flame core and the island heart. Celia, all right, the island route transaction is complete. Lin Shan, do you have anything else to trade? If not, I will set sail. But speaking of which, you are new here. The island routes are actually quite easy to get from treasure chests. Lin Shan was taken aback, but thought it didn't matter. Even if they could be opened, they're still quite rare now, so he pondered over other items. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan asked, do you have any space-type goods? Celia shook her head and said, space-type items are quite expensive. I haven't stocked up on them. Lin Shan nodded and asked about some weapons and equipment, but unfortunately, while they were available, their ratings weren't great. Celia explained that each maritime trader's goods are sourced by themselves, so there is definitely a focus in their inventory. Finally, Lin Shan inquired, do you have anything like fertile land? Oh, and various vegetable or fruit tree seeds. Celia nodded and smiled. I have plenty of those. After all, I'm also an elf, though I do have a bit of a love for money. Lin Shan, how much do you have? Celia, well, let me check. After saying that, Celia began to point around in the void, swiping back and forth. After about 10 seconds, she finally stopped. Looking at the catalog, Celia said, Lin Shan, there are a total of 10 pieces of ordinary farmland with a white rating, all white 9 stars, each with 9 planting slots. Then there are 5 pieces of fertile land with a green rating, 3 of which are green 5 stars and 2 are green 7 stars. There is 1 piece of premium fertile land with a blue rating, rated at 3 stars. Next are the vegetable and fruit tree seeds, but they are all ordinary vegetables, with the highest being green 3 stars, but there are plenty in quantity and variety. How many do you want, Lin Shan? Lin Shan decisively said, I want all the farmland and all the seeds as well. Also, do you have any fertilizers? Farming must farm. After all, besides water apples, there are no other vegetables or fruits now. Celia replied, fertilizer? I don't have any. I'm an elf. Can't I just use my wood-type extraordinary ability to catalyze? Lin Shan blinked and said, the problem is I don't know how. Celia, no problem. I can teach you for 10,000 lighthouse coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan immediately said, deal. Celia blinked in surprise. Did she just make a loss? However, the catalysis technique is indeed quite cheap, requiring only a bit of wood-type extraordinary attributes to learn. After all, it can't catalyze extraordinary plants, only ordinary ones. But the next second, when Lin Shan pulled out 10 energy stones, Celia's eyes lit up. This was not a loss at all. It was a great profit. Wait a minute. Lin Shan no longer had any lighthouse coins, which meant he was buying the fertile land and vegetable and fruit tree seeds with energy stones. Wow, Celia thought. I've hit the jackpot today. Celia quickly started counting. Celia, 10 pieces of ordinary fertile land, 5 pieces of fertile land, 1 piece of premium fertile land, a large bag of various ordinary vegetable seeds, and a large bag of various ordinary fruit tree seeds. Altogether, that will be, after deducting the remaining lighthouse coins, it totals 30,000 lighthouse coins, mainly because the premium fertile land is a bit more expensive. Lin Shan, can it be a bit less? Celia, no, dear. This is already the price after a 50 discount. Thinking of the 50 discount, Celia almost started to whine. Without the discount, her gains would have doubled. Lin Shan, hearing this, had no choice but to pull out another 30 energy stones. Celia's eyes sparkled as she took them, counting them one by one before happily putting them back into her spatial item. After receiving the energy stones, Celia excitedly said, all right, Lin Shan, I will teach you the catalysis technique now. Oh, by the way, do you have any wood-type extraordinary attributes? Lin Shan nodded, indicating that he did. Celia, upon hearing this, nodded and said, great, the catalysis technique is easy to master. Do you have any fertile land here? I will demonstrate first, then teach you how to use it. Lin Shan, of course, follow me. After saying that, Lin Shan led Celia toward a small grove. Celia, seeing this, quickly followed. Arriving at the fertile land next to the small grove, Lin Shan turned to look at Celia. Celia didn't hesitate, explaining while using the catalysis technique. A faint green light surged into the tender leaves of the strawberries, and in an instant, they began to grow wildly, maturing in just a few seconds. Wow, they are milky white strawberries. They are delicious. Can I pick some? Celia exclaimed in delight as she looked at the ripe strawberries. Lin Shan looked at the dense cluster of strawberries, easily numbering over 100, and said, sure, by the way, will these strawberries grow again? Celia, while picking, replied, of course. The growth cycle of milky white strawberries is 90 days, but with the support of fertile land, it reduces by 30 days, and with fertilizer, it reduces by another 10 days. Lin Shan, can the catalysis technique speed up the fruiting process? Celia shook her head and said, no, The catalysis technique can only help the strawberry seedlings grow into mature strawberry trees. If you try to catalyze them into fruit, they will suffer from nutrient overload and die. Lin Shan, while learning, asked, by the way, Celia, do you have a product list or something? It would be best if it had a simple introduction to the products, so I can choose easier. Celia, who was eating strawberries, blinked and then said, I don't have one, but hearing you say that, it seems necessary to make a product list. Lin Shan helplessly rolled his eyes and suddenly seemed to remember something, asking, by the way, Celia, do you have any spice seeds? Celia thought for a moment and then said, I remember having chili, but other than that, I'm not sure. After all, besides you guys, no one else wants them, and they've been sitting here for a long time. Lin Shan, I see, well, that's fine. This catalysis technique is really quite simple. Celia, somewhat surprised, said, it's simple, but I thought it would take you all day. It seems you either have a high mental attribute or a high knowledge attribute. All right, all transactions are complete, so I should be leaving now. Lin Shan thought for a moment and couldn't remember what else he might need. Daily necessities, etc. Celia didn't sell those. Let me see you off. Chapter 73. Elves Never Die. Ding. Reminder. In half an hour, the sea will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. Lin Shan glanced at the notification, then opened the system panel to check, realizing it was almost 5 o'clock. Strange. Isn't the low tide today a bit late? However, after seeing the low tide reminder, Lin Shan had many new questions. Lin Shan turned to Celia and asked, Celia, if our island can collect treasure chests and other resources after the tide recedes, then you should be able to do so too, right? Celia shook her head and said, not really. This is a reward from the system for you Tower Guardians. For locals or people from the mainland, they do not have such benefits. Seeing Lin Shan wanting to ask more, Celia quickly added, Master Lin Shan, I don't know much about this either. After all, I'm just a poor sea merchant, barely surviving on the subsidies provided by the system. Looking at the pretentious Celia, Lin Shan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sure enough, elves named Celia tend to be a bit tricky. Suppressing his desire to complain, Lin Shan said directly, then Celia, can you tell me something you can share? Celia, who had already stepped onto the ship, turned her head to look at Lin Shan, thought for a moment, and said, Master Lin Shan, I don't have much to say. After all, I'm not a scholar specializing in this area. I can only share some general information. As Tower Guardians, you must guard your lighthouse at all times. Never let it extinguish. Also, after waiting for a certain period, you will face real dangers, not the minor skirmishes anymore. The responsibilities of a Tower Guardian are significant, but I'm not clear on how significant. However, one thing I do know is that since elves never die, the secrets known increase naturally over time. It seems inappropriate to criticize her own race. Celia paused, then continued, well anyway, Master Lin Shan, there are two aspects you need to pay attention to. One is the fog of the misty sea. The other is that there will be ominous signs, such as the sea turning red or black. At that time, the misty sea will become extremely dangerous, so dangerous that even sea creatures flee to land. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan looked at the distant fog and then at the sea surface, saying, so, a color-changing sea is more dangerous than the fog? No. The danger levels are the same. According to the records of our clan, the fog of the misty sea and the ocean after a mutation are still in a state of hostility. However, it seems neither can harm the other. Well, that's enough for me. If I say more, I might get my salary deducted. I'm leaving now, but next time, this elf will come here to do business with you. Oh wait, Celia, who had just taken a few steps, turned back to Lin Shan and said, the beings in the fog can leave the fog. They just don't like to. Keep that in mind. Also, they don't like candlelight much, so as long as the lighthouse stays lit, you should be quite safe. Of course, there is also the possibility of them coincidentally bumping into you after coming out of the fog. After saying this, Celia let Lily steer the ship. Watching Celia leave, Lin Shan pondered the implications of her words while opening the chat channel to record everything Celia had just said. Yes, indeed, the chat channel can be used as a notebook. Of course, one person's wisdom is limited. After organizing it, he could post it at night for others to analyze. After all, this area is a benevolent zone, so sharing information is beneficial without drawbacks. As for Celia's final warning, Lin Shan couldn't help but recall the blood-eyed creature that almost caused his demise. That must be the creature in the fog, right? Golia, master. The tide has receded. Huh? Lin Shan, awakened from his thoughts by Golia, looked towards the shore. Indeed, the tide had receded. The stones and wood on the beach were exposed, and there was a black iron treasure chest on the beach, quite noticeable. Seeing the black iron treasure chest, Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he immediately pushed aside his earlier thoughts. After all, there's no use in overthinking now, since he couldn't avoid it. He might as well grow quickly. The fastest way for them as Tower Guardians to grow is to gather resources from the sea and venture out on adventures. After collecting the black iron treasure chest, Lin Shan began to explore along the beach. Golia quickly followed behind. With the infinite hand now, Lin Shan was even collecting stones and wood. Everything was brought to him effortlessly. Before long, Lin Shan arrived in the coral area, turned back to look at the clean beach, and smiled. It's really clean. Using the invisible hand for this is too easy. No wonder it's a power created by the extraordinary librarian. Impressive. Then Lin Shan turned to Golia and said, Golia, just like before, keep watch from above. If you see me in danger, come down to save me. Golia nodded and said, Don't worry, master. Golia will keep her eyes wide open and see clearly. Lin Shan smiled and said, I believe you. I'm going down now. After saying that, he jumped into the water with a splash. Golia began to observe around her. The water in the coral area wasn't very deep, only about 3 meters, and it was very clear, so Golia could see everything clearly. Once in the water, Lin Shan began to search. Well, he didn't see any treasure chests, but he did find plenty of shellfish. Aside from pearl oysters, there were many other types of shells. Lin Shan picked one up, looked at it, and finding it was just a common shell, he lost interest. He had forgotten to bring a net. So he decided not to collect pearl oysters either. He would leave them be, since no one was competing with him for them. He had previously collected pearl oysters mainly for the scallop meat. Quickly weaving through the corals, Lin Shan soon discovered a shallow water crab, which looked to be almost fully grown. Seeing the shallow water crab in front of him, it was quite different in the water. Its presence seemed more imposing. Then, 2 translucent large hands grabbed one of its big pincers, leaving the shallow water crab stunned. Staring at its immobile pincer, it thought, what on earth just happened? Why can't my big pincer move? The translucent, invisible hands under the water seemed almost transparent. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice them at all. Chapter 74. Silver Conch. Shallow Sea Crab. Oh no, I've encountered a deep-sea phantom. Run. And then, under Lin Shan's bewildered gaze, the shallow sea crab directly snapped off its 2 large claws and quickly fled, rushing out of the island and diving into the sea. Shallow sea crab. Lin Shan looked at the large claws in the invisible hand and blinked. Crabs, it seems, do have such a trick for escaping. With a helpless shrug, Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to bring the 2 large claws over, then packed his backpack and also retrieved the nearby black iron treasure chest. Lin Shan then continued his search. After swimming for a while, Lin Shan found himself at the place of blood-red coral. It's grown quite a bit, hasn't it? Good. Keep it up. Lin Shan looked at the blood-red coral, which had grown about 1/3 larger, and secretly felt satisfied. Then he looked around and noticed that the corals near the blood-red coral were indeed more beautiful than those in other places, probably related to the water quality. Now, the blood-red coral was still small and could only purify the water around it. Suddenly, a fish emitting a faint glow slowly swam out from beneath a piece of coral. Lin Shan's eyes lit up at the sight. The faint glow indicated that this fish was a resource, possibly an extraordinary fish like the red flower eyebrow fish, capable of increasing extraordinary attributes. The invisible hand slowly appeared and began to approach the leisurely swimming fish. Now, the advantage of being semi-transparent came into play. Moving slowly, the water's turbulence was minimal, and the fish couldn't detect the danger at all. Even if it sensed something, it wouldn't be able to pinpoint the source of the danger, making it even less likely to act recklessly. Then, with a clap, the invisible hand closed together, trapping the fish. Lin Shan watched the fish spinning in place within the invisible hand and couldn't help but smile, then began to appraise it. Name: mutated blue chain belly fish. Category: extraordinary fish, rating blue 1 effect, after consumption. Has a chance to increase water type extraordinary attribute by 1 point. Evaluation, a nutritionally rich blue chain belly fish. It is said that the best part to eat is its belly, but it has mutated. Excessive appraisal evaluation, an extraordinary fish mutated from an ordinary blue chain belly fish. If steamed and consumed more than half within half an hour, it will guarantee an increase of 1 point in water type extraordinary attribute. Oh, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised by the excessive appraisal evaluation. He didn't expect to get information about the consumption method as well. Speaking of which, the bonuses from extraordinary fish are much less than those from extraordinary fruits. The blue extraordinary fruit rewarded by the system randomly adds 10 points to extraordinary attributes at 1 star. Although many extraordinary fruits or extraordinary fish have limits. As seen from the golden fruit, Lin Shan directly swam to the surface and called out to Galia on the shore, "Galia, go get the net from the lighthouse room for me." Galia nodded in response. "Okay." After that, Galia ran towards the lighthouse at high speed. Lin Shan didn't even have time to react before Galia was back with the net. "Lin Shan, huh? Galia, it's just a net. There's no need to run at full speed." Galia, holding the net, blinked and said, "Galia must ensure the master is within my line of sight." Hearing this, Lin Shan looked at Galia's serious expression and could only nod, saying, "All right, as long as you know what you're doing, just throw the net down to me." Galia nodded in response and gently tossed the net, landing it accurately beside Lin Shan. After receiving the net, Lin Shan waved to Galia and then dove back down. He then controlled the invisible hand to slowly shrink and successfully place the mutated blue chain belly fish into the net. After securing the net, Lin Shan continued his search. Not long after, he spotted a treasure chest, a bronze one, but there was a sea creature, a mantis shrimp. Lin Shan directly controlled the invisible hand to give the mantis shrimp a big slap, sending it flying. After securing the bronze treasure chest, he continued searching. Unfortunately, he didn't find any more treasure chests afterward, but he did come across plenty of shellfish, lobsters, crabs, and sea cucumbers. Of course, there were also many fish swimming around. Lin Shan directly caught a few lobsters and crabs, as well as several shells, and put them all in the net. However, the net got tangled in the middle, and he didn't want the lobsters and crabs to kill the mutated blue chain belly fish. Splashing up onto the shore, Lin Shan looked at the net in his hand. He still had to search the rocky area, so he definitely couldn't take the net with him. After thinking for a moment, he took out the heavy iron spear and stuck into the ground, then tied the net to the spear shaft. "Lin Shan, I'll come back for it after finishing the rocky area. For now, let's keep it safe." Then, Lin Shan looked at the sky, which was starting to dim. After all, they had started their beach expedition around 5 o'clock, and their speed this time was quite fast. Other than the beach area, which Lin Shan cleaned up with the invisible hand, he hadn't carefully checked many gaps or the areas under the coral in the coral zone. Instead, he just took a quick glance and left when he didn't find any treasure chests. The sky was quickly darkening. "Galia, let's search together, just treasure chests. And if there are any glowing creatures, we should take those as well," Lin Shan said to Galia beside him. Galia nodded in response, and then followed Lin Shan into the rocky area. The two of them split up to act, greatly increasing their speed, especially in searching for treasure chests. Soon, they exited the rocky area and arrived back on the beach, taking only about 20 minutes, basically just a quick run-through. The haul was decent. Lin Shan found 2 wooden treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. Galia, on the other hand, found a silver treasure chest and a silver conch. Therefore, the total haul now included 2 wooden treasure chests, 1 black iron treasure chest, 2 bronze treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 silver conch, and a mutated blue chain belly fish, several lobsters, crabs, and shellfish in the net. In the lighthouse room, after Lin Shan processed the mutated blue chain belly fish, he placed it in an iron pot to steam, casually throwing in the crabs, lobsters, and shellfish to cook. After preparing dinner, Lin Shan looked at today's haul. Aside from a silver conch, the rest were all treasure chests. Let's check the effect of the silver conch first. After all, he had previously obtained a golden conch. Name, silver conch. Category, special item. Rating, blue 1. Effect, summon ships. Evaluation, the conch can summon ships. but no one knows what kind of ship will be summoned. It could be a merchant ship, a pirate ship, or even a ghost ship. The summoned ship's rating is at most twice that of the conk's rating. It seems no different from the golden conch, just 2 stars lower in rating. Lin Shan looked at the attributes. Chapter 75, Cursed Gold Coin. After placing the silver conch on the space shelf alongside the golden conch, Lin Shan began to open the treasure chests. Looking at the 6 treasure chests on the ground, he didn't think too much and directly opened the wooden chest and the black iron chest together. System, obtain black bread 3. System, obtain stones 10. Purified water 1. System, obtain black iron spear 1. Clay pot 1. Looking at the newly appeared black iron spear, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. Is this black iron spear trying to stick to me? Suddenly, Lin Shan thought of something, turned to Jaliyah, and said, Jaliyah, don't forget to collect the strawberries, take the wooden box, and gather them. Jaliyah responded and took the wooden box to go out. Lin Shan looked at the clay pot in his hand and nodded. This thing is good. It's perfect for making porridge. The seeds that Celia gave should include rice or wheat seeds, right? After placing the clay pot on the table, Lin Shan continued to open the treasure chests. 2 bronze chests, open. System, obtain bronze lantern 1, lamp oil 1. System, obtain cursed gold coin 1. Only 3 items? No, it should be said, only 2 items? Lin Shan looked at the items in front of him, speechlessly. The bronze lantern and lamp oil are clearly a set, which means that both bronze chests only yielded 1 item each. The bronze lantern could be guessed, but the cursed gold coin, that name seems a bit ominous. Lin Shan directly clicked on the bronze lantern to check its attributes. Name, bronze lantern. Category, special item. Rating, blue 6. Effect, can freely dispel fog within a range of 6 to 60 meters. And reveal invisible units. Evaluation. The bronze lantern is a special item crafted specifically for explorers, making their exploration of dungeons, ruins, islands, etc. much easier. Due to its outstanding effect, the lantern has inadvertently become popular. Note, the lantern's flame requires lamp oil, and this lamp oil is specially made. Normal lamp oil cannot be used. Looking at the evaluation, Lin Shan stroked his chin and muttered, another new pathway. Why does it feel like these pathways are quite random? I can understand the scholar pathway. Celia's wealth pathway is a bit confusing, but thinking about it, it doesn't seem wrong. Now there's an explorer pathway? ISN, an explorer, just someone who goes on adventures? Could there be an adventurer pathway too? It feels like there are super many pathways. Shaking his head, he decided not to think too much about it. Knowing the name of a pathway, ISNT, that useful. He then looked at the attributes of the cursed gold coin, which piqued his curiosity. This looks like an ordinary lighthouse gold coin, right? Lin Shan examined the cursed gold coin in his hand, surprised. But whether it is or not, he could tell by checking the attributes. Omen, you have sensed the flavor of the curse. At 3 o'clock tonight, a ghost will appear. Huh? Lin Shan looked at the omen in confusion, then glanced at the cursed gold coin in his hand. Wow. So it really is cursed as soon as you take it out? Slap. Damn. If I had known, I would have taken it out. Lin Shan complained while slapping the back of his hand. Name, cursed gold coin. Category, cursed item. Rating, blue 5. Effect, ghost curse. Evaluation, a gold coin that has been cursed. After midnight, ghosts will be continuously attracted by the curse contained within the coin. It is said that there are a total of 108 cursed gold coins. Some speculate that if all cursed gold coins are collected, the collector will gain the ability to control ghosts. However, this is just speculation, as until now, no one has survived the curse brought by 10 cursed gold coins. Looking at the attributes, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised. There are actually 108 cursed gold coins? He examined it and quickly noticed a small 105 below the coin. Does that mean this one is the 105th? Creak. The sound of the door opening made Lin Shan turn around to see Jaliyah returning with the wooden box. Jaliyah, master, I'm back. I collected a total of 32 strawberries. Lin Shan nodded upon hearing this and smiled. Put them on the table. We can have them as dessert after dinner. Jaliyah nodded and went directly to the table to place the wooden box down. After placing the box, Jaliyah turned to Lin Shan and suddenly noticed the gold coin in his hand. Jaliyah, oh? Master, is it a cursed gold coin? Lin Shan was taken aback and asked in confusion. Jaliyah, do you recognize it? Jalea nodded and said, "Yes, Dad once obtained a cursed gold coin during an experiment. It was the 58th cursed gold coin, and every midnight it would summon powerful ghosts, which Dad kept locked in an energy cage as experimental materials." Lin Shan was astonished. "What? Experimental materials?" Jalea, "Yes, experimental materials. Dad is studying ghosts, which is why he revived Jalea. At least that's what Dad told me." Lin Shan looked at the cursed gold coin in front of him, and suddenly didn't he feel scared anymore. After all, it had been treated as experimental material, and it looked like it was the type that consumed a lot. The ghost's prestige just dropped significantly. Lin Shan, "Jalea, are the ghosts that are summoned all weak?" Jalea thought for a moment and shook her head. "Not weak. According to Dad, the rating of the 58th cursed gold coin has already reached purple 3-star. The summoned ghosts are all-powerful super beings ranging from the 3rd to 5th tier." Lin Shan, "Then Jalea, do you know where the ghosts come from?" Jalea, "Well, the ghosts must have been brought in from outside." Lin Shan awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had been foolish. Lin Shan, "Jalea, my question is, do the ghosts directly find the cursed gold coin, or do they find the holder of the cursed gold coin?" Jalea, "According to Dad, the ghosts first come near the cursed gold coin before they start killing. However, it seems that after killing the holder, the ghosts will leave." "I see." Lin Shan looked at the cursed gold coin in his hand and said thoughtfully, "The blue 5-star cursed gold coin attracts ghosts. So their strength probably 1 TB too strong, which is why Lin Shan isn't worried. Plus, with the ability of mysterious perception, he knows when the ghosts are coming, so the threat is even lower." Chapter 76, Tomorrow, Farming and Going to Sea. Lin Shan, "Gloria, this cursed coin will keep attracting ghosts. How did your father store it?" Gloria, "Master, if you put the cursed coin in the space cabinet, it can avoid detection by ghosts. However, the ghosts have already been attracted today, so even if we put the cursed coin in the space cabinet now, the ghosts will still come." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan smiled and said, "As long as we know how to deal with it, as for the ghosts, they won't come until after 3 o'clock in the morning." Knowing the method eased Lin Shan's mind. If this thing couldn't be sealed away, it would have to be thrown away. And if it were thrown to the bottom of the sea, it would probably never be found again, right? 108 cursed coins. I'm quite curious about what kind of event will happen once they are gathered. As Lin Shan put the cursed coins into the space cabinet, he muttered with curiosity. Lin Shan suddenly questioned. "Wait, since the cursed coins can be stored in the space equipment, wouldn't it be very convenient to collect them?" Gloria doesn't know either. Dad never told me. Lin Shan scratched his head and decided not to think about it anymore. It smells so good. It seems dinner is ready. Let us eat first." Smelling the aroma, Lin Shan abandoned his thoughts. After all, he only had 1 coin for now. He would probably figure out later when he obtained another one. So, no need to think too much. Let us eat. Using his invisible hand, he took out 2 large claws from the fire pit, and then took out the iron pot as well. When he lifted the lid, the aroma burst forth. Lin Shan picked up the steamed mutated blue chain belly fish, which he needed to eat while it was still hot. "Lin Shan, let us eat." Gloria nodded and then picked up a lobster to start peeling it. For Gloria, eating was also a hobby. After all, she hadn't eaten much food in the laboratory, only various energy potions. The mutated blue chain belly fish weighed about 5 pounds, which was a piece of cake for Lin Shan now. A normal person could eat 5 pounds of food, not to mention Lin Shan now. Thus, the mutated blue chain belly fish was devoured by Lin Shan in less than 15 minutes, especially since there were no bones to deal with. He ate it with big bites, feeling quite satisfied. After finishing, Lin Shan checked his attributes. The water system extraordinary attribute had increased by 1 point. Now it was 16 points. "Not bad," Lin Shan said with satisfaction, then turned his attention to the large claws. He began to peel them with his invisible hand, as they were quite hard and had hot juice inside. Luckily, Lin Shan usually ate outside. After all, the lighthouse room was not spacious enough, especially with such large claws. The fireplace couldn't accommodate them unless they were cut into pieces. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Shan patted his belly contentedly, then watched Gloria clean up the food scraps before heading outside, thinking to throw the scraps into the reef area to attract fish. Although they were just scraps, they were delicious to many sea creatures. When Gloria returned, Lin Shan stood solemnly in front of the silver treasure chest, holding 3 carbonized branches that had been ignited. Muttering to himself, Gloria looked at everything in confusion and finally thought, whatever the master does must have his reasons. So she started to learn. Lin Shan recited a phrase, and Gloria followed suit. 2 minutes later, Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the silver treasure chest, smiling. All the gods have agreed to give me a big reward. Silver treasure chest, I advise you to be sensible. Don't be ungrateful. Silver treasure chest. After finishing his threat, Lin Shan directly opened it while the silver treasure chest hadn't reacted yet. System, obtain silver fruit 1 Lin Shan. Lin Shan blinked, looking again. Still only 1 silver fruit. Name, silver fruit. Category, extraordinary fruit. Rating, yellow 3. Effect, after consumption, increases 14 points of free extraordinary attribute points. Evaluation, silver fruit, a lower tier extraordinary fruit tree than the golden fruit. Each rating of silver fruit can only take effect once. 14 points of free extraordinary attribute points. It really is a big reward. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. However, the silver fruit is much inferior to the golden fruit, right? Yellow 3-star plus 14 points. So a yellow 9-star would only be 20 points, which is just the effect of a 1-star golden fruit. After examining it a few times, Lin Shan directly ate it. Now, the free extraordinary attribute points increased from 4 to 18 points. 14 points plus the 4 points I originally had. It's already 18 points. That's a lot. I need to use some. I'll keep 2 points for emergencies. Lin Shan directly opened his character panel. Name, Lin Shan. Power, extraordinary being, destiny. Omen bearer, talent. Gift of fate, fate witch abilities. Ice crystal shot, underwater breathing, appraisal, fear technique. Extraordinary attributes, water 16, fire 3. Wood 2, mystery 33. Physique 2, spirit 15, ice 2, strength 3. My main attributes are mystery and spirit, but now that I have invisible hand, let us focus on spirit for now. After all, the starlight technique requires 100 points of mystery, and I'm still far from that. Lin Shan analyzed his extraordinary attributes. 18 points, leaving 2 points. Then add 13 points to spirit and 3 points to physique. Lin Shan mumbled as he clicked to add. Instantly, 16 points of free extraordinary attribute points were used up. Immediately, Lin Shan felt his body start to heat up, which he had anticipated. Adding to physique would cause this reaction. Additionally, increasing other extraordinary attributes would also have corresponding responses in the body. For example, fire would feel a bit hot, ice would feel a bit cold, and so on. Lin Shan glanced out the window and then curiously said, by the way, the lighthouse has some kind of defense mechanism. Otherwise, it wouldn't consume energy. How can ghosts enter? Gloria shook her head in response, indicating she didn't know. Lin Shan, we'll know when the ghosts come. What should we do now? All right, let us sort out the seeds and make a plan. Tomorrow we can set up good farmland and start our enjoyable farming life. Lin Shan took out 2 large bags of seeds he bought from Celia and began to organize them. Luckily, they were not mixed together, but packed separately in small cloth bags. Lin Shan planned to outline what needed to be planted now, so that they could set up the farmland for planting in the morning, and then go to sea at noon. Chapter 77, Familiar Boasts. With the identification technique, it was quite simple for Lin Shan to distinguish these seeds. Soon, the table was filled with categorized seeds, each in small bags, and there were quite a few seeds in each bag, estimated to weigh no less than 1 pound. Among the vegetable seeds, Lin Shan recognized cabbage, broccoli, potatoes, taro, and yellow soybeans, among others. Then there were wheat and rice, which made up half of the total. Following, there were the fruit tree seeds, which Lin Shan recognized as strawberries, water apples, pears, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, seeing this categorized as a fruit. It must be red sweet potatoes, grapes, watermelons, mangoes, durians, lychees, etc. Of course, the world had changed, and some crop names were a bit different. But as long as they could be planted, that was fine. Moreover, after identification, the descriptions were quite clear. Even without good farmland, they could still be cultivated. The growth cycle would proceed at a normal pace. With so many seeds, it was impossible for Lin Shan to plant them all by himself, and besides, He didn't have much good farmland. Therefore, after keeping one bag of each type for himself, he planned to put the rest up for sale in his personal shop. Considering there were over 90,000 people, many of whom were farmers. Earlier, while chatting, Lin Shan had seen someone post about edible plants. After all, the islands were randomly generated, and as long as it wasn't one of those deserted islands with not even a blade of grass, there were more or less plenty of plants, some of which were edible. After organizing everything, Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel and posted everything he discussed with Celia about the division of areas, the differences between tower guardians and local residents, etc. Lin Shan was clearly marked, and as soon as he sent the message, it got highlighted. Wow, the click speed is fast. Lin Shan exclaimed as he watched the post's clicks skyrocketing. Once highlighted, it would form a pattern similar to a post. Clicking on it would reveal the main information, and below that would be comments from others. Among them, the post with high click rates would also get pushed up, so he didn't have to worry about the analysis from the big shots getting buried. Next, Lin Shan opened his personal shop and listed the seeds. Fortunately, since they were ordinary crop seeds, they were categorized together. After listing them, Lin Shan made a brief announcement in the chat channel. Lin Shan, I uploaded some crop seeds to my personal shop. Those who can plant them can buy them, but don't buy them if you can't. After sending the message, Lin Shan directly closed the chat channel. He set the price for these seeds at 1 wood or 1 stone, the lowest price possible. Otherwise, he might as well give them away for free. After all, everyone had given him so many energy stones. How much were these crops worth? All right, everything has been sorted out. Now it's just the ghost left. Lin Shan sighed. Then he looked at Golia and said, Golia, can you encounter ghosts? Golia nodded and said, yes. Golia's lightning type and metal type abilities can touch spiritual entities. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. Although the strength of the ghost was unknown, it should not be able to defeat Golia. There were no signs either, so the ghost's strength shouldn't be strong. After all, it was just a cursed coin number 105. Rated blue. Time quickly passed as Lin Shan played rock, paper, scissors with Golia using his invisible hand. Soon, it was nearly 2:50 p.m. In 10 minutes, the ghost would appear. Looking out the window, Lin Shan said expectantly, I wonder what the ghost looks like. Golia blinked and said, well, it seems that there are all kinds of appearances. Anyway, Golia has never seen the same ghost twice at most, just similar types of ghosts. Before long, the 10 minutes passed. The next second, premonition. You sense unusual fluctuations, as if something is about to appear. Oh no, the ghost has appeared. Lin Shan and Golia stood by the window to check. Lin Shan looked around, but did not find any traces of the ghost. Could it be that it was invisible to the naked eye? But soon, he heard Golia's voice. Golia, Master, Golia sees the ghost. Hearing this, Lin Shan quickly moved to the window beside Golia. Looking outside, sure enough, a semi-transparent ghost was drifting this way. It didn't seem particularly special. It was just semi-transparent and not scary at all. Lin Shan said somewhat disappointedly, Golia, Master, the ghost will maintain its best appearance before revealing any murderous intent. The horror you want to see might come later. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned to Golia and asked, are you sure about that? Golia nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Lin Shan thoughtfully looked at the ghost and then activated the identification technique. Name, Ghost of the Fish King. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, ghostification, ability. Intimidation, materialization, extraordinary attributes. Mystery 1, Dark 10, Spirit 10 evaluation. The ghost of the deceased Fish King nearby. Reappearing in the world under the summoning of the cursed coin. Please be cautious. Do not let the ghost see its enemies, or it will fall into a frenzy. Excessive identification evaluation. A ghost awakened by the cursed coin can be easily killed with a single strike. Huh, no wonder it looked familiar. It turned out to be the Fish King. Hey, I'm really sorry. You exploded into ice shards, so I didn't react in time. Lin Shan said apologetically as he looked at the identification panel. But the next second, the invisible hand appeared, and under Lin Shan's control, it slowly flew towards the drifting Fish King ghost. Then, slap! The two invisible hands swatted the Fish King ghost flat like swatting a mosquito. Is that it? Lin Shan mocked. Huh. Just as Lin Shan was about to disperse the invisible hands and go back to sleep, he noticed that there seemed to be a faint glow on them. Seeing this, he directly controlled the invisible hands to return. Soon, the invisible hands came back to Lin Shan. Looking at the blue dust emitting a faint glow in front of him, Lin Shan said with some confusion, "What is this?" "Golia, Master, this is soul powder. Some ghost will form it after death." "Soul powder?" Lin Shan said with confusion as he began to identify it. "Name, soul powder. Category, special material. Rating, blue 3. Effect, catalysis, cultivation, evaluation. Soul powder, a special material formed from the death of ghosts. It is said that many pharmacists and alchemists will purchase it, and it is relatively expensive. Excessive identification evaluation. A large amount of soul powder can cultivate soul fruits, which, when consumed, can increase spiritual extraordinary attributes or dark extraordinary attributes. Chapter 78, Farming and Upgrading the Island. Huh. A large amount of soul powder can also cultivate soul fruits. How to cultivate? Just sprinkle the soul powder under an ordinary fruit tree? Lin Shan said, with confusion. Uh-huh. Lin Shan suddenly yawned, and at this point he lost interest since this bit of soul powder was definitely not enough. So he might as well go to sleep. There will be plenty of events tomorrow. After putting the soul powder from the invisible hand into a container, Lin Shan yawned and walked to the bed. "Golia, remember to wake me up at 7 a.m. tomorrow," he said, then lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. On the other side, Golia blinked, nodded, then moved a chair to the bedside, sat down, and started to daze. Time passed quickly, and sunlight streamed into the lighthouse room. Huh. Lin Shan's eyelids moved, but he didn't open his eyes. Instead, he turned over to face the inside. This way, he wouldn't be affected by the sunlight. Seeing this, Golia blinked, then raised her small hand, pushed Lin Shan, and called out, "Master, it's 7 o'clock. Time to get up." After calling a few times, Lin Shan finally slowly opened his eyes, looked at the bright room, and knew it was already dawn. Although he had only slept for 3 hours, Lin Shan still felt quite energetic. Maybe because he had added a lot of spirit the day before? "All right, time to get up," Lin Shan said. The first thing he did after getting up was not to wash up, but to open the system panel to check. Today's weather, mild breeze, weather effect, normal, nothing unusual happening. After checking the weather, Lin Shan couldn't help but nod, then used Fate's Gift. Fate's Gift, mysterious extraordinary attribute 10. Cost. No treasure chest will appear after the tide recedes today. Huh. Extraordinary attribute 10? No treasure chests can be harvested for a day. Lin Shan. Now he started to feel conflicted. After thinking for a moment while sitting on the bed, Lin Shan decided to accept this Fate's Gift. For no other reason, a mysterious extraordinary attribute of 10 was actually quite valuable. Most importantly, even if he didn't go to the beach today, he could choose to go on an adventure at sea. After all, he had just purchased 2 island routes from Celia. After choosing to accept it, Lin Shan finally got out of bed and went to wash up with Golia. After they finished washing up and had breakfast, they headed towards a small grove. Since it had been planned the night before, as soon as Lin Shan arrived, he began to set up the good fields. Soon, all the good fields were set up, and then they could be planted. There were 10 white ones, all 9-star, so there were a total of 90 planting plots. Then 6 green good fields, 3 of which were 5-star, 1 was 6-star, and 2 were 7-star, totaling 25 plots. But one of them had already been planted with milk-flavored strawberries. Finally, there was 1 blue-rated good field, which was 3-star, with only 3 planting plots. After Lin Shan set up all the good fields, something unexpected happened. The white good fields instantly merged into one, no longer in individual plots. And the same happened with the green good fields, leaving only the blue good field as a lonely 3 plots. Huh, so they can merge together. Huh, nice. This makes things much more convenient, Lin Shan said with some surprise. Next, he began to plant the seeds that had been planted the day before. However, because they had merged into one, he had to deliberately leave a gap for different seeds. After Lin Shan and Golia worked hard for more than half an hour, they finally finished planting. Looking at the little mounds of soil that had risen, Lin Shan sprinkled all the fertilizers in, speeding up the growth of the seeds. And soon many tender shoots broke through the soil. Finally done, based on different growth cycles, the fastest ones should be ready in about 10 days, right? Lin Shan clapped his hands and smiled. However, Lin Shan looked at the plots of the blue good field. These 3 plots were planted with durian, lychee, and mango. These are all big trees. Once they grow, won't they crowd together? Lin Shan tested with the catalysis technique and found that the 2 points of wood type extraordinary attribute were too low. The durian tree only grew from a sprout to half a meter tall. The wood energy was completely consumed. Lin Shan couldn't help but complain, goodness, why didn't Celia mention the consumption issue in advance? Ding. Reminder, in half an hour, the sea will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. Glancing at the reminder, Lin Shan said, let's go, Leah. It's time for sea adventure. Just as he was about to head towards the port, he suddenly stopped. That's right, Lin Shan suddenly remembered that he bought 5 island hearts from Celia yesterday. Now, he could upgrade. He patted his head and turned back towards the lighthouse. Leah saw this and hurriedly followed. This wasn't Lin Shan forgetting. It was just that there were too many things happening at once, causing him to overlook it. Back in the lighthouse room, Lin Shan went directly to the control panel and clicked on the island upgrade. Name, Tidal Island, Category, Island, Rating, Blue and Effect, Tree Resources, Unknown Small Mineral Resources Not Discovered, Unknown Small Resources Not Discovered, Special Effect, Tidal Effect Doubles, Coral Coast, Affinity, Area, 302,000 square meters, Upgrade Requirement, Island Heart 1, Stone 10,000. Wow. The subsequent upgrades require island hearts? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Lin Shan looked at the upgrade requirements, somewhat surprised. The next second, a loud noise echoed through the sky, and the World System announcement shone brightly. World System announcement, ding. Congratulations to the first tower defender from region 888888888, Lin Shan, for upgrading the island to Blue 1. Rewards for all tower defenders in region 888888888. Silver Treasure, Chest 1. Energy Stone, Chest 2. Lin Shan glanced at the World System announcement in the sky and then directly ignored it, instead looking at his personal rewards. System ding. Congratulations to the tower defender for receiving personal rewards. Gold Treasure Chest 1. Small low-level Energy Stone Mine 1. Random Island Special Effect 1. Huh? The personal rewards are the same as last time. Looking at the personal rewards prompt, Lin Shan said in surprise. Other tower defenders had become numb to the announcement in the sky. Most people knew that being one step ahead meant being one step ahead, especially since many had welcomed sea merchants. Island hearts? Can't afford it. However, the island routes, if they bit the bullet and sold some assets, could still buy 1 or 2 lower-rated island routes, especially after inquiring with sea merchants. Knowing that the islands referred to by the island routes were likely to yield island hearts and lighthouse fire cores, they felt they had to buy them. Chapter 79, Big Explosion. Looking at the golden treasure chest, the silver treasure chest, and the energy stone treasure chest in front of him, Lin Shan turned to Leah and said solemnly, Lin Shan, Leah, give me some water. I need to perform a hand-washing ceremony. Wash away the bad luck. Upon hearing this, Leah nodded and brought over a bucket of water. After Lin Shan washed his hands, he shook them off and began to pray. He originally wanted to pray to Mazu, but he realized a problem. He and T prepared the divination cups. So he decided to make a set of divination cups tonight before asking Mazu for blessings. For now, he would just casually ask a few deities. After mumbling for a while, Lin Shan finally opened his eyes and looked at the silver treasure chest, directly opening it. System. Obtain ship upgrade scroll 1. Silver sand breakthrough gun 1. Did I get something good? Lin Shan's eyes lit up as he looked at the 2 items in front of him and eagerly clicked to check. Name. Ship upgrade scroll. Category. Special item. Rating. Yellow 6. Effect. Upgrade ship. Evaluation. The ship upgrade scroll could directly upgrade ships below yellow rating, enhancing 1 major level, but cannot exceed yellow 6 stars. Great, just what I needed for Xiao AI. Then Lin Shan looked at the second item. Name. Silver Sand Breakthrough Gun. Category. Weapon. Rating. Yellow 3. Effect. Armor breaking. Magic breaking. Evaluation. A spear infused with a small amount of secret silver fine iron, which grants it excellent magic breaking capabilities, capable of easily penetrating energy shields. Lin Shan took out the spear directly. The overall silver-white spear had a quite ordinary shape, but it was a noble magic-breaking weapon. TSK. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I am. Not bad. Leah, you should use this spear. It will maximize its effectiveness. After playing with it for a while, Lin Shan directly tossed it to Golia and smiled. Golia took the spear, looked at it, nodded, and said, "Yes, Master, I will use it well." Lin Shan looked at Golia, holding the silver spear, and thought it matched perfectly. Her silver-white hair combined with her technologically styled combat suit with silver base and black patterns looked incredibly cool. After taking a few photos for memories, Lin Shan turned his attention to the golden treasure chest. Open. System. Obtained energy defense device 1. Just 1? Lin Shan said with wide eyes, somewhat surprised. Name. Energy defense device. Category. Defensive facility. Rating. Purple 5. Effect. Activate energy shield. Deactivate energy shield. Evaluation. This is a replica of an energy defense device from a certain super empire, with functionality less than 1/10 of the original. But its effects are still extremely powerful. Note, the energy defense device can deploy a shield with a maximum radius of 500 meters, and the larger the shield, the more energy it consumes. Note, one energy stone can sustain the energy shield's full operation for 1 hour, and can run for a minimum of 10 hours. Looking at the evaluation, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at Golia. A certain super empire reminded him of Golia's evaluation, which also mentioned a certain super empire. Seeing the master looking at her, Golia asked curiously, "Is there something you need, master?" Lin Shan shook his head and said, "No, it's nothing." After withdrawing his gaze, Lin Shan continued to look at the energy defense device in his backpack. This thing came just in time. The maximum range can deploy a circular defense shield with a diameter of 500 meters. That should be enough to cover his current island, right? The area of the island has now reached 302,000 square meters. Lin Shan, who isn't good at math, couldn't calculate the diameter of the island. But the lighthouse is at the center of the island. Looking out the window towards the seaside, it looks to be about 3 to 200 meters. So a 500-meter defense shield should be sufficient. After taking out the energy defense device, Lin Shan looked at the control panel and found it to be very user-friendly. The entire energy defense device is square, measuring 1 meter by 1 meter. In addition to the control panel, there are 24 slots, which should be for placing energy stones. Can hold a maximum of 24? Maximum power for a day. Lin Shan nodded, then took out 24 energy stones and placed them in. Instantly, the entire energy defense device was activated. Next, he just needed to set the range to start it. However, Lin Shan decided to authenticate it first. To avoid being locked outside, Lin Shan, "Golia, come over for authentication." Hearing this, Golia nodded, came to Lin Shan's side, and watched him operate it. Soon, the energy defense device emitted a beam of light and began scanning Lin Shan and Golia. Ding! Starting authentication. After a while, ding! Authentication complete. Lin Shan, all right, done. Next, Lin Shan opened the energy stone treasure chests, and from the 2 energy stone treasure chests, he harvested a total of 174 energy stones and 43 high-level energy stones. Finally, there was the island's special feature, which he used directly. Ding! Obtained abundant harvest. Name, abundant harvest. Category, island special effect. Rating, yellow 9. Effect, harvest evaluation. Abundant harvest can make any plant on the island enter a harvest state as soon as it matures. This effect cannot apply to extraordinary plants rated above yellow. Abundant harvest? Good stuff. Loading it in directly. Abundant harvest like affinity, loaded in without any consumption. Finally finished reading. Next, he would turn on the energy defense device, and then he could go out to sea for exploration with peace of mind. Then, Lin Shan stored the energy defense device back in his backpack and took Golia out. After arriving between the lighthouse and the farmland, Lin Shan took out the energy defense device and activated it at the lowest power with a 100-meter defense range, just enough to cover both the lighthouse and the farmland. As the energy defense device started, a semi-transparent energy shield instantly formed. Lin Shan looked around and found that the lighthouse and farmland were covered. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he and Golia stepped out of the defense shield. As long as they place their hands on the defense shield, it will automatically recognize them. After stepping out, Lin Shan said, "Golia, use half your power to attack it, and remember, don't use your hands, attack with lightning or metal abilities." Golia nodded upon hearing this. then soared into the air and unleashed a thunderstorm at the defense shield. Bang! Crackle! Countless bolts of lightning spread across the surface of the energy shield. The energy shield twisted continuously, but soon returned to its original state. Chapter 80. Setting Sail. The terrifying atmosphere in the fog. Landing on the island. Golia, do you think you can break it if you use all your strength? Lin Shan asked Golia, looking at the energy shield that had returned to its original state. Golia thought for a moment and replied, Master, if I attack with all my strength, I can break it in 3 hits. Hearing this, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction and smiled. 3 hits? That's impressive. Golia, let's go on an adventure at sea. With that, he led the way to the port. Upon reaching the port, Xiao AI spoke up first. Captain, Lady Golia, you finally made it. I've been eager to set sail with you. Xiao AI's tone was very excited. Lin Shan chuckled and said, Xiao AI, hold on. Let me upgrade you first. With that, Lin Shan took out the ship upgrade scroll and used it on Xiao AI. Instantly, the scroll transformed into a beam of light that merged with Xiao AI's ship, and the entire ship began to emit a glow. Xiao AI exclaimed, Ahaha, Captain, I feel like I'm getting bigger. Lin Shan responded, Yes, I can see that. Although Xiao AI's ship was enveloped in light, Lin Shan could still tell that its size was increasing. After 10 minutes, the light gradually faded. Lin Shan remarked, Wow, it's more than doubled in size. How do you feel, Xiao AI? Xiao AI replied, My body has become bigger and sturdier, my defense has greatly increased, and my power has also improved. Now I can reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Lin Shan said, That's great. Lower the ramp. It's time to set sail. With a clap, a ramp slowly extended from the ship. Lin Shan and Golia walked up it. Xiao AI asked, Captain, are we setting off now? Which island are we going to? Lin Shan had already recorded the island routes for Xiao AI the day before. He replied, Let's go to the green 5-star island. Xiao AI responded, Understood. Captain, the total distance is 37.4 kilometers, and we'll arrive in just a few minutes at full speed. Lin Shan checked his backpack with 15 slots. Aside from a heavy iron spear for black breads, 2 bottles of water, a bronze lantern, lamp oil, and deep-sea nurturing shells, there was nothing else. Everything else was stored in the space cabinet. After all, when going on an adventure at sea, one must clear the backpack to make room for new items. Originally, he intended to store the deep-sea nurturing shells as well, but it showed that storage was not possible. Lin Shan speculated that perhaps there was life within the large shell. As for whether it might be a mere folk, that would have to wait until it was opened to find out. Not wanting to deal with the tightly closed shell for now, he decided to wait until it opened. After confirming nothing was left behind, Lin Shan shouted, Xiao AI, set sail. Xiao AI replied, Yes. Captain. In an instant, Xiao AI sped out of the port and raced into the fog. Lin Shan and Golia sat quietly in their seats, not exchanging words. There was no way around it. Once they entered the fog, Lin Shan realized it was somewhat terrifying. The surroundings were shrouded in fog, creating an uneasy feeling. Most importantly, he could occasionally hear eerie and terrifying sounds coming from the mist. However, Xiao AI's speed was fast enough, and after an uncomfortable 10 minutes, they finally reached their destination. The ship emerged from the fog and reappeared in the sunlight. Finally seeing the light of day again. The fog really tests one's mental endurance, Lin Shan said, exhaling after looking at the sunlight outside. He then looked toward the island. Lin Shan took Golia to the deck and gazed at the island ahead. To his surprise, he found that many areas on the island were filled with a faint mist, especially in the darker regions where the fog was dense. However, most areas were illuminated by sunlight, so the foggy areas were relatively few. The ship slowly approached the shore and stopped after reaching a suitable distance. Xiao AI announced, Captain, we've docked. Lin Shan nodded and said, Xiao AI, lower the ramp. Xiao AI replied, Understood. Captain, looking at the extended ramp, Lin Shan turned to Golia and said, Let's go ashore. Golia nodded slightly and followed Lin Shan. This island was not very large, but it was still much bigger than his own island, at least twice the size. As soon as Lin Shan set foot on the island, a system prompt popped up. System ding. The Guardian has detected the first exploration of the island. Now, explaining the precautions for the Guardian. 1. The island indicated by the route can only be accessed by the Guardian. Therefore, there will be no second guardian on this island. 2. There are many treasure chests on the island, and chests with island prefixes are likely to appear. Of course, most of these chests are guarded by monsters. 3. The island may have lighthouses, ruins, and dungeons appearing. 4. The island will sink in 30 days. Please pay attention to the search time. After reading the prompts, Lin Shan headed toward the center of the island with Golia, as he had spotted the faint outline of a lighthouse. According to the prompts, not every island has a lighthouse. Additionally, there would be no second guardian on this island, meaning that anyone else present would either be locals or monsters in disguise. Regardless of which, Lin Shan felt it was worth being cautious. Are these footprints for mermen? After taking a few steps, Lin Shan suddenly noticed many footprints on the beach, which resembled those of mermen. From the direction of the footprints, it seemed that the mermen were just wandering along the seaside. He wondered if there were any carrying treasure chests. Lin Shan speculated after glancing at the direction of the footprints. However, since he couldn't see any mermen at the moment, he didn't dwell on it and continued toward the center of the island with Golia. The lighthouse fire core should be obtained from the lighthouse. So Lin Shan's first target was definitely the lighthouse. As Lin Shan ventured deeper into the island, he soon discovered many traces of monsters, from footprints to droppings. It was evident that monsters didn't care about hygiene. However, he hadn't seen a single monster along the way. So it was hard for Lin Shan to determine whether these were left by the monsters in the fog or those on the island. But soon, Lin Shan stopped pondering because he could see the lighthouse. At the same time, the monsters beneath the lighthouse came into view. Is that a goblin? Lin Shan whispered in surprise. The monsters beneath the lighthouse were indeed goblins, and there were quite a few of them. He could see hundreds just in his line of sight. Chapter 81. Chickens pecking at each other. Goblins, I just complained about them to Celia yesterday, and today I ran into them. What a coincidence. Lin Shan stroked his chin and said. Moreover, it made Lin Shan quite curious because many of these goblins were injured, and it looked like the wounds were still fresh. Did these goblins just fight with other monsters? Each one was injured. Forget it, let's identify them. Lin Shan decided to ignore it. After all, he was about to start a massacre soon. Name, Island Goblin. Strength, ordinary. Talent, no ability, cowardly. Grouping, extraordinary attributes, none. Evaluation, Island Goblins are one of the lowest tier monsters. Goblins themselves are very timid, but strangely, when their numbers exceed 10, they become very bold. However, when more than half of them are dead, they scatter in panic. If it weren't for the goblins' rapid reproduction rate, they would have been extinct long ago. With such attributes, no wonder Celia can kill them indiscriminately. Lin Shan shook his head while looking at the attributes and said. Then he turned to Golia and said, Golia, let's start. Let's finish killing them quickly and then explore this lighthouse. Golia nodded at his words, then held her spear and followed Lin Shan toward the goblin group. The appearance of Lin Shan and Golia immediately attracted the attention of the goblins, and in the next second, the goblin group erupted in chaos. They started chattering loudly. Their language was comparable to that of the fishmen. It was incomprehensible and very noisy. Lin Shan couldn't understand what the goblins were saying, and then they charged forward in a dark wave. Seeing this, Lin Shan twirled the heavy iron spear in his hand and slapped it down. Bang! An invisible hand appeared in the air and slapped down, instantly flattening 2 or 3 goblins. Lin Shan laughed and said, Have you ever seen a hand descending from the sky? The goblins indicated they had never heard of it and continued their charge. Lin Shan shook his head, then put away the heavy iron spear and once again conjured an invisible hand. Soon, 2 invisible hands floated slowly on either side of Lin Shan. Then Lin Shan clenched his fists and shouted, Would big, would big, would big, would big. Lin Shan's hands swung quickly, and the invisible hands also formed fists and struck rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the goblins were knocked back faster than they came, all flying away, dead as can be. This technique was Lin Shan's creation, the close combat invisible fist, directly binding the invisible hands to his own hands, fixed about a meter away from him, and then moving with his hands. This not only confuses the enemy, making them think that if they restrain his hands, they can defuse the attack, but in essence, it was still controlled by mental power. It was a surprise attack that caught them off guard. Back to the point, using the invisible fist against goblins was simply too easy. They couldn't even get close. On the other side, Golia's battle was even quicker. Every strike of her spear resulted in a goblin having a new hole in its forehead. In no time, Golia charged in, with her efficiency top-notch. Soon, the number of goblins was reduced to less than half. Vaha Gao, with one goblin fleeing. The remaining goblins scattered in all directions, each running their own way. Watching Golia chase after them, Lin Shan quickly shouted, "Golia, don't bother with the fleeing goblins. Remember, our goal is the lighthouse." Hearing Lin Shan's call, Golia immediately stopped, then shook her spear before returning to Lin Shan's side. Lin Shan looked around. It could only be described as dirty and chaotic. After a quick look, he finally found a treasure chest under a relatively clean tent. Although it was a bronze treasure chest, it had the prefix of island, and an island bronze treasure chest could potentially yield an island heart. After putting away the treasure chest, Lin Shan scanned the area again, and after not finding anything else, he prepared to check out the lighthouse. Passing by the goblin's pot, Lin Shan was surprised to find that they were actually cooking fishmen. So, the ones fighting the goblins were fishmen? TSK. Isn't this just chickens pecking at each other? However, fishmen should be stronger than goblins. Perhaps they just lack in numbers, a half-pound to a half-pound comparison. Lin Shan chuckled. Arriving at the base of the lighthouse, Lin Shan looked up at the tall structure before him. It was much taller than his lighthouse, at least 5 stories high, probably upgraded several times. On the outside, it looked a bit old, but overall it was still quite intact. Looking at the large door in front of him, it really was a large door, because this lighthouse was not like his with just a small room. The first floor alone had an area of at least 500 square meters. Lin Shan tried to open it, and to his surprise, it opened. It opened? Lin Shan stared blankly at the open door, bewildered. He thought it would be locked. Otherwise, why wouldn't these goblins occupy the lighthouse and instead live around it? Looking at the dim environment inside, Lin Shan took out the bronze lantern, activated the flame, and let the invisible hand carry the bronze lantern inside. Better to be cautious. It was best to probe first. The light from the bronze lantern illuminated the lighthouse room. Lin Shan looked around and didn't see any dangers, then said, "Let's go." The two slowly walked into the lighthouse and began to investigate. 1234, There are 5 rooms? Plus this hall, TSK. This is much better than my place. Lin Shan said enviously. After looking around, Lin Shan said to Golia, "Golia, open all the windows, otherwise it's a bit dark." Golia nodded at his words and replied, "Okay, master." Then she went to open the windows. Lin Shan controlled the invisible hands to assist while holding the bronze lantern himself. Creak! As all the windows were opened, suddenly, sunlight flooded in, instantly illuminating the entire room. This is much more comfortable. Indeed, humans cannot live without light. Lin Shan looked at the bright room and smiled satisfactorily. Then he started searching. In such places, it's easier to find things. Just look in the cabinets and boxes like the dilapidated shelf in front of him. Name, broken space cabinet. Category, space item. Evaluation, white 9. Effect, chaotic space. Evaluation, a broken space cabinet. Most of the items inside have already vanished into the spatial cracks. Perhaps you can choose to completely destroy the space cabinet to see if you can get something out. Chapter 82. Found the lighthouse flame core. After checking the attributes, Lin Shan directly smashed down with an invisible hand. With a crack, the entire space rack began to show signs of cracking, and finally, with another crack, it collapsed, simultaneously releasing 2 items. Seeing this, Lin Shan immediately picked them up and began to examine them. Name, treasure chest monster crystal core. Category, material. Rating, yellow 9. Effect, can manufacture spatial equipment. Evaluation, the crystal core of the silver treasure chest monster. Preserved due to its spatial attributes. A silver treasure chest monster's crystal core? That's a good item. Next time Celia comes over, I can ask her if she knows where to find a master who can manufacture spatial equipment, Lin Shan said with satisfaction, then looked at the next item. Name, damaged thunderhammer. Category, weapon. Rating, yellow 6. Effect, thunderstrike, spatial explosion. Evaluation, a weapon affected by spatial turbulence. not only has its rating greatly reduced, but also became extremely fragile. A slight force could trigger an explosion, causing spatial turbulence along with thunder damage. Was this originally at least a purple 6-star weapon? What a pity. Lin Shan glanced regretfully at the large hammer in his hand, then quickly stored it in his backpack. If it accidentally exploded, it might just turn to dust. Although based on the situation from earlier, it shouldn't explode that easily. Continue. Although the lighthouse room is larger than his own, it remains a limited space, and the boxes and cabinets for storing items are quite obvious. So soon, Lin Shan and Golia finished their search. Most of the items were already damaged, but Lin Shan was still lucky to find an intact spatial rack and 4 items. The spatial rack was a blue 4-star item with 20 spatial slots. Among the 4 items, 2 were similar to the earlier hammer, both prone to exploding, which Lin Shan stored directly, then looked at the 2 normal items left. Name: Slave Sea Merchant Summoning Scroll. Category: Special Item. Rating: Black 9. Effect: Summons a sea merchant. Evaluation: The Slave Sea Merchant specializes in selling slaves. All acquired through legitimate channels, so feel free to purchase. Looking at the blood-red summoning scroll in his hand, Lin Shan couldn't help but rub his eyes and take another look. A slave sea merchant? There are such merchants? Well, thinking about it, it makes sense. How could one person guard an entire island? Lin Shan was initially surprised, but then understood. After storing the summoning scroll, Lin Shan turned his attention to the second item left. Name: Power Amplification Crystal. Category: Ability Crystal. Rating: Yellow 3. Effect: After use, learn Power Amplification. Learning conditions: Extraordinary Constitution not lower than 20 points. Extraordinary Strength not lower than 10 points. Evaluation: Power Amplification. A buff ability that doubles Extraordinary Strength, but cannot exceed 100 points of Extraordinary Strength. What a good item, but it's a pity I can't learn it, Lin Shan said with a bit of regret. Not to mention, he didn't have Extraordinary Strength. His 3 points of Extraordinary Strength came from the pink rabbit ears. After storing it in his backpack, Lin Shan looked at the spatial rack. This item couldn't be stored in the backpack. It was repelled. Let's leave it for now and move it to the ship after exploring the lighthouse, Lin Shan said, patting the spatial cabinet. Then he turned to Golia and smiled. Let's go. It's time to check the second floor. Golia nodded, then turned to the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they repeated the previous actions, first opening the windows, then starting to search. However, the second floor was not as large as the first, consisting of only 3 rooms. Lin Shan observed that the second floor seemed to be a resting area, as there were beds, although they were all tattered. After searching and finding nothing, Lin Shan continued to explore upwards. The third floor had even smaller rooms, and there were no additional rooms. It appeared to be another sleeping area. However, Lin Shan noticed 2 boxes and cabinets. Lin Shan approached the 2 cabinets and began to check them one by one. Unfortunately, they were both damaged and could only be smashed. With an invisible hand, he struck, and with a crack, 2 items fell out. Seeing this, Lin Shan picked them up and examined them. Extraordinary Attribute Extraction Scroll? Lin Shan looked at the name in surprise. Could it extract extraordinary attributes? Name: Extraordinary Attribute Extraction Scroll. Category: Special Item. Rating: Green 3. Effect: After use, can extract 3 points of extraordinary attributes from oneself. Evaluation: A system-produced item that can extract conflicting extraordinary attributes, forming extraordinary attribute crystals. The extracted extraordinary attribute crystals can only last for 3 days. If not used within 3 days, the extraordinary attribute crystal will shatter. Note: Cannot be stored in the spatial cabinet. It will shatter immediately. Lin Shan looked at the extraordinary attribute extraction scroll in front of him. If there were enough of these, wouldn't it be possible to quickly increase extraordinary attributes? But since it's system-produced, there probably won't be many, right? After checking, Lin Shan directly stored it in his backpack and then looked at the second item. Another extraordinary attribute extraction scroll, but this one is green 5-star, capable of extracting 5 points. After storing it in his backpack, Lin Shan continued to lead Golia upwards. However, there were no more rooms above the 3rd floor, leading directly to the top of the lighthouse, where the candlelight was stored. Lin Shan looked outside, and quickly spotted Xiao AI on the coast. This place is nice. You can see the whole island's appearance clearly, Lin Shan said with satisfaction. Golia nodded as well, but her gaze was focused on the mist within the island, especially when she saw some goblins near the mist suddenly being dragged into it. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, but unfortunately, the mist obscured her view, making it hard to see. Golia, Master, look over there. Hearing this, Lin Shan followed Golia's direction. Isn't that a goblin we drove away? What is the big deal? Oh my gosh. Lin Shan was initially confused, but then exclaimed. Dozens of goblins were quickly dragged into the mist. Lin Shan, wow, there are stronger monsters in the mist. It seems we can't approach the mist easily, at least not until we know what monsters are inside. Shaking his head, Lin Shan withdrew his gaze, then looked at the fire basin of the candlelight. If there's south any place where the lighthouse flame core is most likely to exist, it can only be here. Lin Shan leaned in to take a look and indeed saw a dark object. After carefully digging it out, a faintly glowing item came into view. Chapter 83, Lighthouse Fire Core Acquired. Gently prying it open, the pitch-black coal ball instantly revealed its true form. A faintly glowing object quietly lying at the bottom of the fire pit. Lin Shan carefully touched it, and, finding it not hot, picked it up directly. After examining it closely, he opened its attributes to take a look. Name, Lighthouse Fire Core. Category, Special Item. Rating, Black 9. Effect, Upgrade Lighthouse. Evaluation. The Lighthouse Fire Core is a special item formed by the energy remaining in the lighthouse after the candlelight is burned out. It can be used to enhance the level of the lighthouse. Indeed, is the Lighthouse Fire Core. But I didn't expect it to be formed after the candlelight burned out and combined with the lighthouse's energy. I thought it was formed after the candlelight extinguished. Lin Shan said in surprise. However, if that's the case, then it can't be manufactured, which is a bit of a pity. Lin Shan put away the Lighthouse Fire Core and said somewhat disappointedly. Extinguishing it is relatively simple. Just cut off the lighthouse's energy. But burning it out is something I really can't guess. After all, as long as the lighthouse keeps using energy, the place candlelight will keep burning. After putting away the Lighthouse Fire Core, Lin Shan began to observe the island to see where there were still resources, as the lighthouse had already been fully explored. After looking around, he found that aside from the areas shrouded in mist, there were no resources left elsewhere. It makes sense, since the goblins can live here and even occupy the area beneath the lighthouse. This island is probably left with only the monsters in the mist besides the fishmen, right? With that thought, Lin Shan looked at several areas covered in mist and felt a bit troubled. The unknown often evokes the most fear and dread. However, Lin Shan glanced at the bronze lantern in his backpack, and indeed, its maximum function could drive away mist within a radius of 60 meters, which is sufficient. The largest misty area on this island seems to have a diameter of just over 100 meters. That said, does the bronze lantern simply push the mist away to other places, or does it eliminate it entirely? It should just be pushing the mist away, right? Lin Shan speculated while looking at the bronze lantern in his backpack. But in the end, won't using it clarify everything? Lin Shan, Golia, let's go check out the smallest misty area to the east. Golia, oh, coming. The two descended the stairs and quickly reached the first floor. By the way, Lin Shan closed all the windows, as he was unsure if he would return tomorrow. After all, the island can exist for a month. So, to prevent the lighthouse from being occupied by monsters, it's south better to close them. After returning to the first floor, Lin Shan used his invisible hand to lift the still intact storage cabinet and walked outside. Lin Shan, Golia, let's head back to the shore first and put this in the storage cabinet on the ship. Golia, as you command, Master. I'll assist in combat. Hearing this, Lin Shan helplessly said, that won't do. Forget it, let's just do it this way for now. Shaking his head, Lin Shan led Golia back along the path they came from. Soon, the two returned to the shore. Just as Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to place the storage cabinet onto Little AI's ship, he heard Little AI's voice. Little AI, Captain, Lady Golia, I have a report for you. A group of fishmen appeared just now. Please be careful. Fishmen? What's going on? Little AI, Lin Shan asked in confusion. Little AI, reporting to the captain, just 10 minutes after you disembarked, a group of fishmen swam up from the sea and then left along the beach. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned to look at the beach and indeed saw numerous dense footprints. The density suggested at least 50 of them. Looking in the direction of the footprints, there seemed to be a misty area over there, which was also the place he planned to experiment with the bronze lantern. Lin Shan, Golia, let's go check it out and see if this group of fishmen has entered the mist. Little AI, Captain, Lady Golia, please be careful. Lin Shan waved his hand and smiled. Got it. Little AI, you be careful too, and keep an eye on the storage cabinet. Don't let it fall into the sea. Following the footprints, a few minutes later, they saw the fishmen. Lin Shan glanced a few times and found that the fishmen were attacking a dozen goblins, likely the ones that had fled earlier. Not far behind them was the mist, and Lin Shan also spotted the Fishman King, who, however, was not holding a staff but a worn-out large knife. Then, Lin Shan watched as the fishmen devoured the goblins and couldn't help but complain. Goodness, at least the goblins are somewhat civilized. They eat cooked fishmen. But you guys are just gnawing them raw. Galawala? Clearly, the fishmen noticed Lin Shan and Golia. Lin Shan didn't pay much attention to the fishmen. He had just checked the attributes of the ones charging over and found them slightly stronger than goblins, but not by much. It was really a matter of equivalent strength. His attention was instead drawn to the Fishman King standing at the edge of the mist. Why hasn't the Fishman King been pulled into the mist by the monsters inside? Or what does that mean there are no monsters in the mist? Lin Shan wondered. After all, the goblins had been dragged into the mist in an instant and were probably turning into food now. The fishmen charging in were directly killed one by Golia with a single shot each. However, unlike goblins, the fishmen did not show fear. Under the Fishman King's incessant shouting, they charged forward in a dark mass. Lin Shan turned to Golia and said, Golia, use your psychic attack directly. Golia blinked and replied, Okay, master. In the next moment, thunder erupted, and the long spear in her hand crackled with arcs of lightning. It's worth noting that the Silver Sandbreaker spear had a demon-breaking attribute, but it couldn't stop the invasion of lightning. Clearly, the degree of demon-breaking had its limits. After all, it was just a yellow-rated weapon. Golia raised the spear filled with thunder and directly hurled it at the charging fishmen. Bang! With a huge explosion, all the fishmen in front of Golia turned to ashes, and the beach even became glassy. Hiss! The explosive power in that instant was so strong. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. But what about the spear? Lin Shan wondered. However, in the next second, he saw a strand of lightning wrapping around Golia's hand, and with a flick of her little hand, the spear entwined with lightning flew back to her. Seeing this, Lin Shan was taken aback and then joked, Goodness, is this a recoverable electromagnetic cannon? Chapter 84, Misty Fishman. Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, Golia, how many times can you perform that attack from earlier? Golia lowered her head to assess the extent of her energy consumption and replied, Master, that last psychic attack consumed about 2 of my energy. It's a standard attack. Huh? Lin Shan looked bewildered at the attack that nearly wiped out the fishmen and also turned the sand in front of Golia into glass. And yet it was just Galia's ordinary psychic attack? No way. Isn't this too over the top? But in the next moment, Lin Shan thought of the energy defense device at home, which could withstand half of Galia's attack and remain intact. This is truly a damn comforting feeling. Lin Shan, Golia, how much energy do you have left now? Golia replied, Master, I still have 91 of my energy reserves. Lin Shan, what about the attack on the defensive energy shield this morning? Did it consume 10 of your energy? Golia shook her head and said, No, Master. That attack only consumed 5 of my energy. It's just that my energy recovery speed has increased quite a bit, so I regained some energy. Lin Shan, I see. That's good. Let's go see what's in the mist. That Fishman King actually ran in there? Golia nodded and returned to Lin Shan's side. Lin Shan took out the bronze lantern and activated it to its maximum. Instantly, the mist before him was expelled. It seems like it just repelled the mist. Looking at the mist pushed back to 60 meters away, Lin Shan nodded and said. He noted this information. Then, Lin Shan turned to look at the Fishman King. After all, the area occupied by the mist wasn't very large, and a 60-meter range was enough to reveal its original appearance. This is a fishman? Why does it look different from the previous ones? Lin Shan said in surprise. The presence of fishmen within the mist was already somewhat unexpected, let alone that these fishmen looked different. Could they be different species? Lin Shan directly identified one of the fishmen. Name, Misty Fishman. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, none. Ability, Misty Walk. Corrosive Claw Strike, extraordinary attribute. Dark 11. Evaluation, fishmen that have been assimilated by the mist due to long-term habitation in it. They are the lowest existence within the mist. Excessive identification evaluation. This is a fishman. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The mist can assimilate other creatures? Hiss. No wonder a candle flame is needed. If it weren't for the candle flame driving away the mist, then if they stayed too long in the mist, they would also turn into mist monsters, right? Lin Shan clicked his tongue. Then he saw the treasure chest behind the misty fishmen. Sure enough, where there are monsters guarding, there must be treasure chests. A bronze treasure chest? Not bad, Galia. Go for it. Galia nodded and said, yes, master. After that, she charged forward with her spear. There weren't many misty fishmen, about 20 or so. Lin Shan didn't count them. They didn't pose a threat anyway. This time, Galia used metal-type psychic energy attached to her spear to kill these misty fishmen as easily as cutting vegetables, effortlessly. It was incredibly smooth. Soon, all the misty fishmen were dead, including that Fishman King. From the way the Fishman King commanded the misty fishmen earlier, it seemed these misty fishmen belonged to the same tribe. Shaking his head, Lin Shan walked directly to the bronze treasure chest, took a look, and found it had a prefix, 5 stars, but it wasn't an island type. Rather a robust bronze treasure chest. After storing the treasure chest, Lin Shan said to Galia, let's go check out the other misty areas. Knowing the expelling effect of the bronze lantern, Lin Shan wasn't as wary of the mist anymore, because the expelling wasn't gradual. It directly pushed the mist 60 meters away. As long as he used it near the mist's edge, it would instantly clear 30 meters. And the monsters within the mist wouldn't even have time to react before revealing their true forms. Soon, Lin Shan and Galia arrived at another mist-covered area. To be safe, Lin Shan didn't approach too closely. He used the bronze lantern from 3 meters away. Instantly, a large area of mist cleared. However, surprisingly, there are no mist monsters in this area. After walking around with Galia and finding no monsters, they moved on to another misty region. Lin Shan understood that there couldn't be monsters everywhere in the mist, after all. Before long, the two arrived at another misty area on an island. When the bronze lantern shone, an oddly shaped creature appeared before Lin Shan and Galia. Lin Shan immediately identified it. Name, Squinting Multi-Eyed Beast. Strength, extraordinary. Talent, magic eye. Ability, stare glare. Extraordinary attributes, spirit 17, mystery 3, physique 3, strength 1. Evaluation, the Squinting Multi-Eyed Beast. A mist monster with 6 eyes, usually only opens the bottom 2 eyes. When it activates its abilities, the upper eyes will open. It is said that each squinting multi-eyed beast has certain differences in abilities. Excessive identification evaluation. The eyes of the squinting multi-eyed beast can be made into magic eyes, provided you know how to make them. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the squinting multi-eyed beast head. There are indeed 4 eyes closed. Lin Shan, Galia, leave the eyes alone. Galia nodded, and in the next second, appeared above the squinting multi-eyed beast, and then swung her spear. Slap! The squinting multi-eyed beast's head dropped to the ground. A single strike beheading. Lin Shan wasn't surprised at all. The gap between the 2 sides was too large. It was completely a veteran dominating a newbie. Bang! A few seconds later, the squinting multi-eyed beast's body fell heavily to the ground. Lin Shan, Galia, first store this head in the space cabinet on Little AI's ship. Galia glanced at the head on the ground, then nodded and disappeared with it. After a dozen seconds, she reappeared behind Lin Shan. Once Galia returned, Lin Shan took the bronze lantern and wandered around. He discovered a treasure chest in a cave, a bronze treasure chest, but it was only 3 stars. All right, now there's just one last misty area left. Lin Shan looked to the east and said, that misty area was the one where Lin Shan and Galia had seen goblins being pulled into the mist from the top of the lighthouse. Chapter 85, Upgrade the Lighthouse. Just as Lin Shan was about to head to the last foggy area, a portent jumped out. Portent, You suddenly feel your eyelids twitching wildly, which means disaster is imminent. Possibly related to the place you are about to go. Lin Shan, huh? No, my eyelids aren't twitching. Just as Lin Shan was about to complain, he suddenly felt his eyelids twitching wildly. Is this for real? Lin Shan rubbed his left eyelid, surprised. Also, isn't the left, I suppose, to indicate wealth? Did you get it wrong? Lin Shan complained weakly. However, despite the complaints, Lin Shan didn't foolishly go to explore the fog. Since the portent had warned him, it would be stupid to proceed. Lin Shan turned around and walked towards the seaside. Golia. Master, aren't we going that way? Lin Shan nodded and said, No, let us go home first. Golia, although confused, obediently followed behind Lin Shan. The two quickly returned to the seaside. Xiao Ai. Captain, Lady Golia, have you finished exploring? Lin Shan. Almost, we're heading home. An invisible hand appeared and lifted Lin Shan onto the deck, while Golia flew up herself. Lin Shan. Xiao Ai. Let us go, we're going home. Xiao Ai. Aye. Captain. That said, Xiao Ai didn't start moving right away. She waited until Lin Shan and Golia were seated before she initiated the departure. Xiao Ai quickly sped into the fog and soon disappeared. The island returned to its calm state. However, the next second, the last patch of fog suddenly began to roll, and a twisted goblin emerged from the mist. Judging by the goblin's appearance, it was clearly dead. Its eyeballs were black, its mouth gaping wide, and black liquid mixed with a bit of bright red blood dripped down. Roar! The goblin let out a roar and then began to wander around aimlessly. After the first goblin appeared, several more goblins emerged from the mist one after another. All of them seemed to be corpses. Moving goblin corpses? Unfortunately, aside from them, there were no other living creatures on the island, and even they could hardly be considered alive. They were merely moving corpses. On the other side, as Xiao Ai distanced herself from the island, Lin Shan was surprised to find that his eyelids gradually stopped twitching wildly. It was clear that the source of danger was indeed that lump of fog. Now Lin Shan was somewhat amazed. What exactly was in that fog? Even Golia couldn't ensure his safety? After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan decided not to ponder further, but he definitely wouldn't go back to that island. After all, he had already obtained the most valuable items. A few minutes later, Xiao Ai finally returned to her home port. After slowly entering dock number 1, she came to a stop, and then the gangway slowly extended out as Xiao Ai said, Master, we're home. Lin Shan and Golia knew they were home as soon as they saw the fog dissipate, but since Xiao Ai hadn't docked yet, they didn't disembark. After getting off the ship, Lin Shan headed toward the lighthouse. Now that he had the lighthouse core, what was there to wait for? He had to go back and upgrade it. After the energy shield certification was completed, an opening was made. Lin Shan, Golia, go turn off the energy defense device and bring it back to the lighthouse. Golia nodded and then walked towards the vegetable garden. There was no need to keep the energy defense device on when there were no disasters. It was just wasting energy. Back in the lighthouse room, Lin Shan went straight to the control panel, opened the lighthouse page, and clicked upgrade. Instantly, the lighthouse core in his backpack disappeared and a system prompt sounded. System ding. The lighthouse is preparing for an upgrade. Please leave the lighthouse. Tower keeper. Seeing this, Lin Shan had no choice but to step outside. As soon as he went out, the lighthouse began to emit light and gradually grew taller, with its footprint also expanding. Lin Shan, oh wow, it's finally going to get bigger. Now Golia's energy chamber can be accommodated. When Golia returned holding the energy defense device, she saw the glowing lighthouse and asked curiously, Master, has the lighthouse upgraded? Lin Shan nodded and smiled. Yes, it has upgraded, and it's finally getting bigger. Golia, what are you doing holding the energy defense device? Put it down. Seeing Golia holding the energy defense device with both hands, Lin Shan was taken aback and then spoke. Golia nodded and carefully placed the energy defense device down, although it wasn't something that could easily break. The transformation of the lighthouse lasted a full 3 minutes before it gradually faded away. A brand new lighthouse appeared before their eyes. Lin Shan, not bad. This looks much better. It no longer has that dilapidated feeling. Then Lin Shan directly opened the lighthouse attributes to check. Name, lighthouse, category, lighthouse, rating, green 1. Main effect, ethereal blue flame. Special effect, energy 100 upgrade requirement, 1000 wood. Footprint, 100 square meters on the first floor, 50 square meters on the second floor. Tower tip on the third floor. Evaluation, an upgraded lighthouse. Finally looks like one. Lin Shan, there's an increased footprint, 100 square meters. Not bad, that's big enough. Let us go, Leah, let us check it out. After entering, Lin Shan found that aside from the fireplace, which was attached to the wall, everything else remained in place without any changes. Oh, the control panel also moved. It's still next to the stairs. Lin Shan, it seems I need to replan things. Besides getting bigger, the lighthouse room didn't have the kind of room Lin Shan had explored. Clearly, the room needed to be isolated by himself. Anyway, there were no treasure chests during the low tide today, so Lin Shan had plenty of time to arrange the room. Of course, in the afternoon, Lin Shan also planned to check out the blue one-star island. Just as Lin Shan was getting ready to rearrange the room, a loud bang echoed in the sky, and an announcement appeared. Lin Shan, system announcement. I thought something felt a bit off. World system announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the tower keeper from area 88888888, Lin Shan, for being the first to upgrade the lighthouse to Green 1, rewarding all tower keepers in area 88888888. Silver treasure chest 1. Candle flame, random treasure chest 1. Chapter 86. No more than 9. All the tower defenders glanced at the system announcement in the sky and then continued with their own tasks. As such announcements became more frequent, they no longer felt shocked. They had become numb to it. However, the defenders of the 8th district erupted once again, and everyone couldn't help but cheer. The chat channel was once again dominated by the impressive Lin Shan. Lin Shan was also very happy, as he had a personal reward coming. System ding. Congratulations to the tower defender for receiving a personal reward. Gold chest 1. Random lighthouse special effect 1. Lighthouse transformation scroll 1. With that, 3 more chests were added. And combined with the 3 chests obtained from the island, there were a total of 6 chests. Lin Shan, Golia, you handle the organization. I want to carve something. Golia nodded in response and began to arrange things. It must be said that Golia quite enjoyed setting up the room. Next, Golia moved around the room, placing things here and there, and if she was dissatisfied with something, she would remove it, busying herself immensely. Meanwhile, Lin Shan sat outside the lighthouse on a chair, using a dagger to carve wood. He was using branches, as the divination blocks were not very large. They just needed to fit comfortably in the palm of his hand, focusing mainly on the shape, which was crescent-shaped, and then split in half at the back. With Lin Shan's current strength, carving was quite fast. It just required fine detailing, so it was a bit slower. Soon, the crescent shape was carved out, and then he carefully split it in half. Crack! Lin Shan looked speechlessly at the crack that had made an abrupt turn in the middle. Failure. Let us try again. Before long, Lin Shan carved out another moon and began to cut carefully again. The best method for this was to chop quickly. Unfortunately, Lin Shan didn't have that confidence. However, if it were Golia using her metal-type superpower, it would be very simple. But Lin Shan wanted to show sincerity, so he insisted on doing it himself. Looking at the 2/3 completed divination block, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this time it would succeed. Crack! As he looked at the last bit of the divination block about to break, Lin Shan expressionlessly glanced at the system world announcement and then muttered, "Damn. World system announcement. Ding. Congratulations to the tower defender from region 75482431, Bailey Water, for advancing the 3rd island to green level 1, rewarding all defenders in region 75482431. Black iron chest 1, energy stone chest 1. The system world announcement rang out 3 times, and the sudden announcement made Lin Shan's hand tremble slightly, and then it cracked. He looked down and continued. Time slowly passed, and soon another divination block prototype began to form in Lin Shan's hands, and at his feet. There were already 7 or 8 piled up. Looking at the divination block prototype in his hands, Lin Shan said fiercely, "Last chance, if it doesn't work this time, then I'll let Golia do the splitting." Lin Shan summarized the reason for his failures. He was distracted by the system announcements. 2 consecutive world announcements had appeared, both regarding the advancement of lighthouses. Huang Xin was the 3rd to achieve this, and the two announcements were only 2 or 3 seconds apart. So Lin Shan even took the time to send a message to comfort her, only to be met with a flood of sarcastic remarks. Lin Shan felt puzzled, yet her tone seemed quite familiar. It felt like they could get along well, like they could be good friends. Looking at the 9th divination block prototype in his hands, Lin Shan frowned and thought for a moment before deciding to let Golia handle it. Things shouldn't go beyond 3 tries. This was already his 9th attempt, and if he failed again, it would mean he wouldn't be able to make this divination block today. Having thought this, Lin Shan called out to the lighthouse room, "Golia, come out for a moment." Golia, who was busy arranging things in the lighthouse room, put down the spatial cabinet she was holding and walked outside. Nothing was more important than her master's request. After coming out, Golia looked at Lin Shan and asked, "Master, what do you need?" Lin Shan stabilized the divination block prototype with an invisible hand and said to Golia, "Golia, do you see this? Can you split it in half, evenly?" Lin Shan pointed at the stabilized divination block prototype and said. Golia looked at the prototype for a moment before nodding and replied, "Yes, Master, Golia can do it." After saying that, Golia picked up Lin Shan's carving dagger, infused it with her metal-type superpower, and in the next second, a blade of light extended a few centimeters out. Then, Golia swiftly brought the knife down on the divination block prototype. After putting down the dagger, Golia looked at Lin Shan and smiled. "Master, Golia has fulfilled her mission." Lin Shan looked at the perfectly intact divination block prototype, reached out to pick it up, and with a rub, it split into 2 equal halves, with smooth edges in the middle. Lin Shan smiled in satisfaction. "Not bad. All right, Golia, you can continue organizing the room now." Golia nodded and returned to the lighthouse room to continue arranging things. Although there were not many pieces of furniture, she was enjoying herself immensely. After taking a glance at the divination block prototype in his hands, Lin Shan began to polish it. There were no conditions for coloring now, so smoothing it out would suffice. Phew! After a dozen minutes, Lin Shan blew on the divination block prototype covered in sawdust. As the sawdust flew away, the smooth divination block appeared in his hands. He then rinsed it with water, and, after drying, it would be ready for use. Lin Shan, not bad, not bad. Looks like my skills are quite good. Unfortunately, he could only make such simple items. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to carve the statue of Mazu. However, just because he couldn't do it, didn't mean others couldn't. When night falls, he could ask in the chat channel to see if there were any crafting experts. Now, finally, it was time to open the chests. Lin Shan took out all the chests. In total, gold chest 1, silver chest 1, candlelight chest 1, bronze chest 1, island bronze chest 1, strong bronze chest 1, black iron chest 1. Lin Shan first opened the black iron chest, the strong bronze chest, and the bronze chest. System, obtain black iron spear 1. Black bread 2. System, obtain body refinement potion 1. System, obtain bronze chandelier 1. Bronze meteor hammer 1. Wait, this black iron spear is really sticking to me. ISNT it? I get it every day. Lin Shan couldn't help but complain while looking at the familiar black iron spear. Chapter 87, The Holy Grail. Lin Shan helplessly shook his head and then turned his gaze to the body refining potion. Name, body refining potion. Category, potion. Rating, blue 3. Effect, extraordinary physique 1. Evaluation, the body refining potion is a relatively common cultivation resource. Pour the potion into a water tank and then let the user enter to absorb the medicinal power. Generally, it takes about 30 minutes to fully absorb. Note, the body refining potion has a resistance, so potions of the same star level cannot be reused. After reading the evaluation, Lin Shan couldn't help but be surprised. Cannot be reused at the same star level? So, from 1 star to 9 stars, it can add 9 points to extraordinary attributes? That's not bad. He thought he would use it while taking a shower tonight. Then Lin Shan looked at the bronze chandelier and the bronze meteor hammer. Name, bronze chandelier. Category, furniture. Rating, blue 1. Effect, lighting, brightness adjustment. Evaluation, the bronze chandelier is a type of lighting furniture that requires only 1 energy stone to last for a year. It is extremely convenient for lighting, and the bronze chandelier is very easy to install. Just press it against the ceiling and it can be firmly fixed. When removing it, just press the button on the top of the base to easily detach it. Lin Shan, this is good. Now, the room doesn't have to rely on the fireplace for light, especially since the room has become much larger. The fireplace's light is clearly insufficient. Lin Shan took out the bronze chandelier, examined it, and found the slot for the energy stone. After installing the energy stone, Lin Shan installed the bronze chandelier in the center of the room. With the existence of an invisible hand, this was very simple. Once set up, Lin Shan pulled the switch rope hanging from the bronze chandelier, and instantly, the entire chandelier lit up. The room became bright immediately, even though it was daytime. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction and then turned it off. Next was the bronze meteor hammer, a blue one-star weapon. After glancing at it twice, Lin Shan lost interest. He didn't know how to use a weapon like a meteor hammer. He once hit himself while playing with nunchaku. Then, Lin Shan turned his attention to the remaining 4 treasure chests. Looking at the 4 chests in front of him, Lin Shan thought for a moment and approached the bronze chest on the island. Then, Lin Shan took out the divination cups. Lin Shan, may Mazu bless me with an island heart. He gently tossed the divination cups, which made a light sound. Golia looked at the divination cups on the ground, one half facing down and the other half facing up, completely confused about what the master was doing. Seeing this, Lin Shan was overjoyed and tossed them again. Clap, clap. 3 consecutive times. It was the Holy Grail. Isn't that great? Lin Shan put away the divination cups and closed his eyes, saying, "Thank you, Mazu, for your blessings." After saying that, Lin Shan directly opened the bronze chest on the island. System obtained Island Heart 1. Looking at the Island Heart in his backpack, Lin Shan's eyes lit up. Indeed, at the seaside, it had to be Mazu. Lin Shan laughed happily. Continuing with his efforts, Lin Shan looked at the silver chest. Lin Shan, Mazu, please bless me with a silver fruit. Clap. Lin Shan looked at the smiling cup on the ground, blinked, and then requested again. Clap. Still a smiling cup. Again. Clap. After picking up the divination cups, Lin Shan couldn't help but scratch his head. Puzzled. Is Mazu uncertain if the silver chest has a silver fruit? Or am I not expressing myself clearly? However, having received 3 consecutive smiling cups, Lin Shan felt a bit embarrassed to trouble Mazu again, especially since there were still 2 chests left. So Lin Shan directly opened the silver chest. System obtained Plantation Blueprint 1, White Jade Cloud Fruit Seed, 1, Plantation Blueprint. Seeds? Lin Shan looked at the items in his backpack and couldn't help but become curious. He wondered if this plantation blueprint would conflict with the good fields. Name, Plantation Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Rating, Yellow 9. Effect, unlocks plantation upon use. Evaluation. The plantation is a special building. Plants grown in the plantation will grow faster and yield more. And the plantation can also automatically collect and store fruits. Note, the plantation's warehouse has a limit. If not cleaned in time, the plantation will not automatically collect fruits. Good fields can be placed within the plantation, and the effects will not conflict. Oh, it really is a good thing. I like it. Lin Shan was extremely satisfied. This was definitely a good item, and the best part is that it collects automatically. It's incredibly convenient. After taking a photo, Lin Shan used it directly. System ding. Plantation unlocked. The Guardian can freely choose the island location to build the plantation on the control panel. Lin Shan nodded and then looked at the other item. The plantation could wait. He wanted to open all the treasure chests first. Looking at the white jade cloud fruit seed in his backpack, Lin Shan had a premonition that it might be an extraordinary plant. Name, white jade cloud fruit seed. Category, extraordinary plant. Rating, blue 5. Effect, seed. What other effect do you want? Evaluation. The white jade cloud fruit tree is a relatively low-level extraordinary fruit tree. The planting conditions are quite simple, requiring only sufficient air and sunlight. The fruit it bears, the white jade cloud fruit, is a soft and fluffy fruit that, when consumed, provides a temporary buff to water, wood, and wind attributes. Indeed, it is an extraordinary plant, a buff-type extraordinary fruit. It seems that extraordinary plants are not just about enhancing extraordinary attributes. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan nodded and said, having finished looking at these silver chests, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the golden chest. He approached the golden chest. Lin Shan, Mazu, this time I don't need much. Just give me a golden fruit. After saying this, He prayed, and then picked up the divination cups to toss them again. Under Goliath's gaze, the divination cups made 2 claps. Lin Shan looked down. Oh no! Holy Grail! Clap! Holy Grail! Clap! Holy Grail! 3 consecutive times, it was the Holy Grail. No, the statue of Mazu needs to be made quickly. Lin Shan picked up the divination cups and said firmly. Now, he just needed to see if anyone in the chat channel knew how to carve. While opening the treasure chest, Lin Shan also opened the chat channel. Crack. System. Obtain golden fruit 1. Lin Shan glanced at it and then began to inquire. Just as it was noon, time for lunch. Chapter 88. 3 generations of ancestors, all statue carvers. Lin Shan. Family members, who among you can carve statues? Wow. Mom, I've snagged a seat with a big shot. Big shot. Which deity do you want to carve? It's not easy to have a chance to help the big shot, but unfortunately, I'm clumsy and often get killed in the middle. Hurry, hurry, spread the word. Who can carve statues? Family members, who can carve statues? Suddenly, the entire chat channel was filled with messages about carving statues. Lin Shan kept an eye on the chat messages while checking the golden fruit in his backpack. Name, golden fruit. Category, extraordinary fruit. Rating, purple 3. Effect, after use. You can freely choose to increase an existing extraordinary attribute by 40 points. Evaluation. The legendary golden fruit is a fruit grown from the extraordinary plant, the golden tree. Each one can cause a bloody storm and is a coveted extraordinary fruit for countless extraordinary beings. Mainly, the golden fruit has no resistance. Huh, purple 3 star? The attribute actually increased by 20 points? If it were purple 9 star, wouldn't that be 100 points of extraordinary free attribute points? Lin Shan said in surprise. 40 points of attributes. Lin Shan happily opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Shan, strength, extraordinary being, destiny. Harbinger talent, gift of fate. Fate witch abilities, ice crystal shooting, underwater breathing, appraisal, fear technique, catalysis, extraordinary attributes. Water 16, fire 3, wood 2, mystery 44, constitution 5, spirit 29, ice 2. Strength 3, 44 points of mystery, plus the current 42 points, if all invested in the mystery attribute. Wouldn't that reach 84? With the 10 boost from the key of fate, that's 93 points. Lin Shan's eyes immediately lit up. He was just 7 points short of meeting the minimum requirement for Starlight technique. The minimum. Just thinking about that, Lin Shan suddenly felt a bit down. The Starlight technique requires at least 300 points of mystery attributes to be used normally. 300 points. Damn, should I increase my mystery attributes or my spirit attributes? Lin Shan felt a bit clueless. If I don't increase my mystery, then the Starlight technique would be out of reach, right? So increasing mystery is a must. Just as Lin Shan was frowning in thought, the chat channel suddenly changed. Big shot, big shot. Someone can carve statues. Big shot, come out and take orders. What does taking orders mean? By the way, am I the only one curious about what statue the big shot wants to carve? 1. I'm also very curious. 1, me too. I want to follow in the big shot's footsteps. Big shot, big shot. What deity do you worship? I guess it's the god of wealth. I guess it's the Dragon King. After all, we are at sea. Nonsense. At sea, it should be Mazu. Huh? Is that someone from Fujin? Yeah, indeed. Mazu's name is much louder than the Dragon King. Many people in the mainland know Mazu, and it's said that it has even spread abroad. Yes, Mazu's fame is indeed great. Suddenly, I also want a statue of Mazu. 1-1. Coming back to his senses, Lin Shan glanced at the chat channel. Huh? Found someone? Lin Shan said excitedly. Then he clicked on the private chat notification, and there was just one message. Huang Hancheng, big shot. What statue do you want to carve? Seeing this, Lin Shan quickly replied. Lin Shan, why are you calling me big shot too? Huang Hancheng. Isn't it following the trend? Big shot, tell me what statue do you want? Not to brag, but my ancestors for 3 generations have been statue carvers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say we are a family of statue carving. Upon seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. If his ancestors have been statue carvers for 3 generations, then the old man's skills must be excellent. Lin Shan, Grandpa, I want to ask you to carve a statue of Mazu. Huang Hongsheng Mazu, I'm familiar with that. I've carved more Mazu statues than anything else since I was a child. However, I currently don't have the right tools, and it will take a while. Plus, I have to go to sea every day, so it'll take at least 10 days to half a month to finish. Lin Shan, then Grandpa Huang. What if we use clay first? How long would that take? Huang Hongcheng, clay statue? That is simple. If I'm serious, I can finish it by tomorrow night. However, clay statues are prone to cracking, and I don't have the conditions to make porcelain here. Are you sure you want a clay statue? Lin Shan scratched his head. Indeed, clay statues are prone to cracking, and that would be quite disrespectful. Huang Hongcheng, unfortunately, I don't have coal here. Otherwise, I could try to fire a porcelain statue of Mazu. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan's eyes lit up. He didn't have coal, but he had charcoal, and this charcoal burns at a high temperature. Lin Shan, Grandpa Huang, I have some charcoal here. Do you think it will work? After saying this, Lin Shan sent over a dozen pieces of charcoal to Grandpa Huang. After a while, Grandpa Huang replied, Huang Hongcheng, TSK, this charcoal is amazing. It doesn't produce any smoke and burns at a much higher temperature than coal. However, to fire ceramics, I'll need quite a bit of charcoal. Moreover, I'll have to build a kiln from scratch. I'm not sure how long it will take if it's just me. Indeed, these are challenging problems. Lin Shan scratched his head again. Lin Shan accidentally touched the rabbit ears. Right, the violent rabbit ears, which add 3 points of extraordinary strength. Almost 600 pounds of power. That should make things much easier for Grandpa Huang, right? Lin Shan picked up the pink rabbit ears and said with a smile, Lin Shan, Grandpa Huang, I have a piece of equipment that adds strength, giving you about 600 pounds of power. Oh, by the way, can a fireplace be modified to be used as a kiln? Huang Hongcheng, 3 points of extraordinary strength? 600 pounds. I can't be sure until I try it out. What does the fireplace look like? Lin Shan sent a photo of the fireplace. Huang Hongcheng, this type of fireplace can indeed be modified a bit to serve as a kiln, but my room isn't big enough. Can this fireplace be built outside? Lin Shan, I don't know either. I'll send one to you. You can see if it works. Grandpa Huang, then send it over. I'll see if it works. Lin Shan made a fireplace, and after 10 minutes, once it was finished, he sent it directly. After 2 minutes, Grandpa Huang, I didn't expect this to work. If so, it will be much simpler. Chapter 89, Lighthouse Special Effects. Lin Shan was delighted when he saw this and replied, Lin Shan, Grandpa Huang, you should give it a try. If you succeed, you can still do pottery business. Not to mention others, even Lin Shan himself was using coconut shells as bowls now. Huang Hongcheng, pottery? That's indeed a good path, but there's still a problem. Clay. I don't have any ceramic clay here. Lin Shan, ceramic clay? What kind of clay is that? Huang Hongcheng, ceramic clay is specifically for making ceramics. Of course, clay and kaolin can also be used, but I don't have any of those. Looking at Grandpa Huang's reply, Lin Shan was dumbfounded. Under their current conditions, ceramics? That's completely a luxury. There was nothing he could do. Lin Shan, Grandpa Huang, let's leave it at that for now. When we find suitable materials in the future, I'll trouble you again. Huang Hongcheng, what is there to trouble? As long as I'm here, you can come find me anytime, and I'll do my best to create a Mazu statue for you. Lin Shan, don't worry, Grandpa Huang, just be careful. If we don't encounter natural disasters, our benevolent district should still be able to survive. Huang Hongcheng, let us hope so. All right, Lin Shan, I won't disturb you any longer. I need to prepare lunch. By the way, the fireplace you gave me is quite useful, though it's a pity it's built outside. Lin Shan, what is the big deal? I'll send you another one. Huang Hongcheng, that one do. Lin Shan, why don't you just sell me one outright? I don't want a freebie. Lin Shan, oh, is that so? All right, let us do it at cost then. 20 stones. Huang Hongcheng, that one work. How can you do business without making a profit? Let us make it 40 stones, doubling it, and I'll still be getting a great deal. All right, let us do it. After saying that, Huang Hongcheng sent 40 stones to Lin Shan. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head helplessly, didn't say anything more, but instead put away the stones and clicked to create the fireplace. Then, Lin Shan returned to the last treasure chest and started checking it out. Name, candlelight chest. Category, special chest. Rating, yellow. 3. Effect, 100 chance to obtain candlelight, but the rating will not exceed yellow. Evaluation, special chest, just look at the effect. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan opened it. System, obtained ghostly yellow candlelight. Looking at the candlelight in his bag, Lin Shan was a bit puzzled. First, he got a ghostly blue candlelight, and now another ghostly yellow candlelight? Are you just bad at naming? Name, ghostly yellow candlelight. Category, candlelight. Rating, yellow. 6. Effect, dispels sea fog within a 2,000-meter radius. Special effect, ghostly yellow candlelight attracts some special beings, such as ghosts. Evaluation, rare special candlelight. Each type of special candlelight is extremely rare and is something countless tower guardians dream of. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but check the lighthouse attributes and then look at the ghostly blue candlelight, comparing them. Goodness. Aside from the increased dispelling range, the rest is exactly the same. Could it be that they are part of the same series? Lin Shan complained. 2,000 meters? That's too large. Lin Shan thought for a moment and decided to put the ghostly yellow candlelight in the storage cabinet for now. Next, there were only 2 items left. They were the random lighthouse special effect and the lighthouse transformation scroll. Both of these were new to Lin Shan, so he was quite interested. Name, random lighthouse special effect. Category, special item. Rating, purple 1 effect. After use, obtain a lighthouse special effect with a rating not exceeding purple 3 stars. Evaluation, things given by the system are definitely top-notch. Lin Shan, TSK, your evaluation has changed. You weren't so flattering before. The world has changed. Even evaluations need to flatter now. After finishing his complaint, Lin Shan took out the divination cup. Of course, he had to pray to Mazu for this kind of thing. Mazu, bless me. Just give me a purple one. 3 stars would be great. 2 stars is fine too. 1 star is acceptable. Crack. Under Gloria's gaze, Lin Shan threw the divination cup. Lin Shan, do it again. Divination cup. Divination cup. After 3 consecutive throws resulting in the same outcome, Lin Shan had to request again. Lin Shan, Mazu, bless me. As long as it's purple, that's all I need. Crack. Gloria looked at Lin Shan, who kept throwing the divination cup, with a puzzled expression and was very confused, while also being quite curious about how he could keep getting the same results. Lin Shan scratched his head. Wow. 9 consecutive divination cups of the same outcome? It seems Mazu wants to see me make a fool of myself. There was nothing he could do, since Mazu was laughing, to prevent her from laughing so hard she got a stomach ache. Lin Shan could only use it up. System, obtain space warehouse. Space warehouse. From a name. A warehouse? Sounds pretty good. Lin Shan couldn't help but murmur. Then he clicked to check it out. Name, space warehouse. Category, lighthouse special effect. Rating, yellow 9. Effect, after loading into the lighthouse, a space warehouse is obtained inside the lighthouse. Evaluation, a rare lighthouse special effect. The space warehouse starts with 100 units, but can be fed space items to increase the limit, belonging to a special effect that can grow slightly. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he immediately loaded it in. The space warehouse in his bag instantly merged into the lighthouse. Lin Shan looked around, but there didn't seem to be any changes. He directly opened the lighthouse panel and clicked to view the space warehouse. Space warehouse can be placed on any wall of the lighthouse, displayed in the shape of a small cabinet. Note, once placed, it cannot be moved unless a lighthouse special effect or lighthouse transformation is obtained. Lighthouse transformation? Wait, isn't that another reward? Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. Then he opened the lighthouse transformation scroll to check it out. Name, lighthouse transformation scroll. Category, lighthouse special effect. Rating, purple 1. Effect, after loading into the lighthouse, it can transform the internal structure of a lighthouse. Evaluation, oh my god, help. I got lost inside the lighthouse. Lin Shan, seeing this, wondered. Could it be that the rooms inside the lighthouse I visited in the morning were transformed using this lighthouse special effect? Should I just load it in and find out? Lin Shan decisively confirmed the loading. In an instant, the lighthouse transformation scroll merged into the lighthouse as well. Lin Shan skillfully opened the lighthouse panel and then clicked on the lighthouse transformation to check it out carefully. The detailed effects cannot be discovered unless loaded in. Chapter 90, the second fate ability. After loading the Lighthouse modification, Lin Shan directly clicked to view the effects. Lighthouse modification. You can add materials to arrange the internal rooms of the lighthouse, consuming the corresponding materials based on the items to be modified. To ensure that the tower defenders understand clearly, there is even a simple video demonstration. The video shows the basic construction of a wooden wall and the wood required for it. So, it's quite simple to control, and you can freely view the room arrangements. This is great, very nice. After figuring out how to operate it, Lin Shan said with satisfaction. Finally, he had checked all the rewards, and now he just needed to allocate his attribute points. Lin Shan sighed. Then he opened his character panel and began to allocate points. In order to learn Starlight technique in the future, the mysterious attribute must not be lacking, so Lin Shan decided. His current mysterious attribute was 44 points, and his mental attribute was 29 points, so he directly added 10 points to the mysterious attribute and then added 30 points to the mental attribute. He still left 2 points of free attributes just in case. Omen, your mystery deepens, your spirit transforms. Congratulations, you have taken the second step on your fate journey. Huh? Has the fate advanced further? Could it be because both mystery and spirit have broken through 50? Looking at the omen that popped up, Lin Shan said in confusion, then clicked to check the fate. Name, Omen Bearer. Category, Fate Path. Rating, Unknown. Fate Ability, Mysterious Perception, Mysterious Veil, Fate Enhancement. Mystery 30, Spirit 30, Evaluation. Omen Bearer, the name of the 9th stage of the Fate Path. The abilities of the Omen Bearer can only be known by the individual. Among all paths, except for common paths, the remaining path abilities will vary from person to person. Often, 2 individuals on the same path will have completely different abilities, but the general direction will not differ significantly. The Fate Path is an extremely rare path, with virtually no prior experience to refer to. Everything must rely on personal exploration. Huh? An extra 40 points of Fate Enhancement? Not bad, I like it. Opening the Fate panel, Lin Shan's eyes were immediately drawn to the increased attributes, as attributes are clear at a glance. Then Lin Shan looked at the newly emerged Fate ability. After clicking to experience it, Lin Shan scratched his head helplessly and then said disappointedly, as expected, it's still an auxiliary type ability, Mysterious Veil, which can only perceive my information if my mysterious attribute is doubled. This ability effect is just to hide my own attributes, right? But what's the use of this ability in the early stages? Lin Shan helplessly closed the Fate panel. Fortunately, he had the invisible hand as an attacking method. Otherwise, with this Fate ability, forget it. There's also Starlight technique as the next ability, so he wouldn't be lacking in the later stages. After sighing, Lin Shan couldn't help but stroke his chin and then speculated. Since the mystery and spirit reached 50, the second ability appeared, then for the third ability. Do I need to raise these 2 attributes to 100 points? I mean, with 100 points, I should be able to enter the 8th stage of the Fate, right? Well, at least I've been averaging my points. It seems my mystery and spirit attributes need to be maintained at the same level. Finally, I could take a break for a while. Suddenly, Lin Shan noticed the busy Galea. Huh? Lin Shan watched as Galea took out her energy replenishment pod and then put it back into the space cabinet, and he couldn't help but ask in confusion, Galea, what are you doing? Why did you take it out and then put it back? Hearing this, Galea looked at Lin Shan and then said, Master, it takes up space. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan looked at the spacious room and then wondered. The current room is 100 square meters. It's enough to hold your energy replenishment pod. How does it take up space? Are you planning not to sleep at all, Galea? Galea nodded and said, Currently, Galea indeed has this plan. Lin Shan. He was speechless, but this was Galea's own decision. He couldn't force her, right? As an artificial person, Galea could choose to rest now or stay awake continuously. But Lin Shan couldn't guarantee that Galea wouldn't have problems from not sleeping for a long time. Lin Shan. No, Galea, you still need a rest. At least 4 hours of sleep is necessary. Normal people need sufficient sleep time, generally around 8 hours. So for Galea, as an artificial person, 4 hours should be enough, right? He could add more later, depending on the situation. Hearing this, Galea puffed out her cheeks, but facing her master's gaze, she eventually nodded. The master's command is the most important. The most important. Galia took the energy replenishment pod out of the space cabinet again and placed it next to Lin Shan's single bed, arranging them together. Lin Shan, Galia, come eat lunch. After eating, we need to continue exploring another island. Hearing this, Galia nodded and then sat down at the seat. She picked up the black bread and started munching on it, paired with strawberries and water. It was barely edible. By the way, while munching on the bread, Lin Shan suddenly stood up and walked towards the control panel. Upon reaching the control panel, he clicked to check, and sure enough, a construction option for a plantation appeared. Lin Shan clicked to build directly. The next second, the projection screen turned into a flat map of the island. Lin Shan could clearly see all the features of the island, including the lighthouse, port, woods, unknown mines, and fertile fields, etc. Looking at the flat map of the island, Lin Shan directly checked the description and then circled the location of the fertile fields. System ding. The area required to build the plantation needs to consume stone 15840. Wood 3900. Any space attribute item 1. Lin Shan looked at the items in his backpack. Completely sufficient. After all, he had been selling toilet paper, and now he had also added the fireplace. The fireplace not only allows people to live safely in the lighthouse room, but also keeps warm. The business was booming, so Lin Shan was not lacking in wood and stone. The stone and wood were more than enough. As for the any space attribute item, I wonder if the treasure box monster core will work. Lin Shan first submitted the stone and wood, then took out the treasure box monster core to try it. System ding. The warehouse of the plantation will be manufactured according to the rating of the space item. The higher the rating of the space item, the larger the warehouse produced. Chapter 91. Heading to the second island. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Shan quickly stowed away the blue quality bronze treasure chest monster crystal core. No joke, the warehouse of this plantation has a time-stopping effect. The harvested fruits will always remain in the state just after being picked. It definitely requires the best space items. So, the silver treasure chest monster crystal core found today will come in handy. Lin Shan returned to the space cabinet, swapped the bronze treasure chest monster crystal core in his hand for the silver treasure chest monster crystal core, and then went back to the control panel. System ding. Confirm using the treasure chest monster crystal core as warehouse material. Lin Shan clicked confirm directly. System ding. The plantation is now under construction, expected to be completed in half an hour. Lin Shan took a glance and then ignored it. He was about to set off for the second island. The island indicated by the blue 1-star island route. Lin Shan, Galia, are you full? It's time to set off for the adventure on the second island. Hearing this, Galia looked at the remaining black bread in her hand, which was about half the size of her fist. After blinking, she stuffed it into her mouth and nodded. Galia, I'm full. Her cheeks puffed up, making her words a bit unclear. However, her actions indicated her meaning. Looking at Galia, who had come up behind him, Lin Shan smiled helplessly and said, Why the hurry? We still have to walk to the port. It's enough time for you to finish that bit of black bread. After handing a cup of purified water to Galia, Lin Shan went out directly. Seeing this, Galia quickly followed with the purified water in hand. The two quickly arrived at the port. Xiao AI, Captain, Lady Galia, are we setting sail again? Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded and smiled. That's right. Thank you, Xiao AI. Xiao Ai. No. Captain, it is Xiao AI's honor. For ship spirits, being used is an honor. If a ship is abandoned and forgotten, then, as a ship spirit, it has no reason to exist. Over time, the ship's spirit will gradually dissipate, and the ship will become an ordinary vessel. Therefore, for any ship spirit, continuous use of a ship is the best choice for them. Clap. The gangway extended down. Lin Shan took Galia up and then sat down in the cabin. Xiao AI. Captain, are we going to the island we visited this morning? Lin Shan shook his head and said, Not that one. Xiao AI, we're going to the island indicated by the blue island route. Xiao AI, understood. Captain, the total distance is 24 kilometers, and we can reach it in a few minutes at full speed. Lin Shan smiled and said, No need to go that fast. 10 minutes will do. If we go too fast and hit a monster in the fog, we'll be done for. I forgot to remind you about that earlier. Xiao AI, Captain, don't worry. Xiao AI can sense the movements ahead and won't crash. Lin Shan, just be careful. It's never wrong. Just listen to me. Xiao I. Xiao AI. Understood, Captain. Captain, Lady Galia, hold on tight. Let's set off. Xiao AI shouted loudly, and then the ship quickly started and surged forward. The direction was opposite. Soon, Xiao AI plunged into the fog. Looking at the fog outside, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh, although he was becoming familiar with it. He really couldn't get used to this fog. In the fog, you truly can't see anything. You never know what might suddenly appear ahead, especially after seeing a goblin dragged into the fog. Lin Shan now wished he could stay far away from it. However, Xiao AI's speed was still quite fast. It was only 10 minutes, and they quickly passed through. As Xiao AI broke through the fog, a much larger island than the previous one appeared in Lin Shan and Galia's view. Lin Shan looked at the island ahead and exclaimed, "No wonder it's blue. It's huge. I wonder how many times my island has to upgrade to be this big." Although Lin Shan's own island was already rated blue, it was only 1 star at 302,000 square meters, still quite small. Galia, Master, this island doesn't have fog? Hearing Galia's words, Lin Shan looked around. Indeed, he didn't see any fog, but he didn't know if there was any behind them. However, while he couldn't find fog, he did see a group of mermen by the seaside. Lin Shan couldn't help but marvel. These mermen are really everywhere. There must be over 100 of them, and they even build houses? As Xiao AI gradually approached the island, the mermen quickly noticed them. After a flurry of discussions, Lin Shan saw many mermen jump directly into the sea and swim over. Oh, these mermen are seeking their own doom. Lin Shan twisted his neck and said. Xiao AI's speed was fast, and they quickly arrived at the seaside and docked. The mermen, who were halfway swimming, stared blankly at the ship that passed over them and docked on the shore. They would have been better off waiting on the shore from the start. However, the mermen quickly regained their senses and turned back to swim away. Meanwhile, Lin Shan and Galia had already disembarked. Looking at the mermen in front of him, Lin Shan clenched his fists and then tapped them together. Bang bang! The invisible fists also collided. As Lin Shan's extraordinary mental attribute increased, the power of the invisible hand became stronger and more adept. Although he hadn't T-tested it, Lin Shan could feel that the strength of the invisible hand had at least doubled. Of course, the consumption was also doubled. Clearly, you have to pay for what you gain. However, for Lin Shan, who currently had over 70 points of extraordinary mental power, this consumption was negligible. Upon seeing 2 humans jump down from that strange object, the mermen's round, bulging eyes brightened, and they hurriedly charged over with their weapons waving joyfully. Seeing this, Lin Shan disdainfully curled his lips. Then he activated the identification technique. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Underestimating the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically. After seeing that the attribute panel didn't show much difference, Lin Shan finally felt relieved. Lin Shan, Galia, charge. Galia, who was already prepared, nodded and said, "All right, Master, I'm going in first." Saying this, Galia charged forward with her spear. Every thrust took down a merman, hitting them in the head every time, killing them instantly without delay. After watching for a few moments, Lin Shan also joined the battle since fighting is the best teacher. The invisible fists began to unleash a flurry of attacks. Lin Shan, muda. Chapter 92, No Lighthouse. Hundreds of fishmen charged madly towards Lin Shan and Galia, but unfortunately, the difference in strength rendered the fishmen's attacks completely ineffective. For Galia, the fishmen didn't even see her silhouette before being pierced through the head by a spear and dying. As for Lin Shan, although he could see the enemies, and their speed wasn't very fast, the double punches of Aura would directly crush any fishman hit into the sand, leaving them dead beyond recovery. Once the last fishman charging forward was killed, Lin Shan finally dispersed his invisible hand and turned to look at the nearby fishmen. Galia had already rushed over, and within just a few minutes, all the remaining 20 or so fishmen, along with the Fishman King, lay on the ground, fast asleep. It felt like fishmen were as rampant as goblins. Lin Shan sighed as he walked over. Hearing this, Galia tilted her head, uncertain about the question. Lin Shan, however, didn't pay attention to Golia's confusion and went directly to the treasure chest to take a look. A copper chest without a prefix, not bad, but worse than this morning's. After putting away the chest, Lin Shan said, "Golia, let's go continue exploring." Golia nodded in response. This island was quite large, and they definitely wouldn't finish exploring it today. Moreover, the regrettable thing about this island was that there was no lighthouse on such a large island. If there were really a lighthouse, it would be very obvious. At least the height of the lighthouse would be sufficient for them to see it while on the ship. Lin Shan asked, "Golia, do you think we should head towards the center of the island or first circle around it?" Golia, hearing this, pointed to herself in confusion and asked, "Master, you're asking me?" Lin Shan nodded and smiled. "That's right, I'm asking you." Golia rolled her eyes and looked at the sandy beach on both sides, then glanced towards the center of the island. "Master, the area around this island should be the territory of the fishmen we just defeated, so I recommend we go into the center of the island." Lin Shan laughed. "Going to the center of the island? All right, let's go." After saying that, Lin Shan walked towards the center of the island. The greenery of this island was quite nice, with grass and trees everywhere. Lin Shan looked at the lush green plants in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Golia looked around and nodded. Indeed, the vibrant scenery was quite pleasing to the eye, especially for her. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came. Lin Shan and Golia exchanged glances and quickly hid. The rumbling sounds approached, and soon, a giant appeared in their line of sight. A cyclops? Or an ogre? Lin Shan said in surprise in a low voice. Golia shook her head, indicating she was unsure. Time for identification. The giant suddenly stopped. Just when Lin Shan thought the giant had discovered them, it let out a huge sneeze and rubbed its nose as it walked away. Phew! Lin Shan rolled his eyes in exasperation. That was quite a scare. Then he looked at the identified attributes. Name, Island Half-Giant. Strength, Extraordinary Talent, Giant Strength. Resistant Skin, Abilities, Giant Strength Strike. Tough Skin, Dull Pain Sensation, Tear, Extraordinary Attributes. Constitution 147, Strength 124, Earth Affinity 13, Evaluation. This is an underage island half-giant, about 7 to 8 meters tall, possessing the bloodline of sea giants or island giants. It has extremely powerful strength and tough skin, providing strong defense. Additionally, they have some magical resistance, requiring at least an extraordinary being at the late stage of the second phase to kill, making hunting half-giants an unwise choice. Most importantly, half-giants do not possess any valuable resources worth hunting. Excessive identification evaluation. Island half-giant, a being with a slight giant bloodline. Advantages: immense strength, tough skin, resilient life force. Disadvantages: relatively slow speed, but do not forget about the advantage of their size. Weaknesses: belly button, armpits. Note, the eyes are not the opponent's weakness. Such exaggerated attributes in constitution and strength, and it's still underage? If it were an adult, these attributes would at least multiply several times, right? Lin Shan looked at the attribute panel in astonishment. Golia nodded in agreement. Indeed, this big guy would require a lot of effort for her to pierce through its big head. Unlike the fishmen, where a light poke would suffice. Watching the island half-giant walk away, Lin Shan stroked his chin and then turned to Golia. Golia, would it be a hassle for you to kill it? Golia raised her spear and replied, Yes, I need to use a lot of strength to pierce that big head. The half-giant's head is almost the same size as Golia. Lin Shan nodded and said, I see. Then let's follow and see if the half-giant's nest has any treasure chests. If not, we can just ignore it. If there is, then we can only send it down. Golia nodded, looking as if she would follow whatever the master said. She just needed to focus on fighting. Lin Shan said, All right, let's go and take a look. The island half-giant's figure had already disappeared into the woods, but Lin Shan was not worried about losing track because the footprints were too obvious. Following the footprints, they quickly spotted the island half-giant, whose walking speed was not particularly fast, if it weren't for its large strides. Its speed was no different from an old man crossing the street. It was just sure of causing an accident. After following for about 10 minutes, Lin Shan was surprised to find that the island half-giant's nest was actually in the center of this island. Looking at the several-meter-high cave, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows. This was clearly telling him that there must be some treasure waiting for him inside the cave, right? Lin Shan opened the hints he had recorded. The hints for the first time landing on the island. Besides the lighthouse, there could also be ruins, dungeons, etc. Lin Shan speculated that the cave would either be empty or contain ruins or a dungeon, with the latter being more likely. Otherwise, why would a half-giant live here? Wait a minute. Lin Shan suddenly realized that there were no food scraps or any signs of life around. Did I guess wrong? Is this not the nest of the island half-giant? Then why did it come here? Lin Shan looked at the island half-giant and whispered in confusion. At this moment, Galia suddenly spoke up. Master, Galia senses that something seems to be coming out of that cave. Chapter 93. Underground Giant Lizards. Hearing Gloria's words, Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback. Then he began to sense carefully. His mental extraordinary attribute is quite impressive now, over 70 points. Although he hadn't learned systematically, Lin Shan would explore on his own when he had nothing to do. He figured out a way to focus his attention on one spot, allowing him to clearly sense the vague images of that area. It felt somewhat like a mental scan. Previously, when he had just over 20 points, he could only sense up to 20 meters. Now, he could easily reach over 100 meters. Clearly, the higher the mental attribute, the greater the effectiveness. After careful sensing, Lin Shan soon saw the vague images. So many unknown creatures? Lin Shan exclaimed. Inside the entire cave, numerous creatures were frantically rushing towards the cave entrance, clearly trying to escape to the surface. Gloria, Master, they're coming. Lin Shan, yes, I sensed it too. Moreover, Lin Shan noticed that the island's half-giant had taken a combat stance, clearly indicating that the purpose of the incoming creatures was the beings inside the cave. Seconds later, a group of creatures resembling the third sister burst out of the cave and began attacking the half-giant on the island. Seeing this, Lin Shan quickly identified the group of lizard-like creatures. Name: Underground Giant Lizard. Strength: Ordinary Extraordinary. Talent: Night Vision. Abilities: Poisonous Fangs, Bite, Claw, Attack. Venom Spit. Extraordinary Attributes: Physique 7, Strength 5, Poison 14, Darkness 2. Evaluation: The underground giant lizard prefers to live in dark, damp caves, enjoys collective action, and has an extremely strong territorial awareness. Any other creature that steps into their territory will be met with frenzied attacks. The underground giant lizard itself has very low value. So few people hunt them, leading to their rampant proliferation. Coupled with their perverse reproductive ability, many tombs or ruins keep some underground giant lizards as guardian beasts. Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. They really do look like the third sister. After the complaint, he watched the battle between the two sides. It was surprisingly intense. The underground giant lizards continuously charged at the half-giant of the island. The half-giant didn't hold back either, grabbing one underground giant lizard with its massive hand and smashing it into the group, instantly killing one or two. The half-giant's attack methods were very simple. Smash, grab, stomp. Though simple, they were extremely effective. Each attack could kill one or two underground giant lizards. However, there were too many underground giant lizards, so they quickly broke through the half-giant's defensive line and began to frantically climb onto its body. They then started attacking, their huge mouths gnawing away, but unfortunately, they couldn't break through its defenses. However, Lin Shan keenly noticed that the venom from the underground giant lizards was slowly corroding the skin of the half-giant. So as long as there was enough time and enough numbers, the half-giant could also be dragged down. But clearly, the half-giant was aware of this. So it directly pulled the underground giant lizards off one by one and smashed or twisted them to death. However, it was evident that this method couldn't keep up with the number of underground giant lizards climbing onto it. Therefore, the half-giant resorted to its ultimate move, the rolling tactic. Bang! The half-giant fell down, crushing a large number of underground giant lizards while giving itself a bit of a cushion, then began to roll. With the size of the half-giant, it was quite heavy, and the underground giant lizards being crushed were flattened instantly. The rolling tactic proved extremely effective, allowing the half-giant to gain the upper hand. No matter how many underground giant lizards climbed up, they were no match for the half-giant's sheer weight. This was a complete rout. The only threat from the underground giant lizards was their venom, which could slightly harm the half-giant, but that required time. How about the half-giant just sit back and let its opponent poison it? Thus, the outcome of the battle was already determined, unless the number of underground giant lizards could overwhelm the half-giant. However, with the half-giant's extraordinary physique of over 100, who knows how long it would take to exhaust them? In any case, the underground giant lizards could never completely wear it down. The gap between the two was too vast. They weren't even on the same level. Watching the scene below, Lin Shan couldn't help but remark, "It looks a bit like a handsome guy fighting a skeleton lizard. Could it be that the half-giant is the master of this island?" Hearing this, Gloria turned to Lin Shan, puzzled. "Master, what is a handsome guy?" Lin Shan, "A handsome guy refers to someone very good-looking." Gloria nodded in understanding. Time slowly passed, and soon an hour had gone by. The number of underground giant lizards in the cave finally began to decrease, while countless crushed bodies of underground giant lizards lay outside. It seemed that the half-giant also realized it was time to finish, finally stopping its rolling. After rolling for several minutes, it was exhausted and was now sitting on the ground, panting heavily. After resting for a few minutes, the half-giant grabbed a dozen or so relatively intact bodies of underground giant lizards and left. Watching the departing half-giant, Lin Shan couldn't help but scratch his head and said, "This half-giant can't be here hunting, right?" There's a possibility, because on the way with Gloria, they hadn't seen any other creatures besides the fishmen. It's very likely that they were all eaten by the underground giant lizards. After all, the numbers of the underground giant lizards were absurd. Unlike the half-giant, which could take a dozen at a time, the sheer quantity of the underground giant lizards was overwhelming. As for why the fishmen were unharmed, it's likely because they could go underwater. Just as Lin Shan was about to take Gloria down, a group of the third sister-like creatures burst out of the cave again. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. "You all just come out now after the fighting is over. I sent a bit late, what the hell?" Before he could finish, he began to complain again because these newly emerged underground giant lizards were not coming out to provide support, but rather to feed. Watching the underground giant lizards devour their own kind, Lin Shan was shocked. So, those that charged out earlier were just meant to die. Now Lin Shan understood. The reproductive ability of the underground giant lizards was too strong, and right now on this island, besides the half-giant, there were only the fishmen left. But the fishmen could escape into the water. The half-giant couldn't kill them unless the whole species attacked. Chapter 94 Graveyard? But if that's the case, wouldn't their clan end up killing each other? In that case, it would be better to occasionally send some underground giant lizards to attack the sea island half-giants, and let the latter do the killing. This way, they would harvest a bunch of food without having to kill each other. Lin Sun, the leader of this group of underground giant lizards, is quite clever, realizing how to use the enemy to deal with the problem of overpopulation in their clan, while also solving the food source issue. Killing two birds with one stone. But unfortunately, today your clan is facing extinction. Lin Shan was very interested in the presence inside the cave. Not to mention, with so many underground giant lizards, the treasure chests must at least be silver chests, if not possibly gold chests. Therefore, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. "Lin Shan, Golia, let's go down." Golia nodded at his words and followed Lin Shan down. The appearance of the two immediately attracted all the underground giant lizards that were eating. In an instant, hundreds of underground giant lizards' eyes lit up, glaring at Lin Shan and Golia. To them, the two were just extra food, and not of their kind, which must be delicious, right? After all, they hadn't eaten anything outside their kin for a long time. The leader of the underground giant lizards was the first to step forward, drooling at the thought of a change in flavor. But unfortunately, that group of fishmen was quite cunning. As soon as he led his kin to charge, they immediately escaped into the sea, and the sea island half-giants couldn't fight back. Now, two delicacies had just shown up at their doorstep. How wonderful! Then, in the next second, the head of the fantasizing underground giant lizard leader was pierced by Golia's spear. Lin Shan had no idea what the underground giant lizard leader was thinking. To Lin Shan, this leader's actions indicated an intention to attack. So he naturally had to strike first, directly letting Golia take action. One strike, one kill. Lin Shan wasn't idle either. His invisible fists began to unleash a flurry of blows. One by one, the underground giant lizards were flattened. Once they regained their senses and saw their leader dead, The underground giant lizards had no reaction. For their kind, the strongest would automatically become the leader, and with this one dead, there would be another. However, for Lin Shan and Golia, they were drooling with desire, and saliva was uncontrollably dripping down, taking advantage of the fact that a new leader had not yet been chosen. The underground giant lizards charged towards Lin Shan and Golia in droves, thinking that if they could take a bite, it would be worth it. Lin Shan and Golia had no idea about the underground giant lizards' coveting. After all, the two did not understand lizard language. However, they could still see the fierce demeanor of the underground giant lizards. But it didn't matter. They were here to kill. In the face of the underground giant lizard siege, Lin Shan and Golia handled it faster and more effectively than the Sea Island half-giants. Lin Shan's invisible hands were pounding furiously, preventing the underground giant lizards from getting close. As there were 4 invisible hands now, and his mental attribute had reached 70 points. The limit was to summon 7 invisible hands. So, how could the underground giant lizards break through the defense against 4 invisible hands? The dense fists sent them straight to the afterlife, back to their territory. Meanwhile, Golia's job was even simpler and quicker. With her spear moving in and out, the underground giant lizards had no time to react before they all lay down, enjoying a very good quality sleep. There was no sound anymore. About half an hour later, the last underground giant lizard peacefully fell asleep at the cave entrance. Lin Shan scratched his head and then complained. When the Sea Island half-giants wake up, will they find their food source cut off? Golia, do you think they might starve to death? Upon hearing this, Golia tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, Master, after all, they are called Sea Island half-giants, so they should be able to swim, right? Lin Shan, that's true. Forget it. Let's not worry about them. Let's go and check the cave. I wonder if there are still underground giant lizards inside. The two quickly walked into the cave. Lin Shan's bronze lantern illuminated the way. Soon, they reached the bottom, where a few adult underground giant lizards remained to guard the giant lizard eggs. Lin Shan glanced over and noticed they were just warily watching the two without attacking. So he ignored them, because Lin Shan had discovered a stone door. Lin Shan and Golia stood in front of the stone door, examining it. There were some carved patterns on the stone door, but after looking for a while, he found it incomprehensible. Golia, do you think this is a ruin or a tomb? Or perhaps an underground city? In response to Lin Shan's question, Golia shook her head and said, I'm not sure either, Master. This stone door seems to be able to block sensing. I can't detect anything inside. Lin Shan, indeed. My mental power can't penetrate either. Forget it. Let's just break the door down. Lin Shan had Golia stand aside and then directly controlled the invisible hands to smash against the stone door. Bang! A huge sound echoed as the stone door shook a few times but did not collapse, only shaking off some dust. Looking at the intact door, Lin Shan wasn't surprised. After all, the invisible hands he had just used were only in their most ordinary form. With a force of 2,000 pounds, how could that shake such a door? After all, this is an extraordinary world. One can't apply common sense here. Lin Shan gathered the invisible hands again and then slammed them against the stone door. Crack! Bang! Crash! The stone door shattered into several pieces and then fell down with a loud noise. Seeing that there were no traps or anything like that, Lin Shan cautiously led Golia forward. To prevent traps, Lin Shan even had the invisible hands lead the way. Looking at the tomb passage before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter. This scene looks so familiar. It seems this should be a tomb. Lin Shan mentioned that he had also watched tomb raiding dramas and read novels. Then, while using the invisible hands to scout ahead, they moved forward. Not to mention, the invisible hands triggered quite a few mechanisms, but some mechanisms did not react to the invisible hands. After Golia checked, she found that they were heat sensitive. This meant that anything without temperature could not trigger them. Soon, the two passed through the tomb passage and arrived at the burial chamber. Lin Shan looked at the burial chamber in front of him and wondered, just one big burial chamber? That's it? After such a long tomb passage, there's only one burial chamber? I don't believe it. However, looking at the chamber filled with chests, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, wondering what was inside. Also, this doesn't look like a tomb. It seems more like a treasure place. Chapter 95. the beaten half-giant of the island. Looking at the boxes in front of him, Lin Shan roughly counted them and found at least 30. Besides the boxes, there were no other items, which made Lin Shan feel that this place didn't resemble a tomb. After all, if it were a tomb, there should at least be a coffin, right? Gazing at the boxes, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, Gloria, do you think these treasure chests might have traps? Gloria tilted her head at his words, glanced at the boxes ahead, and then her spear seemed to stir with eagerness as she said, Master, how about I use my spear to poke a few boxes to see? Upon hearing this, Lin Shan immediately felt a headache coming on. Poke? What if there are fragile items inside those boxes? That is too risky, Gloria. These boxes don't deserve to be treated that way. Let me use the invisible hand to check instead. Lin Shan hurriedly replied, genuinely worried that Gloria would poke the boxes directly. Next, Lin Shan used the invisible hand to start opening the boxes. Crack! The box was opened by the invisible hand, and instantly, the items inside were revealed. Lin Shan, Lighthouse gold coins? Hiss! Lin Shan looked at the 30-some boxes in front of him and thought, could they all be filled with Lighthouse gold coins? I guess we'll find out once we open them all. Lin Shan said with bright eyes. He then controlled the invisible hand to fly over and began to open each box one by one, as the boxes were opened one after another. Soon all 30 boxes had been opened by the invisible hand. Lin Shan slightly raised his head and noticed that out of the 30 boxes, half were filled with Lighthouse gold coins, while the rest contained porcelain, gold items, silk, and other goods. Additionally, the innermost box contained yet another box, albeit a more ornate one, which seemed to be an excessive nesting doll behavior. At this point, all the boxes had been opened by the invisible hand, and no traps had been triggered. It was clear that there were no traps here. Looking at the boxes filled with Lighthouse gold coins, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile widely and said, Now, that slave trader summoning scroll can be used, right? With so many boxes, even if one box contains 10,000 Lighthouse gold coins, that is already over 100,000, not to mention these boxes are much larger than the ones we previously found. The exact amount of Lighthouse gold coins would only be known after they were stored in his backpack. Next came the joyful task of collecting the Lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan poured all the Lighthouse gold coins from the first box onto another invisible hand, and then stored them all in his backpack. After the Lighthouse gold coins from the first box were stored, Lin Shan couldn't wait to check his backpack. Lighthouse gold coins, 41,758. How much? Over 40,000. Seeing the amount of Lighthouse gold coins in his backpack, Lin Shan was astonished. Hiss! After his surprise, Lin Shan looked at the dozen boxes filled with Lighthouse gold coins. If each box contained around 40,000, then these boxes would at least total 500,000 or 600,000 Lighthouse gold coins, right? We'll know for sure once they're all stored in the backpack. Thus, Lin Shan began collecting the Lighthouse gold coins, not even glancing at the other items. A few minutes later, all the Lighthouse gold coins were stored in the backpack, without leaving a single one on the ground. Lin Shan calmed his excitement, and then opened his backpack to take a look. Lighthouse gold coins, 735,912. How much? 1, 10, 100,000 hiss. 730,000. Lin Shan's eyes widened in surprise. 730,000. Even without a discount on the heart of the island, I could buy 14 of them. Lin Shan murmured in delight. After calming his excited heart, Lin Shan turned his attention to the other items in the boxes. Gold items, porcelain, silk, jewelry. Gold bars, could this really be a pirate-esque treasure trove? The possibility was high. Lin Shan speculated as he looked at the other items in the boxes. But whether it was a pirate-esque treasure or for some other reason, these items were now all his. Gloria, let us move these remaining boxes out first. Upon hearing this, Gloria nodded, secured her spear on her back, and began to carry the boxes. Since the height of the passage was only a little over 2 meters, Gloria stacked 2 boxes and started to move them out. Meanwhile, Lin Shan summoned 2 more invisible hands, bringing the total to 4. Next, 3 of the invisible hands spread out and connected in a line, while he controlled the 4th invisible hand to place the boxes one by one on top. This way, they could carry a considerable number of boxes. At least one invisible hand could hold 6 boxes. Oh, we cleared it out so quickly. I should have known not to have Gloria carry them. Lin Shan said in surprise as he looked at the boxes held by the invisible hand. Then, Lin Shan controlled the invisible hands to fly out and even summoned 2 more invisible hands for protection to prevent the boxes from falling. He wasn't worried about much, but those porcelain items were fragile. Lin Shan quickly brought the boxes out of the treasure chamber and into the cave. The underground giant lizard guarding the giant lizard eggs looked over cautiously again. Lin Shan couldn't be bothered with the underground giant lizards and directly moved the treasures toward the tunnel. Roar! Huh! Just as he reached the cave entrance, Lin Shan heard roaring from outside. Wasn't that the roar of the island half-giant? Strange. Why is it here again? Lin Shan wondered. Although Gloria was outside, he wasn't worried that she would be harmed by the island half-giant. Gloria's strength was not something the half-giant could compare to. When Lin Shan emerged with the treasure, he saw Gloria striking the back of the island half-giant with her spear. The half-giant didn't fight back. Instead, it was curled up on the ground, crying and holding its head. Oh, what happened? It looks like Gloria is bullying a child. Wait, isn't this half-giant still underage? Isn't this just bullying a kid? Lin Shan first expressed his confusion, then began to complain. Gloria, what is going on? Did this big guy ambush you? Lin Shan approached with the invisible hands and looked at the motionless half-giant, then asked curiously. Gloria, feeling a bit wronged, pointed to the side. Seeing this, Lin Shan followed Gloria's finger and noticed that 2 boxes had already fallen over, spilling their contents. One box contained gold items, and the other contained silk. Fortunately, there were no fragile porcelain items, so aside from getting a bit dirty, there was no loss. Gloria said, feeling a bit wronged. It's all this big guy's fault. If not for him, the boxes wouldn't have fallen. I clearly told him to stop. The Island Half-Giant. Chapter 96. Find an egg. Boo-hoo. The island half-giant was crying out in distress. It was just here to get some food. Although the taste of these underground giant lizards was terrible, this island had nothing left besides these lizards and the fishmen, and it couldn't catch the fishmen. So it could only eat the underground giant lizards. It had hoped to grab a few more, but unexpectedly, as soon as it arrived, it was beaten and howled like a baby. It was still a baby, feeling wronged but unable to speak up. Was there any other island half-giant as miserable as it? Also, that box was clearly because you hurt me and accidentally bumped into it, right? It's obviously your fault, little one. Why am I the one getting hit? The island half-giant felt wronged, but it had no one to complain to. Because not only was there a language barrier, but Lin Shan and Galia were also in cahoots. Lin Shan looked at the pitiful island half-giant, scratching his head. It really looked sad, although its size made it hard to feel sympathy. Forget it, Galia. No need to pay attention to it. Let's head back to the beach and put these treasures on Xiao AI's deck first. As Lin Shan spoke, he used an invisible hand to tidy up the scattered items on the ground, then packed them back into the box and placed it on the invisible hand. Upon hearing this, Galia turned to Lin Shan and asked in confusion, Master, aren't you going to kill it? Lin Shan waved his hand and said no need. Killing it won't drop a treasure chest, so why do it? It's just a waste of effort. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to walk towards the beach. Seeing this, Galia blinked, glanced at the island half-giant, then put away her spear and hurried after him, obediently following behind Lin Shan. The island half-giant looked through the gaps in its fingers at the female demon lord following Lin Shan, and its eyes lit up. What a powerful little person, able to subdue such a strong little woman. It could still distinguish between male and female. Watching Lin Shan and Galia gradually walk away, the island half-giant slowly stood up and gazed in the direction they left, not knowing what it was thinking. After a while, it glanced at the box on the invisible hand and then slowly walked away. Meanwhile, Lin Shan and Galia walked slowly towards the beach. Lin Shan smiled and said, Next, even if we don't find a treasure chest, it's still totally worth it. 730,000 Lighthouse gold coins? That should be enough to buy even purple-rated items, right? Galia replied. Then Master, aren't we going to continue searching? Lin Shan said, Of course we have to continue. Not to mention, the island half-giant's dwelling definitely has treasure chests. With the island half-giant's strength, at least it must be a silver treasure chest, right? Upon hearing this, Galia nodded thoughtfully and said, "So that's why you didn't let me kill that island half-giant. Master, you're worried we wouldn't be able to find its dwelling, right?" Master's really smart. I didn't think of that and almost missed the treasure chest. Listening to Galia's words, Lin Shan scratched his head awkwardly. He really hadn't thought about it that much. He just felt it was unnecessary. It wasn't that. The island half-giant was a bit too tall. If Galia killed it, her spear would have to completely pierce into the island half-giant's head. Wouldn't that make it all messy with brain matter? However, Lin Shan didn't explain, letting Galia think whatever she wanted. Soon, the two returned to the shore. Xiao AI exclaimed, "Captain, Lady Galia, wow, did you find so many treasure chests?" Seeing the treasure chests on the invisible hand, Xiao AI was amazed. Lin Shan smiled and said, "Xiao AI, these aren't treasure chests, they're treasures. They should be hidden here by some pirate crew, right?" Xiao AI replied, "Oh, I see. That's still great. Captain, let's put them all on board." Lin Shan nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you to keep an eye on the treasure, Xiao AI. We still need to continue exploring." Xiao AI assured, "Don't worry, Captain. I will definitely keep an eye on them." Lin Shan patted the ship's body and said, "I trust you, Xiao AI. So Galia and I will set off now." Xiao AI responded, "Okay, Captain, Lady Galia, be careful." Lin Shan waved his hand, signaling it was fine. Galia said, "Don't worry, Xiao AI. I will protect the master." Xiao AI replied, Thank you, Lady Galia." Watching the two figures fade away, Xiao AI looked at the treasures on the ship's deck, counted them, and then kept staring, afraid that one might disappear if she wasn't careful. Lin Shan quickly took Galia back to the cave, then set off following the footprints of the island half-giant. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, it was faster to follow the footprints. After about 10 minutes of walking, they finally saw the dwelling of the island half-giant. Lin Shan was a bit surprised as he looked at the cave in front of him. It wasn't deep, only about 10 meters deep, and it looked like it had been dug out by the island half-giant itself. Surrounding it were the corpses of several underground giant lizards. But there was nothing else. Lin Shan walked around and, puzzled, said, "No treasure chests? That's a bit unscientific." Galia said, "The big guy isn't here either. Master, could have taken the treasure chest away." Lin Shan shook his head and said, "Treasure chests are useless to it. Why would it take them?" Lin Shan had already realized this. Otherwise, the treasure chests among the fishmen and goblins would have been opened by them long ago. Since fishmen and goblins aren't incapable of opening chests, although they're the lowest level of monsters and sea demons, they still have a bit of intelligence. Jia said, "The master, I don't know." Lin Shan was a bit speechless. Perhaps there simply weren't any treasure chests near the island half-giant? Forget it. Let us circle around first and see if we can find a treasure chest. Lin Shan said helplessly, then randomly chose a direction to walk. Unfortunately, on this island, aside from the fishmen and the island half-giant, the remaining creatures had long been eaten by the underground giant lizards. Otherwise, the underground giant lizards wouldn't resort to cannibalism. Therefore, after searching around, they found nothing at all. Although there was plenty of vegetation on the island, curiously, there wasn't a single fruit tree. However, there were some bare trees. Lin Shan speculated that perhaps those bare trees were fruit trees that had been ruined by the underground giant lizards. After searching for a long time, they hadn't even seen an egg. They had been searching for 2 hours and still found nothing. "Sai, let us head back. Galia, if we keep searching, it will be dark," Lin Shan said somewhat helplessly. Galia nodded in response. Chapter 97. Hey, I successfully tamed a half-giant from the island. Reluctantly, Lin Shan took Goliath back. Although they didn't find many treasure chests on the island, the treasure they did find was more than enough for this trip. If Celia knew about this, would she secretly cry in her blanket? Lin Shan suddenly thought mischievously. Well, probably right. After all, she seems to really love money. They quickly returned to the seaside. Goliath, Master, look, the big guy's next to Xiao AI. Lin Shan looked over in surprise and saw the half-giant sitting on the beach watching Xiao AI, and it seemed he was chatting with her. What is this big fool doing here? Lin Shan said in confusion. He then walked over with Goliath. As soon as Lin Shan and Goliath arrived, Xiao AI noticed them. Xiao AI, Captain, Lady Goliath, you're back. The two nodded at Xiao AI and then looked at the half-giant. Lin Shan asked in puzzlement, Shout AI. What is going on here? Shout AI. Captain, are you talking about Hail Tai? Lin Shan Hail Tai? Is that the name of the half-giant? Xiao Ai. Can you understand what this guy is saying? Shout AI. Yes, the ship spirit can understand most languages, especially those of sea creatures. Ship spirits can basically understand their languages. Hearing Xiao AI's words, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised but soon felt relieved. Xiao AI is practically a translator. Xiao AI. Ask this big fool why he wants to follow me. Lin Shan looked at the half-giant who was looking down at him and said. Xiao AI immediately began to inquire Hail Tai. After hearing Xiao AI's question, Hail Tai began to speak. Lin Shan couldn't understand his mumbling language and could only wait for Xiao AI to translate. Soon, Xiao AI started translating. Xiao AI. Captain, Hail Tai says he wants to follow you. What? Lin Shan looked at the half-giant in disbelief, and seeing his clear eyes, he couldn't help scratching his head, then said to Xiao AI, Lin Shan, Xiao AI, ask him why he wants to follow me? Xiao AI immediately began to ask again. After a while, Xiao AI's voice rang out again. Captain, Hail Tai says that you can easily make that little demon girl listen, so you must be very powerful, which is why he wants to follow you. Lin Shan was taken aback. Are you kidding me? I can't even beat you. How could I defeat Goliath? However, looking at the half-giant in front of him, it didn't seem impossible to take him in. After all, he was scared of Goliath. So there was no need to worry about him having bad intentions. Moreover, looking at those eyes clearer than a college student's, this big fool is quite innocent. Just as Lin Shan was pondering whether to accept him, he saw Hail Tai turn around as if he was getting something. When Hail Tai turned back, he was holding 4 treasure chests, 2 bronze chests, 1 silver chest, and 1 gold chest. Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes. No wonder they couldn't find treasure chests. It turns out he took them all. Goliath blinked and then said, Master, see, I told you the big fool took them. Her tone was somewhat proud. Lin Shan shot her an awkward glare and then turned to look at the treasure chests in Hail Tai's hands. The temptation was really great. It was hard to refuse. Although he could just take them, it was clear Lin Shan wasn't that kind of person otherwise. He wouldn't be in the good zone, but in the evil zone instead. Lin Shan said, Xiao AI, help me ask him how he came to have these treasure chests. These things should be useless to him, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao AI immediately communicated with Hail Tai. After Hail Tai babbled for about 10 seconds, he finally stopped. Xiao Ai, oh, Master, Hail Tai said he collected these treasure chests to use as hammers because they won't break no matter how hard you hit them. Gu, Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Wow, impressive. Lin Shan rubbed his chin and said, Xiao AI, convey to him why he thinks I need treasure chests. No one should have told him, right? Xiao AI hurriedly communicated with Hail Tai again. After a while, Xiao AI's voice rang out. Captain, Hail Tai says he saw you with so many boxes, which looked very familiar, and you seemed to like them. So he brought a few of his boxes over to join you. His meaning is to have you accept the boxes first and then accept him. Lin Shan looked at the big fool in front of him and thought, how is this guy foolish? He is actually quite smart. However, although Lin Shan also wanted to take in this big fool, there was no guarantee at all. Hail Tai looked at Lin Shan's hesitant expression and couldn't help but babble to Xiao AI again. After a while, he seemed to realize something and then sent a request to Lin Shan to become an islander. System ding. The island half-giant, Hail Tai, has applied to become an islander. Do you accept? Lin Shan looked at the system prompt in surprise and said, Islander? System, can you explain this? Perhaps because Lin Shan was the first to trigger the Islander event, the system rarely explained. System ding. Islanders are subordinates tamed by the island master. And they're also the island master's best helpers. System ding. There are 2 ways to become an islander. One is to apply to the island master, and the other is to be conquered by the island master using force. There is no distinction between the 2 methods. System ding. Once an islander, they will wholeheartedly develop the island and cannot arbitrarily give up their status as an islander unless they receive the island master's consent or are expelled by the island master. System ding. Islanders cannot harm the island master, and they will respect the island master. But if the island master mistreats them, the islanders will also resist. System ding. The development of the island cannot be separated from the islanders. So, it is recommended for the tower guards to tame more islanders. Lin Shan first habitually checked the map and then looked at it. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that islanders cannot harm the island master was enough to satisfy Lin Shan. At least he could accept Hail Tai, this big fool. Lin Shan. System. I accept Hail Tai as my islander. System. Ding. Congratulations on taming your first islander. Island half-giant, Hail Tai. System. Ding. Congratulations to Tower Guard Lin Shan. Your deed of taming the island half-giant has spread widely in the surrounding seas. Legendary Degree 1. Lin Shan looked at the subsequent system, prompt in confusion. Legendary Degree 1? Doesn't that mean he already has 2 points? Chapter 98. Island Master. Hello, Frog. Hail Tai, Island Master. Hello. Lin Shan looked at Hail Tai in confusion, wondering how he suddenly understood Hail Tai's words. But in the next second, Lin Shan realized the reason. After becoming an islander, the language could be mutually understood. In other words, Hail Tai was still speaking the language of the island's half-giants, but thanks to the system, it sounded like Chinese to Lin Shan. Lin Shan suddenly discovered that both Golia and Celia spoke Chinese as well, which was obviously impossible. This must be a hidden benefit provided by the system, automatic language translation. It made sense. They all just arrived here. So how could they know the common language of this world? Lin Shan nodded at Hail Tai and said, "You're Hail Tai, right?" Hail Tai scratched his head in surprise and said, "Island Master. How do you know my name?" Lin Shan. Not very smart, are you? Lin Shan. It's nothing, you just said it yourself. Hail Tai recalled and wondered if he had mentioned his name earlier. Lin Shan ignored Hail Tai and stored away all the treasure chests he had brought. Then he looked at Xiao AI and asked, "Xiao AI, can you carry Hail Tai?" Xiao AI smiled and replied, "No problem, Captain. If it were the unupgraded Xiao AI, it wouldn't work. But the current Xiao AI can easily carry a few half-giants like Hail Tai." Lin Shan nodded and smiled, "That's good. Then Golia and Hail Tai get on the ship. It's time to go back." After saying that, Lin Shan walked directly onto the ship. Golia hurried to follow. Hail Tai also strode over, climbed onto the deck, and sat down. Given his size, he could only sit on the deck. However, to Lin Shan's surprise, the ship didn't sway at all when Hail Tai climbed aboard. It seemed Xiao AI was telling the truth. She could accommodate more. Xiao AI said, "Hail Tai, hold on tight. We're setting off." Hail Tai nodded and said, "Sister Xiao AI, I am steady." Xiao AI slowly backed away since the bow of the ship was facing the island. When it was time to turn, she gently turned the ship, and with a whoosh, the ship sped away. Within seconds, they disappeared into the fog. Hail Tai clearly understood the dangers of the fog. So as soon as Xiao AI entered it, he closed his mouth and carefully observed the surrounding mist. Seeing this, Lin Shan let out a sigh of relief. He was worried Hail Tai might make a noise, which could attract monsters lurking in the fog. This time, Xiao AI didn't speed ahead, probably because Hail Tai was sitting on the deck, worried about throwing him overboard. Although half-giants could swim, the noise from a fall would be significant due to their size. After about 10 minutes, Xiao AI successfully returned to her home island harbor. As she slowly approached the harbor and docked, she said, "Captain, Lady Golia, Hail Tai, we're home." Hail Tai looked at the small island before him, scratching his smooth head, wondering if he had followed the wrong person. But the next second, he turned and saw an adult shallow water crab swaggering on the beach. He didn't follow the wrong person. Wasn't crab better than giant lizard? Hail Tai hurriedly climbed down the ship and dashed towards the shallow water crab. The crab's eyes immediately stood upright upon seeing the approaching giant, and it quickly scuttled towards the sea. But how could Hail Tai let the crab escape? He couldn't miss the opportunity to improve his diet. With a sprint, Hail Tai lunged at the crab. Smack! One hand heavily pressed down on the crab's shell, and instantly the shell cracked open. The crab struggled desperately, its pincers snapping at Hail Tai's thick arm, but unfortunately, it couldn't break through his defenses. Hail Tai was overjoyed to have caught the crab. However, he didn't eat it immediately. Instead, he grabbed the crab and walked towards Lin Shan, saying, "I'm a master here." Lin Shan was taken aback. It seemed Hail Tai held him in high regard. Or perhaps the half-giant customs of this island involved sharing food first. Regardless, Hail Tai had already regarded him as the boss, which was nice. Lin Shan waved his hand and smiled. "Hail Tai, you can eat it yourself. I'm not hungry yet." Upon hearing that Lin Shan didn't want it, Heitai was initially stunned, but the next second, he happily started eating, tearing off a crab leg and crunching into it. Clearly, the hard shell of the shallow water crab was just crispy skin to Heitai. While eating, Heitai sighed inwardly, realizing this was the food of a sea giant. The giant lizard from the underground was not even fit for a dog. What SA dog? Heitai was momentarily puzzled, but quickly brushed it aside and continued to enjoy his meal. Lin Shan said, Heitai, feel free to find a place to stay. But you can't enter any of the buildings, got it? Heitai nodded while munching on the crab. Seeing this, Lin Shan smiled with satisfaction. He was obedient enough. Watching Heitai eat the shallow water crab reassured Lin Shan that he wouldn't go hungry. There would always be a few sea creatures appearing after the tide went out, which could serve as food for Heitai. It was certainly much better than eating giant lizards on that island. Not to mention, once the fruits grew, it would further improve the diet, and there would be plenty of rice to go around. Ignoring Heitai, who was eating crabs, Lin Shan returned to the ship and began to open the treasure chests one by one. Looking at the items before him, Lin Shan murmured, silk should all be kept. And for the porcelain, the plates, bowls, and cups can stay, but the rest of the vases, well, I'll check the chat channel to see if anyone else is buying. Then Lin Shan looked at the gold items. He had no idea how much they were worth. Unfortunately, he was not familiar with the gold prices in this world, and the same went for jewelry. He didn't know the prices either, but it was likely not low, as evidenced by the 200 gold coins for the ordinary pearls he bought from Celia. He wondered how much the slave traders would offer. Without knowing the market, it would be easy to get scammed. However, this was the good zone. Judging by Celia's performance, it seemed they wouldn't dare to exploit too much. In that case, he could ask around. After sorting through everything, Lin Shan separated what he needed and prepared to sell the rest. Chapter 99. The Slave Merchant, Harry. After picking and choosing, Lin Shan first took a photo of the porcelain and then uploaded it to the chat channel to see if anyone needed it. To his surprise, a bunch of people wanted it, and seeing this, Lin Shan immediately started listing them in his personal store for sale. What Lin Shan didn't expect was that everyone had some lighthouse coins, more or less. He was a bit puzzled and inquired about it. After reading their replies, Lin Shan understood that today's treasure chests were all starting to yield lighthouse coins. Although the quantity was small, every chest would have some. Some speculated that perhaps it was because of the arrival of the sea merchants that lighthouse coins began to appear. Otherwise, constantly getting equipment or items for sale would be quite a loss. Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's great. Now that everyone has lighthouse coins, I might as well sell them directly." From their discussions, Lin Shan learned that some big shots had estimated the upper and lower limits of lighthouse coins. The upper limit for wooden chests would not exceed 200 lighthouse coins, which is less valuable than a single pearl, but lighthouse coins are accessories. Then there are black iron chests, with a minimum of 200 and a maximum of 500 coins, followed by bronze chests, with a minimum of 500 and a maximum of 1,000 coins, and a few silver chests. Due to the limited data, the limits for silver chests couldn't be determined. But according to those who opened silver chests, one directly yielded over 4,000 coins, and another opened over 7,000 coins. Obviously, while the lower limit is unknown, the upper limit is unlikely to be low, most likely around 10,000 lighthouse coins. Lin Shan found this very reasonable and began to consider how many lighthouse coins he should sell. The quantity of porcelain here wasn't much. Besides what Lin Shan kept for himself, the ones he planned to sell were relatively useless to him, like vases. In the end, Lin Shan decided to let them bid for themselves, with a lower limit of 200 lighthouse coins and an upper limit of 1,000. He had about 40 pieces of porcelain that could be sold. Even if each sold for 200, he would earn 10,000 lighthouse coins. This is much more cost-effective than using energy stones. Lin Shan listed the items in his personal store. He could only list a maximum of 10 items at a time. So besides toilet paper and the fireplace, there were 8 empty slots. Therefore, Lin Shan listed 8 items at once. As a result, in just a few seconds, they were all sold out, and all were purchased at the maximum of 1,000 lighthouse coins. Clearly, each of them had more than 1,000 lighthouse coins on hand. Lin Shan blinked and then smiled. Although I didn't open the treasure chest for sea picking today to receive lighthouse coins, what you gave me is pretty close. The island chests probably didn't have lighthouse coins. Otherwise, Lin Shan wouldn't have seen a single lighthouse coin when he opened the treasure chests in the morning. The 47 pieces of porcelain were quickly sold out, earning a total of 47,000 lighthouse coins. Lin Shan thought, this is equivalent to a treasure chest. Adding these 47,000 lighthouse coins, he now had a total of 780,000 lighthouse coins, right? As Lin Shan looked through his backpack, he murmured, sure enough, it was 735,912 plus 47,000, exactly 782,912 lighthouse coins. Lin Shan was extremely satisfied, and next, he could prepare to summon the slave merchant. Although it was already 5:30, Lin Shan believed that the slave merchant had a way to deal with the fog. It could be said that sea merchants probably all had ways to do so, perhaps due to the system's protection. After all, sea merchants had always been sailing in the fog. How could anyone stand by the river without getting their shoes wet? So, sea merchants must have some protective measures, right? Lin Shan said, Goliath, come here, let's move all these back to the lighthouse room. Hiltai, you come help too. After finishing his shallow sea crab, Hiltai, who was sucking his fingers, hurried over upon hearing this. Lin Shan looked at his saliva-covered hands, rolled his eyes helplessly, and then said, wash your hands in the sea first, then hold it properly. Hiltai immediately complied. After rubbing his hands, he flattened his palms. Lin Shan directly handed the box containing silk to Hiltai. There weren't many silk boxes, just 4. It seems that silk is also a valuable item in this world. Of course, it could also be that it was used up, as silk is great for making clothes or quilts. After placing the boxes down, Lin Shan instructed Goliath to take Hiltai to the lighthouse room. Hiltai looked at Goliath with a fearful expression, afraid she would hit him with that little stick again. So he obediently followed behind her. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head helplessly. Indeed, Goliath would be a lifelong shadow for Hiltai now. Even worse than the suppression from his sister. All right, next is to summon the slave merchant. Lin Shan smiled while controlling the invisible hand and then walked toward the lighthouse. The summoning scroll was in the lighthouse's storage cabinet. After arriving at the lighthouse room, Lin Shan saw Hiltai bending down, carefully placing the box he was holding on the ground. There was also a box that had been squished. Lin Shan could guess the reason. It was probably because Hiltai mistook this treasure box for a system box. Luckily, it was a silk box. Even if the box was damaged, it was no big deal. The silk would only have some marks and could still be used. After using the invisible hand to send all the boxes into the lighthouse room, Lin Shan went to the storage cabinet and took out the slave sea merchant summoning scroll. Looking at the busy Goliath, Lin Shan smiled and said, Goliath, you tidy up here. I'm going to summon the slave merchant. Goliath nodded and replied, okay, master. After leaving the lighthouse room, Lin Shan turned to Hiltai and said with a smile, Hiltai, come with me. Hiltai was delighted and followed along. Indeed, the island master is great. This was the second time he saved him from the little demoness. Lin Shan quickly brought Hiltai back to the port. Lin Shan took out the scroll and used it directly. System ding. Detected that the guardian is using the slave sea merchant summoning scroll, starting to summon the nearest slave sea merchant. System ding. Summoning successful. The slave sea merchant, Harry, will arrive at the port in half an hour. Half an hour? That's fine. It's only 6 o'clock. Lin Shan looked at the system prompt and smiled. Next, it was time to wait. He wondered what kind of slaves he could buy with his 780,000 plus these gold items. In fact, Lin Shan wanted to buy an elf like Celia. Not for anything else, just for the catalysis technique. Chapter 100, Preparing to Buy Slaves. Lin Shan sat on the ship's mast, waiting for the arrival of the slave sea traders. Half an hour was quickly approaching, with about a minute to go. Lin Shan's gaze turned towards the mist. The ships of the slave sea traders couldn't just appear out of thin air, right? As half an hour passed, the mist was instantly shattered. Hiss! Lin Shan couldn't help but gasp. It was huge, too huge. This slave sea trader ship was at least over 50 meters tall and about 40 meters wide. The length was unclear since the ship was approaching head-on. It was completely a colossal creature. No way. The slave sea trader ship was this exaggerated? This was a bit too big, wasn't it? Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. The slave sea trader ship did not approach the port. joking. No normal port could accommodate such a ship. Under Lin Shan's shocked gaze, the slave sea trader's ship began to slowly turn sideways. A few minutes later, the entire ship finally came into Lin Shan's view, measuring at least 500 meters in length. Lin Shan was dumbfounded, and after a moment, he came back to his senses and uttered two words. Incredible! The length of this ship was almost catching up to his island. Just as Lin Shan was still in shock, a figure flew over from the giant ship. Then it slowly landed in front of Lin Shan. Ha ha, little brother. Have you summoned me here as the island master? Not bad. At such a young age, daring to become an island master? Harry, I admire people like you who contribute to the world. The visitor laughed loudly. Lin Shan listened, somewhat puzzled. What did it mean to contribute to the world? However, he wouldn't foolishly ask. Instead, he smiled and said, Not at all. My island is not as large as your ship. Hearing this, Harry laughed and said, aren't you being modest? Lin Shan. Harry, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. How rude of me. Please forgive me, little brother. Lin Shan shook his head upon hearing this. Harry, ahem, you young people are so polite. Ahem, my name is Harry Peter. As you see, I am a slave trader. What about you, little brother? Lin Shan. Hello, Harry, I am Lin Shan, a small island master. Hearing this, Harry laughed and said, Little brother Lin Shan, you summoned me here. You must want to buy slaves. I think you are very likable. I'll give you a 20% discount. Lin Shan's eyes lit up instantly, and he thanked. In that case, I thank you, big brother. Xiao AI, steer the ship towards Harry's vessel. Lin Shan said to Xiao AI. Xiao AI, I captain. Harry looked at Xiao AI in surprise, then said in astonishment, Little brother Lin Shan, your ship is quite nice. The ship spirit is very intelligent. Haltai master. I am on the ship at sea. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan turned to look at Haltai and said, Just wait here. Harry, island half-giant? TSK. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. You know that giant-type slaves are very expensive. This half-giant should still be underage, right? Worth at least 100,000 Lighthouse gold coins. Lin Shan smiled upon hearing this and said, Haltai is not my slave. He follows me of his own free will. Harry, following you of his own free will? Impressive, little brother. I didn't expect you to be such a charmer. No wonder I felt so close to you when I first saw you. Lin Shan smiled, but did not respond. If what Harry said was true, then it was just a matter of charm. By the way, Harry, do you accept these gold items? Lin Shan asked Harry. Hearing this, Harry smiled and said, Of course, I accept. Although I am a slave trader, I am also a merchant. How could I refuse? Where are they? Take me to see? Lin Shan. Harry, this way, please. Arriving in front of the box containing the gold items, Lin Shan opened all the boxes, revealing the gold inside. Harry observed closely and after a while said, TSK. Little brother Lin Shan, these are somewhat aged antique gold items. They are worth a lot. If you truly want to sell them, I will buy them all, rest assured. I will definitely give you a fair price. Lin Shan smiled and said, What are you talking about? Why would I call you here if I wasn't selling? Harry, you can take them all. I can buy a few more slaves. Hearing this, Harry said with a grin, Don't worry, little brother Lin Shan, I won't cheat you. This batch of gold items is indeed antiques and has extremely high value for some people. How about this, little brother Lin Shan? I'll buy your batch of gold items at twice the normal market price. After all, I still need. Before Harry could finish, Lin Shan interrupted him. Lin Shan smiled and said, Harry, you're being too polite. I'll sell them all to you. Upon hearing this, Harry patted Lin Shan's shoulder and said, Then thank you, little brother Lin Shan. This batch of gold items will help me a lot. Come on. I'll personally take you to select the best slaves. Lin Shan, that would trouble you, Harry. Xiao AI had already arrived at the giant ship, and in comparison, the slave trader's ship appeared even more gigantic. Just as Lin Shan was wondering how to get on board, a lifting ladder slowly descended from above. Harry, little brother Lin Shan, please. Lin Shan nodded, and then the two walked up the ladder one after the other. The ladder slowly ascended. Harry, little brother Lin Shan, have you thought about what kind of slaves you want to buy? Hearing this, Lin Shan stroked his chin and then said, Harry, do you have any else here? Harry's expression changed to one of instant understanding. Then he smiled and said, "Of course, we have elves. The elven race has always been very popular. Not only elves, but we also have demi-humans here. Cat girls, bunny girls, fox girls, etc., all available. Little brother Linshan, would you like to take a look?" Looking at Harry, who suddenly became a bit lewd, Linshan felt somewhat helpless. "Did you misunderstand my meaning, big brother?" Linshan awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Harry, you misunderstood me. I have an orchard on my island, and I need a few elves skilled in cultivation to help me take care of it." Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect that what you need, little brother Linshan, is practical slaves. Not bad, as an island master. You indeed need such slaves who can help you. I didn't misjudge you." Linshan looked at Harry's expression of admiration, feeling completely bewildered. Chapter 101, Certification of Qualifications. "Harry, come on, my little brother Linshan. Let me take you to the elf area first." Harry directly took Linshan to the elevator, pressed the button for the 12th floor, and then began to speak. "Little brother Linshan, your older brother is one of the biggest slave traders around. Not only are the prices fair, but the treatment of the slaves is also good. My ship has a total of 15 floors. Aside from the bottom floor with the black slaves, the treatment of the slaves on the other floors is excellent. As for the elves, who are a hot commodity, they are all on the 10th floor or above, and their quality of life is even better. After all, if they don't have a good environment, what if they become haggard? Then they want to sell for a good price, right? So I really despise those slave traders who keep elves, beastmen, and humans all locked up in dungeons. They really don't understand how to run a business. If you don't improve the environment of your shop, the customers want to come, okay?" Harry introduced proudly. What could Linshan do? He just smiled. At this moment, he only needed to keep smiling. Soon, as the elevator opened, they arrived at the level that housed the elves. Stepping out of the elevator, Linshan was surprised to find that this floor was completely filled with plants. Although they looked like ordinary plants, it was still quite astonishing. Moreover, these plants appeared to be in excellent condition, clearly well cared for. "Harry, little brother Linshan, you want elves who can use alchemical magic, right? Then forest elves are the best. I basically all know alchemical magic and love plants. Buying them is definitely a good choice. This floor is the elf floor. Let me call them out for you to pick and choose. Don't worry, little brother Linshan, all of them here have certification qualifications, so you can check them one by one at your own pace, no rush." Linshan, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Certification qualifications?" "Harry, that's right. I specially hired a certification expert. She can assess the qualifications of the slaves. The better the qualifications, the more expensive they will be, but there are too few people who can do assessments. The expert I hired is just someone who knows intermediate assessment skills, and even so, I have to pay her a salary of 100,000 Lighthouse coins every month." Linshan nonchalantly said, "There's no helping it. Assessment skills are so hard to learn." Harry shook his head and replied, "ISNT that, right? Actually, assessment skills aren't that hard to learn. It's just that there are too few people who can learn them. Not only do their eyes need to be mutated, but they also need to have that kind of talent." Linshan couldn't help but mutter to himself. It seemed that the assessment skill rewarded by the system was quite abnormal. The assessment crystal provided by the system had no restrictions and could be learned directly upon use. This meant that for them, the Tower Guardians, learning assessment skills was easy as pie, or was it because of the capability crystals? While locals like Harry gained their abilities through self-study. Just as Linshan was deep in thought, Harry took out a loudspeaker and shouted, Hey, very good. Ladies, come out and receive customers." Linshan, startled by the shout, couldn't help but feel a few black lines appear on his forehead. "What do you mean by receive customers?" The elves in the various rooms or halls flashed a hint of panic in their eyes upon hearing this. But not a single elf stayed put. They all hurried toward the hall. Clearly, for the elf slaves here, every arrival of a customer was a new life choice for them. They could only hope for a kind master. Many elves silently prayed in their hearts. "Harry, little brother Linshan, come, let us sit here and wait for a bit. They will be here soon. Or, would you like to take a look at the certification qualifications first?" Linshan smiled and replied, "Then let us look at the certification qualifications first." "Harry, of course. Little brother, I'll get it for you right now." After saying this, Harry walked directly to a nearby cabinet, opened a green drawer, and took out a thick book. Harry, little brother Linshan, there aren't many forest elves here, just 43. You can take a look first. If you find any you like, we can wait for them all to gather before seeing the real ones. Linshan nodded and smiled. Then I'll take a look first. Harry laughed. Of course. Of course. How can you know if it's good without looking? By the way, little brother, the potential is arranged from front to back, meaning the elves on the first page have the highest potential. Linshan nodded and began to flip through the pages. Each page contained information about an elf, which should have been summarized by some assessment expert. Name, Elria, Xingya, age, 883. Talent, tree speech confirmed, rare talent, wood affinity confirmed. Uncommon talent. Abilities, known or common abilities of the elf clan, 7 white abilities, 3 green abilities, 2 blue abilities, 2 yellow abilities, destiny, guardian of the forest, extraordinary attributes, with 397, wind 41, spirit 81, mystery 62, constitution 13, strength 4, agility 17, summary, a high potential elf with rare and uncommon talents. Her destiny has reached the mid to late second stage. Price, 200. 000 lighthouse coins. After reading the assessment results of the first elf, Linshan couldn't help but think. 200, 000? For such attributes, it's not expensive at all. You could even say it's quite cheap. Thus, Linshan couldn't help but ask Harry. Linshan, Harry, is the price of this Elria Xingya? Harry smiled and replied, What? Little brother Linshan, do you think it's too expensive? This is already very fair. Your older brother does business honestly and never scams anyone. It's all honest trade. I'm just making a little hard-earned money. Linshan silently swallowed the words too cheap. Fine, he wouldn't ask any further. However, if every one of them was priced in the hundreds of thousands, it seemed he wouldn't be able to buy many. Linshan, all right then, I'll take another look. After saying this, Linshan flipped the page again, looking at the information of the second elf. After briefly glancing at the attributes, he looked at the final price. 120,000. That's 80,000 less. Linshan couldn't help but compare. Aside from the attributes differing by just a few points, the second one also had a rare talent, right? It seemed to be just a bit worse than the first one. However, this time Linshan didn't ask Harry. He continued to look further. The further down he went, the cheaper it became, but the younger the age got. Chapter 102 Harry. Linshan, you're truly my lifelong confidant. No, I need to. Linshan silently calculated. The first elf is 200,000. The second is 120,000. The third is 100,000. And the fourth drops significantly to only 60,000, while the rest are between 40,000 and 60,000. However, the elves below the fourth rank have no fate left. It can be said that the prices are surprisingly cheap, or is it that the purchasing power of Lighthouse gold coins is actually very high? However, the Lighthouse gold coins he currently possesses are only 780,000, which seems insufficient to buy this group of forest elves completely. After all, the first 3 already cost 430,000 Lighthouse gold coins, and there are still 40 more to consider. This group of elves, even the weakest one, has over 100 points in wood-type extraordinary attributes. So it can be said that even the weakest is much stronger than him. He also wondered what the specific prices of that batch of golden items were. When he boarded the ship with Harry, Harry had already sent someone down to estimate and count them. Surely it wouldn't take long to estimate, right? While Linshan was pondering, a maid approached. Maid, Master Harry, the elves have gathered. Should we call them in now? Harry, upon hearing this, did not answer immediately, but looked at Linshan and smiled. Linshan, the elves are all here. Do you want to see them now? Coming back to his senses, Linshan put down the qualification certificate in his hand and said, Sure, thank you, brother. Harry smiled. What is the trouble in that? Linshan, you are just too humble, and that is not good. Although Harry said it was not good, his smiling face never stopped. Harry, bring the elves in. The maid nodded in response, and then stepped out. After a while, the maid returned, but this time she was not alone. She was followed by dozens of elves. Then, under the maid's arrangement, The elf girls stood in 3 rows. Lin Shan looked at the elves before him. Their expressions were quite good, indicating that what Harry said was true. They were indeed well treated. The elf girls also looked at Lin Shan, wondering if he was the buyer today. A human? Many elves showed a hint of panic in their eyes, especially those under 500 years old. None of them were even 5 meters tall. There were 43 elves, of which 16 were underage. However, those older elves, like the first-ranked Elleria, Xingya, were different. Her eyes lit up. She clearly sensed that the unassessed talent of this person was very bright, with almost no dark spots in his humanity. In other words, he was a good person. Why does that elf named Elleria keep staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Lin Shan wondered, then looked down at the reflective surface of the table. Nothing, it's clean. At this moment, Harry patted Lin Shan's shoulder and smiled. Lin Shan, everyone is here. How does it look? Don't they seem in good spirits? Have you found any you like? Lin Shan turned to Harry and smiled. They do indeed look good. It seems you really treat them well, brother. Harry laughed. Of course. Harry, say, I'm the second best to slaves. No slave trader dares to say they are the best. Lin Shan, upon hearing this, smiled in agreement. That's right, brother Harry. You're the best. Then Lin Shan began to assess Elleria. Although their spiritual differences were quite large, Lin Shan had a mysterious bonus that allowed him to surpass her. But she also had mysterious attributes, so the assessment did not exceed the evaluation. Soon, Elleria's attributes appeared before Lin Shan. The system panel, which Lin Shan did not display, was invisible to others, so he felt at ease checking it. Name, Elleria, Xingya. Strength, extraordinary. Fate, guardian of the forest. Talent, nature perception, tree speech, wood affinity. Forest guardian form, abilities, vine stab, growth, forest barrier. Extraordinary attributes, wood 424, wind 73, spirit 103, mystery 71, constitution 17, strength 9, agility 33. Evaluation, an elf chosen by the guardian of the forest. Her existence can promote the growth speed of natural beings with great potential. It is recommended to acquire her. Lin Shan's pupils involuntarily constricted. These attributes are completely different from those on the qualification certificate. It should be noted that the time on that qualification certificate was only about a year ago. Lin Shan silently assessed several other elves, and sure enough, their attributes had increased quite a bit. Although not as exaggerated as Elleria, they were still quite good. After all, this was all for free. Lin Shan turned to Harry and said, Brother Harry, you just saw that my island is empty. I am in urgent need of people, so I want to buy all these elves. Harry looked surprised. You want them all? Lin Shan nodded. That's right, but I only have 780,000 on me. I wonder if the prices of those golden items have been estimated yet? Harry replied with a smile. Don't worry, I'll ask right now. Saying this, Harry directly called out, Potter, ask the appraiser if my brother Lin Shan's golden items have been appraised and what their estimated value is. Potter, Captain Harry, please wait a moment. I'll inquire right away. After a while, Potter, Captain Harry, the appraiser said that this batch of golden items is of antique level, and the current market price is at least around 1,580,000. Harry, 580,000. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so expensive. That is a bit unexpected. Then Harry turned to Lin Shan and smiled. Lin Shan, did you hear that? It's 1,580,000. And I previously said I would buy it at twice the market price. That makes it 3,160,000. Enough for you to buy all these elves and more than enough. Lin Shan smiled. Indeed, that is a big surprise. So, brother, I'll take all these elves. By the way, brother Harry, I also have a low-level mine on my island. Do you have any races skilled in mining here? Harry thought for a moment, then said, Well, dwarves are very skilled in mining, but unfortunately I've sold out my last batch of dwarves. Dwarves are very popular because of their excellent forging skills. Lin Shan, are there no other races? Harry, let me think. Well, goblins? They are too ugly. They wouldn't suit you, brother. Lizard men? They wouldn't do either. They're still quite ugly. Chapter 103 Buy enough at once. Harry scratched his head and said helplessly, Sorry, brother Lin Shan. I just finished a deal and am preparing to head back home. So most of the slaves on the ship have already been sold. The mining experts you wanted. There aren't many left, and they are all quite ugly, so it wouldn't be appropriate to sell them to you. How about you buy some of the lowest tier black slaves? They're tall and strong, can mine at least passably, and most importantly, they are cheap. 10 of them for just 10,000. So if they die while mining, you won't feel too bad. Lin Shan waved his hand and said, I don't want the black ones. I don't like them. Harry understood and replied, That's true. They are indeed not a pleasant sight. By the way, Brother Harry, didn't you say there are some demi-humans left? How are their physiques? Harry answered directly, Demi-humans? Their physiques are indeed better than humans. In terms of strength, they even surpass elves. Brother Lin Shan, your idea is good. Demi-humans can indeed mine. Come on. I'll take you to see the demi-humans. Although we've sold most of them, there's still some left. Lin Shan smiled and said, Looks like I'll have to trouble you again to show me the way. Harry patted Lin Shan's shoulder and smiled helplessly. See, you're being humble again, aren't you? Then Harry said to a nearby maid, Take these elves to the deck and then send them to Brother Lin Shan's island. Understood? The maid replied, Understood. Mr. Harry. Harry then invited Lin Shan. Come, Brother Lin Shan, let's go to the 11th floor to see the demi-humans. Lin Shan nodded, and the two headed toward the elevator. The group of elves exchanged glances, surprised that they would all be bought. Their prices were not cheap. In the last big sale, only a few of their kin were bought, and they weren't bought by the same person, but in several batches. But this seems quite good, right? At least they wouldn't have to be separated anymore. Thinking of this, many of the little elves felt their fondness for Lin Shan rising rapidly. The older elves were also in a good mood and had increased their fondness for Lin Shan, but not by much. However, for Aurelia, who could see Lin Shan's shining points through her talent, her fondness soared even more than the little elves because she was the daughter of the clan leader. Although they were now slaves, the distinction of clan leader no longer held meaning. But living with her kin was still wonderful for her, especially since the current kin were already the last of their kind. For Aurelia, being able to protect the last of her kin was already very satisfying. If she were bought away alone, that would be despairing. Fortunately, her deliberately showcased abilities had greatly increased her price, which is why she had not been sold yet. Inside the elevator, Harry said, Brother Lin Shan, there are no strong male demi-humans left here, only females. Are you sure you want to buy? Lin Shan replied, Let's see first. Harry nodded with a smile and said, That's true. But when I think of a group of delicate cat-eared and fox-eared girls mining with pickaxes, TSK, that scene is too beautiful. Lin Shan helplessly said, Who told you, Brother Harry, that you didn't have good mining slaves left? Harry laughed, so it's still my fault. Lin Shan smiled, not at all. Meeting someone like you who takes such good care of slaves is great for me. At least I don't have to wait for them to recover. They can work right away, right? Harry, hearing this, nodded with a beaming smile, saying, That's right. Some people leave their slaves half dead, and not only are their prices extremely low, but buyers also hesitate. After all, if you buy such a slave and can't cure them, the money is wasted. If it's too serious, the expenses increase, so it doesn't seem worth it. Thus, the desire to purchase decreases significantly. But I'm different. Basically, anyone who comes to me doesn't leave empty-handed, and at least takes 1 or 2 slaves back, even if they can't afford it. They're the lowest tier black slaves as a fallback. Their treatment is poor, but at least they are clean and even have black bread to eat. Ding! The elevator door opened. They had arrived at the 11th floor. Harry said, Brother, there are about 57 demi-humans left here, all female, half of whom are minors. If you want them all, I can sell them to you at a discount as a package. Lin Shan scratched his head and said helplessly, Brother, all females? My island will almost turn into a daughter country. Harry laughed. What's wrong with that? Have you seen any males on your way here? On the entire Potter, aside from me, the only other males are the slaves. TSK. Looking at beautiful women every day makes one feel much happier, doesn't it? Lin Shan asked in confusion. Aren't you afraid of encountering pirates or something? Harry replied, What is there to be afraid of? My guards are from the Amazonian female hunter tribe. Their combat power is no less than that of men, and they are even fiercer. Their figures are very wild. Each one has abs. I feel ashamed in comparison. Harry instinctively rubbed his own abs. Lin Shan, surprised, asked Amazon. Harry confirmed, yes, Amazon, a country composed entirely of women, but they like to divide into tribes. My group of guards was acquired from other Amazon tribes. Lin Shan nodded, realizing that it wasn't the same Amazon, which surprised him. This time, Harry did not summon the demi-humans, but directly led Lin Shan to see them. He had gathered the elves while calling the demi-human females, as they were just as popular as elves. Under Harry's guidance, Lin Shan quickly saw the demi-human females. Instantly, his eyes lit up. The shock these beast-eared girls brought him was much greater than that of the elves. As for the elves, he had seen Celia before, so he wasn't as surprised anymore. However, aside from 24 adults, the rest were all little ones. Looking at the little beast-eared girls, Lin Shan couldn't help but pull at the corners of his mouth. If he bought them all, his island could be renamed Daughter Island. In the end, Lin Shan waved his hand and bought them all, mainly because Brother Harry was selling them as a package deal for just 800,000, which was much cheaper than the elves. Chapter 104, Buy Enough at Once. Part 2. After packing up the demi-humans, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, Brother Harry, how much money do I have left now? Harry replied, from my calculations, you have a little over 3 million, but I'll need to calculate the exact amount. First, the elves. The first 3 are quite expensive, totaling 420,000. Then 11 at 60,000 each, 13 at 50,000 each, and the underage ones are 40,000 each, which amounts to 370,000. Adding the demi-humans at 800,000 gives a total of 170,000. My math is indeed good, just a little over 3 million. Lin Shan sighed. If I hadn't sold the gold items, I wouldn't have enough money to buy them. Harry chuckled. Haha. Brother Lin Shan, you forgot that I gave you a 20 discount, so this 170,000 will be discounted. After the discount, it totals to 530,000. Lin Shan laughed. Brother, you really lost a lot this time. Over 500,000 just like that. Harry, it's impossible to lose money. As a slave trader, my job is to sell as many slaves as possible. As long as they are sold, it's profit. Otherwise, the longer the slaves stay with me, the more I have to spend on their upkeep. Every day counts as money. It may seem small, but when the numbers add up, it becomes a huge amount, especially for expensive races like elves, dwarves, and demi-humans.